The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 2786 to Chapter 2954. My mother's surname is Ning? 2. When Huang Lang came back to his senses and wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. I just didn't expect that after 20 years, I would never be able to hear any news about Mr. Jun. But how fortunate am I to be able to see you again before I die? As he spoke, he bent his knees and knelt down. Miss Jun, please accept my warm bow. Mu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she helped him up. If you want to kneel to me, at least wait until I dispel the god-killing witch in your body. Saying that, she turns her wrist, and the Tian Emochin appears. The melodious sound of the zither resounds. After a quarter of an hour, when Huang Lang's originally haggard and emaciated appearance returned to normal. When Huang Lang did not care whether the poison in his body had been detoxified or whether his body had recovered. He only stares fervently at Mayan, his expression excited and worshipping. Miss, you really are worthy of being Mr. Jun's daughter. He was so young, yet he already had such a cultivation base. Also, your medical skills are even better than Miss Ning's, than your mother's. You really are a combination of the strengths of these two people. If Mr. Jun knew that he had a daughter like you, he would be so happy. Mu Yan's face is going to turn red from his blowing. Obviously, this one Huang Lang was her father Jun Shiyuan's diehard fan. As long as it was related to his father, he would boast about it to the heavens. But Mu Yan looks at Wen Huanglang's clear and bright face, and suddenly feels a little familiar. Then, he suddenly remembered something. How is Wen Qingyuan of the Listening Sound Pavilion related to you? The sky was bright and high, the mountains were clear and distant, and the sun was setting. His surname was also Wen. Why didn't she think of the relationship between these two before, when Huang Lang was taken aback? After a while, he said, he is my younger brother. Mu Yan was puzzled. He's the shopkeeper of the Listening Sound Pavilion. Logically speaking, he holds great power in the northern continent. Why were you sent to the unclean abyss? When Huang Lang smiled bitterly. Because he was the one who sent me into the unclean abyss. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. Let's start from 20 years ago. Our Wen family has been the servants of the Ning family for generations. At that time, my younger brother Wen Qingyuan and I followed the young master of the Ning family, Ning Jinqiu. He is a dictator who looks gentle and refined on the surface, but is actually cruel and merciless, and has a strong desire for control. As long as it is an order issued by Ning Jinqiu, Qingyuan and I must complete it to the letter. Otherwise, it will be a severe punishment. But 20 years ago, when Qingyuan made a fatal mistake in the process of carrying out a mission. When Huang Lang's voice paused and became slightly hoarse. He was terrified. He knelt in front of me and begged me to save him. I only have this younger brother, so when Ning Jinqiu pursued the blame, I took all the responsibility on myself. Ning Jinqiu was furious and directly threw me into the unclean abyss. It was here that I met Mr. Jun when Huang Lang's expression, which was bitter and indignant just a moment ago, instantly turned into the worship of a diehard fan. Mr. Jun was just like you back then. The god-punishing witch poison of the unclean abyss had no effect on him, and the spiritual power in his body was inexhaustible. I was so lucky to enter the unclean abyss, a place of certain death, twice, but once I met Mr. Jun, and the other time I met you. Stop. Mu Yan hurriedly stopped when Huang Lang's flattery. Jun Shiyuan, my father, why did he appear in the unclean abyss? End of this chapter. My mother's surname is Ning? 3. Hearing this, when Huang Lang's face seemed to twitch. After a long while, he coughed lightly. And said, Mr. Jun said that he met a girl he likes, and it's especially hard to pursue her. He chased her all the way until he reached the boundary of the northern continent. However, he was blocked outside, so he found another way to sneak in from the unclean abyss. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. When Huang Lang probably felt that this paragraph was damaging to his idol's image, so he hurriedly skipped over it. I happen to know a little about the woman that Mr. Jun mentioned, so I promised him that as long as he takes me out of the unclean abyss, I will help him find the whereabouts of that woman. Mu Yan's heart thumped, and she blurted out, my mother, who is she? When Huang Lang hesitated for a while before saying, I only know that your mother isn't a real member of the Ning family. But the entire Ning family, from the head of the family to the servants, all treat her with incomparable respect, even awe. Ning Jinqiu is such a lecherous and arrogant person, but in front of Miss Ning, he is as humble as a dog. At that time, I guessed that Miss Ning's identity was not simple. She might not even be someone from the Cultivation continent. So, although I have great respect for Mr. Jun, as for him wanting to pursue Miss Ning, I can only treat it as, wishful thinking. When Huang Lang paused again and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Who would have thought that a year later, Mr. Jun would actually appear before me with Miss Ning? At that time, the two of them had already become husband and wife and loved each other very much. Moreover, Miss Ning's stomach is pregnant. Mu Yan's pupils slightly contract. Before today, she actually didn't have any deep feelings for her biological parents that she couldn't bear to part with. They were like two symbols that were connected to his bloodline, but had never participated in his life at all. Mu Yan had always thought that she would always be light and carefree. But at this moment, when she heard Wen Huanglang's description, an indescribable wave surged in her heart. Those were her parents. In order to give birth to her, did she also bear the pain of being pregnant for 10 months and giving birth overnight? Did he once look forward to her coming into the world? Mayan presses down the billowing waves at the bottom of her heart, and softly says, and then? Why? Why did they abandon him? Why would she be left all alone in the Yanwu continent, when Huang Lang covered his face with his hands? His voice was hoarse and filled with pain. Afterwards, it was all my fault. I was the one who harmed Mr. Jun and you. After coming out of the uncleansed abyss, I've been hiding in the northern land, afraid that Ning Jinqiu would find out that I'm not dead. Wen Qingyuan is the only one who knows that I came out of the uncleansed abyss alive. He even knows about the existence of Mr. Jun and Miss Ning. Mr. Jun once guided him in his swordsmanship. There was even a time when he was seriously injured, and it was Miss Ning who healed him. I thought he would be extremely grateful to Mr. Jun and Miss Ning. But Wen Qingyuan, the beast, returned kindness with ingratitude. When Miss Ning was about to give birth, he reported their whereabouts to Ning Jinqiu. Mayan frowns. Why reported to Ning Jinqiu? When Huang Lang shook his head. I don't know the exact reason. I only know that at that time, the Ning family mobilized everyone. Even Mulu Pavilion and the Horton tribe were mobilized to search for Miss Ning's whereabouts. When Qingyuan vaguely revealed that there was an extremely powerful person pressuring the entire northern land. If Miss Ning wasn't found, then everyone would be buried with her. End of this chapter. My mother's surname is Ning? 4. Asking for votes. When Huang Lang felt as if the scene from 20 years ago appeared in front of him again. In the pitch-black night, countless densely packed flames surrounded his small courtyard. Ning Yanxin, who had just given birth, looked pale and wobbly. She forced her weak body to draw a teleportation array. However, she put the baby in Jun Shiyuan's arms and drove Jun Shiyuan and Wen Huang Lang into the teleportation array. Then, she retreated step by step. Jun Shiyuan, protect our child. Jun Shiyuan didn't want to leave. He handed the baby to Wen Huang Lang and cut the teleportation array with his sword. He looked at Ning Yanxin stubbornly, telling her with his actions that if they were going to leave, they were going to leave together. Ning Yanxin didn't react at all. She just quietly finished drawing the teleportation array. The loss of her spiritual power made her lips pale. She looked like an ice cube that could crack and melt at any time. Jun Shiyuan's eyes were red. He destroyed the teleportation array again, and Ning Yanxin fixed it again. After 3 times, blood dripped from the corner of Ning Yanxin's mouth. Jun Shiyuan was like a wounded and crazy beast. He rushed over and hugged her tightly. Ning Yanxin, what do you want? Ning Yanxin pushed him away. She was as cold as ice and as hard as stone. She said word by word, Jun Shiyuan, do you remember what I said when I agreed to be with you? If I say it starts, it starts. If I say it ends, it ends. Once it ends, you and I will be strangers and never see each other again. Now, let me tell you, it's over between us. She glanced at the flickering flames outside the window and slowly said, the fate between you and me has been exhausted. From now on, you can be your ranger, and I'll be the eldest daughter of the Ning family. We'll never meet again. Then, Ning Yanqing pushed the door open and left without hesitation. The teleportation array lit up and wrapped Jun Shiyuan, Wen Huanglang, and the baby in his arms. That was the first time when Huanglang saw the arrogant and narcissistic Mr. Jun show such an expression. Ferocious, tyrannical, crazy, yet he was covered in tears like a ferocious beast that had lost everything. His sorrow and despair caused others to feel heartache as well. However, after Wen Huanglang and Jun Shiyuan were teleported to an unfamiliar valley, they did not escape from danger. The people of the Ning family quickly caught up. Wen Huanglang didn't even have time to see who the leader was before he was hit by a sword qi and fell off the cliff. The person who saved me was a villager from Yuanwu village. After I recovered from my injuries, I tried to find out more about Mr. Jun. However, it was as if he and Miss Ning had vanished from the face of the earth. Furthermore, whether it was the Ning family, Mulu Pavilion or the Horton tribe, no one knew of their existence. In other words, no one dares to mention their existence. When Huanglang looks up at Mayan, he saw that she was in a daze, as if she was in a daze. She hurriedly said, "Miss Jun, I'm too useless. I can't help Mr. Jun. I can't even find out the truth. However, I have personally witnessed Mr. Jun and Miss Ning's interaction. 10 months of pregnancy, little by little, they must have loved you very much in their hearts. Miss Ning is such a proud and indifferent person, yet she would caress her bulging belly and reveal a gentle smile. Before you were born, Mr. Jun had already prepared several boxes of men's and women's clothing. You wouldn't be able to imagine that he personally sewed these clothes. Don't think that I'm annoying. Even if you do, I still have to ask for a vote. Who let that be the foundation of our survival? AI, end of this chapter. I believe that they must have been forced to abandon you." Mayan listens in a daze. She doesn't know why, but she feels an indescribable sourness in her eyes and heart. It takes a long time for her to calm down. "Why did you enter the unclean abyss again?" When Huanglang shows a bitter smile and grits his teeth, "All these years, I've been living in Yuanwu village except for gathering information." The Ning family and Wen Qingyuan thought that I had died long ago. A few days ago, I went to Wangyin Bazaar to gather information and found that Wen Qingyuan had become the shopkeeper of Listening Sound Pavilion. We had a fierce dispute in Listening Sound Pavilion. Although I hated him for betraying Mr. Jun, he was still my only blood relative in this world. Being able to see him again, my heart still held a trace of happiness. But who knew that he would be so cruel and merciless? When Huanglang's face shows a look of resentment and pain, and even his voice can't help but tremble. He was afraid that I would report him to Ning Jinqiu, and that I would settle accounts with him about Mr. Jun. He sent people to follow me to Yuanwu village, and then threw me and all the people in Yuanwu village into the unclean abyss. Mayan stares blankly and turns to look at Zhuobing and the others. These people's cultivation is obviously very low, and they have just experienced a hellish life and death situation. There is still fear in their eyes. But there is even more joy and gratitude after surviving a disaster. You guessed right, they are the villagers who survived in Yuanwu village. When Huanglang chokes with sobs, their cultivation is very low, and they are not smart. They are the lowest existences in the entire northern continent of Xianxia. But in the midst of a bunch of deceitful, heartless high-level cultivators, they were so simple and kind. When Qingyuan, that bastard, even refused to let these villagers go. No, it's not Wen Qingyuan's fault, it's me. I implicated them. If Miss Jun hadn't happened to appear here, I would have killed them and myself because of my soft-heartedness. Mayan sees Wen Huanglang covering his face and silently sobbing, but she has no intention of comforting him. When Wen Huanglang has cried enough, she asks, "Does anyone in the northern continent know the whereabouts of my parents?" Wen Huanglang sniffles and silently wipes his tears. He thinks for a moment and says, "Ning Jinqiu should know." Mayan nods, her eyes deep. Then, she stood up from the rock and walked towards the direction of the thick fog. "Miss Jun, where are you going?" "Fairy maiden, don't abandon us." Seeing that Mu Yan was about to leave, when Huanglang and the villagers of Yuanwu village chased after her. "Mu Yan, I have already removed most of the god-slaying shamans in this kernel. In a short time you will not be infected by the poison again. I'm going to other places in the unclean abyss to look for my senior and junior brothers. It'll be dangerous for you to follow me. When the villagers of Yuanwu village heard this, they immediately revealed disappointed expressions. All of them stared at her like some kind of pitiful stupid beast. Mu Yan held her forehead. You guys wait here obediently. When I find my fellow apprentices, I promise to take you out of the unclean abyss. Great immortal, will you come back for us? Can we really leave the unclean abyss? The eyes of the villagers of Yuanwu village lit up again, as if they had seen a beast on a bone. Pairs of eyes, pika pika pika, seemed to be emitting stars. Mu Yan can't stand it anymore, so she turns around to leave. When Huang Lang hurriedly caught up with him and smiled. When Huang Lang hurriedly chased after her and said with a smile, Miss June, this is my second time entering the unclean abyss, so I'm very familiar with this place. If you let me take you there, it might be easier. This time, Mu Yan doesn't refuse. The 7 absolute swords in his palm turned into flying swords. Mu Yan grabs Wen Huanglang's collar and steps onto the flying sword. The unclean abyss was filled with bumpy, scorched earth and mountains. The flying sword was shrouded in a dense, pitch-black mist. One could well imagine how dangerous it was. When Huang Lang was scared out of his wits every time the tip of the sword collided with a mountain peak or the edge of the sword brushed past a boulder. His hairstyle, which had been tidied up after the detoxification, was now blown into a bird's nest. When Huang Lang wiped his face, he could feel snot and tears on his hand. He then touched his crotch. Fortunately, he had not peed his pants yet. He had more or less saved his face. When Huang Lang recalled his encounter with Mr. Jun in the unclean abyss 20 years ago, he seemed to have also experienced such a thrilling experience. For a moment, the cold wind blew, the thick fog blew, and the rotten smell filled the air. He couldn't help but feel sorrowful. All right, don't cry. Mu Yan listened to the sobbing voice of the uncle next to her, and she really couldn't help it. Didn't I tell you not to follow? She also knew that flying a sword in the unclean abyss was fraught with danger. But wasn't she impatient? Uncle Wen rubbed his nose and said in a muffled voice against the wind, you said it was Wen Qingyuan who told you about your brother in the unclean abyss. I'm afraid that bastard is lying to you. Wen Qingyuan has also spent a lot of time with Mr. Jun and Miss Ning. Others may not be able to tell at a glance how special your appearance is, but as long as they are familiar with their looks, they will realize that your appearance is the perfect combination of their strengths. Mu Yan lowers her eyes. She had thought of this long ago. Back at the listening sound pavilion, Wen Qingyuan's expression when he saw her was one of extreme shock, suspicion, and a hint of wariness and fear that he tried his best to hide. Wen Qingyuan might not have recognized my identity, Mu Yan slowly said, but he definitely wants to kill me. That's why he told me that my senior and junior brothers had been sent to the unclean abyss. But you didn't tell me that the unclean abyss is a place of no return. But I believe that my senior and junior brothers are indeed in the unclean abyss. This was an inexplicable intuition. Especially after entering the unclean abyss, her intuition had become even more intense. When Huang Lang sniffed and was about to speak, suddenly, Mayan puts a hand to her lips. Be quiet, there's someone down there. Junior sister. Ling Yuxing could not believe his eyes when he saw the figure slowly emerging from the thick fog. Why are you here? No, wait, could it be that I'm hallucinating like second senior brother and the others? Mayan took 2 or 3 steps forward and hugged Ling Yuxing. She abruptly tightened her grip. Fifth senior brother, are you all right? As she speaks, Mayan discovers that her voice is hoarse and trembling. From the Snow Spirit Forest to the Wangyin Bazaar to the unclean abyss, she had been very calm. But only the heavens knew how worried she was for her fellow disciples. The tip of his nose smells Mayan's unique scent, and the absent-mindedness in Ling Yuxing's eyes slowly fades away. Junior sister, is it really you? What are you doing here? Did you come to look for us? Mayan lets go of Ling Yuxing, but grasps his pulse to check. Sure enough, Ling Yuxing has been poisoned by the God-punishing witch, but fortunately, the poison is very light. Mu Yan didn't even take out the Tian Mo Qin. She directly stuffed an elixir into Ling Yuxing's mouth and asked, what about the others? And how is eldest senior brother? Ling Yuxing hung his head guiltily when he heard the words and was silent for a while. Mu Yan's heart sank. Did something happen to someone? Is it eldest senior brother? Eldest senior brother and Xiaoqi were taken away. Mu Yan was startled. Taken away? Who took them away? What exactly happened after I left? After a pause, she shook her head. No, take me to see second senior brother, third senior brother and fourth senior sister first. They must have also been poisoned by the god execution witch, right? Ling Yuxing nodded again and again. Junior sister, come with me. Mu Yan grabbed Ling Yuxing and jumped onto the 7 absolute sword together. It's faster to fly there. Ling Yuxing had unparalleled speed and the almost heaven-defying absolute space field. He didn't need to use too much spiritual power to make his speed faster than the wind, rain, and even sound. The less spiritual power he used, the slower the god execution witch's poison would penetrate. That's why Ling Yuxing came out to explore the way. Otherwise, the 4 could only wait for death in the unclean abyss. However, Mu Yan was not stingy with her spiritual power as she drove the 7 absolute sword to rampage in the unclean abyss. Ling Yuxing could only stare dumbfounded. Sure enough, junior sister is junior sister. What was absolutely impossible in the eyes of ordinary people, to little junior sister, it was nothing out of the ordinary. In the blink of an eye, the 7 absolute sword landed at the place pointed by Ling Yuxing. Ling Yuma and Xianxia were contaminated by the god execution witch more than Ling Yuxing. Mu Yan didn't even have time to greet them. She directly took out the Tian Mo Qin and played the art of yellow. After half an hour, Ling Yuma and Xianxia's muddled eyes regained clarity. Ling Yuma rushed over and hugged Mu Yan. Junior sister, you're here. What the hell is this place? I've been chopping for half a day, but there's only black fog and corpses. I'll go crazy if I stay in this damn place for another 2 days. Mu Yan smiled and reported to Ling Yuma, then turned to Chu Moli, third senior brother, you don't seem to be deeply poisoned. As she spoke, she grabbed Chu Moli's wrist and felt his pulse. However, with this probe, Mu Yan slightly widened her eyes, revealing an astonished expression. Third senior brother, you haven't been tainted by the god-killing witch? Chu Moli slightly lowered his eyelids, a faint and gentle smile hung on his delicate and refined face. The corners of his lips curled into a smile, and the words that came out of his mouth were indistinct, making it hard to hear them clearly. Witches are of a lower rank than curses, so of course I won't. Mu Yan, third brother? Only then does Chu Moli raise his head and look at Mayan. Junior sister, you said that you can use spiritual power as you wish in this unclean abyss? Mayan nods. Chu Moli curls his finger and gently taps the back of the wheelchair. In an extremely low voice, only the 2 of them can hear, he says, I am convinced that there is no spiritual power in this unclean abyss. Even the people of your Yanwu continent cultivate very, very little internal force. The only thing in this place is devil chi. Mu Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. What does third senior brother mean by this? Chu Moli smiles, but this time, it's not that kind of refined smile. Instead, his eyes are clear and bright, carrying a trace of indescribable warmth and softness. Junior sister, there's no need to be agitated, I'm just telling you the truth. But no matter what your background or identity is, you are only our Xiaoyaosek's junior sister. Mayan stares blankly at Chu Moli. She used to think that this third senior brother was shrewd and unpredictable. His sense of belonging to the Xiaoyao sect was not as deep as the others. But at this moment, Mayan knows that it was not the case. Third senior brother also treats them as his real family, the only people in the world that he wants to trust and protect. Because at this moment, he had never revealed such an expression and extension in front of outsiders. Never. A faint smile appeared on Mu Yan's face. She stood up and said, now, can you tell me what happened in the Snow Demon Forest? Where did Big Brother and Xiaoqi go? Ling Yuma grits her teeth when she hears this question. She can't wait to take the Red Lotus soul-stealing blade and slash it 17 or 18 times. Damn it, it's all our fault for being careless. We were tricked. After you left, we all listened to you obediently and guarded the unconscious eldest senior brother. However, eldest senior brother's condition was getting worse and worse. As it turns out, after Mu Yan left, Yunwerhan's condition worsened. Not only was she unconscious, but she was also bitten, and her body was starting to fester. When Luoyu was brought back to the Xiaoyao sect by Shiqing when she was very young, she lost all her memories. And Shiqing was an old urchin. He was very good to Luoyu, but he didn't know how to take care of her. Therefore, these tasks were taken over by big brother Yunwerhan, who was already an adult. It can be said that Yun Ruhan raised Luo Yu single-handedly. Yun Ruhan was seriously injured and unconscious, so she was most afraid of Luo Yu. At this time, a group of people wearing Mulu Pavilion's clothes break into the Snow Demon Forest. Mayan frowns. Mulu Pavilion? Ling Yuxing nods. These people are holding something similar to a compass. They are searching in the Snow Demon Forest, but they are actually coming for us. The leader is an old woman with grizzled hair and beard. The compass in her hand is dark red, different from the others. After approaching the people of the Xiaoyao sect, the compass suddenly vibrates violently and makes a buzzing sound. The old woman's eyes widen. She looks at Yun Ruhan, who is lying on the ground, then suddenly pounces and shouts, "Young Master Ji Feng, Young Master Ji Feng, is it really you? Young Master Ji Feng, you are still alive? Young Master Ji Feng?" Mu Yan revealed a stunned expression. "Eldest senior brother is related to Mulu Pavilion?" Ling Yuma shook her head. "Absolutely not. I remember Master saying that eldest senior brother had followed him since he was young. He never mentioned Mulu Pavilion. That whatever young Master Ji Feng, who knows where he popped out from." Ling Yuxing also said, "Even though little Seven is ranked last, he has been in the Xiaoyao sect for a longer time than eldest brother. He can also testify that eldest brother has nothing to do with cleansing Joy Pavilion." Mu Yan has a puzzled look on her face as she motions for Ling Yuxing to continue. The old woman yelled at Yun Ruhan before ordering her subordinates to carry her away. Of course, the people of the Xiaoyao sect refused, so they started fighting with them. Mu Yan is even more puzzled. "You lost?" She was very clear about the strength of her fellow apprentices. Although Yun Ruhan was unconscious, the number of people who could defeat or even capture the unfettered five could be counted on one hand. When Ling Yuma heard this, she flew into a rage. "These sons of cheese, they couldn't beat us, so they resorted to trickery." The Xiaoyao sect's fighting strength was already unmatched. Although the strength of the Cleansing Delight Pavilion's people could be considered strong, they were beaten to the point where they were unable to retaliate in just a few moves. But after the old woman fell to the ground, she took out a flute and started playing it. Ling Yuma and the rest had been with Mu Yan for a long time, so they weren't afraid of musical attacks at all. Who knew that the old woman wasn't playing the flute to attack them, but to activate the formation? Mu Yan was startled. She then slapped the rock under her, annoyed. She thought that her fellow disciples were strong, and they had all kinds of antidotes to protect themselves. But she forgot to consider that they were in the protective formation of the Horton tribe. She could even break the 10 ultimate formation of 1,000 caves, so she naturally wasn't afraid of any attacks from the formation. However, it was different for his fellow disciples. They knew nothing about formations. Within the Horton tribe, as long as the person controlling the formation launched an attack on them, how could they resist? But there was no point in blaming themselves now. Mu Yan didn't say anything, but listened to Ling Yuxing quietly. "As soon as the formation was activated, we felt powerless. Also, all the spiritual plants in the forest seemed to have woken up and attacked us. In the end, we were tied up by some vines and couldn't move." Seeing that the people of the Xiaoyao sect were powerless, the old woman ordered them to take the unconscious Yun Ruhan away. She looked at Yun Ruhan with a gentle gaze. But when she looked at the people of the Xiaoyao sect, it was as if they had been dipped in poison. "Young Master Ji Feng has been missing for so many years, he must have been kidnapped by these hateful outsiders." A cultivator of Mulu Pavilion next to the old woman sneered. "No wonder these outsiders could enter the boundary of the 10,000 Torrents formation without the music song token. So they forced young Master Ji Feng to send them in. There's no need to care about such audacious people, just send them to the unclean abyss." The old woman nodded and raised the flute to her lips again. Soon, a door of light appeared. Ling Yuma and the rest were thrown into the door of light one by one. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in the unclean abyss. Ling Yuxing frowned and said worriedly, "I was the second last to be thrown into the door of light. Before I was teleported, I saw someone trying to catch Seven. But Seven suddenly went berserk. A red and a white soul pearl appeared on her back. Baizé and Bifang Crane appeared at the same time, shocking everyone present. After that, I was sucked into the portal, and I don't know anything else." Mu Yan's heart thumped, and she cried out inwardly. Seven must have been too worried about senior brother, which was why she lost control and summoned Baizé and Bifang. But she remembered that eldest senior brother had reminded her many times not to summon Baizé in front of others. All 5 of them were now in the unclean abyss. Xiaoqi was alone guarding the unconscious eldest senior brother, not knowing what kind of situation he was in. Thinking of this, Mu Yan could no longer sit still. She suddenly stood up. Let's go. We'll leave the unclean abyss now. There was no one present who doubted Mayan's ability to take them out of the unclean abyss, which was said to be a place of no return. Including Wen Huanglang, who was still on tenterhooks. Mu Yan didn't leave immediately. Instead, she kept her promise and returned to the call first, bringing the villagers of Yuanwu village with her. Only then did she start to locate the life gate of the unclean abyss with the star curtain skill. Soon, a ray of light shot out from the Tianmo, illuminating a certain direction ahead. I thought I was dead when I entered the unclean abyss. I didn't expect that I would come out alive. Hee, we were lucky enough to run into the fairy maiden. The unclean abyss is said to be a one-way trip. If those bastards who threw us in knew that we came out alive, they would be furious. Idiot, is there a hole in your brain? If those people know that we are still alive, do you want to enter the unclean abyss again? Ahem. I was just saying it to show off. Following the guidance of the star curtain, the surrounding black mist became thinner and thinner. 2 hours later, Mu Yan and the others finally saw the edge of the unclean abyss. The so-called edge was actually the center of a mountain path. There was a distance of several hundred meters between them, and there were no formations or barriers. But the west side of the mountain path was filled with deaf qi, while the other side was filled with verdant hills, clear waters, and boundless blue sky. Stepping out of the black mist, everyone present, including Mu Yan, took a deep breath, feeling like they had just survived a disaster. The villagers of Yuanwu village, who had been treading carefully in the unclean abyss, were now chattering non-stop happily. Eh? Mu Yan suddenly let out a soft cry and looked up at the sky. As soon as they came out of the unclean abyss, she felt dozens of powerful auras, accompanied by treacherous energy waves, sweeping toward them. Bastard, where are you going? You stole the holy stone of Mulu Pavilion and killed the elder of our tribe. Do you think you can escape? The angry shouts were mixed with monstrous anger. These people's cultivation levels were obviously very high. Under the agitation of their emotions, even the air around them surged with spiritual power vortexes. Then came the roar of a beast. This time, it wasn't spiritual power that surged, but the black mist in the unclean abyss behind the mountain path. Mu Yan and the people of the Xiaoyao sect were stunned and looked at each other. This roar seemed a little familiar, almost as soon as this thought appeared in their minds. A huge ferocious beast shrouded in a thick black aura was charging toward them at lightning speed. It was clearly heavily injured. As it flew, dark red blood dripped from the sky onto the ground. Even Mu Yan and the others, who are far below, can clearly hear his heavy breathing. Faintly, intermittent sounds could be heard. It's over, it's over. I'm dead this time. Master, come and save me. Otherwise, your dearest Chiwen will. Chiwen's mumbling suddenly stopped. Because its line of sight fell on the exit of the mountain path, and it suddenly froze. Wah! Mei Yan, why are you guys here? Chiwen only paused for a moment. When she came back to her senses, her eyes immediately lit up, and tears streamed down her cheeks. As he cries, he dives towards Mayan. At the same time, its huge body shrank rapidly. When Huanglang and the villagers of Yuanwu village shouted nervously as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Lady Immortal, be careful. A man-eating beast is about to rush over. Great Immortal Goddess, get out of the way. However, their shouts soon came to an abrupt end. Because, in the blink of an eye, they saw the man-eating beast in their mouths shrink to the size of a baby. Then, it plunges into Mayan's arms and starts to cry without any care for its image. Wah! Mei Yan, you don't know how badly I was beaten by them. These bastards are not human. Didn't I just steal a piece of stone from them? Did they have to chase me for a day and a night? And that elder from that broken tribe, he obviously got sick on his own. How can you blame me? Woo-woo, Mei Yan, my young heart has been greatly hurt. I urgently need your kisses and hugs to heal. Mu Yan doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. She picks up the little magical beast, who is rubbing against her chest and wants to take advantage of her, by the neck. Her divine sense explores its body, and she frowns. Your injuries are not light. Ling Yuma and the others nervously gather around. Junior sister, is Chiwen all right? Chiwen, why did you come to the northern continent by yourself? Does young martial uncle know you are here? Chiwen flattens her mouth and hums. I went to the Shuemei forest to look for food, and I suddenly sensed the aura of something that master wants. So I wanted to sneak in and help master find it, to give him a surprise. Mu Yan glares at it. Are you sure you want to give young martial uncle a surprise, and not give him trouble? Although she was scolding it, her hand gently took out a pill and fed it to it. Ling Yuma curiously asks, what is the thing that young martial uncle wants? Chiwen is about to speak. The pursuers had already arrived in the blink of an eye. Beast, let's see where you can go this time. Who are you people? These people's attention is originally on Chiwen. But when he saw Mu Yan and the others, and the black mist that was still faintly visible on the mountain path behind them, his expression suddenly changed. You are blasphemers? Did you come from the uncleansed abyss? How can blasphemers come out of the uncleansed abyss? This is not the first time Mu Yan has heard the term blasphemer. She can't help but turn to look at Wen Huanglang. Wen Huanglang hurriedly explains, in our northern continent, whether it is the Horton tribe or the Ning family, they all believe in gods. For example, the Horton tribe in Mulu Pavilion worship the most devout, Xianmu goddess. Every year, during the big sacrifice, all believers are allowed to go to the altar to receive the blessings of the gods. This kind of blessing can strengthen the bodies of the northerners, and even improve their cultivation. Outside of the northern continent, cultivators who reach the gold core stage by the age of 25 are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. But here in the northern continent, thanks to the blessings of the gods we offer sacrifices to every year, there are plenty of talented people who reach the peak of the gold core stage as soon as they reach adulthood. Mu Yan suddenly sees the light. She had already found it strange back at the Clear Night Hall. There seemed to be too many golden core cultivators in the Horton tribe. For example, Yi Xiaoming's younger brother, Yi Xiaotsong, was only in his early 20s, but was already at the peak of the golden core realm. But the strange thing was that although these people had golden core cultivation, they didn't seem to have the strength to match their golden core. Now Mu Yan knew that these people had received the God's blessing. But what kind of blessing could improve everyone's cultivation in such a short period of time? Was there really no side effects to such an improvement? Mu Yan looks at Wen Huanglang, motioning for him to continue. Wen Huanglang says, during the sacrifice, those whose cultivation increases rapidly are called God's bearers, and they will be recruited by big families like Mulu Pavilion or the Ning family. But in fact, there is still a small number of people who are the opposite of the gods bestow. During the sacrifice, not only did their cultivation and physical quality not improve, but they also suddenly fell into a coma with a high fever. When they woke up, they had become mindless monsters that only knew how to eat flesh and blood. The most frightening thing is that these people who were bitten by these monsters also began to go berserk. The first saintess of cleansing Lu Pavilion told everyone that these people who went berserk had committed sins in their previous and current lives. They had blasphemed God, so they were punished and turned into monsters. If they were allowed to stay in the tribe, everyone in the tribe would be tainted with sin until they could never be reincarnated. Only by sending them to the unclean abyss, punishing them according to their sins and cleansing their sins with evil, can they truly obtain a new life and regain the protection of God. Therefore, these monsters who went berserk and were sent to the unclean abyss were called blasphemers. When Huanglang sighed, this is the origin of the blasphemers. But slowly, those who contracted incurable diseases and symptoms similar to berserk, those who offended the cleansing Lu Pavilion and the great clans, and those who trespassed into the northern continent's barrier without permission, were also labeled as blasphemers. Those monsters who went berserk were sent to the unclean abyss while their minds were not clear. But there were also many people who were clearly very innocent, but were sent to the unclean abyss in a clear-minded state. In the end, they were either swallowed by the monsters or lost their minds, never to be freed. When Huanglang explained the origin of the blasphemers in a low voice, Mayan's group of 5, including Chiwen, also listened with great interest. They completely disregarded the pursuers of the cleansing Lu Pavilion. Especially Qi Wen. After listening, she shouted, "Bah, what blasphemers! Isn't purifying sins just a method they use to eliminate dissidents and consolidate their position? Impudent." The people of the Cleansing Lu Pavilion couldn't stop, their angry roars almost breaking the sound barrier. "Who are you people? Where did these brazen people come from, daring to slander the reputation of the Cleansing Lu Pavilion? Quickly hand over the beast who stole the holy stone." The leader was an old man with a lushing instrument in his hand. His cultivation had already reached the peak of astral projection. He raised his hand slightly, and the noise behind him immediately quietened down. The old man took a step forward and looked around. His gaze landed on Mu Yan and he nodded slightly. "I am the law enforcement elder of Cleansing Joy Pavilion, Chu Guanchuan. May I ask if Miss and her group have come out from the cleansing abyss?" Mu Yan curls her lips and says indifferently, "So what if I am?" Chu Guanchuan's pupils constricted. The expressions of the people from the Cleansing Joy Pavilion behind him also changed. When he first saw these people appear on the mountain path, their bodies were stained with demonic aura. They had their suspicions. But this thought was quickly dispelled. Because according to their knowledge, since the beginning of the abyss of uncleanliness, no one had ever been able to leave it with a clear mind. Moreover, it would be fine if only 1 or 2 people came out. However, it just so happened that a large group of people had appeared. Among them, there were over 100 people with extremely low cultivation bases. How could such a person come out of the restless abyss alive? Chu Guanchuan's expression changed several times, and his voice unconsciously became louder. "How did you get out of the uncleansed abyss?" "Mu Yan, I'm sorry, it's a trade secret. Forgive me for not being able to tell you." Chu Guanchuan didn't know what a trade secret meant. But he could see that Mu Yan didn't put him in her eyes at all. His face became extremely unsightly for a moment. The flame of jealousy from the Saintess, won. Just at this moment, a melodious tune came from the horizon. Mu Yan raised her eyebrows and looked up. She could tell that this music was played by 5 instruments. They were the Chinese harp, jade flute, guzheng, yangqin, and pipa. Especially the sound of the Chinese harp, it was very familiar because she had tried playing it herself. It seemed that the 5 saintesses of Mulu Pavilion had arrived. Just as she was thinking about this, an ethereal and pleasant sound of a harp suddenly joined the ensemble. Mu Yan's ears moved, and her expression became solemn. This was the sound of a harp. Moreover, the musician's cultivation and level were extremely high. Just a casual playing, a steady tune that was neither too fast nor too slow overshadowed the excitement of the 5 instruments playing together. This was an expert musician. Mu Yan couldn't help but look up in the direction of the sound. Hearing this ensemble, Chu Guanchuan's eyes immediately brightened. He bent his left knee and knelt down. "Welcome, Saintess." The other people of Mulu Pavilion also knelt down respectfully and said loudly, "Welcome, Saintess." As soon as the voice fell, 5 figures landed first. They were Yeshuang, Yeshui, Yefeng, Yeyu, and Yeyun. The moment she saw Mu Yan, Yeshuang's fingers that were playing the Chinese harp became chaotic. A sharp and ear-piercing sound instantly broke the harmonious performance. Didn't you enter the unclean abyss? Why are you here?" Even Yeyun and the other 3 stopped playing and looked at her in astonishment. Mu Yan said with a faint smile, "Can't I come out after entering the unclean abyss? Why can't I be here? How is it possible to come out of the unclean abyss? Where did you come from, witch? What do you want to do in our Horton tribe?" "Bah, you're the witch." Ling Yuma stepped forward and cursed, "Is the unclean abyss your Mulu Pavilion's back garden? My junior sister can come and go as she pleases. It's not your business." "You impudent." Yeshuang and the others were furious. Right at this moment, a cold and pleasant voice came from the sky. "Yeshuang, why are you arguing outside? Have you forgotten the magnanimity of our Cleansing Joy Pavilion? Elegant, graceful, noble, and dignified. She was always like a high and mighty fairy that mortals looked up to, worshipped, and revered." As soon as he finished speaking, a woman in a purple muslin dress slowly descended from the sky. A gentle breeze ruffled her long hair and clothes, revealing a woman's elegant and refined face. She had delicate eyebrows, creamy skin, a jade-like appearance, and was as beautiful as a peach. This was the most outstanding saintess of cleansing Lu Pavilion in history, the master of the divine artifact, Ice and Snow Solitude, by Lan. The knees of the villagers of Yuanwu village trembled, and they almost knelt down. Beauty and grace were not the only things that Ma Jinglan possessed. More importantly, the saintess of cleansing Joy Pavilion was born with a sense of supremacy in the eyes of the northern continent's commoners. Even when Huang Lang's face turned pale, he lowered his head, not daring to look at the light of the approaching person. The people of cleansing Joy Pavilion had already knelt down when they heard the sound of the zither. Now that Bai Lan had appeared, Yashuang and the others could no longer quarrel and quickly bowed to greet her. Thus, on the mountain path of the unclean abyss, only the 5 people of the Xiaoyao sect remained. They straightened their backs and looked at Bai Lan indifferently. Saintess, this is the woman who slandered the reputation of cleansing Joy Pavilion in the Qingyi Hall. Yashuang raised her head and pointed at Mu Yan indignantly. End of this chapter. The Holy Maiden's fire of jealousy. 2. This woman knows witchcraft and used all kinds of tricks to embarrass me in the Pure Night Hall. I sent her into the unclean abyss, but she still came out alive. Ye Yun also said, this woman is really strange. Holy Maiden, please don't let her go so easily. Without needing Yashuang and Ye Yun's reminder, Ma Yinglan's gaze immediately fell on Mu Yan. Nothing else, because the girl in front of her, who wore no makeup and whose clothes were stained with mud, was breathtakingly beautiful. Ma Yinglan herself was a top-notch beauty. When she saw other beauties, she naturally wanted to compare them. Before that, she had absolute confidence in her beauty. However, the moment she saw Mu Yan, her heart surged with jealousy and powerlessness. For the first time, Ma Yinglan didn't have absolute confidence in her appearance. Although her heart was in turmoil, Ma Yinglan's face was still calm. I didn't expect that the unparalleled unfettered 7 of the continent would come to visit my northern continent. Mulu Pavilion didn't sweep the bed to welcome us, it was our negligence. Ling Yuma sneered, sweep the bed to welcome us? It's more like sweeping us into the unclean abyss. How dare you? Who allowed you to speak to the Holy Maiden like that? Chu Guangchuan roared and was about to blow the lushing in his hand. But Ma Yinglan gently waved her hand to stop him. Her expression didn't show the slightest bit of annoyance, and her eyes were still fixed on Mu Yan, especially Miss Qingqing Killer Monarch. I've been fascinated by your name for a long time. But Miss Jun's way of doing things isn't very honest. Mu Yan raised her brows. Oh, is that so? How am I not honest? Ma Yinglan said, you know that the northern continent doesn't like outsiders to disturb us, yet you sneaked in with unclear intentions. In the Pure Night Hall, you caused trouble for no reason and trampled on Mulu Pavilion's reputation to build your reputation as a genius doctor. Now, you even brought out a blasphemer from the unclean abyss. May I ask if Miss Jun wants to consign my Horton tribe to eternal damnation? Chu Guangchuan immediately shouted, it's not just that. Holy Maiden, they're even covering up for the bastards who stole the holy stones. You must recover our holy stones. Mei Lan was startled. She looked down and saw that Mu Yan was holding a small, strange spirit beast in her arms. Who else could it be but Qi Wen? Hearing Chu Guangchuan mention her, Qi Wen immediately yelled, beast, beast, beast. That's enough. What a bunch of ignorant idiots. What holy stone? Do you really think I'm as ignorant as you? This is clearly a nightmare stone from the immortal Cultivation continent. It simply doesn't belong to your cleansing Lu Pavilion. You just happen to pick it up. As it says that, it raises its head to look pitifully at Mayan, Mei Yen Yen, this nightmare stone is of great use to master, you mustn't let this group of misers take it away. Mu Yan laughed and patted its head. When it came to pestering endlessly and making false accusations, if this fellow claimed to be number 1, no one would dare claim to be number 2. However, Qi Wen risked her life to snatch the nightmare stone, which meant that this thing was really important to little martial uncle. Mu Yan, Ling Yuma and the rest looked at each other. Yes, for the sake of little martial uncle, they had no choice but to seize it by force and shamelessly for once. Ma Yinglan's face sank a little. When Ling Yuma was so rude before, she wasn't angry. When she realized that Mu Yan's appearance had surpassed hers, she didn't really get angry. But now, when she saw Qi Wen and Mu Yan's intimate actions, an indescribable anger surged in her heart. End of this chapter. The Flames of Jealousy from the Saintess. 3. Hong Lan frowned slightly and said, Miss June, are you really determined to go against my cleansing Lu Pavilion? Mayan smiles in surprise. If I say that I don't want to, would the Saintess believe me? Hong Lan said, then give me the soul crystal in your arms. No. Chiwen grabs hold of Mayan's lapel, looking like she won't let go even if she dies. Mei Yan, if you hand me over to them, I'm dead meat. Your name is Chiwen, right? Hong Lan suddenly softened her tone and said to Chiwen, don't you remember me? Chiwen was taken aback and turned around to look at her. Several months ago, in an ancient ruin deep in the mountains, it was you and your master who saved me. Do you still remember? Chiwen stared blankly for a long while before she said in a daze, ah, so it's you. In the process of Luo Yunxiao's search, he met too many women. Some of them had been rescued and followed him, some of them had tried every possible way to get information and waited for him, and some of them had followed him all the way from the town to the jungle. Chiwen had seen too many of them. How could she remember them all? It was only because the place where it met Nightmare Bailan was relatively remote, and Nightmare Bailan's appearance was top-notch that it barely had an impression of her. It was really too much, however. Ma Yinglan thought that Chiwen still remembered her, and a happy smile appeared on her face. She stretched out her hand, her voice becoming increasingly gentle as she said, Young Master Yunxiao saved me before, I will not repay kindness with ingratitude. I promise that as long as you bring the holy stone back with me, no one in Cleansing Joy Pavilion will hurt you. I will send someone to send a letter to your master. At that time, we can discuss how to deal with this matter, okay? As soon as these words came out, not to mention Mu Yan and the others being shocked. Even the people of Cleansing Joy Pavilion looked at Yuan Sherlan in disbelief. Only Dong Ling, who had always been by Bailan's side, came to a realization when she heard that Chiwen was young Master Yunjiao's spiritual beast. Mayan and the others look at each other in dismay. So this was the debt of youngest martial uncle's love life? Oh no. They're young. Martial uncle didn't need to be in debt to attract a bunch of peach blossoms. So this was another young girl in love who had been charmed by their young martial uncle? Everyone's gaze fell on Chiwen. Military Orchid's eyes were filled with kindness, hope, and gentleness. With a wretched look on his face, Siwen touches his lower body. His large, bell-like eyes look at Mu Yan, and then at Hong Lan. Just when everyone was getting impatient, it suddenly shook its head resolutely. No, I can't go back with you and walk right into your trap. Why? I said I wouldn't. Tisk. Chiwen rolled her eyes. You think I don't know? You must have taken a liking to my master, that's why you're so nice to me. You really want to marry my master and be my mistress, right? Unfortunately, my master is already taken. In his heart, there is only beauty and beauty, not you. What if I fall into your hands and you use me to threaten my master to marry you? I'm an unyielding and loyal spiritual beast. How can I let you use me to destroy master and Mei Yanyan's lifelong happiness? Kala, Mu Yan reaches out to pinch Chiwen's neck, but she only manages to grab air. Chiwen is very good at judging the situation. As early as halfway through her words, she was already ready to go. As soon as Mu Yan makes her move, she immediately escapes into Ling Yuxing's arms with lightning speed. Xiaowu, look, Mei Yanyan also thinks that destroying master's lifelong happiness is not good. Look, she's about to die from anger. End of this chapter. The Holy Maiden's Fire of Jealousy. 4. Asking for votes. Ling Yuxing's mouth twitches. You're the one who's going to piss off little junior sister. Ling Yuma laughs. Chiwen, where did you get the face to say that you're unyielding and loyal? Ha ha ha. Enough. Suddenly, an Lan's shout interrupts the laughter of the Xiaoyao sect people. Her face is as cold as frost as she stares at Mu Yan. I'm talking to you nicely, but you really think that you can play around with Mulu Pavilion? Mu Yan looks at Lan, inexplicably sympathizing with her. The position of Mulu Pavilion's holy maiden must be high and aloof. In the end, Chiwen revealed her daughter's secret in front of everyone, and was even spouted nonsense and despised by her. It's already not bad that Lan can still maintain this kind of bearing. If it was her, she would definitely skin this lowly fellow alive. Mu Yan coughs lightly. Don't listen to Chiwen's nonsense. I am Gongzi Yun Xiao. Enough, I'm not interested in listening to you show off in front of me. Mu Yan is stunned. What am I showing off about? And Lan coldly says, I've heard about what the Xiaoyao 7 has done these days, and I admire you very much. Even if you came without permission and have impure motives, I don't want to make things difficult for you. But the premise of all this is that you don't harm Mulu Pavilion. If you still insist on going your own way, then don't blame me for being impolite. This is the final ultimatum. Hand over Qi Wen and the Holy Stone, then send these blasphemers back to the unclean abyss, and I'll pretend that everything that happened today never happened. Qi Wen tightly clings to Ling Yuxing's neck, crying, Don't hand me over. Boo-hoo, I knew that women who hate because of love are the most terrible. You're the one who started all this. Ling Yuxing now understands why his little junior sister wants to strangle this guy. Compared to Qi Wen's affectation, when Huang Lang and the villagers of Yuanwu village are genuinely afraid. Their faces turn pale in an instant. Their trembling knees can no longer support them, and they fall to the ground. Goddess, we don't want to die. Mayan waves her hand, all right, stop howling. I've already saved you. If I let you die, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Her tone was impatient, and there was even a hint of indifference in it. However, the people of Yuanwu village, who were scared out of their wits and filled with despair, seemed to have caught a duckweed. He looks at Mayan with complete trust and worship in his eyes. Even the instinctive reverence he had for the saintess of Mulu Pavilion had disappeared. In their eyes, there was only the fairy maiden who had dragged them out of the quagmire of hell. Puff. Celestial maiden. Qi Wen burst out laughing. Can this name be any more unsophisticated? It's almost as good as those little girls calling Master Brother immortal. The corners of Mu Yan's lips curled up, and her eyes fell on Qi Wen. Qi Wen, have you ever heard Bai Xia say something? Looking at the girl's bright and beautiful smile, Qi Wen's body trembled inexplicably. What words? If you don't court death, you won't die. As soon as her voice fell, her slender white hand grabs the air, and Qi Wen is caught in it. Mei Yan Yan, spare my life. I just wanted to say that the fairy maiden is too vulgar, she's not worthy of you. Didn't that group of people from Hellflame Valley say that you have the title of the Enchantress of Medicine? Yes, the Enchantress of Cities, such a noble and elegant name, only it is worthy of you, Mei Yan Yan. Good night, end of this chapter. Everyone in Yuanwu village stares blankly, then they repeat it, alluring Enchantress, Enchantress? Indeed, it sounds much better than the tacky immortal. Thinking so, everyone in Yuanwu village immediately kowtows again. Thank you, Enchantress, for saving our lives. Mu Yan facepalms. She's not interested in arguing with Qi Wen, so she just throws it aside. Then she looks at Hong Lan. If I say that I didn't want to make things difficult for Mulu Pavilion, I'm sure the saintess wouldn't believe it. But I'm sorry, I can't agree to either of your conditions. Hong Lan calmly nods, I expected it. Then, we'll rely on our own abilities. As soon as her voice falls, she quickly retreats, and at the same time, she shouts, punish the evil and collect the soul. Yayun and the other four move extremely fast. Almost as soon as Hong Lan gives the order, they're already flying in 5 different directions. There are cliffs on both sides of the mountain path. At this time, Yashuang, Yashui, Yafeng, and Yu have one foot on the cliff. Their bodies lean forward, and the instruments in their hands suddenly start playing. Yayun has already reached the entrance of the mountain path. The pipa in her hand plays, producing a sad and lingering melody. At the same time, the 5 melodious harmonies resound. Chu Guangquan and his men also soar into the sky, blocking the land and the sky in all directions. Ling Yuma pulls out the red lotus soul-stealing knife, eager to try. Previously in the snow demon forest, they clearly had enough fighting power, but they were knocked down by the array. Now that they have their little junior sister, they're not afraid of any array. They can finally fight to their heart's content. The people of the Xiaoyao sect are full of fighting spirit, ready to go. Only Mu Yan slightly frowns, her fingers lightly playing in the void, calculating the position of Yayun, Chu Guangquan, and the others, and the song they're playing. A faint bad premonition floats in her heart. This array that's about to be completed is, the next moment, they hear the ethereal sound of a harp. It's the only missing link in the array. Oh no! Mu Yan suddenly realizes and quickly summons the Tian Mo Qin. However, she's still one step too late. Countless rays of light shoot out from the instruments played by the people of Mulu Pavilion, forming a net of light in the sky. Along with the sound of the sea harp. This deathly still net of light seemed to be endowed with life as it suddenly fell downwards. Ah dash! Help! The net of light did not touch the 5 people of the Xiaoyao sect, who were ready to attack, but it trapped the villagers of Yuanwu village and Wen Huanglang. Ling Yuma suddenly turned around, her face full of astonishment and anger. Damn it, you guys actually cheated. She furiously raised the Red Lotus soul-stealing saber, and was about to chop it down. Without changing her expression, she plucked the strings of the solitary snow and said coldly, fellow Taoists of the Xiaoyao sect, you'd better not act rashly. Otherwise, the myriad evil-slaying net will shred the bodies and souls of these blasphemers into pieces. The moment icy snow solitude rang. The net of light that bound the villagers of Yuanwu village immediately tightened. In a split second, 2 villagers let out pained howls. One of them was a little girl who was only about 10 years old. Her delicate and pretty face just happened to be attached to the net, and a few cuts appeared in a split second. The little girl cried out in fear and pain, "Fairy sister, save me. I don't want to die, I don't want to become ugly." Wen Huanglang's body also suffered a few cuts. But Wen Huanglang didn't care about the pain in his body or the fear of death. He looked at Yuan Lan angrily. As the saintess of Mulu Pavilion, you used the lives of the old, weak, women, and children of the Horton tribe to threaten foreign cultivators. What right do you have to be respected by us? What right do you have to control our lives? Yuan Lan looked at the little girl who was crying to Mu Yan for help. She was stunned, and a trace of pity flashed across her eyes. But it was soon replaced by a stone-hearted determination. She said coldly, blasphemers are sinful souls abandoned by God. Only when they die can the whole tribe not be implicated. I did nothing wrong. But they are not the real blasphemers. When Huanglang roared in anger. They were framed and sent to the temple for no reason. And as you can see, they are fine now. What right do you have to decide their life and death? Just because you are the high and mighty saintess? Before Yuan Lan could answer, Yishuang had already spat and said arrogantly, so what if they were framed? As long as they are sent to the unclean abyss for more than a day, the God-Slayer witch will invade their souls and bones, and they will never be able to get rid of it. They look like normal people now, but who can guarantee that the God-Slayer witch, in their bodies won't act up one day? Can you bear the responsibility if the whole tribe is implicated? So we deserve to die innocently? The villagers of Yuanwu village couldn't bear it anymore and burst into tears. We used to believe in the fairy Mulu goddess. No matter how little we got every year, we would go to the Wangyin Bazaar to offer tributes to the saintess and Mulu Pavilion and pray devoutly. But what did we get in exchange? Were they abandoned like trash over and over again? Yishuang smiled disdainfully. Who can you blame? You can only blame yourselves for being unlucky and becoming blasphemers. Since you are despised by God, don't you deserve to end up like this? The angry roars of the villagers turned into desperate whimpers. Mu Yan's face slowly darkened. She looked at Yuan Lan and said calmly, I have a way to completely get rid of the God-Slayer witch in their bodies. Huh? Yishuang laughed. Are you kidding? Get rid of the God-killing witch in their bodies? How could you tell such a lie? Ye Yun said with a solemn expression, Saintess, we don't have to be polite with them. If the holy stone has been in their hands for too long, I'm afraid there will be changes if we delay. Hong Lan nodded slightly. He put away all the pity in his eyes and gently touched the snow solitude with his finger. The 10,000 evil-slaying net tightened again. This time, the villagers of Yuanwu village were already wailing in pain. Some of them even had their tongues hanging out of their mouths. Their eyes were rolling back and they were panting painfully as if they would stop breathing at any time. Hong Lan said, we'll talk about whether you can get rid of the ice and snow solitude later. Now, please return the holy stone of Mulu Pavilion. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to convince me to let you treat them. I'll count to 3. The faces of Mu Yan and the others darkened. However, he still quickly turned his gaze towards Qi Wen. Compared to some nightmare stone, human lives were obviously more important. If little Marshall uncle wanted the nightmare stone, they would think of a way to get it later. Chiwen whimpered. She was extremely unwilling and extremely depressed. But under Mayan's gaze, it doesn't dare to refuse. It can only aggrievedly take out a reddish-brown stone from the storage ring on its claw. The moment they see this stone, everyone from Mulu Pavilion holds their breath. It's their sacred stone. Mayan also suddenly widens her eyes, her heart pounding. She doesn't know what this stone is. But inexplicably, there's a surge of extreme uneasiness in her heart. It's as if that stone contains something that makes her feel fear from the bottom of her bones. June Mayan, what is that? She hears Chi Huang's frantic voice. Mayan composes herself and replies with her divine sense, do you know this? I haven't seen it before, but I think I've seen it before. I don't know. Chi Huang's voice is sharp and messy. Mayan looks into the space and sees that his face is deathly pale, his expression panicked. Thick black gas begins to gush out from his body. The entire space of the Tianmo is violently shaken by the surging black gas, and countless tiny vortexes appear. Little Phoenix and Little Chick are frightened. They huddle together and curl up in the corner, making pitiful whimpering sounds. Chi Huang. Mayan is startled and quickly shouts, Chi Huang, calm down, do you want to tear down my Tianmo space? Hearing Mayan's voice, the black gas around Chi Huang slowly converges. The space of the Tianmo also gradually returns to normal. Mayan breathes a sigh of relief and quickly pacifies, isn't it just a broken stone? Is there a need to be this scared? You even said that you're an ancient artifact spirit. Who said that Ben Zun was scared? Chi Huang stomps his feet in anger, June Mayan, don't slander me, when was Ben Zun afraid? Isn't it just a broken stone? As the two are talking, the situation outside suddenly changes. Chiwen has just taken out Mulu Pavilion's sacred stone, and is about to reluctantly hand it over to Yuan Lan. Who knows, it still hasn't moved. The invisible barrier that originally separated the unclean abyss from the outside suddenly shakes violently. The thick black fog in the unclean abyss seems to have gone mad, madly pounding in the direction of the sacred stone. Not good. How could this be? What happened? Crack, the barrier couldn't hold on any longer and shattered. The thick black mist in the unclean abyss was no longer obstructed and rushed out of the mountain path. The first to be devoured were the villagers of Yuanwu village. No. No. Don't come over, I don't want to become a monster again. Save me. Goddess immortal, save me. Woo woo woo, clang, the sound of the zither rang out, as if it was the sound of a powerful army. In the next moment, a figure clad in snow-white clothes appeared in front of all the villagers of Yuanwu village. The girl's figure was so slender and frail, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. But at this moment, it was so indestructible. It was as if one person alone could shoulder all the dangers and the lives of each and every one of them. Divine hands weaving the heavens, activated, star curtain, activated, cloud sky net, activated, the third layer of star domain, activated, the rousing sound of the zither blends all of Mayan's spiritual power and converges into a wall of sound. It replaces the original barrier and blocks the black fog. But it was not enough, the black mist in the untainted abyss was too powerful. The array that Mayan hastily created simply couldn't withstand it. Her face turns pale inch by inch, and even her lips lose their last trace of blood. However, it was still unable to stop the black fog that was surging over. Mu Yan's eyes turned cold. The 7 absolute swords flew out of her body and turned into 7 colorful swords. They directly formed a sword net in front of the black fog. However, the 7 absolute sword was her natal sword. When the black fog attacked the 7 absolute sword, it was also attacking her origin and spirit. Mu Yan spits out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not take a single step back. When the villagers of Yuanwu village saw this, tears streamed down their faces. Miss June. When Huang Ling screamed, hurry up and leave, don't worry about us. That's right, fairy maiden. It doesn't matter if Xiaoai dies. Xiaoai's life isn't worth your life. Damn it. Ling Yuma cursed, what are we still standing there for? Hurry up and help little junior sister. As he spoke, he lifted the red lotus soul-snatching saber and rushed forward. Ling Yuxing's speed is even faster than her. In the blink of an eye, he has already arrived at Mayan's side. Qin Jiao and Chumoli were next. A trace of hesitation flashed through Chumoli's eyes. However, in the end, he still took out a silver longbow and slowly pulled the strings of the zither towards the black mist. Seeing Mayan's group of 5 recklessly blocking the black mist from the untainted abyss, Han Lan was in a daze, unable to come back to his senses. She subconsciously wanted to strum the harp and rush forward, but was held back by Ye Yun and Chu Guanchuan. Saintess, be careful. The unclean abyss is rioting. It's too dangerous here. We must leave immediately with the Saint Stone. But if the god-slaying shamans from the pure abyss don't come out, the entire Horton tribe will be in danger. The Cleansing Delight Pavilion was supposed to be the guardian of the northern continent. But now, a few foreign cultivators were risking their lives for the safety of the Horton tribe, while they fled. How could this be justified? Chu Guangchuan's eyes were very calm. He said lightly, "This is not the first time the unclean abyss is rioting, but as long as the holy stone is enshrined in the God-praying tower, the rioting will not last long. At most, the surrounding villages will suffer." Ye Yun added, "Compared to the lives of a few villagers, your safety and the holy stone are more important." "That's right, Saintess, let's go back quickly. We must prioritize Cleansing Lu Pavilion." Hearing that Cleansing Joy Pavilion had to be prioritized. Only then did Blue Orchid slowly calm down. She clenched her fists and told herself over and over again, yes, Mulu Pavilion is the most important. As long as the Cleansing Delight Pavilion remained strong, it could protect the entire tribe and ensure peace and tranquility in the northern continent. The sacrifice of a few villages and a few hundred civilians was worth it. As she thought of this, her expression turned cold. He reached out to grab the Saint Stone on Qi Wen's claw. In the entire Cleansing Joy Pavilion, she was the only one who did not suffer too much of a backlash when she touched the Saint Stone with her bare hands. Qi Wen came back to her senses and realized that the people of the Carefree sect were in danger, and this danger was caused by the Nightmare Stone. It let out a loud cry and was about to retrieve the Nightmare Stone. "Bastard, you want to go back on your word? If you don't hand over the Saint Stones, I'll take your dog life." Chu Guangchuan furiously raised his lushing and smashed it towards Qi Wen. Qi Wen was startled, and she hurriedly enlarged her body in an attempt to dodge. Unexpectedly, Chu Guangchuan's lushing accidentally smashed onto the boulder. The Nightmare Stone flew towards the unclean abyss. In a split second, the black mist that was originally suppressed by Mayan and the others was like a water surface that had a boulder thrown into it, turning into raging waves. Mayan's complexion changed greatly. She raised her hand and the sound of the zither rang out, pushing Ling Yuma and the others away. It's already too late for Mayan to dodge, so she simply clenches her teeth and no longer retreats. Isn't it just a god-punishing shaman? Do you think she's afraid? Junior sister. However, the expected impact of the rancid black fog did not come. Instead, it was replaced by countless sharp swords that pierced through the clouds like a scorching sun. It's just that these swords are so sharp, but they all brushed past Mayan's figure, not even scratching her clothes. Mayan stares blankly. This sword intent, this aura, it's so familiar. Young martial uncle. The swords dissipate, and the young man's figure slowly descends from the sky, guarding in front of Mayan. In a split second, there's a deathly silence. Today, Luo Yunxiao is wearing a snow-white robe, with ice blue embroidered edges. Her long hair, like a waterfall, is casually tied up with a white ribbon. The black silk satin flutters in the wind, lacking the gentle, jade-like gentlemanly style, but with an even more bewitching and elegant appearance. Clang, the harping Yishuang's hand isn't steady, and directly smashes to the ground. There's actually such a graceful and peerless man in this world. Ye Yun's eyes turn to Hong Lan. She sees that the solitary snow and ice in Hong Lan's hand has disappeared, and her eyes are fixed on Luo Yunxiao, as if she has lost her soul. Solitary snow and ice is linked to Hong Lan's divine soul. Once her mind becomes unstable, she will return to Hong Lan's Chankuan sleeve. Ye Yun looks at Luo Yunxiao again. She sees that he's actually holding Mulu Pavilion's holy stone. If an ordinary person touched the holy stone with their bare hands, their mind would become unstable and they would be in unbearable pain. but Luo Yunxiao seems to be fine. And the holy stone, which would shake violently in other people's hands and emit bursts of black gas, seems to have met its nemesis. In Luo Yunxiao's hand, it's as quiet as a real lifeless stone. Even the black fog that gushes out from the unclean abyss. After the holy stone calms down, it scrambles to return to the barrier. Ye Yun is instantly excited. Young Master Yunxiao can actually control the holy stone like the saintess. No, how can he only control the holy stone? He can even stop the riot of the unclean abyss. Such an outstanding man, who is also the saintess's favorite, if he can marry into Mulu Pavilion. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Given the holy lady's looks and the status of the cleansing joy pavilion, young Master Yunxiao must have wished for nothing more than to be able to gain the holy lady's favor. Coincidentally, at this moment, Hong Lan could not help but take a few steps forward and called out softly, "Young Master Yunxiao." Ye Yun looked at her holy daughter's eyes that were filled with affection and her snow-white cheeks were slightly red. She felt a surge of excitement in her heart. Blue Billows was simply too beautiful. She knew that no man would be able to refuse. After taking control of the Nightmare Stone, Luo Yunxiao turns to look at Mayan. "How are your injuries?" Mayan revolves her spiritual power, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. "It's nothing." Fortunately, Junior Martial Uncle came in time. Although she was not afraid of the god execution shaman. However, after her spiritual power was exhausted, she could not stop the black mist gushing out of the unclean abyss. If that happened, the villagers of Yuanwu village and the surrounding northern continent cultivators would suffer. Nonsense. Luo Yunxiao suddenly raised her voice. Her usually indifferent and cold face shows a rare uncontrollable anger. Again and again, do you not care about your own safety? Mayan stares blankly at Luo Yunxiao's angry face, somewhat unable to come back to her senses. This is the first time she has seen her junior martial uncle so angry at her. For a moment, she is somewhat dumbfounded. "Luo Yunxiao, speak." Oh, I know I was wrong." Mayan cautiously replied, "Young martial uncle, don't be angry." Luo Yunxiao's hands tightly clenched and loosened in his sleeves. After repeating this several times, he was able to suppress the anger and fear in his heart. The trembling of his body, and the thoughts that he had been carefully concealing, did not completely leak out. "Young Master Yunxiao." An ethereal and sweet voice broke the oppressive atmosphere of this demon person. Hong Lan half raised his head, his eyes as clear as water, as if reflecting bits of starlight as he looked at Luo Yunxiao. "Do you still remember me? In the ancient ruins of the Western continent, it was you who saved my life. If you hadn't helped me at that time, I might not have been able to return to Mulu Pavilion alive." The interruption of this voice forced Luo Yunxiao to restrain his emotions. Mayan Kuang breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly praising the holy maiden of Mulu Pavilion for saving him from the fire and water. Young martial uncle's expression just now was too scary. She felt that in the next moment, a terrible punishment would be spat out from those thin lips. Even if she didn't die, she would still lose a layer of skin. Luo Yunxiao forcibly suppressed the depression in his heart, and when he looked at Hong Lan, he had already recovered his usual indifference. "It's no trouble at all. For you, it's no trouble at all, but for me, it's a kindness that I will remember for a lifetime." Hong Lan bit his lower lip, his gaze falling on the nightmare stone in his hand. "Young Master Yunxiao, I don't know why you need the holy stone. If this holy stone was mine, I would not hesitate to offer it to you if you wanted it. However, the holy stone belongs to Mulu Pavilion, and it is very important to us. I am very sorry, but I have to ask you to return my clan's holy stone." Luo Yunxiao stared blankly, looking down at the nightmare stone in his hand. He only hesitated for a moment, then reached out and handed it back to Hong Lan. "Master, don't I stole this with great difficulty." Qi Wen's clamoring abruptly stopped under Luo Yunxiao's cold gaze. It shrunk its neck and no longer dared to clamor, only muttering a few words unwillingly. Hong Lan looked down. Under the sunlight, a slender jade-like hand with well-proportioned joints brought the reddish-brown nightmare stone to her. Hong Lan's heart was thumping hard and her face was red. She couldn't summon the courage to reach out and take it for a long time. "Young Master Yunxiao, it's not impossible if you really want the saint stone." Ye Yun's smiling voice suddenly interrupted, "The holy stone is very precious to our cleansing joy pavilion. even the elders, and I don't have the qualifications to touch it. However, the saintess is different. The saint stones are usually kept by her. In this world, other than the saintess, who else can touch and use the holy stone at will is the husband of the saintess. Ye Yun raised her head and looked at Luo Yunxiao's handsome face. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she felt. I wonder if young Master Yun Xiao has the intention to marry into my cleansing joy pavilion and become the sacred lady's husband. Hong Lan's face turned red, and she hurriedly cried out, Ye Yun, don't talk nonsense. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Mayan's mouth gapes wide open, unable to close it for a long time. Just now, he was scared out of his wits by little martial uncle's anger, causing his spiritual sense to go haywire. Only now can he see that the saintess of Cleansing Joy Pavilion likes little martial uncle. Ling Yuma and the others stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly jumped up from the ground. Marry into Cleansing Joy Pavilion? What kind of joke is this? Why should our little martial uncle marry into your Cleansing Joy Pavilion? Yeah. Who do you think you are? So what if she's the saintess? Our junior martial uncle is the #1 swordsman in the cultivation world and the most handsome man in the world. If your holy daughter wants to marry into our Xiaoyao school, we'll have to see if she's good enough. Mu Yan nodded repeatedly. She approached Luo Yunxiao and said, Junior martial uncle, you mustn't take things too hard and marry into our family. The tradition of the Xiaoyao sect is to marry into the family. Luo Yunxiao raised her hand and knocked her on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? She said angrily. His tone was unkind, but there was a tenderness in his eyes that could not be dispelled. Others might not be able to tell. However, Yuan Sherlan, who had been watching Luo Yunxiao, saw it clearly. The joy he felt when he found out that Luo Yunxiao is Mayan's little martial uncle, all of a sudden, it completely dissipates. Her heart felt as if it had been pricked by a needle, and it was tingling faintly. Luo Yunxiao's hand continued to move forward, without any intention of withdrawing. He didn't want to accept Ye Yun's proposal at all. In other words, he didn't even think about marrying her. Just like when they were in the ruins, he had never taken her seriously. Tears welled up in Yuan Sherlan's eyes. This was the first time she liked a man. I thought the taste of love is sweet. But it turned out to be so bitter and sorrowful. Mei Lan took a deep breath, forcing back the tears in her eyes, and reached out to take the nightmare stone from Luo Yunxiao's hand. Ye Yun's expression was extremely gloomy. His cheeks were burning as if someone had slapped him hard. She gritted her teeth and said, Young Master Yun Xiao, what do you mean? Could it be that you think that the saintess of my Cleansing Lu Pavilion is not worthy of you? Luo Yunxiao replied indifferently, I'm grateful for your kindness, but I don't have such intentions. You. Ye Yun, enough. Jin Lan shouted hoarsely, gripping the nightmare stone tightly. Let's go. Wait, holy maiden. Chu Guangchuan suddenly said, even if the holy stone has been returned, these blasphemers have not been dealt with. This is a huge threat to the entire northern continent. Hong Lan's footsteps paused and she turned around. The net of light on the villagers of Yuan Wu village disappeared after the music stopped. However, the coldness and ruthlessness of the people of Cleansing Joy Pavilion and Ban Lan had left a deep impression on them. At this time, seeing that Hong Lan is looking over, these villagers immediately hide behind Mu Yan in panic. Chu Guangchuan stepped forward, saying coldly, the saintess of the blasphemers must be eliminated. Ye Yun had just witnessed her holy maiden being humiliated and rejected, so she was fuming with rage. Hearing this, he immediately took out his pipa and said coldly, People of the Xiaoyao sect, are you going to continue to protect these blasphemers and cause trouble for the northern continent? Mu Yan feels that a small hand is fiercely gripping the hem of her clothes. His tiny body pressed against hers, trembling incessantly. Should we die? The little girl didn't know what a blasphemer was, but she did know that in the northern continent, it was an existence that everyone wanted to kill. Mu Yan reaches out to stroke her hair, softly saying, Of course not, there has never been a blasphemer in this world. Mu Xiaoyao's eyes brightened. The little girl's eyes lit up for a moment before dimming again. But the people in the tribe say that the saintess is supreme and is the messenger of God. We have always believed in the saintess and revered her. My greatest wish is to become a maid in the saintess temple. But Now, the Holy Maiden says that the people in our village are blasphemers and should die. We clearly didn't do anything. Mu Yan looks up at Jin Lan, her eyes heavy. Jin Lan feels as if these eyes can see through her soul, leaving her with nowhere to hide. She panics and suddenly raises her voice. Do you think that you are very kind, protecting innocent villagers? But have you ever thought that if you let these people live, the Horton tribe, and even the entire northern continent will die? You don't know what a real blasphemer is, yet you insist on saving them. In the end, the entire northern continent is in a desperate situation because of these blasphemers, but you just walk away. Jun Mu Yan, aren't you being hypocritical? Mu Yan frowns and is about to speak. Suddenly, a clear and deep male voice comes from beside her. Then do you know where the blasphemers of the northern continent come from? When you accuse others, have you ever thought about the source of the blasphemer's sin? Jin Lan stares blankly, looking at Luo Yunxiao. What do you mean by this? Luo Yunxiao raises his hand in the air. The nightmare stone that Jin Lan had put away in her sleeve unexpectedly flies out on its own and into Luo Yunxiao's hand. Holy stone! Luo Yunxiao, what are you doing? Quickly return the holy stone to us. Luo Yunxiao gently twirls the holy stone with her fingers, revealing a mocking smile. Do you know where this stone came from? Jin Lan suppresses the trembling in her voice, raises her head, and says in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I know, Jiwen said that this stone fell from the Xianxia continent. But my Mulu pavilion has owned it for hundreds of years. Everyone in the Horton tribe worships it, offers sacrifices to it, and obtains energy from it. We have already regarded it as our own holy stone. Do you want to take it away just because you say that it came from the Xianxia continent and doesn't belong to us? Ling Yuma sneers, if my young martial uncle wanted to take it away, he wouldn't have returned it to you. Gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Jin Lan's face turns green and white, but she grits her teeth and stubbornly looks at Luo Yunxiao. Luo Yunxiao lightly says, I didn't want to say these things, but what, he didn't say. But Yuan Sherlan understood. Because she called out Mayan's hypocrisy, because she fiercely humiliated Mayan with her words, she angered this man. Hong Lan gritted her teeth and slightly raised her chin. Her pride did not allow her to cry, nor did it allow her to beg for love. Luo Yunxiao said, in the Xianxia continent, there is a huge barrier that covers the entire continent. Every once in a while, cracks will appear on the barrier, and countless monsters that only know how to devour flesh and blood will pour out from the cracks. These monsters are formidable and possess lethal poison within their bodies. Moreover, they can be reborn without limit. If they're allowed to wreak havoc in the world, then the 3 dimensions would be instantly destroyed. These monsters are called nightmare ghosts. Hong Lan's eyes widened in shock. She suddenly recalled that Chiwen had mentioned that the sacred stone of their cleansing Lu Pavilion was called the Nightmare Stone. Our Saint Stone, is it related to this poltergeist? Luo Yunxiao nodded. 1,000 years ago, the Xianxia continent experienced a great upheaval, and the barrier was deliberately torn apart by someone. A giant poltergeist ghost came out of the crack. Its strength surpassed all the great powers of the Xianxia continent at that time. It massacred countless people and corpses littered the land. It was only after the abbot of Debiai Temple risked his life to kill it that it finally found peace. The Nightmare Stone was dropped by the poltergeist ghost after its death. To the people of the Xianxia continent, the Xianxia continent was a distant and superior existence. 99% of the people here lived less than 100 years and could never reach the tribulation passing stage. Even if they could reach the tribulation passing stage, they wouldn't be able to attract the lightning tribulation, let alone ascend. In the eyes of the people of the Xianxia continent, the people of the Xianxia continent were superior immortals. They were rulers who could crush ants like them with a single finger. However, such an unreachable immortal realm had actually suffered a calamity before. How powerful was the poltergeist ghost that could almost destroy the entire Xianxia continent? Hearing this, Yuan Lan was shocked. She couldn't help but look at Luo Yunxiao's handsome face. Why was he so familiar with the Xianxia continent, compared to Yuan Lan's shock? Ye Yun and Chu Guangquan were excited. Their eyes fell on the Nightmare Stone in Luo Yunxiao's hand, greed and desire in their eyes. The Nightmare Stone left behind by the poltergeist ghost that even the great powers of the Xianxia continent couldn't resist. What kind of rare treasure was that? Their Mulu pavilion was indeed blessed by the heavens to be able to obtain a treasure like the Nightmare Stone. Ye Yun said, "Young Master Yunxiao, what do you mean by this? Even if the poltergeist ghost was violent when it was alive, it's dead now. Isn't it natural for the Nightmare Stone it left behind to be used by others?" "That's right." Chu Guangquan sneered, "Young Master Yunxiao, please don't quibble anymore. Aren't the inner cores of those man-eating beasts still able to save lives and increase cultivation? Why can't we use the Nightmare Stone? If you really covet the Nightmare Stone and want to steal it, just say it. Why do you have to pretend?" The people of the Xiaoyao sect were furious at being slandered like this. Even Mu Yan's expression darkened. Only Luo Yunxiao's expression remained calm from beginning to end. 1,000 years ago, when the poltergeist ghosts had just been exterminated, someone in the Xiaoxian continent had already discovered the usefulness of the Nightmare Stone. Mortals, cultivators, immortal cultivators, devil cultivators, and even god cultivators can use Nightmare Stones to increase their strength in a short period of time. Moreover, unlike medicinal pills, the Nightmare Stone's effect on a person's strength is vast and limitless. As long as we pay a sufficient price, we can even create an invincible army. The more Chu Guangquan and Yun listened, the more excited they became. The invincible army, wasn't this the goal of the Cleansing Joy Pavilion? What they wanted was not just to live in a corner of the northern continent, but to accumulate enough power to take over the entire cultivation continent. At that time, all the resources in the world would belong to them. How far would it be to transcend the tribulation and ascend? Luo Yunxiao seemed to have seen through their thoughts as a trace of ridicule flashed across her eyes. If the Nightmare Stone was truly perfect and heaven-defying, why would the people of the Xiaoxian continent allow it to wander to the Xiaoxian continent? When the usefulness of the Nightmare Stone was discovered, a high monk from the Debii temple prophesied that it would be inauspicious and urged everyone not to use it. However, in the face of benefits and power, how many people would listen to such advice? The Nightmare Stone passed through many hands and was finally picked up by a lucky second-rate family head. He hid the Nightmare Stone in a secret place that was blocked by a barrier and used the Nightmare Stone to continuously produce powerful immortals. In a short 10 years, this second-rate family's power grew to the point where it could contend against the three major powers of the Xiaoxian continent, the Polar Domain, the Nether Domain, and the Demon Race. Hong Lan couldn't help but ask, what happened to this family? What happened? Luo Yunxiao smirked. The family head was dreaming of dominating the Xiaoxian continent and even started to invade the Polar Domain when the Nightmare Stone suddenly backfired. Everyone in this family became mindless, spiritless, soulless, and filled with killing intent. They became monsters that thirsted to devour flesh and blood. In other words, they all became starved ghosts. Hong Lan's pupils constricted and she unconsciously took a step back. No, impossible. You're talking nonsense. Chu Guangquan was stunned at first, then he flew into a rage. Luo Yunxiao, don't try to mislead people. My Cleansing Joy Pavilion has obtained the Holy Stone for hundreds of years and no one has ever become a starved ghost. Luo Yunxiao sneered, that's why I just asked, what do you think blasphemers are? Mindless, spiritless, and in the end, even their souls would dissipate and they would become monsters that only knew how to devour flesh and blood. Once bitten by such a monster, they would be infected and become a new monster. Hong Lan's face turned pale and her body swayed. It was as if a belief that she had guarded for a lifetime had completely collapsed at this moment. So you're saying that there are no blasphemers at all? When Huang Lang looked at Luo Yunxiao in a daze, the so-called blasphemers, from the beginning to the end, are just sacrifices to increase their own power? How can this be? In Yuanwu village, an old man with red eyes shouted, then what about my son who was sent to the unclean abyss after participating in the worship ceremony? I thought it was because he committed a sin in his previous life that he was rejected by the gods in this life. But now you're telling me that all of this is just a scam? Give me back my son. Give me back my son. The old man charged at Chu Guangquan as if he had gone mad, his skinny and powerless hand desperately trying to grab Chu Guangquan's neck. However, Chu Guangquan waved him lightly, and he fell to the ground. Grandpa! Xiao Ai rushed over to help the old man up and burst into tears. Father! Father, return my father to me. You are all scoundrels, Mulu Pavilion is full of scoundrels. I don't want to worship the saintess anymore. Woo woo woo. Some people in the crowd could not help but cry out loud. And my husband. My husband also became a blasphemer during the sacrifice. My daughter, my poor daughter, do you hear? You're not a blasphemer at all. I'm useless, I couldn't protect you back then, boo-hoo. The entire place was filled with crying sounds, causing the faces of the people of Cleansing Lu Pavilion to turn extremely ugly. Chu Guangquan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He raised his hand and signaled to the people below. However, before they could make a move, Mayan swings the 7 absolute sword in the air, drawing a beautiful arc, and coldly says, "What? You realized that you can't hide your scandal anymore, so you want to silence me?" Chu Guangquan said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. What is the meaning of your Xiaoyao school? You came to my northern continent to mislead people with your fallacious words and ruin the reputation of my Mulu Pavilion. Do you really think that there's no one in my northern continent?" Yishuang said, "Pfft, what proof do you have that our saint stones are nightmare stones? My Cleansing Lu Pavilion has been offering sacrifices to the holy stone for 100 years, and we are still living in harmony. The family that you mentioned was defeated in 10 years. How can the two be compared?" Ling Yuma rolled her eyes. "Idiot, didn't you hear what my junior master said just now? Nightmare stones had to pay a certain price before they could display their corresponding abilities. You are just cultivators, but that family is made up of immortals. Can the price paid by both sides be the same?" Ling Yuxing nodded and said, "Not suffering a backlash in the past 100 years doesn't mean there won't be a backlash. It's just that the nightmare stone hasn't gathered enough energy. Isn't the best proof that the symptoms of the blasphemers you speak of exactly the same as the poltergeist ghosts?" Chu Guangquan waved his sleeve and said loudly, "I won't argue with you. Young Master Yun Xiao, if you still have a little bit of shame, quickly return our Mulu Pavilion's holy stone. Also, these blasphemers are members of the Horton tribe. It is our freedom to deal with them as we see fit. Could it be that you, the unfettered 7, are already so overbearing to the point of interfering with the matters of others' clans?" Mu Yan looks at his uncontrollable anger and slightly narrows her eyes. "Don't tell me you already knew about the side effects of the nightmare stone and the blasphemers?" Chu Guangquan was stunned, and a wisp of astonishment and terror flashed swiftly in his eyes. But it's quickly covered up by flustered and exasperated anger. "Jun Mayan, I'm warning you, if you dare to spout venomous slander again, don't blame my Mulu Pavilion, it seems that you really know." Mu Yan sneered. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and slowly shook his head. "No, not just that. The so-called blasphemers and the so-called unclean abyss were all created by your Cleansing Joy Pavilion. This was to provide enough energy for the nightmare stone. This is the price you have to pay for using the nightmare stone, am I right? You're courting death." Chu Guangquan abruptly took out the lushing and placed it next to his mouth. His spirit energy surged. Ear-piercing music resounds, and in a split second, it turns into hundreds of sound blades that fly towards Mayan. Mayan sneers, "You want to silence me just because you've been right? That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Before her voice falls, the Tian Emochin is already floating in front of her. His slender fingers plucked the strings lightly. Sound blade, activated. If Chu Guangquan's sound blade attack was like 100 arrows being shot at the same time, Mu Yan's, zither sound blade, was a rain of swords, an inescapable net. Ah! Chu Guangquan didn't even have time to react before his sound blades were completely shattered in the air. His body felt as if it was being sliced by 1,000 blades. In an instant, blood spurted out. It made him howl like a pig being slaughtered. Ling Yuma laughed mischievously, "You're very bold to compete with my junior sister in musical attack." Ling Yuxing, he died a horrible death too. The arrogant Chu Guangquan fell to the ground with a thud and lay in a pool of blood, unable to get up for a long time. Elder Chu. The people of Mulu Pavilion rushed over to help Chu Guangquan up. He glares at Mayan, "Jun Mayan, you actually dared to make a move." Mu Yan brushes off the dust on her clothes. "If I don't make a move, am I supposed to let him hit me? I'm sorry, but the Xiaoyao sect doesn't have the habit of taking a beating without fighting back. We only believe that if people don't offend us, we won't offend them." Mulan takes out the solitary ice and snow, playing the ethereal sound of the zither. Countless rays of light fall on Chu Guangquan's body. The wounds on Chu Guangquan's body stopped bleeding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it's not completely healed, this method of using medicine to make music is very good. Mu Yan couldn't help but show an expression of appreciation. On her way from the Yanwu continent to the Xiozhen continent, she had encountered very few musicians. Occasionally, she would meet one, but they were like Yi Xiaoqin, the assistant pipa player in the three-courtyard tournament, people who were eager for quick success. They only used musical instruments and performance as a means to achieve fame and power. In their hearts, they don't have the slightest bit of love for music or the instrument in their hands. And this kind of character would be directly reflected in the music that was performed. Up until now, only the billowing music of the ocean contained such sincere emotions. She really loves the harp and treasures the lonely solitude of snow and snow in her hands. That's why she can perfectly integrate her emotions, spiritual power, and music, and truly reach the level of a musician. It's a pity that such a noble musician was born in a filthy place like Mulu Pavilion. Ever since she was young, she had been brainwashed to discard her humanity and prioritize the interests of Mulu Pavilion. If this goes on, she doesn't know how long the clarity of her music can last. Under Yuan Lan's treatment, Chu Guangquan slowly opens his eyes. Ye Yun and the others call out in delight, "Elder Chu, how are you?" Who would have thought that Chu Guangquan would suddenly push them aside, his red eyes staring at Mu Yan, then looking at the Tian Mo Qin in her hands. "You, what kind of musician skill did you just use? What's that qin in your hands?" Ling Yuma impatiently says, "What kind of skill and zither is none of your business." No. How could it have nothing to do with me? Chu Guangquan staggers up from the ground, "That's the lost unique skill of my Mulu Pavilion." Why can you use it? Where on earth did you learn these musician skills? And this qin, I now have reason to suspect that this qin is the other lost artifact of my Mulu Pavilion, the Cry of the Nine Heavens crane. Yes, and the moves you used to resist the black fog of the unclean abyss. I thought they were familiar at the time, but I didn't think that they were the lost skills of my Mulu Pavilion for hundreds of years. Ye Yun and the others stare blankly at first, then widen their eyes in disbelief. "Elder Chu, is what you said true? Is that zither really the lost divine artifact of our Cleansing Joy Pavilion, the Cry of the Nine Heavens? I've also heard that our Cleansing Joy Pavilion used to have a powerful musician inheritance. Our strength was 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than it is now. Could it be that there really is a lost supreme art? But this is clearly my Mulu Pavilion's unique skill. How did it fall into the hands of this Jun Mayan Saintess?" Ye Yun grabbed Han Lan's hand and said excitedly, "That's great." Cry of the Nine Heavens crane had been lost for more than 10 years. It was the greatest regret of the previous generation's saintess when she died. Over the years, as long as a powerful zither appears, you will send someone to the Saint Lady Temple for inspection, just to confirm whether it is the Cry of the Ninth Heaven crane. Now that we have found the real Cry of the Ninth Heaven crane, you can also comfort the spirit of the former saintess in heaven. At first, there was some doubt on Yuan Sherlan's face. When he heard Ye Yun's words, his heart shook, and his eyes couldn't help but ripple. The Cleansing Joy Pavilion's divine artifact was supposed to have two. One was the harp, solitary ice and snow, in the hands of Sea Dragon. The other one was an inconspicuous zither called the Cry of the Ninth Heaven crane. Before Bailan matured, no one in Cleansing Joy Pavilion could control the solitary serenity of ice and snow. That was why solitary ice and snow had always been shelved. The other one was an inconspicuous zither called the Cry of the Ninth Heaven crane. Before Bailan matured, no one in Cleansing Joy Pavilion could control the solitary serenity of ice and snow. That was why solitary ice and snow had always been shelved. And the Holy Maiden had always used the Cry of the Ninth Heaven. The previous generation saintess, who was also Bailan's mother, Bai Wei, was no exception. More than 10 years ago, a group of mysterious people appeared in Cleansing Joy Pavilion. They asked Cleansing Joy Pavilion to help them hunt down a few fugitives. At that time, Ban Lan was still young and didn't know the identity of those mysterious people. She only knew that they were very powerful. They were so powerful that the former Holy Maiden, who was already at the peak of the tribulation passing stage, and who was also Bailan's mother, couldn't resist them at all. After being intimidated, Ma Sherwei had no choice but to bring along her Cry of the Ninth Heaven crane and lead a large group of Mulu Pavilion's elites to search for it. Who knew that in the end, this group of elites would be completely annihilated, and not even their bones were left behind. Only Shi Wei and Great Elder Xianyuan dragged their heavily injured bodies back, but Cleansing Lu Pavilion's divine weapon, Cry of the Nine Heavens crane, was lost by her. Not long after returning to Cleansing Joy Pavilion, Ma Yinwei passed away due to her heavy injuries. Before she died, she was filled with guilt. She felt that she was the one who caused the deaths of the elites of the Mulu Pavilion. She was also the one who lost the Cry of the Ninth Heaven crane, causing the Mulu Pavilion to lose the divine artifact. During those years, the status of the Saintess Temple of Cleansing Lu Pavilion was in jeopardy. It wasn't until Hong Lan matured and was able to play the solitary snow and ice that the situation was completely reversed. But in Hong Lan's heart, the crane's Cry of the Ninth Heaven had always been on her mind, because that was her mother's final wish before she died. Hong Lan walked towards Mu Yan and said in a low voice, "Miss June, can you let me take your zither back to examine it for a few days? I guarantee that as long as this zither is not my Mulu Pavilion's divine weapon, it will be returned to you in 3 days. Are you sick?" Ling Yuma said snappily, "This zither is my junior sister's contracted weapon. If it is casually given to you, if it is slightly damaged, her own divine soul will suffer a backlash. If it were you, would you be willing to hand it over for other people to study?" Ling Yuxing also said coldly, "I want you to let us study your zither for 3 days. Are you willing? Are you kidding me?" Before Ban Jinlan could reply, Chu Guangquan and Yu Yun had already objected vehemently. "The solitary ice and snow is our Cleansing Joy Pavilion's most precious treasure. Apart from the Saintess, it cannot be in the hands of anyone else." Hong Lan also frowned. The contract between her and the solitary star of ice and snow was no ordinary soul imprint. If she handed over Icy Snow Solitary, and someone purposely tried to erase her imprint, she would suffer a strong backlash. "Miss June, solitary ice and snow is too important to me, I can't hand it over to you. But apart from the solitary serenity of ice and snow, I can accept anything you want as a guarantee. Furthermore, I guarantee in the name of the Saintess of Mulu Pavilion that as long as you don't steal the divine artifact of Mulu Pavilion, this zither will be returned to you." "How can returning the zither be enough?" Chu Guangquan said anxiously. "There's also the lost ultimate art of my Cleansing Lu Pavilion. And our sacred stone. Saintess, these are very important to our Cleansing Joy Pavilion. You mustn't let them take them away." Mu Yan looks at Yuan Sherlan with a smile that isn't a smile. "Do you think the conditions you proposed are very fair?" Hu Jinlan's face immediately turned red. He subconsciously glanced at Luo Yunxiao. Of course, she knew that the deal she proposed was too biased. He wasn't willing to hand over the solitary serenity of the ice and snow, but he insisted that Mayan hand over her personal instrument. But Cry of the Ninth Heaven crane was too important to her. The Cleansing Lu Pavilion was a responsibility that she could not abandon. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. "Regardless of whether my conditions are fair or not, this is your only chance to prove your innocence. Or, does the Xiaoyao school really want to be enemies with the Cleansing Joy Pavilion?" Chu Guangquan sneered, "Don't be so shameless. Since you've entered my northern continent, you'd better listen to me if you want to live." Even though Chu Guangquan had just been beaten by Mayan until he was looking for his teeth all over the floor. However, he was still incomparably arrogant and showed no signs of fear. This was because they were in the northern continent, within the boundaries of the Cleansing Joy Pavilion. This arrogant and despotic attitude completely angered Ling Yuma and the others. "Damn it, don't be so shameless. This is what I want to say. You want to steal my junior sister's things? Fine. Let's see if the carefree sect is afraid of you or not." In an instant, spiritual energy surged, and the atmosphere was tense. They were just 5 nascent soul cultivators. However, the immense pressure that was instantly released caused the expressions of everyone in Cleansing Delight Pavilion, including Elder Chu and the 5 saintesses, to change. They had always thought that June Mayan was the only strong one among the Xiaoyao 7. June Mayan was the only one who could beat Elder Chu, who was in the leaving body stage, with her nascent soul cultivation. But at this moment, he discovered that other than June Mayan, the other 4 were also so strong that it made his scalp go numb. Judging from the pressure of their auras, it seemed that each of the 4 of them could beat up Chu Guangquan. Chu Guangquan's face alternated between green and white as he hurriedly looked at Bailan. "Saintess! Why don't you make a move?" he shouted. "Everything is for Mulu Pavilion." There was a hint of struggle and shame in Hong Lan's eyes. Her gaze sweeps over to Luo Yunxiao, who hasn't spoken all this time, and she finally clenches her teeth. "Jun Mayan, I'll give you one last chance. Don't force me to activate the myriad torrent formation." As she spoke, she had already activated her ice snow solitude. His fingers plucked the strings of the zither, and the melody was ethereal and pleasant to listen to. As the zither was played, countless rays of light shot out from the zither and spread in all directions. It was as if he was trying to pull something between heaven and earth. Mayan sneers. The Tian Mo Qin spins a few circles in the air, and steadily falls in front of her. Did he really think that she was afraid of this stupid array? However, before she could speak, she heard a gentle and magnetic man's voice ring out. "There's no need to give me another chance." Luo Yunxiao looked at Hong Lan, then slowly turned to the people of the Mulu Pavilion and said, "Now, it's not the Mulu Pavilion that wants to cause trouble for the Xiaoyao sect, it's the Xiaoyao sect that doesn't want to let this go." What? Hong Lan was shocked and pained. However, Luo Yunxiao did not even look at her as she raised her hand and threw out an array disc. The formation plate hovered in the air and began to spin rapidly. In a split second, strands of silver energy flew out from the formation plate and shot out in all directions. In the next moment, Hong Lan's eyes widened in shock, and she could no longer continue playing the guqin. How could this be? "Saintess? What are you doing? Quickly activate the array." Hong Lan looks at Luo Yunxiao in disbelief. What did you do? Why was her connection with the Wanted Great Array cut off? Ye Yun and the others also realize something and become nervous. The Wanted Great Array is another treasure of our Mulu Pavilion. What did you do, Yunxiao Gongzi? Don't tell me you want to take our formation for yourself? How can everyone in the Xiaoyao school be so shameless? Jun Mayan stole our zither and learned our secret arts. Yunxiao Gongzi, you robbed our holy stone, and now you still want it? Slap, a heavy slap lands on Ye Shuang's face. She falls to the ground and can't get up for a long time. Then, slap slap slap, the continuous applause caused everyone in Cleansing Joy Pavilion to fall to the ground, except for Yuan Sherlan. Ye Yun, Ye Shuang, Ye Feng, Ye Shui, Ye Yu, and Dong Ling are fine. Being slapped in the air, their cheeks are swollen and they don't suffer any real injury. But Chu Guangquan and his subordinates, who scolded them the most viciously, have their bones broken. Some scream like pigs being slaughtered, and some marry each other. Hong Lan stares at Luo Yunxiao in disbelief. What are you doing? She doesn't even think about it. Luo Yunxiao, who has always been gentle and elegant, is actually so ruthless. Luo Yunxiao says lightly, "Didn't you accuse our Xiaoyao school of robbing your things? Since we've been accused, if we don't prove it, won't we suffer a loss?" Pfft. Mayan and the others can't help but laugh. I didn't know that Junior Master is so two-faced. Ahem, isn't it the good tradition of our Xiaoyao school to return a tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye? Luo Yunxiao has always been indifferent. On the surface, he is gentle and elegant, but in fact, he has an indescribable sense of alienation from everything in the world. But these few times, in order to protect them, he attacks again and again, showing his anger and emotions. This makes the people of the Xiaoyao school feel that their junior master, who is like an immortal from the ninth heaven, seems to be a lot closer to them. The atmosphere in the Xiaoyao school is cheerful. The people of Cleansing Joy Pavilion were ashamed and furious at the same time. With tears in her eyes, Dong Ling fiercely glared at Luo Yunxiao and roared hysterically, "The saintess has fallen in love with you. For you, she even tolerated your spirit beast and the people of the Xiaoyao sect. How can you be so heartless and let her down?" Luo Yunxiao subconsciously glances at Mayan. Seeing her gaze sweep back and forth between Yuan Sherlan and him, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. But he quickly covered it up. His appearance was elegant beyond compare, but his expression was as indifferent as smoke. "I've never fallen in love, so how can I be heartless?" These short words were like a sharp blade that ruthlessly pierced through Military Orchid's heart. Her face was pale from the pain, and she was on the verge of collapsing. The thing that she was most unable to accept was that Luo Yunxiao didn't even look down on her, nor did she feel disgusted or detest. She purely didn't take her seriously in the slightest. Luo Yunxiao, you're too much. Yayun screamed. Her fingers fiercely plucked on the pipa. We just want to take back Cleansing Joy Pavilion's things. Is that wrong? Luo Yunxiao sneered. A frog at the bottom of a well, short-sighted. Do you really think that everyone in the world covets your Cleansing Joy Pavilion's things? As he spoke, he threw the holy stone in front of Military Orchid. I've already explained the origin and backlash of the Nightmare Stone. If you say that it belongs to your Cleansing Joy Pavilion, then so be it. I hope you won't regret it when the entire Horton tribe suffers a backlash in the future. Are you cursing us? Enough. Hong Lan's face was pale. She picked up the Nightmare Stone and shouted, let's go. Saintess? How can we just leave like this? Cry of the Nine Heavens Crane and our Cleansing Lu Pavilion's ultimate technique. Yuan Sherlan raised his voice and roared, I said go. Do you want to disobey my orders? Or do you think you haven't embarrassed yourselves enough today? As she spoke, she tightly gripped the Nightmare Stone in her hand. Without sparing Luo Yunxiao another glance, he soared into the sky. The wind whistled past her cheeks, and a tear fell from the corner of her eye, dissipating in the air. Yayun took out a flying boat and carried the injured people of Cleansing Lu Pavilion onto it. Before leaving, she fiercely glares at Mu Yan and Luo Yunxiao before turning to leave. Seeing that they had flown away, Ling Yuma frowned and said, Junior Marshal Uncle, you're letting them go just like that? It didn't conform to the Xiaoyao sect's principle of if people don't offend us, we won't offend them. If people offend us, we'll cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Luo Yunxiao remained silent. On the contrary, Mu Yan slowly says, Mu Lu Pavilion has indeed created many innocent blasphemers, but it has also cured many patients over the years. Furthermore, there's one more thing that Mayan didn't say. The entire Horton tribe, and even the entire northern continent, had to offer sacrifices to the Nightmare Stone every year to receive its power. Those ordinary cultivators who had only strengthened their physical bodies were fine. However, it was different for those gods givers who had improved their cultivation and were given special abilities. They had to participate in the sacrificial ceremony every year to receive the power bestowed by the Nightmare Stone. Once it stopped, these people's bodily functions would begin to deteriorate and their spiritual power would dry up. In the end, his symptoms were not much different from those of a blasphemer. It was like an addiction that could not be broken. Consuming too much would turn one into a monster. Consuming too little would also turn one into a monster. From the moment they started using the pyrolite stones, they had already entered a vicious circle. Moreover, with the passage of time, generation after generation, all gods bestowers and even ordinary cultivators would become more and more reliant on the Nightmare Stones until they were beyond redemption. Mayan looks at Junior Marshal Uncle. Chiwen said that you need that Nightmare Stone? Is it okay to give it to Mu Lu Pavilion like this? Luo Yunxiao turned to look at her and moved his lips. Just when Mu Yan thinks that he is going to answer, she suddenly hears him say coldly, Jun Mayan, how many times have you let yourself fall into danger? The corner of Mayan's mouth twitches. Cough, Junior Marshal Uncle, are you still angry? She really wanted to explain that the god-punishing shaman could not hurt her. However, little Marshal Uncle's expression was too terrifying. She couldn't explain it at all. Ayaya, how could Master bear to be angry with you, Mei Yan Yan? Even if the Master was really angry, as long as you pounced on him and gave him a kiss, the Master would already be howling. Master, spare me. Chiwen won't dare to speak nonsense anymore. Luo Yunxiao stared coldly at Chiwen, who was in her hand. Her expression was cold and stern, and she no longer had her usual indulgence. Who told you to act on your own and steal something from Mu Lu Pavilion? Chiwen said in an aggrieved tone, but that wasn't an ordinary thing. It was the Nightmare Stone that Master wanted. Boo-hoo-hoo, Master, I know I was wrong. In the future, I won't dare to act on my own. Please don't, Chiwen, okay? Mei Yan Yan, help me put in a few good words. Chiwen will become a wild child without a master. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. What if *King Wild Child? Chiwen, Do you know that you're a few hundred-years-old magical beast? And you're AF * king womanizer. Luo Yunxiao's face darkens. After leaving the northern continent, go back to the Xingyuan dock by yourself. Master. The joking expression on Qi Wen's face disappeared at this moment and was replaced by panic. Master, are you joking? I really know that I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone to steal the insect stone without telling you. I shouldn't have implicated Mei Yanyan and the others. In the future, I really won't dare to do it again. Master, you can punish me however you want, just don't drive me away. When I came out of the Xingyuan dock, I swore that I would follow you forever. Mu Yan, quickly help me persuade Master, okay? Qi Wen clings to Mu Yan's clothes, not even calling her Mei Yanyan that she usually likes to talk about. Her eyes are filled with uncontrollable anxiety, panic, and pleading. Mu Yan also feels that Qi Wen is too bold. If she lets it continue to cause trouble, sooner or later, it will bring disaster to little martial uncle. But wouldn't it be too harsh to drive Qi Wen away directly? She moves her lips, but in the end, she doesn't say anything. Little martial uncle has always been a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He will never act impulsively because of impulsiveness. There must be a reason for letting Qi Wen leave. You help me persuade Master, okay? I don't want to go. I don't want to leave Master. Seeing that Mu Yan doesn't reply, Qi Wen tugs at Ling Yuma and Ling Yuxing's clothes. Her voice becomes more and more shrill and anxious, even carrying a hint of sobbing. Ling Yuxing can't bear it. Little martial uncle, Qi Wen knows he was wrong, can you give him another chance? Ling Yuma also says, yes, if you're angry, just punish him severely. He has been following you, if you drive him away, you might not be used to it. Qi Wen looks up at Luo Yunxiao, only hoping that he can take back his order. Ling Yuma nudges Mu Yan with her elbow. If one were to talk about pleading for leniency, then junior sister would definitely be the most useful. Mu Yan is silent for a moment, then coughs lightly. Chi cannot escape punishment, but the death penalty can still be spared. Moreover, I still need its help with something. Young martial uncle, why don't you make an exception and let it redeem itself for a period of time? Luo Yunxiao snapped, what can it help you with? In order to plead for it, you spared no effort. Mayan smiles brightly, if Qi Wen can really help me, would junior martial uncle be willing to spare his dog life? Luo Yunxiao saw that she rarely showed such a crafty look in front of her, and her brows couldn't help but soften a bit. But he said, I'm just asking it to return to Xingyuan dock. Why do I want its life? Wow. Master, if Qi Wen leaves you, doesn't that mean you want to kill Qi Wen? Qi Wen hugs Mayan and cries, Mei Yan, I knew you were the best. Tell me, do you want me to be a cow or a horse for you? As long as Master doesn't drive me away, I'm willing to do anything. Mu Yan sees Luo Yunxiao crossing his arms over his chest, looking like he wants to see how Qi Wen will help him. She can't help but smile. Does junior martial uncle really think that I'm giving him a perfunctory reason? She beckons to Wen Huanglang and the villagers of Yuanwu village. Hundreds of people immediately lined up neatly and eagerly ran over. Madam Enchantress, what can I do for you? Madam Enchantress, if there's anything you need us to do, just tell us. In times of crisis, these people habitually called Mayan Madam Immortal. Now that they've come back to their senses, they remembered that Qi Wen disliked Madam Immortal, so they changed it to Madam Enchantress. Mayan said, I promise to completely expel the god-killing shaman from your body. It might be very painful during this period, are you willing to accept it? Willing. Madam Enchantress is willing to save us, what's a bit of suffering? That's right, let alone suffering, even if you ask me to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil, I won't even frown. Mayan nodded and grabbed something from the Tian Emochin space. In a split second, a huge shadow shrouded the villagers of Yuanwu village. Huh? What's this? Stupid, can't you see it? It's a tree. I know it's a tree, but what kind of tree is it? The villagers of Yuanwu village kept circling around the tree that Mayan had just taken out. Even the people of the Xiaoyao school were curious and gathered around. Only Luo Yunxiao, who was standing on the periphery, had her pupils shrink after seeing the tree. Chu Moli, who had always been gentle and quiet, spoke up at this time, is this tree related to the treatment of the god-killing shaman? Mayan shook her head, then nodded. In fact, I was looking for this tree in order to treat eldest brother's illness. Huh? Eldest brother's illness is related to this tree? What kind of tree is this? Mayan's eyes were focused on the tall and lush tree, and she slowly said, when eldest brother was unconscious that day, I couldn't tell what kind of illness he had. I only knew that in his heart vein, there was a kind of energy that seemed like poison but wasn't, like evil but wasn't. So, I could only conclude that eldest brother was poisoned. Eldest brother's illness only broke out when he entered the snow demon forest, so there must be something in the forest that caused him to be poisoned. In the end, I found this tree. Ordinary people might not be able to find the difference between this tree and ordinary spirit plants. However, she, who had used all plants' resonating resonance, could clearly feel that the energy contained in the tree and the poison in eldest senior brother's body complemented each other. At the time, I didn't know what this poison was. But now, everything is clear. That was the god-slaying shaman. At the same time, it was also the poison that was slowly deposited in the cultivator's body after being used by the nightmare stone. And to completely expel the god-slaying witch from the bodies of the villagers of Yuanwu village, relying on the skills of a Shin musician is not enough. It was necessary to use the mutually reinforcing and restraining things contained in the tree as a guide to fully exert the effect of the art of magic yellow. This is also the reason why Mayan confidently told the people of Mulu Pavilion that she can cure the villagers of Yuanwu village. She was just a little confused. Whether it was the god-punishing witch or the poison of the nightmare stone, they would not accumulate in a cultivator's body in a short period of time. It was just like how Ling Yuma and the others had stayed in the unclean abyss for 2 days and did not need to purposely get rid of the poison. But eldest senior brother had clearly just entered the northern continent. How could there be so much god-killing witch poison in his body? So strong, even more so than the villagers of Yuanwu village who had lived in the Horton tribe all their lives. Mayan composed herself and threw her doubts to the back of her mind. The sound of the zither slowly rang out, and countless rays of light enveloped the tree. After an hour, the originally green leaves and brown branches began to be plated with a layer of silver brilliance. Then, the whole tree began to tremble violently. Leaves flew towards the villagers of Yuanwu village. Eat these leaves. At Mu Yan's command, the villagers didn't hesitate and directly put the leaves into their mouths. The moment the leaves entered their stomachs, a scorching stream of air sprang up from their stomachs and instantly flowed through their whole body. So hot, so painful, the skin of the villagers suddenly turned red, as if they were on fire. Bean-sized beads of sweat came out from their foreheads. Along with the beads of sweat, there were also wisps of black energy lines. However, these energy strands seemed to be reluctant to leave their bodies. From time to time, they would drill in and out of their skin, unwilling to leave. Mu Yan's hand kept playing and said loudly, "Qi-wen, didn't you want to atone for your crimes? Now is your chance?" "Ah?" Mu Yan said, "Go, and swallow all the devil energy overflowing from their bodies." "What?" Qi-wen blinked. "Swallow? Swallow the devil energy? It's a magical beast, it's not impossible." Devil energy was also a great tonic for it. But the problem was that the devil energy coming out from other people's bodies. It was just like other people's feces, very smelly and disgusting. Okay, now, not only did it have to eat other people's feces, but it also had to eat hundreds of people's feces. How could Qi-wen bear this? "You don't accept?" Mu Yan hooked up her lips and looked at Luo Yunxiao, "Young martial uncle, I take back my plea, you take this guy. I'll eat, okay?" Qi-wen was scared out of her wits. Without hesitation, she rushed over and inhaled the devil energy coming out from Wen Huanglong's body. Sure enough, the devil energy that was going in and out of Wen Huanglong's body, refusing to leave, was completely swallowed by Qi-wen in a split second. An hour later. Burp-eyed Qi-wen pressed her abdomen with her claws, lying on the ground like a pile of mud, unable to get up for a long time. I can't eat anymore. I don't want to swallow devil energy in this life. Boo-hoo, it's too scary." Mu Yan looks at its mud-like appearance and can't help but burst out laughing. "Little martial uncle, I believe that from today onwards, Qi-wen will definitely not dare to make any more mistakes." Qi-wen nodded with tears in her eyes. Regardless of whether it was his master or Mei Yanyan, they were both too terrifying. It didn't want to experience this kind of punishment a second time. Mu Yan looked at Luo Yunxiao and said with a smile, "So, young martial uncle, seeing that it's already in such a miserable state, please spare it this time." Luo Yunxiao was silent for a moment before nodding. "All right. But I have one condition." "What condition?" Luo Yunxiao points to the tree that Mu Yan has just taken out of the Tian Emochin space, and says in a deep voice, "I want the trunk of this tree." Mayan blinks, "Just this?" Luo Yunxiao nodded. She was speechless and wanted to roll her eyes. "Youngest martial uncle, I only took this tree to treat eldest martial brother's illness. Actually, a few branches were enough. You can have them all if you want." At that time, she moved the whole tree here purely because she found it troublesome. Moreover, there was no way to estimate how serious eldest martial brother's poisoning condition was. Luo Yunxiao looked at her deeply. "Do you know the origin of this tree?" 1,000 years ago. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Mayan waved her hand and put the tree into her Qianquan bag, stuffing it into Luo Yunxiao's hand. Mu Yan only left a huge branch for herself. From her experience in treating the villagers of Yuanwu village, this big branch is enough to cure the entire Horton tribe. Luo Yunxiao holds the Qianquan bag in a daze. "Don't you want to know the origin of this tree?" "Hee, little junior sister is afraid that the value of this tree is too high, and you can't bear to part with it. It's better not to know." "There's no other way," who told little junior sister to always be so poor. She can't wait to convert all the treasures on her into Jingshi. Mu Yan righteously says, "Am I that kind of person who likes Jingshi? Little martial uncle is one of us, the things we give to little martial uncle, value." Luo Yunxiao takes out a Qianquan bag and empties it. Clatter, countless dazzling obsidian crystals roll down, piling up into a small hill. This time, the hill is more than 3 times bigger than the one Luo Yunxiao gave them last time. Mu Yan's eyes stare straight, her impassioned words of pretense of generosity can no longer go on. Ling Yuma directly pounces on it, "Damn it. Obsidian crystals, these are all obsidian crystals. I've never seen them in my entire life." Luo Yunxiao looks at their appearance when they see the Jingshi, a faint smile appearing in her eyes. Her cold and indifferent eyes seem to be stained with a trace of warmth. After packing up everything, Mu Yan and the others prepare to set off to find Yun Ruhan and Luo Yu. According to Wen Huanglang, the old woman who can use the red compass should be a member of the Yun family. The Yun family is also a great family in the northern continent of Xianxia, and does not belong to Mu Lu Pavilion. However, their relationship with Mu Lu Pavilion has always been close, and they have many marriages. Therefore, although the old woman is a member of the Yun family, she could command the guards of Mu Lu Pavilion at that time. "Little martial uncle, you want to travel with us?" Seeing Luo Yunxiao nod, Mu Yan and the others are both surprised and happy. They have long been accustomed to little martial uncle appearing and disappearing like a ghost, coming and going without stopping. They thought that this time, he would be like before, solving their crisis and then leaving. They didn't expect that this time, little martial uncle would act together with them. "Little martial uncle is worried that we offended Mu Lu Pavilion and will suffer retaliation, right?" "Hee, maybe little martial uncle is also worried about Xiaoqi and eldest senior brother." Luo Yunxiao allowed them to laugh and tease her, but she remained silent. If they went overboard, he would punish them directly. They were tormented to the point of hovering between life and death and peeling off a layer of skin. They no longer dared to speak carelessly. Just like that, the group quickly arrived at the Yun family's territory. In the northern land of the Purple Cloud world, the place with the most human traffic was usually called the market. In the center of the Yun family, there was a Yanyu bazaar similar to the Wanjin bazaar. Just as they were about to enter Cloudfield Bazaar, Luo Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed, and she stopped in her tracks. Mu Yan and the others turned to look. A black talisman floated out from his body, floated in midair, and then slowly burned. Within the lingering black fog, a blurry figure was faintly discernible. Then, a soft and pleasant voice with a sobbing tone sounded. "Xiao, your brother Yuani is in trouble, come back quickly. Come back and save him. Only you can save him." Luo Yunxiao's thin lips moved, as if he wanted to say something. Then, another low voice sounded impatiently, "Why are you wasting words with him? Don't use the Big Dipper technique and bring him back. Can't wait. Mu Yan was standing next to Luo Yunxiao. She watched as the blood on his face and the warmth in his eyes faded, turning into a desolate heart. She subconsciously called out, "Young martial uncle?" She stretched out her hand as if she wanted to grab something. However, the black smoke from the burning talisman suddenly gushed out and wrapped around Luo Yunxiao. "Young martial uncle!" Mu Yan shouted and rushed over. However, she only managed to grab a corner of Luo Yunxiao's clothes. He could only watch helplessly as he disappeared right in front of his eyes. Mulu Pavilion. The Saintess has returned. With a series of shouts, the middle door of the Saintess Hall opened and a group of people filed in. Elder Xianyuan hurried forward and said anxiously, "The Holy Stone has been found." Before he could finish his words, he found that something was wrong. He saw that the 5 Saintesses' hair were all disheveled and their cheeks were swollen. Because they were women, Luo Yunxiao did not hit them hard. However, the slap he sent out in midair contained immortal energy. Mu Yinglan tried her best but could not make the swelling go away immediately. She could only wait for them to slowly heal. As for Chu Guanquan and the others, they were even worse off. Several of the bones in their bodies were broken, and every one of them was enough to make them unable to walk and suffer so much pain that they wanted to die. The pain of these broken bones could not be healed by musician skills, so they could only endure it. And Chu Guanquan was the most miserable. One of his broken bones was his spine. At this time, he was lying on the bed with grief and indignation, fear and despair. Other people's bones could grow back, but he was likely to be paralyzed in bed for the rest of his life. "Who is it? Who hurt you?" Xianyuan said angrily, "Is the bastard who stole the Holy Stone really so powerful? Did you get the Holy Stone back?" Mu Yinglan bit her lip and stretched out her hand. A reddish-brown stone was exposed and slowly flew in the direction of the Praying God Tower. Seeing that the Holy Stone had returned, Xianyuan breathed a sigh of relief. "What happened? Who hurt Elder Chu like this?" "Xiaoyao School. It's all their fault." Chu Guanquan roared and struggled to get up, but he found that he couldn't feel anything from his neck down. He couldn't move at all. He was filled with grief, indignation, and despair. He couldn't help but shout, "Saintess, Great Elder, you must avenge me." Yeyun took a step forward. Covering his swollen cheek with his sleeve, he recounted what had happened outside the unclean abyss today. The more Grand Elder Xianyuan listened, the more frightened he became, his face turning green and white. When he hears that the zither that Jun Mayan is using is very likely the lost artifact of Mulu Pavilion, the cry of the 9th heaven crane, his eyes flash. But it was quickly covered by excitement. Is the musician's skill that Jun Mayan displayed really that powerful? Absolutely. Yeyun nodded solemnly. Ye Shuang and the others were unwilling, but they had to admit it. Whether it's fighting or healing, her musician skills are beyond imagination. Ye Shuang also described what had happened in the Clear Night Hall. "I always feel that the musician skills displayed by this Jun Mayan are very similar to our Mulu pavilions." Yeyun said hesitantly, "It's even more powerful than the musician skills inherited from our Mulu pavilion." Chu Guanquan said loudly, "I already said that it's the lost secret skill of our Mulu pavilion. Great Elder, as long as we take back these secret skills, the strength of our Mulu pavilion will not be the same as before." Xianyuan paced back and forth, while the look in his eyes constantly changed. Sometimes excited, sometimes greedy, and sometimes nervous. Regarding the lost secret art of Clean Le Pavilion, Chu Guanquan and the others did not know much about it. Xianyuan was the only one in the entire Clean Le Pavilion who knew the truth. Clean Le Pavilion was said to be unrivaled in the musician path for thousands of years. But in fact, it was only 1,000 years ago that they really rose to become a world-famous music doctor. This was all because 1,000 years ago, when the ancestor of Clean Le Pavilion went to the Woodfern Sea to gain experience, he accidentally picked up a broken cosmos bag. Inside this cosmos bag, there was a cry of the 9th heaven crane, an ice and snow solitude, a holy stone, and a mirage stone that had been mostly worn out. The mirage stones recorded in them were all incomparably mysterious musician skills. The ancestor of Clean Le Pavilion was originally a musician. After seeing the images recorded in the mirage stone, he was shocked and immediately began to learn. Because of this Cosmos bag, Clean Le Pavilion gradually became a unique music doctor inheritance in the true cultivation continent. But unexpectedly, the damaged Mirage Stone, after persisting for a few years, turned into powder. Moreover, the musician's skills taught inside were too difficult, and it was impossible to master them all in a few years. Therefore, the ancestor of Clean Le Pavilion could only watch the secret art slip away from his hands with heartache and unwillingness. In the images recorded in the Mirage Stone, there was a sentence. The images recorded in the Mirage Stone are only used to support the god musician sect's secret art. Do not be greedy for simplicity, using it as a reference, it will be difficult to achieve great things. What did this sentence mean? It meant that the secret art recorded in the Mirage Stone, which shocked Clean Le Pavilion, was just an empty shell, used by others to assist in the cultivation of the real secret art. Even the empty shell was so powerful, not to mention the real secret art. Since then, Clean Le Pavilion mobilized all of its forces to search the true cultivation continent. They hoped to find the real secret art of the god musician sect. However, the result was in vain. It was not until the ancestor of Clean Le Pavilion discovered the magical use of the holy stone that he gradually gave up on this idea. But almost all the high-level members of Clean Le Pavilion knew that their Clean Le Pavilion had a secret art that was lost outside. If they could retrieve this lost art, then the Cleansing Joy Pavilion would be like adding wings to a tiger, and they would be invincible. Grand Elder Xianxia knew more than they did. At this time, he clearly realized that it was a unique skill of the god musicians. What that June Mayan grasps must be the godly musician's secret art that they've been searching for thousands of years. Great Elder Xianxia suddenly slaps the table, his face filled with righteous indignation and excitement. I don't know who this June Muyan is, but my Mu Le Pavilion's ancestral secret technique cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of others. The Xiaoyao sect is going too far. They stole the holy stone of the Mu Le Pavilion, let the blasphemer go, and now they've injured an elder of the Mu Le Pavilion. They don't even respect the Mu Le Pavilion. Everyone nodded in agreement. Elder Chu even had tears in his eyes as he said, Grand Elder, you must seek justice for us. You must help Cleansing Le Pavilion recover their divine artifacts and ultimate arts. Xian Yuan heavily nods, then looks at Jean Lan. Saintess, I wonder where June Mayan is now. Jean Lan frowns, not answering for a long time. Only when Xian Yuan urges her, does she slowly say, Grand Elder, is what young Master Yun Xiao said about the holy stone true? Are those blasphemers really innocent? Xian Yuan stares blankly, then says with displeasure, Saintess, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me you believe in an outsider, but not in the ancestors of my Mu Le Pavilion? Have you forgotten how much hardship my Mu Le Pavilion had to pay to protect the people of the Horton tribe? Even your mother, Yuan Wei, sacrificed her life to protect this land. Are you questioning the inheritance and glory of my Mu Le Pavilion for a man? Being scolded, Yuan Lan lowers her head, feeling ashamed in her heart. Great Elder, it's Yuan Lan's fault. Yuan Lan shouldn't have questioned the Mu Le Pavilion that mother protected with her life. I will definitely take back the cry of the ninth heaven crane and the lost art. Saying so, she takes out the ice snow solitary, closes her eyes, and gently plucks the strings. Because the entire northern continent is shrouded in the 10,000 torrents great array, and the 10,000 torrents great array is connected to Yuan Lan's soul. Therefore, everything that happens in the 10,000 torrents great array can be transmitted to her sea of consciousness. Yuan Lan opens her eyes, revealing a surprised and perplexed expression. They went to the Yun family's Wild Cloud Bazaar. Moreover, young Master Yun Xiao isn't among them. There's no trace of Luo Yunxiao's aura in the entire array. Hearing this, everyone is pleasantly surprised. The one they originally feared the most was the continent's #1 swordsman, young Master Yun Xiao. And just now, outside the unclean abyss, Luo Yunxiao also showed them what it means to have overwhelming strength. Whether it's the 10,000 torrents great array or the advantage in numbers, they're all useless to him. He only needs to wave his hand, and they won't be able to resist. If Luo Yunxiao had always been by Mayan's side, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven for them to obtain the zither and the lost art. But now, Luo Yunxiao is gone, only Yuan Lan's heart surges with unspeakable sorrow. There's a little satisfaction in her chest that slowly dissipates, leaving only emptiness and loneliness. For the first time in her life, she's moved, and perhaps it's also the only time. Was it going to end in embarrassment and despair just like that? Yuan Lan closes her eyes, dissolving the heat in them. When she opens them again, there's only callousness and determination left. She looks at Great Elder Shan Yuan and says in a low voice, "The Wild Cloud Bazaar is within the Yun family's sphere of influence. This matter requires Great Elder." Before he could finish his words, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside. This person was wearing the deacon uniform of Mulu Pavilion, but she was clearly not from the Saint Lady Temple. As soon as he entered, he charged at Grand Elder Shan Yuan. Great Elder, urgent news has come from the Yun family." The newcomer knelt down in front of Shan Yuan, raised his hands high above his head, and handed over a red paper crane. Shan Yuan frowned. He was very unhappy about being disturbed at this time. But Xiao was still angry, and she took the paper crane. As soon as the paper crane entered his hand, it turned into an image. A hunchbacked old woman with a head full of white hair appeared above. Her eyes were slightly red, and the wrinkles on her face were slightly trembling from excitement. She said loudly, "First Elder, young Master Ji Feng has returned. He's still alive. Please come back and take a look." Shan Yuan was stunned and only reacted after a long while. Who was the young Master Ji Feng that the old woman mentioned? He could not help but narrow his eyes, revealing a surprised expression. Young Master Ji Feng? Ye Yun pondered for a moment, also revealing a shocked expression. Could it be Yun Ji Feng, the original successor of the Yun family, Great Elder's grandson? But he isn't. Ye Yun couldn't help but look at Ma Yanwei. The Yun family had a tradition of marrying Mulu Pavilion. Elder Xuanyuan's daughter, Xian Menglan, married Yun Zhaoxing, the head of the Yun family. Yun Jifeng was their son. So Ye Yun and the others certainly remembered the name Yun Jifeng. But at the same time, they also remembered that Yun Jifeng should have died more than 10 years ago. At that time, Ma Yanwei and Elder Shan Yuan brought the elites of Mulu Pavilion to look for him. Yun Jifeng and his cousin Yunheng also went with them. Who knew that they would never return? After that, the Yun family sent a lot of people to look for him, but they couldn't even find his corpse. Slowly, everyone forgot the existence of Yun Jifeng. Only his mother, who had been by his side all these years, refused to believe that her young master was dead, and kept searching for him in the northern continent. However, Shan Yuan had witnessed his grandson's death with his own eyes. But he didn't have time to bring the corpse back, and was thrown off the cliff by the airwave. How could a dead person come back? So when Shan Yuan heard the words young Master Jifeng, he was stunned for a long time before he reacted. The old woman was talking about his grandson. Great Elder, what's going on? Ma Yanlan was also puzzled. I remember when you and mother came back, you said that everyone who went with you in that battle was annihilated. Only mother and you returned with serious injuries. There was also Yunheng who escaped. Because he was afraid, he didn't enter the battlefield. Shan Yuan frowned. I'll go to the Yun family. He also wanted to know how his grandson, who he had watched die, had come back alive. If he was really alive, where did he go all these years? The people of the Xiaoyao school watched Luo Yunxiao disappear, dumbfounded. After a long time, they came back to their senses. Is little Uncle Master okay? Who the hell are those two people who are talking? Their tone is really disgusting. That's right. What right do they have to be so arrogant and bossy around young Martial Uncle? Mayan frowns. I don't know what they want Xiao Shishu to do by letting him go back. Young Martial Uncle wouldn't be injured again, right? She couldn't forget that time in the Starry School. Little Uncle Master suddenly disappeared, and when he came back, his back was badly mutilated. At that time, they also asked who hurt him, but they didn't get an answer. Bastard. If I find out who hurt little Martial Uncle, I'll definitely skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Ling Yuma recalled the scene back then and gritted her teeth in anger. But now, no matter how worried they were, there was nothing they could do. Just by looking at how that person was able to take Luo Yunxiao away with a talisman, one could tell how strong they were. If they wanted to contend against him now, it would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. Mu Yan took a deep breath. Junior Martial Uncle, even if we want to interfere, we can't. Right now, let's look for eldest senior brother and Xiaoqi. Everyone nodded. Mu Yan is about to speak when her complexion suddenly changes. He leaped into the air and grabbed at the air in the direction of the window. In the next moment, a figure was pulled out from behind the window lattice in a sorry state and fell to the ground with his neck in his hands. Wen Qingyuan. Mu Yan said slowly, "You're quite courageous to actually dare to follow me." Wen Qingyuan's gaze was fixed on her. There was shock, astonishment, disbelief, and unconcealable fear in his eyes. He was in a daze for a long time before he murmured, "You actually came out from the uncleansed abyss. Jun Shiyuan, what's your relationship with him?" Mu Yan sneers, the strength in her hand suddenly intensifying. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? What is your relationship with Jun Shiyuan?" Cough, cough, cough. When Qingyuan's throat is choked and he can't breathe. His handsome face instantly turns purple and distorted. He operates his dantian, wanting to mobilize his spiritual power to resist and send a signal to summon his subordinates to rescue him. However, he soon discovers something to his horror. Mu Yan's hand clutching his throat seems to be choking all the meridians in his body. Don't even mention resisting, he can't even use a trace of spiritual power. This time, when Qingyuan is really scared. "Miss June, calm down, cough, cough, I don't have any bad intentions." He pulls out a smile. "Mr. Jun Shiyuan is my benefactor. When I see Miss June, I feel cordial. Absolutely, cough, absolutely no bad intentions." Mu Yan says unhurriedly, "Jun Shiyuan is your benefactor?" "It's absolutely true." Wen Qingyuan nodded furiously. "My saber technique was improved by Mr. Jun." Mu Yan looks at him faintly for a moment, then curls up her lips and lets go. Cough, cough, cough. Air rushes into his throat, causing Wen Qingyuan to cough violently. After a long while, he gets up from the ground and shows a kind and happy smile to Mu Yan. "Miss June, may I ask if you are Mr. Jun's daughter?" Mu Yan looks at him with a smile that isn't a smile for a long time. Wen Qingyuan's scalp tingles as he slowly nods. Wen Qingyuan's pupils violently contract, then he immediately bursts into a brilliant smile. "Great, great." When Mr. June left with Miss June, it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. "I thought that you had met with an accident. I didn't expect that Miss June was still alive, and so outstanding. I can see Mr. Jun's successor in my lifetime. Even if I die, I can die without regret." As he says this, the rims of his eyes redden. That sincere look, if Mu Yan hadn't met Wen Huanglang first, she might have believed it. However, it seems that Wen Qingyuan still doesn't know that the villagers of Yuanwu village and Wen Huanglang have also come out of the unpurified abyss. Mayan chuckles, "If it wasn't for Sir Wen's sincere attitude right now, I would have thought that Sir Wen wanted me dead, which is why he let me enter the unclean abyss." "How could that be?" Wen Qingyuan said anxiously, "Miss June, you must not misunderstand me. I only instructed my subordinates to investigate the whereabouts of the unfettered seven. When they found out that they had been sent into the unclean abyss, they hurriedly sent a message to you. I didn't know anything about this, and I was very worried about it." Then, he looked at Ling Yuma and the others. "Luckily, Miss June, you are very capable. You actually managed to save your fellow disciples from the uncleansed abyss." When Wen Qingyuan said this, his eyes were filled with worship and awe. However, from his current behavior, one could not see the slightest bit of malice. "After I was separated from Mr. June. I haven't seen him since then." "Miss June, how is Mr. June doing now?" "Let's not talk about my father first." Mu Yan interrupted him and said, "There is something I need Mr. Wen's help with." When Qingyuan stared blankly, then immediately put on a smile, "Miss June, you are Mr. June's daughter, so you are my benefactor. If you have any instructions, as long as I can do it, I will not dare to neglect it." "Mu Yan, my eldest senior brother and seventh junior brother were taken away by the Yun family. Can I trouble the listening pavilion to investigate their whereabouts for me?" When Qingyuan nodded without hesitation, "Miss June and the rest of the Xiaoyao sect, please wait in the listening pavilion. I promise I will give you the news in an hour at most." The listening pavilion was an intelligence agency that covered the entire Purple Cloud realm. There was also a branch of the listening pavilion in the Yun family's Wild Cloud Bazaar. Mu Yan and the others sat in a luxurious and elegant pavilion. From time to time, maids would serve exquisite snacks with rich spiritual energy. After the maids left, Ling Yuma finally couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister, do do you really believe? But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Chumoli and Mu Yan's deep eyes. Chumoli raised his teacup and took a sip. Then, he said with a light smile, "This listening sound pavilion's masked dew is pretty good. You can't even taste it outside." Mu Yan also smiled and put a pastry in her mouth. "The tea is too bitter. I think this snack tastes good." Ling Yuma reacted and didn't say anything else. She also laughed and ate. About an hour later, when Qing Yuan pushed the door open and hurried in. "Miss June," he bowed deeply to Mu Yan, "I didn't disappoint you. I found the whereabouts of young Master Yun and young Master Lan." The five of them immediately stood up. When Qing Yuan's expression was complicated, "I didn't expect that the head of the famous Xiaoyao 7, One-Sword Mountain Si Yun Ruhan, was actually from the northern continent. Moreover, he was the previous successor of the Yun family, Yun Jifeng." "Yun Jifeng again?" Mu Yan frowned. "What do you mean?" When Qing Yuan was surprised, "Miss June, you really don't know? Yun Ruhan is the young master of the Yun family, Yun Jifeng, who went missing more than 10 years ago. He is also the grandson of Elder Shan Yuan and the true successor of the Yun family. Although young Master Yun is still unconscious, even great Elder Shan Yuan has acknowledged his identity. Now the Yun family's master and mistress are wild with joy." Mu Yan and the others looked at each other in disbelief. Even Chumoli, who seemed to have everything in his grasp, had a blank expression on his face. "What about little seven?" Ling Yuxing asked. "How is my seventh junior brother, Lan Luoyu?" When Qing Yuan shook his head. "I don't know. But it's said that other than bringing back young Master Ji Feng, the Yun family also caught a spy who harmed young Master Ji Feng. I heard that the spy has already been locked up in the Yun family's water prison and is being tortured." "What? The Yun family of the northern land. Young Master Ji Feng. Quickly wake up. Do you know how many years I've been looking for you?" The noise by her ear caused Yun Ruhan's consciousness to awaken from the swamp of chaos. He struggled to open his eyes. Soon, an old face full of wrinkles came into view. "Master, Madam, Great Elder, come and see." Young Master Ji Feng woke up. Yun Ruhan frowned and struggled to get up from the bed. "Feng what do you think?" Soon, the door to the room was pushed open. A beautiful woman hurried over to the bed and helped him up. Yun Ruhan dodged to the side, vigilantly saying, "Who are you people?" The beautiful woman was startled. "Ji Feng, I am your mother. This is your father, brother, and mother. You don't recognize us?" Yun Ruhan frowned and looked in the direction the beautiful woman was pointing. The first person she saw was a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and deep eyes. This person's cultivation was extremely high, and he unconsciously emitted a terrifying pressure. But his gaze towards her was filled with concern and nervousness. Standing behind the middle-aged man was a young man who looked somewhat similar to Yun Ruhan. His eyes were slightly lowered, making it difficult to see his expression. "Young Master Ji Feng, what's wrong?" The old woman tugged at Yun Ruhan nervously. "This is the Yun family's patriarch and mistress, your parents. Hurry up and greet them." Yun Ruhan shook his head slowly. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not young Master Ji Feng." As he spoke, he pressed his temples, revealing a somewhat pained expression. He was trying to remember what happened before he fainted. It was as if the blood in his body had suddenly started boiling. Then, his soul was torn apart by a huge force, causing his consciousness to become more and more muddled. In the depths of his heart, an extreme desire for flesh and blood rose up. Especially when Luoyu was by his side. When he saw Luoyu's white neck, his first reaction was to pounce on it and swallow the blood. Yun Ruhan was scared out of his wits by the desire in his heart. In addition, the tearing force in his soul grew stronger and stronger, and the pain and heat in his body became more and more obvious. Then, he lost consciousness. "Who are you people?" Yun Ruhan looked up at them. "Where is this place? Where are my junior brothers and junior sisters?" "Ji Feng, what's wrong with you?" The beautiful woman looked at him in shock. "This is the Yun family. I'm your mother, Xian Menglan. Don't you remember us?" The old woman cried. Poor young Master Ji Feng. He must have lost his memory, which is why he hasn't returned home for so many years. It's all that wretched villain's fault. He killed so many people from Cleansing Joy Pavilion, and harmed young Master Defying. Before she could finish, the door was pushed open again. A thin old man in a blue and white robe pushed open the door and walked in. Menglan, how is Defying? Father. The beautiful woman turned to see who it was. Her eyes couldn't help but redden. Defying doesn't seem to remember anything? Who was it that was so vicious and merciless back then, to actually harm Defying? Yun Ruhan couldn't hear the beautiful woman's cries or the comforting words of the others. The moment Yun Ruhan saw First Elder Xianyuan walk into the room, she heard a loud boom in her ears. All sounds and senses faded away in an instant. His face turned deathly pale like a sheet of paper. He knew Xianyuan. He also finally knew who Yun Jifeng was. Jifeng, what's wrong? Young Master Jifeng, why is your body trembling so badly? Head Elder, quickly treat young Master Jifeng. Xianyuan walked to the bedside and took out a set of bells from his cosmos sleeve. The set of bells transformed into a half-meter-tall tower, and with a soft ring, a gentle energy entered Yun Ruhan's body. His complexion slowly improved. Jifeng. Xianyuan looked at him deeply. You really don't remember anything? Yun Ruhan remained silent, but her hands, which were hidden in her sleeves, were trembling slightly and tightly clenched into fists. It's okay if you don't remember. After an indescribable silence, Xianyuan suddenly smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Even if you don't remember anything, you're still my grandson. You're the only son of your father and mother. We won't be wrong about this. Xian Menglan nodded. Although it's been more than 10 years, your appearance hasn't changed much. Also, you have the birthmark on Jifeng's body. You're my son, Jifeng. The old woman wiped her tears and said, Young Master Jifeng, you didn't want to lose your memory. You should blame those who harmed you. Young Master Jifeng, you've suffered all these years. Xianyuan smiled again and said with a face full of gratification, Jifeng, you really are my, Xianyuan's, grandson. Even if you lose your memory, you can still make a name for yourself without the help of the Yun family. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that the famous One-Sword Mountain Sea, Yun Ruhan, is my grandson? Yun Ruhan looked at his smiling face and the proud faces of Xian Menglan and the others, and didn't say anything. Xianyuan's eyes darkened and he said, Jifeng, since you're the eldest disciple of the Xiaoyao sect and the leader of the 7 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect is not an outsider to the northern continent. I think the 7 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect should join the Clean Joy Pavilion or the Yun family. That way, your junior brothers and sisters won't have to waste their time in the carefree sect, which isn't even worth mentioning. Yun Zhaoxing looked around and said, You're right. The little guy you brought back with you is Lan Luoyu, the 1,000 Hands God summoner of the 7 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, right? He doesn't seem to be very friendly to the Yun family, and he doesn't want to cooperate at all. Jifeng, you should go talk to him. What did you do to little 7? Yun Ruhan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly sat up in bed. He looked at everyone with bloodthirsty and furious eyes. Where is little 7? Everyone was shocked by his sudden outburst. After a while, Yun Zhaoxing said unhappily, Is this how you talk to your father? Lan Luoyu hurt the people of the Yun family and the Clean Joy Pavilion. I brought him back and locked him up. What's wrong with that? The old woman also said anxiously, Young Master Jifeng, don't blame Master. Blame me. I thought it was the Xiaoyao school who made you faint, so I gave the order to attack them. Yun Ruhan took a deep breath and managed to suppress the anxiety and anger in her chest. Where's Xiaoqi? Take me to him. The Yun family's water prison was dark, damp, and cold. Even those with profound cultivation could feel the bone-piercing coldness when walking inside. With the support of the old woman, Yun Ruhan became more and more anxious as they walked down. Xiaoqi had been spoiled since she was young, so how could she adapt to such an environment? After walking for a long time, he finally saw a familiar figure. This one glance caused Yun Ruhan's pupils to constrict. All the heartache, brutality, madness, and killing intent in his body surged up like a tidal wave. Water dungeon, water dungeon. As the name suggested, there was water in the dungeon. Moreover, this wasn't just any water. It was the sky-eroding water that could slowly corrode one's soul and body. Luo Yu was tied to the only stone platform in the middle of the sky-eroding water. His hands were suspended high in the air. His feet were soaked in the sky-eroding water, and his flesh was a bloody mess. There were also countless whip marks and burns on his body. As his body swayed, one could even see the white bones on his back that had been brushed by hot iron. His Xianxia. Even if you don't remember anything, you're still my grandson. You're the only son of your father and mother. We won't be wrong about this. Xian Menglan nodded. It's been more than a decade, but your appearance hasn't changed much. Besides, you have the birthmark on Jifeng's body. You're my son, Jifeng. The old woman wiped her tears. Young Master Jifeng, you didn't want to lose your memory. If you want to blame someone, blame those who harmed you. Young Master Jifeng, you've suffered all these years. Xian Yuan smiled again and said with a face full of gratification, Jifeng, you really are my, Xian Yuan's, grandson. Even if you lose your memory, you can still make a name for yourself without relying on the Yun family. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that the famous one-sword mountain sea, Yun Ruhan, would be my grandson? Yun Ruhan looked at his smiling face and the proud faces of Xian Menglan and the others, but didn't say anything. Xian Yuan's eyes suddenly darkened. Jifeng, since you're the eldest senior of the Xiaoyao sect and the leader of the 7 disciples, the Xiaoyao sect is no longer an outsider to the northern continent. I think we should let the 7 disciples join the Cleansing Joy Pavilion or the Yun family. That way, your junior brothers and sisters won't have to waste their time in the carefree sect, which isn't even worth mentioning. Yun Zhaoxing looked around and said, you're right. The kid you brought back with you is Lan Luoyu, the thousand-hand god of the 7 disciples, right? He doesn't seem to be very friendly to the Yun family, and he doesn't want to cooperate at all. Jifeng, you should go talk to him. What did you do to little 7? Yun Ruhan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly sat up on his bed. He looked at everyone present with bloodthirsty and furious eyes. Where is little 7? Everyone was shocked by his sudden outburst. After a moment of shock, Yun Zhaoxing said unhappily, is this how you talk to your father? Lan Luoyu injured people from the Yun family and the Cleansing Joy Pavilion. What's wrong with me bringing him back? The old woman also said anxiously, young Master Jifeng, don't blame Master. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I thought it was the Xiaoyao school who made you faint, so I gave the order to attack them. Yun Ruhan took a deep breath and managed to suppress the anxiety and anger in her chest. Where's Xiaoqi? Take me to him. The Yun family's water prison was dark, damp, and cold. Even those with profound cultivation could feel the bone-piercing coldness when walking inside. With the support of the old woman, Yun Ruhan became more and more anxious as they walked down. Xiaoqi had been spoiled since she was young, so how could she adapt to such an environment? After walking for a long time, he finally saw a familiar figure. This one glance caused Yun Ruhan's pupils to constrict. All the heartache, brutality, madness, and killing intent in his body surged up like a tidal wave. Water dungeon, water dungeon. As the name suggested, there was water in the dungeon. Furthermore, this was no ordinary water. It was the sky-eroding water that could slowly corrode one's soul and body. Luo Yu was tied to the only stone platform in the middle of the sky-eroding water. His hands were suspended high in the air. His feet were soaked in the sky-eroding water, and his flesh was a bloody mess. There were also countless whip marks and burns on his body. As his body swayed, one could even see the white bones on his back that had been brushed by hot iron. His Xiaoqi. His Xiaoqi, the little junior brother he had loved and protected for so many years. Someone had hurt and harmed him like this. Xiaoqi. Yun Ruhan shook off the old woman and leaped towards the central platform. He could not feel the corrosive heat of the sky-eroding water at all. The profound iron chains were indestructible. Normal spirit weapons could not break them, let alone bare hands. But Yun Ruhan seemed to have forgotten everything. He just desperately pulled at the profound iron chains, trying to free Luoyu from the chains. The unconscious youth slowly opened his eyes due to the violent movements. When he saw the familiar face, he blinked his long eyelashes and murmured in a low, hoarse voice, eldest senior brother. I see eldest senior brother, am I dreaming? Yun Ruhan choked. Xiaoqi, don't be afraid. Eldest senior brother will take you away. We'll go find little junior sister. Little junior sister will definitely be able to cure you. Luoyu smiled softly. Yes, I'm not afraid. I know eldest senior brother, sixth senior sister, all of you will definitely find me. I'm not afraid at all, and I don't feel any pain, so eldest senior brother, can you not cry? Yun Ruhan finally realized that his face was covered in tears at some point. The hand that was untying the profound iron chains was wet and cold. He could not even hold the chains. Yun Ruhan wiped away the tears on his face before turning to Yun Zhaoxing. He said sternly, put Xiaoqi down. Yun Zhaoxing was already frowning, his face full of displeasure. Now that he heard Yun Ruhan's unceremonious shout, he could not take it anymore. Ji Feng, do you know what you're saying? Yun Heng, who had been standing respectfully behind Yun Zhaoxing with his head bowed, suddenly looked up. He looked at Yun Ruhan accusingly. Ji Feng, how can you speak to your uncle like this? Lan Luoyu is just an outsider. The Yun family is your family. Especially Mother Lin, how much has she suffered all these years to find you? She was just injured by your so-called junior brother a few days ago. Instead of caring for her, you yell at us for an outsider. Do you think this is proper? Yun Heng was the son of Yun Zhaoxing's elder brother. Because his parents died when he was young, he had always been raised by Yun Zhaoxing and his wife. After Yun Jifeng disappeared, he naturally became the successor of the Yun family. Hearing him scold Yun Ruhan with reason, Yun Zhaoxing nodded in satisfaction. On the other hand, the more he looked at Yun Jifeng, his own son, the angrier he got. Even Xian Menglan revealed a disappointed expression. Ji Feng, hurry up and apologize to your father. Yun Ruhan completely ignored them. He glanced at Yun Heng and narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. His attitude made Yun Zhaoxing even more annoyed. But before he could flare up, he heard Xian Yuan chuckle softly and say, all right. It wasn't easy for Ji Feng to come back. Why must you be so harsh on the child? Not to mention, he has lost his memory. I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose. Xian Yuan said as he walked towards Yun Ruhan. His gaze swept across Luoyu, who was still hanging by the black iron, and a look of greed and excitement flashed across his eyes. Ji Feng, you must know that even if you lost your memory, the fact that blood is thicker than water will not change. Compared to the Xiaoyao sect, we are your real family. I heard that Lan Luoyu summoned 2 soul orbs under Yun Heng's control. One is the divine beast by Zhe, the other is the divine beast by Feng. Hearing Xian Yuan's words, even Yun Zhaoxing, Xian Menglan, and Yun Heng's eyes lit up. Xian Yuan revealed a kind smile. If I remember correctly, the divine beast by Zhe is a soul pearl that only the Lan royal family can inherit, right? As for the divine beast by Feng, I've never even heard of it. Ji Feng, the background of this junior brother of yours is somewhat fishy. However, since he's your junior brother, to us, the Cleansing Joy Pavilion, and the Yun family, he's naturally one of us. Even if there's a problem with his identity, or if he's taken the Lan royal family's soul pearl, we're still willing to protect him. Of course, the premise is that he must first activate the soul pearl for us to see. Then we can decide how to deal with it. Yun Zhaoxing nodded heavily. That's right, Ji Feng, quickly let him summon the divine beast by Feng. Yun Ruhan only felt a buzz in his head, and his heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. It was for the soul pearl. These people wanted to force Xiaoqi to summon the soul pearl so that they could take it for themselves. That's why they tortured him like this. Yun Ruhan's cold eyes swept across everyone present. He had always been the most gentle and steady senior brother in the Xiaoyao sect. He was the calmest and most steady one. But at this moment, the monstrous anger in his heart made him want to kill everyone in front of him. Senior brother, don't be angry. I really don't hurt, really, it just looks ugly. Actually, it's just a superficial wound. When 6th senior sister comes, I'll immediately be full of vigor. A hoarse voice sounded in his ears. He was clearly so weak, but he forced himself to speak in a joking tone. Yun Ruhan only felt his heart ache, and tears almost gushed out of his eyes. He calmed himself down and looked coldly at the Yun family. You make it sound so nice, but don't you just want to take Xiaoqi's soul pearl? Even Xian Yuan's face became a bit ugly when his thoughts were exposed. Xian Minglan's face darkened. Jifeng, how can you talk to your grandfather like that? Have you forgotten how much your grandfather loved you? Isn't he just a junior brother of a small sect? What right does he have to have the divine beast soul pearl? How much power could he unleash from the soul pearl? The Yun family and the cleansing paradise pavilion are different. As long as we can control the soul orb and summon the divine beast, the Yun family's status in the northern continent will completely surpass the Ning family. Yun Zhaoxing said coldly, if you really feel that it's unfair in your heart, I'll take out this soul pearl and fuse it into your body, and you can control it. In any case, the Yun family will be handed over to you sooner or later. Hearing this, Yun Heng suddenly clenched his fists tightly. Viciousness and dissatisfaction flashed through his eyes. Yun Ruhan sneered, what if I refuse? He took a deep breath and slowly circulated the spiritual energy in his body. With a move of his divine sense, a sword light flew over from afar and landed in his hand. This sword was slender and long, and its entire body was snow white. As soon as he injected his spiritual energy into it, it emitted a chilly aura. It was the supreme-grade divine artifact that Mu Yan had obtained from the Woodfern secret realm, the Ice Soul Sword. The Ice Soul Sword had already recognized Jin Ruhan as its master. As long as the distance wasn't too far, he could summon it at any time. When he had just woken up, his body was weak and the circulation of his spiritual energy was blocked. His divine sense couldn't connect with the Ice Soul Sword. Thus, he had been thinking of ways to regulate his breathing. Now, he had finally gathered enough spiritual energy. The Ice Soul Sword in Yun Ruhan's hand slashed in the air. With a clang, the black iron chain that was as thick as a wrist broke in an instant. Yun Ruhan picked up the tottering Luo Yu and carried him on her back. The Ice Soul Sword pointed at the crowd in front of him and said loudly, move aside. Evil creature. Do you know what you're doing? Yun Zhaoxing was furious. I've already said that I'll give you the soul beads I took out, isn't that enough? What else do you want? I don't want anything. Yun Ruhan said word by word. I just won't allow anyone to hurt Xiaoqi. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the Ice Soul Sword in the air. Crack crack crack, in a split second, a bone-chilling frost covered the entire water dungeon. Even the sky-eroding water on the ground had turned into a thick layer of ice. The guards of the Yun family who did not have a high level of cultivation immediately let out blood-curdling screams as their feet were directly frozen to the ground. Yun Ruhan brandished her sword a second time. A fierce wind mixed with ice and frost howled, and a blizzard descended. This time even Yun Zhaoxing and the others were caught off guard, and were blown back several steps by the blizzard. The originally impenetrable water prison of the Yun family only needed 2 strikes to open up a passage. This was the supreme-grade divine artifact, the Ice Soul Sword. This was Yun Ruhan of the Carefree sect. It was a long time before Yun Zhaoxing regained his composure. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Seal off the Yun family, activate it, we cannot let those 2 escape. After Yun Ruhan brought Luo Yu out of the water dungeon, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he quickly returned to the room he had woken up in and started searching. Sure enough, he soon found his clothes and storage ring. Inside the storage ring were the pills, talismans, and formation plates that Mu Yan had prepared for every member of the Xiaoyao sect. Yun Ruhan only had time to stuff a young rejuvenation pill into Luo Yu's mouth. The wooden door of the room shattered with a loud bang. Yun Zhaoxing, Xian Menglan, and the others stood outside the house with gloomy expressions. Only the old woman who had brought Yun Ruhan back to the Yun manor was still waving her hands anxiously. Master, Madam, this is young Master Jifeng. You guys mustn't make a move. There must be some misunderstanding here. Young Master Jifeng, you quickly explain clearly. Yun Zhaoxing fiercely swung his hand and snapped, Vile spawn, when are you going to stop messing around? Hurry up and hand him over. Do you really want to force me to fight you? Xian Menglan held back the enraged Yun Zhaoxing and said earnestly, Jifeng, even if you don't remember anything, you're still our son, and blood is thicker than water. Could it be that we would harm you? Hand him over to us first. We can discuss how to deal with your junior brother later. Yun Ruhan took a deep breath and said coldly, I'm not your son, Yun Jifeng, and I will never hand Xiaoqi over to anyone. Alright, alright. Yun Zhaoxing's chest violently heaved up and down, and his face flushed red. Since you refuse to come to your senses, then I will pretend that my son died more than a decade ago. Today, you have to teach this Lan Luoyu, even if you don't want to. As he spoke, Yun Zhaoxing suddenly pulled out a pair of maces and swung them out. This pair of beasts was called the Divine Beasts. It was the only quasi-divine weapon that the Yun family possessed. Only the Yun family patriarch was allowed to use it. The 8-edged swords looked like 2 short rods. But once spiritual energy was injected into them, they turned into 2 long snakes that looked like swords and whips, whizzing towards Yun Ruhan. Yun Ruhan stuffed a young rejuvenation pill into her mouth. She didn't have time to refine it, so she blocked with her sword. Pfft. The spiritual power violently collides, and Yun Ruhan's whole body flies dozens of meters away, directly smashing through the rear window and falling into the courtyard. In midair, he's already spitting out a large mouthful of blood. But just as he's about to hit the ground, he instinctively turns around, letting himself fall face first onto the ground. Eldest brother. Luoyu screams, struggling to climb down from his back. Yun Ruhan takes out a binding immortal rope from his storage ring and firmly ties Luoyu to his back. Eldest brother, quickly put me down. Luoyu urgently says, Sixth Sister's Yang Restoration Pill has already taken effect, I can fight with you. Yun Ruhan glances at his already bloody and bony legs. Without another word, he rides his sword and flies towards the distant mountain peak. He hasn't even recovered half of his strength. He's absolutely no match for Yun Zhaoxing and Xian Yuan. Evil creature, do you think you can escape? Yun Zhaoxing roars, glaring fiercely at the old woman, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and activate the Great 10,000 Torrents formation. The old woman's face is full of tears, shaking her head incessantly, Master, that's young Master Ji Feng, your own son. You can't hurt him. Shut up. Useless trash. Yun Zhaoxing kicks out, sending the old woman flying, so what if he's my own son? As long as he betrays the Yun family and obstructs the expansion of my Yun family, even if he's my own son, I, Yun Zhaoxing, will still kill him. What's more, even without him, Yun Heng can still become a qualified master. Yun Heng's eyes flash with ecstasy, and he quickly says, Uncle, Aunt, I won't let you down. But right now, we still have to find cousin Ji Feng. I think he's so rebellious now because he lost his memory. As long as he recovers his memory, I believe he'll know where he went wrong today. As he speaks, he lowers his eyes, concealing the murderous intent in his eyes. Everyone in this group of people is Yun Jifeng's nominal relative. But the only one who truly cares about Yun Jifeng's safety is an old woman who has no blood relationship with him. Xian Yuan lightly snorts, does my Mulu Pavilion's Great 10,000 Torrents formation need a servant to activate it? Jun Mayan's godly musician's secret technique is certainly tempting. Beiza's soul pearl wasn't any weaker. Xian Yuan looked at the 2 figures flying into the sky with greed in his eyes. At the same time, he raised his hand, and the set of bells flew out, producing a tinkling sound in the air. Soon, the earth shook violently, and countless strands of energy extended from the void. It wrapped around Yun Ruhan and Luoyu like a spider web. Ji Feng, it's not too late for you to turn back now. Xian Yuan said in a clear voice, otherwise, if you're injured by the great array of 10,000 tortures, I can't guarantee whether your divine soul will be damaged or your cultivation will fall. Yun Ruhan glanced in Xian Yuan's direction. Under his proud and arrogant gaze, he threw an array disc into the sky. The formation plate buzzed in the air, then emitted a blinding white light. When the white light dissipated, there was nothing above, not even a shadow of a person. The attacks triggered by the Great 10,000 Torrents formation also retreated powerlessly because they could not find their target. What happened? Where are they? What was that? Xian Yuan's face was livid. He gritted his teeth and said, teleportation array. That's a small random teleportation formation disk. How could it be? How could they have a random transmission array disk? That's a rare array disk that can't even be found in the Tianguang Ruins market. Yes, in a moment of life and death. Yun Ruhan activated the random transmission array disk that Mu Yan gave him. This kind of array disk was not of a high level and required very little energy, but there were very few people in the world who could draw it. But Mu Yan had one under her command, Bai Yang. After joining the Nether Flame Army, Bai Yang had powerful resources to back him up, and his attainments in arrays improved by leaps and bounds. The random transmission array disk that he drew was also incomparable to the previous one. Bai Yang had asked Ru Yan to send a lot of random transmission array disks to Mu Yan. Mu Yan thought it was interesting, so she gave 2 to everyone in the Xiaoyao sect. But because the Xiaoyao sect's purpose had never been to escape, so the 7 of them quickly forgot about the array disk. Who knew that today, it would become a life-saving straw for Yun Ruhan and Luo Yu. Search. Even if we have to turn over this mountain, we must find this evil creature for me. The distance that the random transmission array disk can teleport is limited, they definitely can't escape from this green feather mountain. Wang Yin Bazaar. Young master, are you asking about the strange phenomenon in the snow demon forest? As far as I know, it was the Ling family's ancestor who ascended to the Shoshan continent. In our Shoshan continent, there hasn't been an ascended cultivator for many years. However, the Ling family's ancestor is at the top of the green sky list. If he can't ascend, then it's even more impossible for others. Ningsu walked out of the listening sound pavilion and looked up at the direction of the snow demon forest, frowning slightly. If he was not wrong, that aura broke through the barrier of space. But it didn't lead to the Shoshan continent, but to the floating island. Is the zither player in the Clear Night Hall really one of the Xiaoyao 7, fatally beautiful killing god, Jun Mu Yan? It's absolutely true, this news came from the listening sound pavilion. I saw with my own eyes how she treated the meridian atrophy in the Clear Night Hall. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful musician in the outside world. She's powerful, but unfortunately, because she's too powerful, she offended Mulu Pavilion. Isn't she now being thrown into the unclean abyss? Ningsu's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, the person who had spoken was dragged in front of him. What did you say? Jun Mayan was sent to the unclean abyss? A powerful pressure spread out. The person who was caught trembles in fear. He promptly nods, yes, yes. The day before yesterday, everyone in the Clear Night Hall knew that because Jun Mayan offended Mulugu, she has already been transported to the unclean abyss. Ningsu swung his arm fiercely and flung him to the side. The anxiety in his heart made him rush toward the direction of the unclean abyss as fast as lightning. There were 2 ways to enter the unclean abyss. The other was the Horton tribe and the northern continent's unique teleportation portals. The other way was to enter from the mountain path at the end of the Snow Phantom Forest. Ningsu quickly arrived at the mountain path that Mu Yan and the others had used to come out of the unclean abyss. This place had long since been deserted, but the traces of the battle remained. Ningsu crouched down and touched the sword mark that Mu Yan had made with the 7 absolute sword. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Mayan should have come out of the unclean abyss alive. Besides, she wasn't the only one who came out alive. There were other people from the Xiaoyao school. But very quickly, Ningsu frowned again. The unclean abyss had always been known as a place where one could only enter but not leave. How could Mu Yan come out safely? How could Mu Yan come out safely, just like that person back then, while he was in a trance? Suddenly, a dark light flashed in the distant sky. A powerful energy fluctuation faintly transmitted over, startling Ningsu. He instantly threw the thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind. That energy fluctuation contained the aura of death and the power of immortals. Not something that a cultivator from the Shoshan continent could master. Who was that person? Without hesitation, Ningsu immediately soared up and flew in the direction of the surging energy. Sad face green feather mountain. You guys go to the left side, we'll go to the right side. Understood? Understood. Yun Ruhan slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. At this time, the spiritual power that he could circulate in his dantian was still less than half. He had only absorbed 30% of the effects of the yang reversion pill. But he got up without hesitation, carried Luo Yu, who was still adjusting her breathing, and walked in the opposite direction of the sound. Luo Yu's injuries were worse than he had expected. In order to make Luo Yu Activate the soul orb. The Yun family had used all kinds of torture. That torture was not only aimed at the body, but also at the soul. Mu Yan's Yang reversion pill could quickly heal external wounds, but the sky-eroding water was still in Luo Yu's body, and the damage to the soul couldn't be reduced. One could imagine how much pain Luo Yu had been in all this time without making a sound. Eldest senior brother. A low voice came from behind. Yun Ruhan didn't stop and said softly, Xiaoqi, continue to adjust your breathing. Don't worry, we'll meet up with everyone soon. Luo Yu lay on his back and said softly, eldest senior brother, I think this scene is a little familiar. Did you carry me like this before? Yun Ruhan stopped and almost blurted out, you remember? Remember what? Luo Yu was puzzled. Did eldest senior brother really carry me like this before? Yun Ruhan forced himself to maintain a calm expression and said lightly, have you forgotten? Master and I have taken care of you since you were little. Is it that strange for eldest senior brother to carry you? Luo Yu was silent and didn't speak. Was it not strange, but he felt that something was different. He had a vague memory in his mind. It seemed to be in the same dense forest. Even the moonlight could not shine through the layers of leaves. He couldn't even see his fingers in front of him, but there were countless footsteps and shouts behind him. Luo Yu remembered whose back she was lying on, listening to the rapid breathing and the sound of shoes stepping on fallen leaves and mud. It was so fast that it looked as if it was a mad dash. The feeling in that blurry memory was very similar to what he was feeling now. But why couldn't he remember? Found it. It's here. Found them. Quick, send the signal. Luo Yu was lost in her thoughts when a few exclamations sounded. Yun Ruhan's expression changed. She no longer cared about concealing herself. Carrying Luo Yu on her back, she flew into the air. However, before he could fly far, he was stopped by a group of over 100 cultivators. The one in the lead was precisely Yun Jifeng's cousin, Yun Heng. Jifeng, why are you doing this? Yun Heng stepped on the treetops and landed lightly in front of Yun Ruhan and Luo Yu. He said with a half-smile, isn't he just a little junior brother from a lousy sect? So what if he's dead? What does that have to do with you? If you hand him over, uncle and aunt will naturally forgive you. Don't you think so? Yun Ruhan's gaze swept across the hundreds of cultivators who had surrounded him and Luo Yu, and he smiled coldly. Half of these cultivators were at the leaving aperture stage. More than a dozen of them were at the 8th level of leaving aperture. The rest were all at the peak of nascent soul. It could be said that the hundreds of cultivators who had appeared now were all of higher cultivation than Yun Ruhan and Luo Yu. At this time, these hundreds of people had surrounded Yun Ruhan and Luo Yu, leaving no space for him to escape. There was even a murderous intent in the air. Clearly, they did not want to leave him any way out. Even though they had such a formation, Yun Heng's expression was even more amiable. It was as if he was really advising his cousin to mend his ways. Jifeng, don't be stubborn. Come, give Lan Luo Yu to me. Brother will take you back to the Yun family now. Don't worry, if uncle blames you, I will definitely plead for you. Yun Ruhan laughed coldly and was about to speak. Suddenly, a shout of joy came from afar. Young Master Jifeng, great, you're fine. I finally found you. It was the old woman with the compass. She quickly came in front of Yun Jifeng and stood in front of him and Yun Heng. Young Master Heng, you must not harm young Master Jifeng. Just now, Master and Madam were just angry, but in the end, only young Master Jifeng is Master's biological son. If you hurt him, Master and Madam will definitely not let it go. The old woman's words made Yun Heng's expression twist. But the old woman did not care about him. She turned to Yun Ruhan and said agitatedly, Young Master Jifeng, everything can be discussed. If you really don't want to hurt little junior brother, we can also plead with Master and Madam. Mother, I've searched for you for so many years. Everyone else thought you were dead, only I believed that my young Master Jifeng would not die. Don't make me worry, okay? As she spoke, the old woman's eyes reddened and she reached out to Yun Ruhan. Yun Ruhan's eyes showed a trace of guilt. Just as she was about to speak, her expression suddenly changed, and she unsheathed the ice soul sword. With a clang, the icy blade knocked away the hidden weapon flying from the old woman's back. However, he was still a step too late. The ice soul sword deflected 3 of the hidden weapons, but the remaining 2 accurately pierced the old woman's back. Puff! The old woman spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight down from the sky, hanging on the branch. She turned to look at Yunheng in disbelief. Young Master Heng, why? Yunheng laughed. Mother Lin, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Wasn't the one who attacked you just now clearly Yun Jifeng? The old woman's body kept trembling. She wanted to take out her flute to attack, but she soon discovered that her fingers had turned purple. This was a symptom of being poisoned. Why do you want to kill me? Yun Ruhan sneered, of course it's because you want to stop him from silencing me. Yun Heng's eyes darkened, but the smile on his lips deepened. Yun Jifeng, you really didn't lose your memory. Since you didn't lose your memory, why did you pretend to lose it in front of Uncle? Yun Ruhan replied indifferently, I've never feigned amnesia. Because I'm not Yun Jifeng at all. What? The old woman was shocked and looked at Yun Ruhan in shock. Young Master Jifeng, what nonsense are you saying? How can you not be young Master Jifeng? The birthmark on your body, your appearance, I would never mistake it for someone else. If you are not young Master Jifeng, then where is my young master? Yun Ruhan's cold gaze landed on Yunheng as he said slowly, your young Master Jifeng was killed by this person in the Snow Demon Forest 12 years ago. Yunheng frowned and looked for a long while with a serious expression. Then he laughed softly. Actually, when you were brought back by this old fellow, I found it strange. That year in the Snow Demon Forest, I saw you die with my own eyes, so I threw you into the abyss of uncleanliness. You should have been dead already, why are you still alive? So Yun Jifeng, oh no, Yun Ruhan of the 7 carefree disciples, who are you? Yun Ruhan ignored him and jumped down, landing next to the old woman. He took out a pill and fed it to her. Look after Xiaoqi for me. The old woman watched dazedly as Yun Ruhan placed Lan Luoyu next to her, almost forgetting to swallow the pill. When Yun Ruhan was about to stand up, she screamed, if you are not young Master Jifeng, then who are you? Where is young Master Jifeng? What do you want to do? Yun Ruhan brushed away the grass on his clothes and bent down slightly. He whispered in the old woman's ear, look after Xiaoqi for me. I am going to fulfill Yun Jifeng's last wish, to seek justice for him 12 years ago. Think of it as the price I must pay for borrowing his body. Finishing, he flew into the air and hovered in front of Yunheng. The old woman's eyes widened as she sat where she was in disbelief, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yun Ruhan, what did he mean just now? He said young Master Jifeng is already dead. He said he was going to seek justice for young Master Jifeng. 12 years ago. He said this was the price he had to pay for borrowing this body. An inconceivable term floated into the old woman's mind, possession. Her young Master Jifeng had been possessed by someone? How was this possible? Wasn't this kind of evil and demonic path forbidden by the entire cultivation continent? If the old woman thought of this, Yunheng naturally thought of it as well. His previously smug face was now filled with shock. You took over Yun Jifeng's body? 12 years ago, at the bottom of the cliff in the Snow Ghost Forest, in the unclean abyss, the only person who could possess Yun Jifeng's body is you. Who are you? The ice soul sword in Yun Ruhan's hand trembled. The second layer of the mountain sea domain was unleashed, a dense, icy cold chi spread out in the surroundings. The dense forest below was covered in a thick layer of frost. Only the place where Luoyu and the old woman stood seemed to be protected by something. There were no traces of frost. Want to know who I am? Yun Ruhan said slowly, then go to the Yellow Springs and ask the real Yanji Peak. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his ice soul sword. Yunheng never thought that the situation would turn out like this. He gathered all his trusted subordinates and wanted to secretly kill Yun Jifeng in high spirits. These subordinates had been carefully cultivated by him for many years. Every single one of them was sent to the altar to experience many baptisms. Therefore, even though they were not old, their cultivation was not lower than peak nascent soul. On the surface, these people were the Yun family's subordinates, but in reality, they had long been subdued by Yunheng and became his private soldiers. After all these years, everyone had tacitly agreed that Yunheng would inherit the Yun family. Yun Ruhan was powerful, but he was only a nascent soul cultivator. Over 100 nascent soul realm cultivators were enough to kill him. However, reality was the complete opposite of what he expected. The moment the battle began, Yun Ruhan threw out a stack of talismans. Yes, a whole stack. Moreover, each talisman was a variant talisman that was hard to find in Tianguang ruins. These talismans were defensive, offensive, controlling, and illusionary. But no matter which one it was, their effect was not to defeat the enemy, but to block. Yunheng and his subordinates did not expect Yun Ruhan to use a talisman-style move. For a moment, they were flustered and exhausted. No one could free themselves. After Yun Ruhan threw out the talismans, he did not care anymore. He fully opened his domain, and the ice soul sword in his hand danced with cold frost. He used this time to attack Yunheng wildly. In an instant, Green Feather Mountain was shrouded by icy sword chi. Yunheng was a level 1 astral projection cultivator. Logically, he should not be weaker than Yun Ruhan. But in the blink of an eye, Yun Ruhan killed him until he screamed miserably. Yun Jifeng, no, Yun Ruhan. If you dare to kill me, the Yun family will not let you off. What are you pieces of trash doing? Hurry up and save me. Ah. But at this time, Yunheng's subordinates were also suffering. Do you think these talismans are powerful? They cannot stop these nascent soul and astral projection cultivators. But the problem was that Yun Ruhan had too many talismans. After using up one side, he threw out another dozen. When the other side finally managed to block them, he threw out another handful. In an instant, these people's path was blocked once again. Yunheng's subordinates felt that they could not fight this battle anymore. Have you ever seen anyone throw talismans in a fight? Moreover, every single talisman had a remarkable effect and was extremely valuable. If they had the money to buy so many expensive talismans, they could save it up to buy a 10th grade quasi-divine artifact. Splat, the longsword pierced through Yunheng's chest, right in the heart. A bone-piercing chill quickly spread from his heart to his limbs and bones, to every inch of his meridians, flesh, and blood. Yunheng lowered his head in a daze and stared in disbelief at the sword that had pierced through his chest. No. He was the future patriarch of the Yun family, how could he die here? Clearly the one who should have died was Yun Jifeng. He killed Yun Jifeng and kicked his corpse into the unclean abyss. From then on, all of Yun Jifeng's resources belonged to him. In the Yun family, he was doted on and was made the heir. In the Cleansing Joy Pavilion, he was skillful and at ease, using the name of the priest to cultivate a large number of his trusted subordinates. He, Yunheng, was supposed to be in high spirits, with lofty aspirations. How could he die here without a sound? Yun Ruhan looked coldly at Yunheng's expression of despair, pain, and unwillingness, but it was slowly returning to a dead silence. Softly, as if muttering to himself, he said, Yun Jifeng, your great hatred has been avenged, your wish has been fulfilled. From now on, forget the past and reincarnate peacefully, right? The moment he said this, Yunheng stopped breathing and closed his eyes completely. He did not know if it was an illusion, but Yun Ruhan felt as if his body had relaxed. The heavy pressure that had been wrapped around his soul slowly dissipated. The top of Green Feather Mountain sank into an eerie silence. When Yunheng's subordinates came back to their senses, there was a complete uproar. You killed young Master Heng? Quick, send a signal to inform Master and Madam. Surround him, quickly surround him, don't let him escape. Yun Ruhan pulled out his long sword, quickly returned to Luo Yu's side, and carried him on his back. Young Master Jifeng. The old woman shouted almost instinctively. But after she said it, she suddenly realized something, and tears poured out of her eyes. Young Master Jifeng, is he really dead? Did Yunheng really kill him? Yun Ruhan nodded. That day, when I was at my wit's end, Yun Jifeng fell from the cliff. At that time, he was already dead. Only that trace of hatred and unwillingness lingered on the corpse, triggering the demonic energy in the unclean abyss and giving Yun Ruhan a chance to live. I saw with my own eyes that the person who kicked him down stood on the top of the cliff and laughed. But at that time, he didn't know Yun Jifeng and Yunheng's identities. The old woman's tears fell like rain, and she clutched her chest, wanting to say something. Yun Hang's trusted subordinates had already broken free of the talismans, and all of them fiercely rushed over. Yun Ruhan no longer had any talismans. He didn't dare to delay any longer, and threw out the last random transportation formation disc, and slowly disappeared in the light with Luo Yu. Not long after, Yun Zhaoxing, Xian Menglan, and Xian Yuan arrived. Seeing the dead Yun Hang, Yun Zhaoxing's face was so dark that it could drip water. What the hell is going on? Facing Yun Zhaoxing's rage, the Yun family cultivators all trembled. After a while, someone said shakily, It was young Master Ji Feng who killed young Master Heng. No, I heard young Master Heng say that wasn't young Master Ji Feng. Young Master Ji Feng has been possessed. What? Hearing this answer, Yun Zhaoxing and the other two widened their eyes in shock. Possessed? How is this possible? Xian Menglan reacted and immediately cried, Ji Feng, my son. I knew it, I knew my Ji Feng wouldn't be so rebellious. Yun Zhaoxing's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were red. How dare you possess my son, Xiaoyao sect? Xiaoyao sect. I will exterminate their entire clan. Master, madam, that's not it. The old woman abruptly came to her senses. Ignoring the pain in her body, she rushed over and said, It was Yun Heng who killed young Master Ji Feng. 12 years ago, Yun Heng killed young Master Ji Feng. He admitted it himself. After saying that, the old woman repeated what had happened before. The more Yun Zhaoxing and Xian Menglan listened, the uglier their expressions became. Xian Menglan even cried, We groomed Yun Heng as our successor in vain. I didn't expect him to be so vicious and kill our only child. As she spoke, she took out a sword and stabbed Yun Heng's body a few times. Good. If he hadn't been killed today, I would have definitely made him die without a burial place. On the side, Yun Heng's trusted subordinates shrunk their necks, their faces full of fear, not daring to say a word. Xian Yuan walked over and patted Xian Menglan's shoulder. He said warmly, All right, even if this Yun Heng is extremely daring, his death can be considered as avenging Ji Feng. The most important thing right now is to capture Yun Ruhan, who's possessed Ji Feng's body. That's right. Yun Zhaoxing roared angrily, as if he wanted to vent all the anger and grievances he had accumulated today. Possession is a demonic Tao that the entire cultivation continent has banned. This Yun Ruhan carries the title of senior brother of the Xiaoyao sect, and the name One Sword Mountain Sea is known to the whole world. I didn't expect him to be a scum that everyone wants to punish. Xian Yuan squinted his eyes and said slowly, The Xiaoyao sect is full of filth. Yun Ruhan had already fallen into the demonic path after possessing Ji Feng's body. And that, fatally beautiful killing god, Jun Mayan, she stole my Mulu Pavilion's divine weapon, Cry of the Ninth Heaven's Cranes, and stole my Mulu Pavilion's inherited secret technique. She actually swindled people outside, and slandered my Mulu Pavilion's reputation. This is really intolerable. What? Xian Menglan exclaimed, Jun Mayan stole the Cry of the Ninth Heaven's Crane, and my Mulu Pavilion's inheritance? Not bad. Xian Yuan sneered, Otherwise, how do you think a mere 20-year-old girl like her would be able to make such a name for herself? One person massacring a city, only Jun Mayan? That was a first-rate aristocratic family, Fusang City. She, a little girl, was slaughtered by a nobody from the Xiaoyao school. Do you believe that there is nothing fishy about this? Yun Zhaoxing gritted his teeth and said, Father-in-law, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that the Xiaoyao school has always been ruthless. It was said that he had destroyed several families in the Qingyun Blue Realm. Later, he went to Fusang City and destroyed it. He went to the Lian family and caused the Lian family to fall apart. They were so ruthless and didn't leave any leeway when doing things. How was this the style of a righteous sect? This is clearly a demon. Only such a person would dare to possess my son, Ji Feng. Xian Yuan smiled, and his voice was hoarse and bewitching. If we can destroy those demons, the Yun family will get the soul bead, and our Mulu Pavilion will get the Cry of the Nine Heavens Crane and the inheritance. Then, the northern land will be ours. Why should we worry that the world isn't ours? Yun Zhaoxing and Xian Menglan looked at each other and saw the burning greed in each other's eyes. Only the old woman on the side shed tears of disappointment as she listened to them discuss how to take the soul beads and inheritance for themselves. No one was sad for young Master Jifeng's death, except for her. Even the young master's biological parents had completely thrown him to the back of their minds, only coveting the benefits in front of him. On the other hand, it was Yunruhan, who was known as a demon. It had been 12 years, and he still remembered to take revenge for young Master Jifeng. In order to fulfill the young master's last wish, he did not hesitate to risk his life. Could such a person really be a demon? Eldest senior brother, did you really possess someone else's body? Just like a few hours ago, Yunruhan carried Luoyu through the forest. Hearing Luoyu's question, his footsteps did not stop, but his back slightly stiffened. After a long time, he softly said, "Yes." "Xiaoqi, are you afraid of me? How is this possible?" Luoyu said without hesitation, "You are the big brother of the Xiaoyao sect. You were, you are, and you will be. Moreover, I believe that unless you have no other choice, eldest senior brother would absolutely not possess another's body." Yunruhan's footsteps slowed. After a long while, Luoyu heard a low and hoarse voice, "Yes." Previously, Yunruhan lingered in Azure Feather Mountain and did not leave in order to lure out Yun Heng and take revenge for Yun Jifeng. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, he naturally did not delay any further. At this moment, his cultivation had not fully recovered, and he did not have any talismans or array discs on him. Moreover, he had to protect Luoyu. If the Yun family caught up with him, it would be really troublesome. Not long after, the end of Azure Feather Mountain was in front of him. Yunruhan and Luoyu heaved a sigh of relief. Leaving Green Feather Mountain was equivalent to leaving the Yun family's sphere of influence. However, right at this moment, an ear-piercing and strange laughter resounded in their ears. He 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 he. He 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 he. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this laughter, Luoyu's scalp went numb. Yunruhan's pupils constricted as he turned to look around. Luoyu happened to turn her head and saw his expression. She was stunned. He had never seen eldest senior brother show such an expression. Fear, shock, unease, anger, and despair. "Eldest senior brother, what's wrong?" He 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 he. He 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 he. The laughter continued, as if coming from all directions, inching closer and closer to them. Hearing this laughter, Luoyu felt all the hair on his body stand on end. "Who's there? Hurry up and come out. Laugh, 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 laugh your ass. If you're mentally ill, don't come out to harm others." Just as Luoyu finished scolding, the strange laughter stopped. Then, it became even crazier. Ha 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 ha. "Little prince. Dear little prince. After so many years, you're still so lively. I'm so happy. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Do you know how many years I've been looking for you? 15 years, a whole 15 years. In order to wait for you, I've been wandering in this godforsaken place for as long as 15 years. Hee hee hee, but luckily, I've finally found you now." Luoyu frowned and turned to Yunruhan. "Little prince? Who is this person calling little prince? Is there something wrong with his brain?" Luoyu's voice stopped abruptly. Because he realized that Yunruhan's face was pale, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. "Eldest senior brother? What's wrong?" Yunruhan closed his eyes and put Luoyu down from his back. He said in a low voice, "Come out. What's the point of hiding now that things have come to this? He 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 he. Who are you? Who told you to speak to me like that? He he he." Just as he finished laughing, an attack with the weight of Mount Tai had arrived. Yunruhan was prepared and hurriedly raised his sword to block. However, when the two collided, a powerful burst of energy whistled out. Yunruhan spat out a mouthful of blood and took several steps back. "Eldest brother." Luoyu couldn't care less about the injury on her leg and rushed over to support him. Almost at the same time, two tall figures slowly appeared in front of them. No, rather than a human figure, it would be more accurate to call it a monster. These two people were 2 meters tall. Their faces were ferocious and terrifying, and their eyes were bulging out. Luoyu could tell at a glance that this was not a real person, but a puppet. However, this puppet was different from ordinary puppets. There was no need to mention how powerful they were. The most shocking thing was that the pair of protruding eyes could actually move around. Until the two pairs of black eyes turned towards Luo Yu. As soon as their mouths opened and closed, the two puppets revealed a strange smile at the same time. Little prince, we haven't seen each other for 15 years. Guaci greets you. Luo Yu was stunned and pointed at herself. Me? The little prince? What little prince? Idiot, you've got the wrong person, haven't you? Ha 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 ha. 15 years have passed. Your appearance has changed, but I would never mistake the unique aura of the divine beast base on you. Luo Yu was shocked and subconsciously looked at Yunruhan. How did this person know that he had the divine beast base's soul orb? The two puppets swayed and slowly walked towards Luo Yu. Little prince, I can't stay in this damn place any longer. Just go back with me obediently. The imperial tutor is waiting anxiously for you in the imperial city. Luo Yu frowned. Go back where? Who is the grand tutor? Before he could finish, Yunruhan's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly pounced on Luo Yu and pressed him under his body. Boom! A huge wave of energy poured out from one of the puppets. Luo Yu felt the ground shake. The leaves above his head rustled down. What followed was a warm, bloody liquid, which instantly filled his neck and clothes. Luo Yu turned her head to look in a daze. Her eyes widened bit by bit as she glared at him. Eldest senior brother. Little seven, don't be afraid. I'm fine. Yunruhan stood up and forced a smile. Do you think eldest senior brother will be defeated so easily? You're already so old, yet you're still crying? Luo Yu touched his face and realized it was wet and warm. He immediately felt embarrassed. He looked at the two puppets with an unfriendly gaze. Is there something wrong with your brain? Who's your little prince? Which corner of the world did a lunatic like you come from? The puppet opened its mouth, revealing bloody teeth and tongue. It seems that the little prince is not pretending to be stupid. He doesn't remember at all. He, this is normal. After all, 15 years ago, the little prince was still young. Even if he was possessed by the divine beast, he wouldn't have been able to take such a huge blow. He. Luo Yu frowned. He suddenly felt a wave of irritation. He had grown up in the Xiaoyao sect. How could he be a prince? But why did he have the divine beast base in his body? Why didn't eldest senior brother allow him to summon the divine beast base and show it to others? Be good, little prince. My patience has long been exhausted in the past 15 years. Now, obediently come back with me. I promise I will be very gentle. Otherwise, he, don't blame me for offending you, little prince. His voice hadn't even finished resounding through the air when the two puppets suddenly vanished on the spot. Little seven, be careful. Yunruhan raised her sword to block, but she heard Luo Yu say loudly, eldest senior brother, don't worry about me. The one on the left is yours, and the one on the right is mine. As he spoke, the spiritual energy in his body surged and his fingers flicked in the air. In an instant, countless gravel and vegetation flew towards him. After a burst of light, the rubble and vegetation actually condensed into a 2-story tall humanoid figure. Puppets, this was a puppet formed in the blink of an eye. Luo Yu turned around and raised her chin at Yunruhan. Eldest senior brother, I'm also a member of the Unfettered Seven. Don't underestimate me. Her appearance was arrogant and cunning, indescribably lively. Yunruhan was startled, and then her lips curled into a faint smile. His little seven had really grown up. Seeing the puppet that Luo Yu had formed in an instant, the two puppets opposite her stopped in their tracks. Two pairs of protruding eyes looked back and forth between Luo Yu and the puppets. Then, they started giggling. Puppet control with a flip of the hand, summoning with a flip of the hand. Little prince, you are indeed the only summoner to inherit the pure bloodline of the Beast King in 10,000 years. If you were given a little more time, even I would not be your match. What a pity, you're still too young. As soon as he finished speaking, the two puppets slowly raised their hands and punched forward. This movement was extremely slow, as if it did not contain any spiritual power. But when the punch was thrown, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The huge puppet that Luo Yu had just formed was instantly turned to dust. The huge impact was not over yet. After destroying the puppet, it roared towards Luo Yu and Yun Ruhan like a tornado. Pfft. The two of them flew backwards and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Luo Yu looked at the two puppets in shock. At this moment, he finally felt the crushing difference in strength. Both of these puppets were beyond the 5th stage of the tribulation realm. But he and Grand Senior Brother were only at the nascent soul stage. On the cultivation continent, the number of cultivators who could reach the tribulation passing stage could be counted on 10 fingers. A tribulation passing cultivator wanted to kill a nascent soul cultivator. It was as easy as killing an ant. He seemed to be very satisfied with the result he had caused. The two puppets grinned and let out strange laughter. "Little prince, don't be anxious. Let me take care of the irrelevant people first, then I will bring you back to the floating island." The puppet on the left took a step towards Yun Ruhan, causing the ground to shake violently. "Who dares to hurt Grand Senior Brother?" Luo Yu roared. He could no longer care about his rationality, and the spiritual power in his body circulated wildly. The two soul orbs on his back, one red and one white, shone brightly. Between the heavens and the earth, a terrifying pressure spread out. But before the two soul orbs could float out of his body, the puppet on the right seemed to have predicted this and swung its hand. A black rope shot out and wrapped around Luo Yu like a venomous snake, binding him tightly. The light on his back flickered for a while before finally dissipating. Luo Yu's face instantly turned pale. He fell to the ground, his body twitching. Xiaoqi, how are you?" Yun Ruhan rushed over to help Luo Yu up, but was pulled back by the puppet on the left. The heavy left foot clamped down on his throat, pinning him to the ground. TSK, little prince, even if you're still very weak, this subordinate is still a little afraid of the divine beast by Zhe. So, for the sake of safety, I can only use the soul restraining chain to make you obedient." The puppet on the right chuckled and walked towards Luo Yu, who was rolling on the ground. Previously, when Luo Yu was tortured by the Yun family, she didn't even make a sound. However, at this moment, he was rolling on the ground in pain. Even though he tried his best to endure it, he still couldn't help but let out a painful groan. His clothes were soaked with sweat. A pair of hands that had just regrown clawed at the ground. A moment later, they were covered in bloody scars. Seeing Luo Yu like this, the puppet's laughter became even more unbridled. "Little prince, stop struggling. This soul-restraining chain was personally bestowed by the Imperial Preceptor for the purpose of sealing the soul orbs within you beast emperors. However, because the soul-restraining chains are too powerful, there will be some pain during the sealing process." As the puppet spoke, it crouched down. Its cold, ashen hands grabbed Luo Yu's hair, revealing his face, which was already drenched in sweat and blood. TSK, who would have thought that the high and mighty little prince would be reduced to such a pitiful state? I wonder how heartbroken the former empress would be if she saw her only son like this. It's a pity that that woman died 15 years ago. Not even her ashes were left, ha 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 ha. The hand grabbing Luo Yu's hair tightened. The soul-arresting chains on Luo Yu's body tightened as well. The pain, which was already unbearable, instantly increased tenfold, 100-fold, on Luo Yu's body. Ah! Luo Yu couldn't take it anymore and let out a mournful wail. Ha 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 ha. Keep screaming. Keep screaming. My honorable royal highness, when I see you in such a state, which is even worse than a dog, my heart is really... Boom. Before the perverted laughter and words could finish, the hand that had been grabbing Luo Yu's hair was suddenly sliced off at the elbow. The puppet's entire body was sent flying by the huge force, smashing through dozens of trees before landing on the ground. The puppet struggled to get up. Seeing the scene not far away, its bulging eyes trembled violently. His voice, which was still laughing in a perverted manner just a moment ago, instantly turned into a trembling voice filled with fear. Ghost Lon Luohan, how are you? How are you still alive? 12 years ago, didn't you perish together with Black Eagle? The torturous pain on his body seemed to lighten and fade away, becoming numb. Luo Yu struggled to lift his eyes. In a daze, he saw a figure that seemed both familiar and strange standing in front of him. It was a young man shrouded in inky black energy. Luo Yu couldn't see his face clearly. He only knew that this back that was guarding him, was very familiar. At the young man's feet lay the corpse of a puppet that had already been torn to pieces. And the lifeless Yunruhan. Eldest senior brother. Luo Yu was shocked, but the voice that came out of her mouth was so weak, so hoarse. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother. Luo Yu shouted as he crawled towards Yunruhan's corpse. Tears blurred his eyes and mixed with sweat and blood, forming a sticky mess on his face. But Luo Yu couldn't care about anything else. All he knew was that his eldest senior brother, who had been protecting him, was dead. How could eldest brother die? Xiaoqi, don't be afraid. Just as Luo Yu's bloodied hand was about to touch the corpse, a low and hoarse voice rang in her ear. This wasn't Yunruhan's voice, but it had the same tone. Gentle, steady, tolerant, and doting. Xiaoqi, big brother is here. I won't let anyone hurt you. This voice was clearly unfamiliar and distant, but it made him feel so at ease. It was as if as long as this person was there, he would be safe, and he would never be alone. Luo Yu tried her best to blink, wanting to see the face in front of her clearly. However, her consciousness became more and more blurry. The man raised his hand lightly, and chi surged out, placing the unconscious Luo Yu onto Yunruhan's body so that he could sleep more comfortably. He then turned his attention to the remaining puppet. The hoarse voice was no longer as gentle and tolerant as before. What was left was an endless bone-piercing chill. Guaci, it's been more than a decade, but your cowardly nature hasn't changed at all. Even though you know I'm dead, even though you've confirmed the location of the soul orb, you don't even have the courage to find it yourself. Heh, do you really think I can't do anything to you just because you sent 2 puppets? Guaci's puppet trembled and staggered a step back, but it immediately stood still. He looked at the man in front of him. Under the scorching sun, even though the man was surrounded by a thick layer of black gas, he seemed to be transparent, as if he could be melted by the sun at any time. Guaci's gaze turned to Yunruhan's body. He suddenly opened his mouth and said in a sharp voice, "Possession. 12 years ago, you actually used the body possession technique to escape this calamity. Lan Luohan, don't you know that if the Lan clan is tainted by the evil Tao, they will be despised by the gods? Their bodies will rot before death and they will never enter the cycle of reincarnation." So what? Yunruhan said word by word. So what? A pair of bloodthirsty eyes stared at him from the lingering black fog. Even though it was only a puppet, it still made Guaci shiver. Lunatic, Lan Luohan, you really are a lunatic. Not only did you use the possession technique, but you also forcibly broke away from the fused body. Guaci's trembling voice paused and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm really stupid. Forcibly breaking away from the body is equivalent to entering death prematurely. The body has begun to rot, and the netherworld is beckoning to you. What awaits you is only the dissipation of your soul and eternal damnation. Ha 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 ha, facing a real dead person, what do I have to fear? The puppet swayed and rushed toward Yunruhan. What's more, this is only a puppet with my soul attached to it. You don't even have a body now. Do you really think you're still that demon who can kill gods and Buddhas? Boom, the puppet punched out, but its target was not the man shrouded in black fog, but Yunruhan's corpse on the ground. As long as the vessel shattered, no matter how powerful Lan Luohan's consciousness was, she would be instantly disintegrated by the heavenly Tao. However, this fist seemed to freeze in midair. A slender hand shrouded in black energy slowly pressed against the puppet's heart. He suddenly grabbed with his 5 fingers. Ah! Phantom Sting let out a shrill scream. The puppet was instantly torn apart and fell to the ground. Far away on the heavenly Phoenix mountain range, Phantom Sting spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Yunruhan retracted her hand and kicked away the remains of the puppet. She walked towards the unconscious Luo Yu. He closed his eyes and tried his best to retract the black gas around him. Finally, it stopped in front of Yunruhan. I can't die yet. I can't let my soul dissipate yet. He whispered in a low and hoarse voice, I want to send Xiaoqi to junior sister's side. Yun Jifeng, I beg you, lend me a little more time, I beg you. Suddenly, the swirling black energy surged toward Yunruhan's corpse. The 2 figures slowly fused together. Soon, Yun Ruhan opened her eyes again and revealed a grateful smile. Thank you, Yun Jifeng. However, at this moment, a cold and stern voice came from the sky. I will never allow a demon like you to stay by my side. Yun Ruhan's heart sank bit by bit. Ning Su, the young master suicide who hated demons the most, Ning Su, no matter what reason Yun Ruhan had, no matter if Yun Jifeng was already dead when he took over Yun Jifeng's body. Possession was a demonic path after all. Just look at how Ning Su refused to let little Uncle Master go because Chiwen was a demonic beast. She knew that he would not let her go either. Right now, Yun Ruhan's soul had been damaged. He had just merged with Yun Jifeng's body. If he wanted to leave again, his soul would be destroyed. Against Ning Su, he had no chance of winning at all. Yun Ruhan lowered his head and looked at the bloodied and unconscious Luo Yu. His clenched fists slowly relaxed, and his lips curled into a relieved smile. I am indeed a demon who took over a body and was reborn. He looked up at Ning Su who was slowly landing, his voice hoarse and calm. But Xiaoqi is not. He is a true spirit cultivator. He is innocent. You can kill me, but please, send Xiaoqi back to little junior sister and let her save him. Ning Su said coldly. As long as you prove that he is not a demonic cultivator and will not protect a demon, I will naturally send him to Mayan for treatment. Yun Ruhan looked at Luo Yu one last time, and reached out to brush the grass off his face. Xiaoqi, I am sorry. I can no longer protect you. He smiled faintly, then looked up and closed his eyes, calmly waiting for Ning Su to take his life. Buzz, the demon-slaying sword buzzed violently, suddenly unsheathing and attacking Yun Ruhan's heart. However, the expected pain did not come. Yun Ruhan was sent flying by the impact. He opened his eyes, only to find that Luo Yu had woken up and was blocking in front of him. She had used her bloodied hands to block Ning Su's demon-slaying sword. Of course, this was also because Ning Su had realized that Luo Yu was coming over, so he withdrew the spiritual energy on the demon-slaying sword. Otherwise, Luo Yu's hands would have been crippled. Young Master Destiny, what are you doing? Luo Yu couldn't be bothered to look at her hands that were throbbing in pain. She glared fiercely at Ning Su. Did my eldest senior brother offend you? You want to kill him? Ning Su gripped the demon-slaying sword that had flown back to him and said coldly, everyone has the right to punish the heretical demons. From the moment he took over someone else's body, he should have known what would happen to him. Luo Yu laughed coldly, it's clear that the owner of this body died first, so my eldest senior brother borrowed it. In the face of life and death, there was no other choice, and he did not harm others to benefit himself. How could he be considered a demon? Young Master Jueming, don't tell me you've become obsessed with killing demons every day? Ning Su sneered. Possession is the path of devil cultivators. Whether or not they take someone's life, wrong is wrong, and the path of evil is the path of evil. I, Ning Su, have sworn to kill all the demons in the world. How can I allow him to escape from my hands today? Furthermore, such an evil demon is actually lurking by Mu Yan's side. Just what is his motive? At this point, Ning Su's eyes surged with a crazy murderous intent. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes were bloodshot. His entire face instantly became crazed and malevolent. I will never allow you to lead Mu Yan astray. I will never allow such a thing to happen again. Lan Luoyu, by shielding Yun Ruhan, are you going to wallow in the mire with this devil cultivator? Very well, I will kill both of you with my demon-slaying sword today. Dark clouds billowed in the sky and the mountains shook. The demon-slaying sword was unsheathed again. The sword split into 10 shadows, cold light filling the air. Each ray of light contained a bone-chilling killing intent. Yun Ruhan's expression was cold. He could kill him, but if anyone wanted to touch Xiaoqi, he would not allow it even if he died. Xiaoqi, stand behind me. Luo Yu shook his head resolutely. Spiritual energy surged in his body and the orb of souls behind him glowed. Yun Ruhan was shocked. Xiaoqi, you were injured by the soul-restraining chains. You cannot use the orb of souls again. Luo Yu turned back, his pale, cracked lips curling into a smile. His smile was quick-witted and crafty, just like the junior brother who usually wanted to do bad things. Only his voice was hoarse and weak. First senior brother, you're always protecting me. This time, it's Xiaoqi's turn to protect you, okay? Boom. Two dazzling rays of light, one red and one white, shot into the sky. They transformed into Baizhe and Beifong in midair and soared between heaven and earth. The red Beifong was still fine, it was just faintly emitting a scorching heat. But the moment Baizhe appeared, the world seemed to be shrouded by a terrifying pressure. The spirit beasts of Green Feather Mountain, who had been agitated by the battle, fell silent and trembled. Ningxu looked up at Baizhe in the sky, even forgetting to control the demon-slaying sword. When he looked at Luoyu again, there was only shock in his eyes. Baizhe, what is your relationship with the royal family of Floating Island? Sweat dripped from Luoyu's forehead like rain. His consciousness, which had just cleared, faded bit by bit. He bit the tip of his tongue until a piercing pain came and the taste of rust filled his mouth and teeth. Only then did he manage to maintain his tottering body. Roar. An earth-shattering roar sounded. Baizhe slowly lowered its eyes, raised its front paw, and slammed it down at Ningxu. This movement could be said to be extremely slow. But Ningxu acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He immediately called back the demon-slaying sword and slashed in the air. Bang! With a crash, Ningxu was pushed back dozens of meters, his face pale. Baizhe did not move, its eyes cold. But Luoyu, who was controlling it, spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that its master was injured, the Beifong let out a crisp cry. Its entire body turned into flames as it pounced towards Ningxu. However, Ningxu did not take the Beifong seriously at all. With a casual swing of the demon-slaying sword, the Beifong let out a cry of agony and flew backward, dispersing into the air. Luoyu spat out another mouthful of blood. Ningxu looked at him with a complicated expression, then glanced at Baizhe with fear. Rumor has it that the Lan royal family discovered the true bloodline inheritance of the beast monarch more than 10 years ago. They can control hundreds of beasts, control the world, build a floating island, build a stairway to heaven, and recreate the glory of 10,000 years ago. But no one mentioned this rumor after a few years, as if it had never happened. I also thought that it was just a rumor. But it turned out to be true. In today's cultivation continent, where immortal energy was depleted and only spiritual energy was left, with his extremely low nascent soul cultivation level, he actually managed to summon the true body of the divine beast, Baizhe. Who else but someone with a pure beast king bloodline could achieve such an ability? Luoyu only felt as if there was something boiling and burning inside him. His vision became blurrier and Ningxu's voice became more and more distant. He almost could not see clearly. However, he stood straight, unwilling to take a single step back. He also ordered Baizhe to not let Yunruhan leave his side. He knew he had to protect his eldest senior brother. Ningxu said slowly, the floating island survived because of the Beast King. You have the purest Beast King bloodline. I don't want to kill you. As long as you leave now, I won't hurt you. I'll take you to Muyan later. She'll have a way to save you. Luoyu tried to speak, eldest senior brother. Ningxu's face turned cold. I once swore to kill all the demons in the world. Since he's tainted by the demonic Tao, he's destined to die by my demon-slaying sword. This has nothing to do with your Xiaoyao sect. After I end him, I won't cause trouble for you. Chiwen was just a demon. He couldn't kill her, so that was fine. But Yunruhan had been reborn by possession. She was a true demon. If I let him live today, how can I call it suicide? What right do I have to kill all the demons in the world in the future? Yunruhan said anxiously, Xiaoqi, get out of the way. Luoyu smiled. Her body swayed slightly, but her feet didn't move. Then there's nothing more to say. If you want to kill my eldest senior brother, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Ningxu's eyes were murderous. Lan Luoyu, how long do you think you can summon Baizhe with your nascent soul cultivation? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Luoyu gritted her teeth. Baizhe let out another roar and slammed its palm down on Ningxu. Ningxu's hands formed a seal in the air. The demon-slaying sword split into 10 swords in the air again, making a buzzing sound. I set my life for the common people, set my heart for the heavens and earth, and slay all the demons in the world. I have no choice but to kill the descendant of the Beast King. Lan Luoyu, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Boom! The 10 demon-slaying swords collided with Baizé. Baizé slapped down 3 demon-slaying swords. But when it tried to attack a second time, its figure became fainter and fainter. Baizé glanced at Luoyu and disappeared in the air unwillingly. The remaining 7 demon-slaying swords pounced at Luoyu like snakes. Yunruhan pulled Luoyu over and hugged him tightly in her arms. He used his back to catch the 7 demon-slaying swords. Eldest brother. Luoyu let out a shrill scream. She wanted to struggle, but her body had no strength at all. He could only watch as the first demon slayer sword pierced through Yunruhan's body. Hot blood gushed onto his neck for the second time, burning his eyes red. The second round, just then, a sharp, ear-piercing sound of a zither whistled over from the distant horizon. The barrier formed by the notes of the zither enveloped Luoyu and Yunruhan at the critical moment, blocking the second demon slayer sword. The third one. Big brother Ning, please show mercy. Mayan's urgent shout comes from afar, don't hurt my fellow apprentice. Hearing this familiar voice, Ning Su's mind was thrown into disarray. He lost control of the demon-slaying sword. It swayed in the air and slowly dissipated the shadow of the sword before returning to its sheath. Luoyu raised her blood-stained eyes and looked at the figure flying towards her. She gave a relaxed smile. Little Seven, eldest brother, how did you get injured like this? Seeing the two covered in wounds, the eyes of the 5 turned red. There seemed to be a ringing in their ears, completely filled with anger. Even Chumoli, who had always been cold and unfathomable, said word by word, Little Seven, speak, who hurt you? The youngest disciple of the Xiaoyao sect who grew up with care and pampered him. How could he be hurt to such an extent? Luoyu blinked her eyes. Tears mixed with blood rolled down her cheeks. However, the dimples on her cheeks appeared faintly. 6th senior sister, 2nd senior brother, 3rd senior brother, 4th senior sister, 5th senior brother, I knew you would come. Therefore, even in the most painful and difficult times, he had never despaired or given up. He won't let himself die, and he won't let his eldest brother die. Because he knows that as long as he holds on, he will be able to. 6th sister and the others will definitely arrive, and they will pull them back from the gates of hell. Because they are the Xiaoyao 7. They advance and retreat together, live and die together. None of them can be missing, right? Mayan calms down and goes forward to check on the two's injuries. Yunruhan says, look at Xiaoqi first. He takes a step back and gives Luoyu to Mayan. He also hides his hand, which has begun to rot, into his sleeve. Mayan nods and grasps Luoyu's wrist to feel her pulse. The more she checks, the more gloomy her face becomes. She takes out the Tian Mo Qin, sounds it, and activates the art of Qi Huang. Countless silver threads rush out from the Tian Mo Qin and enter Luoyu's body. At the same time, the phantom is activated. A second Mayan appears, playing floating like a dream, making Luoyu sink into a beautiful dream. This treatment lasts for half an hour. Mayan slowly opens her eyes and wipes the sweat from her forehead. How is Xiaoqi? Mayan slowly exhales, the heaven-eroding water has eroded his internal organs. Although I tried my best to clean and repair them, I couldn't avoid the excruciating pain. But the heaven-eroding water isn't the most troublesome. The most troublesome thing was that the soul orb in Luoyu's body had been damaged by another sinister force, the soul restraining chains. Moreover, Luoyu had overdrawn her spiritual power to activate her soul orb, causing her injuries to worsen. Yunruhan anxiously says, what about Xiaoqi in the future? Don't worry. Mayan smiles, I've already repaired his soul orb. I guarantee that it won't affect his future cultivation. However, the removal of the sky-eroding water would take more than a month. During this period of time, Xiaoqi would have to endure inhumane pain. I can't let him stay in the fleeting life like a dream all the time, it's not good for his divine soul. Pausing for a moment, Mu Yan's eyes are suffused with a cold-killing intent. In the end, who was it that used such a sinister method to torture Xiaoqi? Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at Ning Su suspiciously. Big brother Ning, if I am not mistaken, you want to kill Xiaoqi and eldest senior brother? Could it be that Xiaoqi's injuries were caused by you? With that said, Ling Yuma and the others all stood beside Mu Yan, staring at Ning Su covetously. It was as if as long as he said yes, he would disregard the difference in strength and tear him into pieces. Ningxu shook his head. I don't want to kill Lan Luoyu. Mu Yan is slightly relieved. In reality, she did not believe that Ningxu was such a person. But his next words startle Mu Yan. The person I want to kill is Yun Ruhan. Mu Yan is startled, suspecting that she heard wrong. Big brother Ning, what did you say? Ling Yuma says angrily, is there something wrong with your brain? Last time, you wanted to kill my youngest martial uncle. This time, you point at my eldest senior brother and say that he is a demon. Do you have *King accuse people of being demons every time you catch them on the street? Ningxu's expression was cold as he stared at Mu Yan. You also think that I'm a vile person who can't tell right from wrong? Mu Yan said coldly, I don't believe that brother Ning is a vile person, but I don't believe that my eldest senior brother is a demon. Ningxu sneered, you can ask him whether he is or not. Yun Ruhan took one last look at the unconscious Luoyu, then slowly stood up and walked over to Ningxu. I'll go with you. Kill me or torture me as you wish. But this has nothing to do with anyone else in the Xiaoyao sect. Eldest senior brother? Yun Ruhan turned around and looked at the 5 people who were looking at him anxiously. His lips curled up into a peaceful and relieved smile, I'm sorry that I lied to you. I wasn't a good person in the past, and this body isn't mine. I took over Yun Jifeng's body, and that's why I'm still alive. I don't deserve to be a member of the Xiaoyao sect, and I don't deserve to be your eldest senior brother. Now, it's time for me to pay the price for what I've done in the past. With that, Yun Ruhan turned around and walked over to Ningxu without hesitation, ready to be executed. Ningxu was used to seeing all kinds of demons. Some were guilty, some were remorseful, some begged for mercy, some were stubborn, and some gave up resisting. But no matter what, demons were demons, and they were people he had to kill. He could no longer feel any sympathy or pity for them. Buzz dash, the demon-slaying sword kept vibrating, as if it was about to leave its sheath. However, the next moment, a sharp sound of a zither rang out, immediately suppressing the demon-slaying sword. Mu Yan said with a sullen face, we haven't made things clear yet, but eldest senior brother, you look like you're going to the execution ground with your last words. That's not very good, is it? Do you think we'll listen to you and let you be killed? That's right. Ling Yuma said anxiously, what possession? What Yun Jifeng? What's going on? You've been in the Xiaoyao sect for so many years, and you've never harmed anyone. How are you a demon? Chu Moli lightly tapped the armrest of his wheelchair. There was a gentle and faint smile on his face. However, this smile did not reach his eyes. Young noble destiny is really interesting. There are millions and millions of evil spirits in the world, but young noble Ning seems to be targeting our carefree sect. Last time, for the sake of a magical beast that didn't kill a single person, you shouted at my young martial uncle to kill him. Of course, in the end, your skills were inferior and you could only retreat with your tail between your legs. Now, he wants to get back at us, so he's targeting our eldest senior brother again? Chu Moli was usually a quiet and low-key person. However, in the entire Xiaoyao sect, he was the most cunning one. Normally, it was fine if he didn't speak, but once he did, his venomous tongue was like a knife that could stab people's hearts. Sure enough, Ningxu's face turned green and black, and the anger in his eyes almost spewed out. Yun Ruhan frowned and stepped forward to speak. Chu Moli smiled lightly, however, since young Master Ning has accused our eldest senior brother of being a demon, we naturally have to hear the charges. Do mortals need witnesses and material evidence to judge mortals? Young Master Ning wouldn't be planning to kill him without a charge, right? Yun Ruhan opened her mouth. Eldest senior brother, just shut your mouth for now. Chu Moli smiled and looked coldly at Yun Ruhan, we don't want to hear your own statement right now. We only want to hear young Master Ning's side of the story. Mu Yan also nodded, Big brother Ning, you should also know that I won't agree to killing eldest senior brother for no reason. You said that eldest senior brother took over someone else's body, what's going on? Hearing Mayan's question, Ningxu suppresses the anger provoked by Chu Moli, and coldly tells her about how Yun Ruhan took over Yun Jifeng's body 12 years ago. Mayan frowns, I don't believe that eldest senior brother would deliberately harm a person's life. Could it be that when eldest senior brother took over Yun Jifeng's body, Yun Jifeng was already dead? So what? Ning Su's face darkens. Possession and rebirth is an evil path. Whether it's a living person or a dead person, it's forbidden by the cultivation world. Mayan, have you ever thought that if the 3 realms and the 6 realms all thought that possession of the dead was a matter of course, what kind of discussion would there be in the world? How would moral ethics be corrupted? How would people's selfishness and greed be tempted and magnified? Yun Ruhan shows a bitter smile and lowers her eyes. In fact, Ning Su's words are right. There is a reason why the cultivation world forbids possession and rebirth. Because once this gap is torn open, there will be countless cultivators who will do heartless things because of their own selfish desires. This is also the reason why Yun Ruhan never thought of arguing after Ning Su appeared. You don't have to say any more. Yun Ruhan says hoarsely, this is a sin I created, I should bear the consequences. Take Xiaoqi and leave. Most importantly, Yun Ruhan moves her fingers, and her fingertips can already touch the rotting livor mortis spreading on her wrist. Most importantly, it's already impossible for him to live. Why would she implicate her fellow disciples? Eldest senior brother, what kind of joke is this? Ling Yuma anxiously says, even if you took over and rebirth, you didn't hurt anyone, why can't you live? Ling Yuxing resolutely says, we won't go, the Xiaoya 7 will advance and retreat together. If possession and rebirth is a crime, then the 7 of us will bear it together. Qinjiu's face turns red from anxiety, but she can only spit out a few words, eldest senior brother, is not, an evil spirit. Mayan suddenly says, big brother Ning, you said that eldest senior brother taking over and rebirth is wrong, but what if the owner of this body, Yun Jifeng, is willing? After saying that, without waiting for everyone to react, she spins around and sits on the ground. The Tian Emochin appears, and her fingers quickly pluck the strings. The sound of the zither, which sounded like flowing water, rang out, and the benevolence of the saint was activated. Gradually, wisps of misty white light appeared around Yun Ruhan. Faintly, a voice rang out from the white ball of light, it's not possession, it's not possession. I called him over and over again, begged him to avenge me, that's why he was summoned to my side. Yun Ruhan, I'm very grateful to you. Thank you for saving my mother, and thank you for killing Yunheng for me. I, Yun Jifeng, have never blamed you for taking over my body. You are not a demon, but my salvation. Yun Ruhan's eyes widened as she listened to the voice that seemed to be near yet far, and her vision gradually blurred. At this moment, the shackles that had been cast in his heart slowly crumbled. Ling Yuma was so happy that she cried, I knew big senior brother was not a demon, hey. Ning Su, did you hear that? Even Yun Jifeng himself said that my eldest senior brother didn't seize possession, but his salvation. The sound of Mayan's zither still rang out, and a gentle and holy energy flowed little by little from the Tian Emochin into the ball of light that belonged to Yun Jifeng's divine soul. Yun Jifeng, since you've already been redeemed, then go and reincarnate. Don't continue to waste your divine soul in this mortal world. The ball of light gently swayed in Mu Yan's direction, and a low thank you echoed between heaven and earth. Then, the ball of light slowly dissipated. Mu Yan put away the Tian Emochin and looked at Ning Su, brother Ning, can you answer what I just said? If it was Yun Jifeng's own will that my senior brother took over Yun Jifeng's body, then is he still considered to have been reincarnated? Ning Su said coldly, there's no difference. As soon as these words came out, even though Mu Yan had always been grateful and had a good impression of Ning Su, it completely dissipated in an instant. Ning Su said word by word, a demon is a demon. Whether intentional or not, as long as one steps onto this evil path, they will be abandoned by the heavens, and they will also bring destruction to the people around them. As long as it's a demon, I will kill it. Mu Yan said coldly, if I was the one who became a demon, would brother Ning also kill me? Ning Su was clearly stunned, then shook his head heavily, you won't. He said through gritted teeth, you definitely won't be a demonic cultivator, and I will never allow that kind of thing to happen again. That might not be true, Mu Yan thought to herself. If she had nothing to do with demons, how could she have walked out of the uncleansed abyss unscathed? But she didn't talk about this. Instead, she walked forward and pulled Yun Ruhan back to stand in front of him. Just pretend that I won't become a demon, but what if I insist on not letting brother Ning touch my senior brother? Her eyes stared straight into Ning Su's. Those peach blossom eyes that were extremely similar to hers, brother Ning wants to be my enemy? my entire Xiaoyao school's enemy? Qingjiu, Chu Moli, Ling Yuma, and Ling Yuxing walked over one by one and stood by Mu Yan's side. They didn't speak, but their expressions and actions made it clear. They would never allow anyone to hurt their senior brother. Ningsu took a step back and pressed his right hand on the hilt of the demon-slaying sword, holding it tightly. Blue veins popped out on the back of his hand and forehead. Ningsu's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Mu Yan. Why? Why do you protect him even though you know he's a demon? Mu Yan said coldly, You forced the demon on my senior brother, we won't admit it. I only know that if anyone wants to kill my eldest senior brother, they'll have to do it over my dead body. Again and again. Again and again. Ningsu's eyes turned redder and redder. His body trembled slightly as if he was trying to control the emotions in his body. Why did you betray me time and time again and choose this demon? All right. Good. If you want to risk your lives to protect him, then I'll fulfill your wish. Ningsu roared and the demon slayer was unsheathed. Jun Mayan, you forced me to do this. I'd rather kill you with my own hands than let you follow in her footsteps and mix with the evil spirit. A terrifying pressure poured out, as if it was going to cause the world to collapse and the mountains and rivers to change color. The faces of the people of the Xiaoyao sect turned pale. Their blood was boiling and they almost spat out blood. They had already witnessed Ningsu's terrifying strength outside Fusang City. But at that time, they weren't the target. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying this man's strength was. All of you retreat and protect Xiaoqi and eldest senior brother. Mu Yan soared into the sky and the sound of the zither resounded. Her figure instantly split into two. One was playing the Tian Mo Qin, and the other had taken out a talisman. This talisman was drawn for her by Di Mingju with great effort. As long as he used up all his spiritual power to make one strike, he could defeat any tribulation-passing cultivator. Yes, anyone, whether the tribulation-passing cultivator was first stage, ninth stage, or peak stage. They could all be defeated with one move from this talisman. She knew that Ningsu's cultivation was far beyond the tribulation-passing stage. He wasn't even from this Shozhen continent. The six of them were no match for Ningsu. However, even if Ningsu's cultivation was higher than the tribulation-passing stage, as long as he was on this Shozhen continent, his strength would be suppressed to the pseudo-immortal realm. This was the rule of heaven. Except for Di Mingju who had cultivated divine power, no one could go against it. As long as he was still in the pseudo-immortal realm, her talisman could still fight. The spiritual power in Mu Yan's body surged wildly into the talisman in her hand. Soon, even the doppelganger created by the heavy phantom also surged into the talisman. Whoosh, a dazzling light exploded in the sky. The talisman burned completely and transformed into a huge sword. With the pressure of Mount Tai, it chopped down towards Ningsu. Ningsu didn't expect that Mu Yan would have such a trump card. Caught off guard, he only had time to pull out the demon-slaying sword to block. Crack, a sharp pain came from his arm. Ningsu could feel that the hand holding the demon-slaying sword was breaking inch by inch. His expression changed and he couldn't hold back anymore. The immortal energy in his body surged and he resisted the pain to resist the crushing of the huge sword. This crushing lasted for more than a minute. Ningsu felt that the immortal energy in his dantian had been consumed by 70 to 80%, and the energy in the talisman was gradually used up. Only then did the overwhelming attack and pressure slowly dissipate. The demon-slaying sword in Ningsu's hand fell to the ground and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up, but there was no one in the sky or the opposite side. The moment Mu Yan activated the talisman, the people of the Xiaoyao sect had already made their preparations. Qingjiu took Chumoli. Ling Yuma took Xiaoqi. Ling Yuxing carried Mu Yan on his back and dragged Yun Ruhan away as fast as lightning. Ningsu resisted the piercing pain in his arm and dantian. He used his immortal energy again to repair his arm that had been smashed into pieces. His originally limp arm, which had been crushed into powder, actually grew back. If others were to see this scene, they would definitely be indescribably shocked. Ningsu was not a doctor, but he could actually reconstruct flesh and bones. After a full 2 hours, Ningsu's arm finally regrown. However, the celestial force in his dantian was completely depleted. Unless he returned to the floating island to replenish it, he wouldn't even be able to reach 50% of his strength. However, Ningsu had no desire to go back. He looked in the direction that Mu Yan and the others had left in. His expression was calm, but his eyes were burning with a bone-chilling flame. Demons must be killed. I'd rather kill wrongly than let them go. Jun Mayan, why would you betray me like her? Why do you want to protect demons? You forced me to do this. Shoshan continent, Netherworld region. Yun Xiao, quickly look at your brother. The Netherworld Holy Spirit was fine before, how did it become like this? Fu Yushu's eyes were red from crying. She dragged Luo Yunxiao to the bed. A half-naked young man was lying on the bed. It was Luo Yunxiao's younger brother, Yin Yuani. Compared to a few months ago, he was high-spirited and full of energy. At this time Yin Yuani was really a bit miserable. The rune of the Netherworld Sacred Fire on Yin Yuani's back was originally cut out from Luo Yunxiao's body. When it was displayed in front of the believers of the Nether Realm, the pattern of the Resurrection Lily was still bright and dazzling. But now it had become a mass of darkness, and its original appearance couldn't be seen at all. The most terrible thing was that this mass of darkness wasn't smooth. Instead, it was made up of countless small black spots. If one looked closely, they would find that these black spots were actually small holes. When Yin Yuani's body moved up and down, pus and maggots would gush out of the holes. Seeing this scene, even Luo Yunxiao couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. She clearly remembered that when the Netherworld Sacred Fire was transferred to Yin Yuani, it was perfectly integrated. After that, in several battles, Yin Yuani did show strength several times stronger than before. That proved that the power of the Netherworld Sacred Fire was absorbed by him. However, in just a few short months, he had become so miserable. Qi Wen, who was in the pet bag, couldn't help laughing. Damn it, how did Yin Yuani become like this? Ha ha ha, he deserves it. Who asked him to steal the Netherworld Sacred Fire? Who asked him to control the Netherworld Sacred Fire? Now he's suffering. Fu Yushu grasped Luo Yunxiao's hand tightly. Her well-manicured nails almost pierced into his flesh, but he didn't notice it at all. Her voice was full of pleading and sobbing. There was no problem before, but a few days ago, it suddenly broke out. Yunxiao, is your only brother. You must help him. Yin Yuani, who was lying on the bed, heard the noise and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Luo Yunxiao, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes burst out with intense jealousy. Luo Yunxiao, is it you? Did you do something to the Netherworld Sacred Fire and cause me to become like this? Fu Yushu hurriedly said, how can you say that? Yunxiao is your brother. How could he hurt you? Mother, don't you know that he has always hated me? Yin Yuani gritted his teeth. He hates that I am favored by you and father, and that I will become the lord of the Nether Realm in the future. He has been waiting for me to die. Otherwise, it wouldn't have nearly killed me back then. Ah. It hurts. Yin Yuani was so agitated that the wound on his back was pulled open, and he let out a scream. Fu Yushu's heart ached so much that tears streamed down her cheeks. Right at this moment, the door was pushed open, and Yin Wuji quickly walked in with two people in tow. On the left was an old man with a long beard and long eyebrows. His hair was slightly white. This person was called Jiang Chunwei, and he was the chief doctor of the Nether Domain. As for the person on the right, he was tall and thin like a bamboo pole. His appearance could be considered handsome, but he always gave off a feminine feeling. He was wearing a colorful robe with strange totems on it. As he walked, the colorful runes on his robe also trembled. If one looked closely, they would feel dizzy. This was the first time Luo Yunxiao had seen this man in the Nether Realm. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Coincidentally, the man also looked over. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a deep and treacherous smile. Father. Seeing Yin Wuji come in, Yin Yuani immediately shouted, "Get this demonic creature out. I don't want to see him. If he hadn't harmed me, how could I have fallen to this state?" Yin Wuji looked coldly at Luo Yunxiao. In this gaze, there was not the slightest bit of fatherly love for his son, only bone-piercing disgust and hatred. But when he turned to Inyuani, his expression instantly softened. Don't be naughty. Father summoned him back in order to completely heal your injuries. Let Dr. Jiang take a look at your illness first. Hearing this, Jiang Chunwei saluted Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu before walking to Yin Yuani's side to examine him. As time passed, Jiang Chunwei's brows furrowed more and more tightly. Fu Yushu could not hold it in any longer and asked anxiously, Dr. Jiang, how is he? Jiang Chunwei didn't answer Fu Yushu. Instead, he turned to Luo Yunxiao and asked, Young Master Xiao, can you let this old man take a look at your back? Luo Yunxiao frowned slightly. However, before he could answer, Yin Wuji had already swiftly attacked. A sword chi shot towards Luo Yunxiao's back. His frail clothes were instantly torn apart by the sword chi, revealing a large patch of white skin and a perfectly chiseled back. When the female cultivators serving Yin Yuani in the hall saw this, they all blushed and turned their heads away. However, he couldn't help but sneak a peek. Although the first prince was not favored by the domain master and did not even have the right to be addressed as prince or young master, the first prince was not the domain master's favorite. But compared to the second prince, that fairy-like appearance and demeanor were like comparing the bright moon to a firefly. They couldn't be compared at all. However, apart from the maids, everyone else's attention was attracted by the totem on Luo Yunxiao's back. It was a mass of blood-red patterns. They were like spider lilies blooming on the banks of the river of forgetfulness, or like blazing flames. The sword chi that Yin Wuji released just now had scratched the skin on his back. A few beads of blood slid down her jade-white back, sliding across the blood-red totem, drawing out a beautiful and enchanting line. Fu Yushu covered her mouth and shouted in a trembling voice, how could this be? How was this possible? Hadn't the netherworld sacred fire been transferred to Ear? Why did I return to? Yin Yuani suddenly propped himself up from the bed. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at Luo Yunxiao's back and screamed, no, this is impossible. The netherworld sacred flame is mine. Why did it return to Luo Yunxiao? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yin Yuani was so excited that he rolled off the bed and screamed in pain. How are you? Yin Yuani grabbed Fu Yushu and Yin Wuji's hands and roared in pain, Father, Mother, the netherworld holy flame is mine. It belongs to me. Why was it taken back by that monster, that bastard? It must be him, it must be Luo Yunxiao who plotted against me, just like that time. Father, kill him for me, help me take back the netherworld sacred flame. Yin Wuji injected his spiritual power into Yin Yuani's body, alleviating his pain. Then, he comforted him softly, don't worry, I promise that the netherworld sacred fire will be yours. After gently carrying Yin Yuani to the bed, Yin Wuji stood up and looked at Luo Yunxiao sharply. What do you have to say for yourself? Luo Yunxiao calmly took out another set of clothes to change into before looking at Yin Wuji. I have nothing to say. Yin Wu was furious. Is your biological brother. Isn't it enough for you to harm him once? Do you want to harm him a second time? Luo Yunxiao's expression remained the same in the face of Yin Wuji's biased attitude. Qi Wen, who was in the spirit pet pouch, was furious. What did you do to him? They were the ones who forcibly took the netherworld sacred fire from you. What does that have to do with you? Now that the netherworld sacred fire is in trouble, it's all your fault. Why? You are both their sons. Why are you treated differently? Luo Yunxiao gently pressed her hand on the spiritual beast bag to prevent Qi Wen from rushing out. She couldn't help but curl her lips into a self-deprecating smile. Treated differently? He was already used to it. Luo Yunxiao said, I didn't take the netherworld sacred fire, nor did I make it merge with Yin Yuani. How would I know why it's back to me? Yin Wuji sneered. That better be the case. If I find out that you deliberately harmed your brother, don't blame me for being rude. Dr. Jiang. He turned to Jiang Chunwei. How can Er's illness be cured? Jiang Chunwei stole a glance at Luo Yunxiao. He hesitated for a moment before saying softly, the only way is to transfer the sacred fire again. Are you kidding me? Qi Wen was furious. Do they know the pain of having your flesh, spirit stripped from your body bit by bit? Do they know how you walked through hell back then, Master? They actually wanted to take the sacred fire from you again. Bastards! 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 Master, let me out. I'm going to bite them to death. I'm going to send this bunch of trash to hell. Luo Yunxiao's expression was calm. There was a faint mocking smile on her lips as if she had already guessed this ending. Yin Wuji said resolutely and decisively, then let's move again. How could this be? Fu Yushu's tears streamed down her cheeks. She said in a trembling voice, if I transfer it again, won't Xiao suffer another heart-wrenching pain? Yin Wuji said, do you want to see Yi die? Xiao mother, poor Xiao Fu Yushu grabbed Luo Yunxiao's hand and cried. I don't want you to suffer, but your brother is in danger. Hundreds of years ago, you almost killed him once. Just take it as you owe him for all this. Xiao you don't want to see your brother die, do you? Yin Wuji laughed coldly. Hundreds of years ago, he didn't just want to kill Yi. He clearly wanted to kill both of us as well. At that time, this nether domain, this world, will all be his. Luo Yunxiao, I can tell you something. Today, you will have to move the netherworld sacred flame, even if you don't want to. Luo Yunxiao closed her eyes and said nothing. A hesitant look appeared on Jiang Chen's face, and she couldn't help but say, but even if we transfer it again, I'm afraid it won't be able to cure the root of the problem. Perhaps the netherworld sacred flame had already recognized young Master Xiao as its master in the river of forgetfulness. That was why it suffered a backlash when it was not a host. I'm afraid. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was very clear. Yin Yuanyi's face turned pale at the thought that he would have to endure such pain again. He grabbed Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu's clothes and screamed, Father, Mother, save me. The netherworld sacred flame is mine, it cannot be transferred. I will never bear such humiliation and pain again. Yin Wuji fiercely flicked his sleeves and turned to look at the feminine man in a colorful robe. Priest Lu Yun, didn't you say that as long as Yi obtained the sacred flame, our nether domain would be in control of the world? How did it become like this? The long-robed man smiled and said, don't worry, Region Lord. The fate of the heavenly Tao, Kuan Qian, Kenli, and Li all change with time and the flow of the situation. The last time I divined for Region Lord was decades ago. It's possible that there's been a change now. I'll do another divination for Region Lord to see who or what has caused His Highness Yuanyi's glorious fate to deviate. Yin Yuanyi said anxiously, quickly. Quickly. The long-robed man nodded and turned to Luo Yunxiao. The smile on his face became more and more treacherous. I am Mu Lu Yun. Greetings, young Master Xiao. I heard that in ancient times, there was an immortal man who accumulated stones like jade and arranged pine trees like jade. His beauty was unparalleled in the world. I thought it was too exaggerated, but after seeing young Master Xiao in person, I realized that there really was such a peerless man in the world. No wonder even the demon lord Junshi Tian looked at you in a different light. It's a pity. Mu Lu Yun didn't finish his words. He just shook his head slightly, seeming regretful and admiring. Yin Yuanyi gritted his teeth, and his eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. Luo Yunxiao frowned. Looking at this strange priest, she felt a strong sense of alarm and unease. After saying this, Mu Lu Yun took out a strange compass and sat down cross-legged. As he infused it with immortal power, the compass lit up with rays of light. A total of 49 rays of light interweaved in midair to form numerous complicated talisman markings. Mu Lu Yun's eyes stared fixedly at the seal inscriptions. He did not even blink as if he was afraid that he would miss out on some important information. 2 whole hours passed. Yin Yuanyi, lying on the couch, couldn't bear the pain from his back. He let out a low moan and muttered, Is it done? Quickly take the nether sacred fire for me, hurry. Ugh. At this time, Mu Lu Yun slowly opened his eyes. His left hand waved in the air, and the runes formed by the compass and the 49 rays of light disappeared. Yin Wuji hurriedly asked, Priest Lu Yun, what's the result of the divination? At this moment, he was not only concerned about his son's safety, but the future of the nether region. Mu Lu Yun stared blankly at Luo Yunxiao and then slowly withdrew his gaze at Yin Wuji's urging. After a long while, he seemed to regain his senses and muttered, How could this be? So it was like this? How could the fate of the heavenly Tao change so suddenly? Mu Luyun. Yin Wuji was enraged. He waved his hand fiercely, and a gust of wind pushed Mu Luyun back a few steps. Domain Lord, please calm down. He hurriedly bowed, raised his head, and said word by word, the devil returns to the cleansing region, a pearl in the vast sea, the phoenix soars in the 9 heavens, the 3 realms return to its heart. When the divine master ascends, where will he look at the 9 prefectures? Yin Wuji was startled. What do you mean? Region Lord, if my divination skills have not deteriorated, and if the results of the divination are correct, the situation in the world has changed completely. Mu Luyun's voice slightly trembles. It's hard to tell if he's excited or nervous. In the future, the power of the 3 realms will be divided, the fate of the rise and fall will no longer be you and the young master, nor will it be the polar domain's Deming Ju. Instead, it's that princess of the demon clan that hasn't been found yet. What? Luo Yunxiao suddenly raised her head, her gaze firmly fixed on Mu Luyun. Yin Yuanyi said loudly, Mu Luyun, what do you mean by this? Genius? 1 second, remember Yin Yuanyi shouts, Mu Luyun, what do you mean by that? The demon returns to the pure domain, a pearl lost in the vast sea, the phoenix soars in the 9th heaven, the heart of the 3 realms. Aren't these words referring to the demon race's lost princess? Mu Luyun chuckles. Moreover, the bright future should belong to His Highness Yuanyi, but suddenly, the sacred fire of the netherworld has been transferred to Xiaogongzi. Have you ever thought about the reason for this? Yin Yuanyi's pupils suddenly contract, almost gnashing his teeth as he roars, because of the engagement. Because of his engagement with the demon race's princess. Father, mother, hurry. Let Luo Yunxiao break off the engagement, and let me marry the demon race's princess. In this way, I can become the real netherworld Saint Emperor. Shoshan continent, polar domain. The sun is scorching, the blue sky is as if it has been washed. In front of the imperial palace, Han Yi and the men of the Yanyu tribe are discussing something, occasionally bursting into laughter. On the other side, Ying Mei and the members of the Xian tribe have a completely different style from them. Most of them are silent, some are wiping the weapons in their hands, some are looking at the distant scenery. But when the people of the Yanyu tribe are talking and laughing, they will also tilt their ears to listen, occasionally revealing a faint smile on their faces. Just like Ying Mei, whose hand is touched by Han Yi from time to time, brushing his presence. The 2 sides are clearly divided, yet indescribably harmonious. Just then, 2 figures come flying from the horizon, landing in front of the imperial palace in just a moment. The people of the Yanyu tribe and the Xian tribe quickly bow and kneel. Greetings to Jun Shang, greetings to Elder Chang. Demingju waves his hand, letting them get up. Han Yi stands up and says with a smile, Jun Shang, did you go to visit the little master? How is the little master's progress now? Elder Chang strokes his beard, his face full of gratification. The little Gongzi has passed the 6th trial, and is now attacking the 7th. TSK, even though I have seen so many geniuses in the polar domain, none of them can be compared with the little Gongzi's talent. No wonder Jun Shang resolutely decided to make the little Gongzi the little master of the polar domain. As for the fact that the young master was not of Jun Shang's bloodline, Elder Chang did not care much about this matter. He had never married in his life, but he treated Jun Shang as his own son, little Jiao as his own younger brother, and the polar domain as his own home. He had never felt lonely. Similarly, as long as Jun Shang is happy, and as long as it doesn't harm the polar domain, what does it matter what kind of woman he marries, or who he chooses as the successor of the polar domain? Hearing Elder Chang's praise, Han Yi laughs mischievously, looking as if he's honored. That's right, don't you know whose son the little master is? Ying Mei bumps into Han Yi, but Han Yi doesn't feel anything at all. He's still completely oblivious to his own boasting. Elder Chang, you haven't seen Miss Jun's abnormal advancement speed. Her child, even if his biological father's bloodline is a bit weaker, it still can't completely cover up the little master's astonishing talent. Ah. Ying Mei, why are you stepping on me? Elder Chang sneaks a glance at Di Mingju, lighting a candle for Han Yi in his heart. Cough. Han Yi, what were you guys laughing at just now? Han Yi uses an aggrieved and resentful gaze to look at Ying Mei for a long time, only then does he turn his head and say, reporting to Elder Chang, we were talking about Ying Yuanyi? The young master of the netherworld domain who just received the sacred flame of the netherworld? What happened to him? Pfft, what sacred flame of the netherworld? I think it's better to call it the joke of the netherworld. 10-10033/genius? 1 second, remember Han Yi rejoiced in other people's misfortune. It's said that some time ago, there was also a crack in the enchantment of the netherworld domain, and the poltergeist ghosts invaded. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. The netherworld domain lost a lot of elite soldiers and good generals, but they weren't able to completely eliminate the poltergeist ghosts. Therefore, he invited Enchantress over, hoping to burn the poltergeist ghosts with the netherworld sacred fire. The holy netherworld fire was a powerful holy fire produced by the darking holy flame in the river of forgetfulness with the body that contained the spirit of the netherworld. Only those who had inherited the most powerful inheritance of the holy netherworld emperor could master this power. The poltergeist ghosts were difficult to slaughter, but if he used the netherworld sacred flame, it would be a piece of cake to annihilate them. Unexpectedly, Enchantress not only failed to kill all the poltergeist ghosts in one fell swoop, but the netherworld holy fire he released actually backfired on him. Puff. The people of our falling moon tribe didn't even need to sneak over to investigate, and they could already hear him screaming like a pig being slaughtered. At this point, the people of the falling moon tribe couldn't help but laugh. Although this matter happened in the nether region, the commotion it caused was too great. Currently, the entire cultivation world is in an uproar. Ha ha ha, now I want to see where the nether realm and Yin Wuji will put their old faces. Elder Chang couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. The nether realm used to dominate the entire Xianxia continent, but now it's getting more and more out of hand. When Yin Wuji suffers from the Deva's 5 decrepit phenomena, if Enchantress, that idiot, succeeds to the throne, I'm afraid that will be the day when the nether world completely declines. On the other hand, their polar domain's ruler was in the prime of his life. He was only 1,000 years old, yet he had already become the one and only immortal emperor in the cultivation world. Little Master is so talented and smart, her future is limitless. TSK, they can't be compared. They couldn't be compared, Deming Ju's eyes flash. He thought of Luo Yunxiao who possessed the power of the underworld. The only son that Yin Wuji had announced to the public was Enchantress. However, the power of the Nether Holy Flame could only be possessed by the direct descendants of the Nether Holy Emperor. Who was Luo Yunxiao? Who was the young lord of the Nether Realm who had a marriage alliance with the demon race? A faint thought flits through Deming Ju's mind. That day, Mayan said that she saw the master of the Tianguang ruins in the dreamy cloud swampland, and triggered the 3 lives united heart seal. On the surface, the heavenly light ruins belonged to the nether domain. But in reality, there were complicated relationships involved. Just as Deming Ju is about to ponder, suddenly boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Everyone present stood up abruptly, leaped into the air, and looked in the direction of the voice. In the southern sky, a flame soared into the sky, dyeing half the sky red. The ground trembled like a mournful wail. The immortal qi and spiritual qi that permeated the cultivation continent tumbled violently as if they were swept by a hurricane. What is this? Han Ye's voice trembles a bit. Deming Ju slowly says, Netherworld Sacred Fire, 3rd rank Netherworld Sacred Fire. Tier 3? You mean that idiot Enchantress has advanced? Han Yi is puzzled. But the 3rd stage sounds pretty low, doesn't it? Pretty low? Elder Chang looks at Han Yi like he's looking at an idiot. Do you know what rank the Netherworld Holy Emperor's Netherworld Sacred Fire was when he ruled the 3 realms 10,000 years ago? What rank? Tier 5. Elder Chang lowly replies, do you know what kind of heaven-defying strength the Tier 5 Netherworld Sacred Fire is equivalent to? That's the peak of the Immortal Emperor, just 1 step away from the Hongmeng Great Path. 10-10033/genius? 1 second, remember, the 4th rank Netherworld Sacred Flame is equivalent to an Immortal Emperor, the same rank as Jun Shang. In the current Xianxia continent, there is no such thing. Do you still think that the 3rd rank Netherworld Sacred Flame is very low? Han Yi gapes, his eyes filled with horror. He doesn't come back to his senses for a long time. Even Ying Mei shows a look of surprise, that Enchantress really has this kind of strength? Deming Ju sneers, not necessarily. Han Yi, Jun Shang, what do you mean? Dimingju faintly glances at him, about to answer. Suddenly, the void spirit ring on his hand faintly flashes. Dimingju's eyes narrow, and the air around him becomes a bit colder. Jun Shang, what's wrong? Ingmei asks with concern, is something the matter with Miss June? She sees the faintly flashing void spirit ring on Dimingju's hand. There's not much worry on Dimingju's face, but his voice is a bit chilly. Mayan used the talisman that I left for her. This means that a crossing tribulation stage cultivator wants to make a move against Mayan. Moreover, the talisman didn't lose a part of its energy, but directly dissipated. That means that the strength of the opponent that Mayan encountered is at least at the peak of crossing tribulation stage. Dimingju says coldly, I'm going to the Shozhen continent. Elder Chang, Han Yi, and the others have no objections, and promptly bow. Jun Shang, rest assured, we will certainly look after the affairs of the polar domain, and wait for your return. Although there's someone in the Netherworld realm who has successfully cultivated the third-rank Netherworld sacred flame, it's precisely because they just advanced that the sacred flame is unstable. For the time being, they wouldn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Dimingju nods, and is about to head towards the Chankuan mirror side chamber. Suddenly, a ray of light comes from the horizon, as fast as lightning. Report. Jun Shang, it's not good. There are many cracks in the northern boundary. Dimingju pauses, looking at the person in astonishment, speak clearly. Before the messenger could get close, people from the east, south, and west rushed over like lightning. Jun Shang, the eastern boundary is broken. Jun Shang, there are cracks in the southern boundary. My lord. An immortal dressed in the ghost murder tribe's clothing falls to his knees in front of Dimingju with a thud, his voice trembling, Jun Shang, it's not good. A spatial crack has appeared at the entrance to the small world where the little master is. Starved ghosts are pouring out, blocking the entrance to the small world. Young master is in danger. Dimingju's pupils suddenly contract. Almost at the same time, the nameless barrier that surrounded the entire Shoshan continent seemed to have been torn apart by something, and cracks of various sizes appeared on it. Some of the cracks were empty, with only the primal chaos baleful chi that could be repaired in time. Behind some cracks were countless ferocious poltergeist ghosts that fought to charge out. The cultivation continent was in danger. Cultivation continent, snow spirit forest. Mu Yan wakes up from her deep sleep, only feeling that her hands and feet are sore and weak. Junior sister, you're awake? Mayan stretches her waist and slowly absorbs the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Spiritual power runs in her dry dantian, which makes her feel much more comfortable. Junior sister, what do you think? Mu Yan slowly exhales, and says with a smile, the taste of exhausting spiritual power is really too unpleasant. The moment the talisman was completely activated, Mu Yan really felt as if the spiritual power in her dantian was being swept up by a whirlpool, whistling out. That kind of feeling was like her entire body was being hollowed out in an instant. She doesn't want to experience it a second time. Next time, she must have Dimingju improve the talisman. Sixth sister. 10-10033/genius? 1 second, remember hearing the familiar voice, Mayan turned around and saw Luo Yu's pale face right in front of her. Little Seven, you're awake? Luo Yu nodded, her eyes slightly red. Stop. Mayan raises her hand to interrupt him, there's nothing wrong with me, it's just that my spiritual power has been exhausted, that's all. Wait for me to absorb a little spiritual power of heaven and earth, and I can use the echo breath to recover in less than half an hour. Don't say anything else, it's all your fault. Luo Yu was embarrassed. The other members of the Xiaoyao sect laughed out loud. All right. Yun Ruhan interrupted them, teasing Luo Yu. The Yun family and Cleansing Joy Pavilion will definitely not let this matter rest. Once Junior sister recovers her spiritual energy, we'll leave the northern continent. The 6 of them nodded simultaneously. Half an hour later, Mu Yan regains her full strength. The 7 of them quickly arrived at the edge of the snow demon forest. Mu Yan takes out the Tian Emochin and plucks the strings, activating the star curtain. This time, Mu Yan rips open the myriad wavy great arrays barrier with familiarity, and doesn't take much time. A door of light quickly appeared in the empty void. Qin Jiao, Chu Moli, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing, Mu Yan, and Luo Yu walked out one after another. Luo Yu stretched. We're finally out of this damn place. Suddenly, he turned around and realized something was wrong. Eldest senior brother? Where's eldest senior brother? The door of light that Mu Yan has torn out hasn't dissipated yet, but it's getting smaller bit by bit. The 6 of them stood outside the barrier. But Yun Ruhan stayed in the barrier, looking at them with a smile. Eldest senior brother. Luo Yu pounced over, wanting to pull him out. What are you doing there? Come out. Yun Ruhan's gaze was fixed on Luo Yu, her eyes filled with gentleness, reluctance, and determination. Little 7, in the future, you have to listen to senior sister and senior brother. What the hell is this? Ling Yuma said anxiously, eldest senior brother, come out quickly. The passage is about to close. Yun Ruhan shook her head. I can't get out. What do you mean? Mayan said anxiously, is eldest brother worried about the god-punishing wizard on Yun Jifeng? Don't worry, I can solve it. Yun Ruhan shook her head again. Little junior sister, I'll leave little 7 to you in the future. Promise me, no matter what, don't let anyone hurt him, and don't let anyone take him away. Luo Yu didn't care about anything else and dashed towards the light door. Eldest senior brother, if you don't leave, I won't leave either. That's right, why are you leaving? We, the Xiaoya 7, will advance and retreat together. If we leave together. If we stay together. Eldest senior brother, you still have things to do here. We'll risk our lives to accompany you. However, just as they rushed to the light door, they were met with a wave of sword chi. Luo Yu staggered a step back and only managed to steady herself with Ling Yuxing's support. Because of this delay, the door of light had completely closed, and Yun Ruhan's figure had disappeared. Yun Ruhan turned around with her sword in hand and gazed into the distant horizon. There, a vast army of cultivators was surging toward them like a dense black cloud, accompanied by the ethereal performance of snow and ice solitude. Wherever the sound of the zither went, the great array of 10,000 torches flashed. Yun Ruhan looked down at the livor mortis that had already spread to the back of her hand. She smiled and soared into the sky. Outside the barrier. 6th senior sister, how is it? The barrier still can't be opened? Mayan's face was cold as she looked at the great array of 10,000 torches flickering with lines that were 10,000 times more complicated than before. She closed her eyes and suppressed the burning anxiety in her heart. When she opened them again, there was only a disdainful sneer left on her face. You want to block me with a mere great array of 10,000 torches? Since I can't break it, then I'll thoroughly destroy you. 10-10033/Yun Ruhan, you evil demon. Give me back my life. Xian Minglan's face was full of hatred as she stabbed her sword at Yun Ruhan. Yun Ruhan dodged and raised her sword to block. Xian Minglan's cultivation was at the 5th level of astral projection. She didn't care about a nascent soul cultivator like Yun Ruhan at all. However, when the two swords collided, Xian Minglan felt as if she had punched an iron plate. Her whole body flew back dozens of meters because of the reaction force. Yun Zhaoxing caught Xian Minglan and was about to help, but Xian Yuan stopped him. Xian Yuan asked, Yun Ruhan, where are Lan Luoyu and Jun Mayan? Yun Ruhan replied, they've already left the northern continent. That's impossible. Ye Yun exclaimed and looked at Yuan Lan beside her. The barrier was sealed. How could they escape from the northern continent? Yun Ruhan curled her lips and sneered, there's no place in this world that the Xiaoyao sect can't escape from. Little junior sister managed to break the 10,000-year prison in Fusang City. What was the great array of 10,000 tortures in the northern continent? Xian Yuan's face darkened. Do you think that they can sleep peacefully after escaping from the great array of 10,000 tortures? You stole my Cleansing Lu Pavilion's ultimate technique, snatched my Cleansing Lu Pavilion's divine artifact, ruined my Cleansing Lu Pavilion's reputation, and now even killed my only grandson. I want everyone in the Xiaoyao sect to pay a painful price for this. Holy Maiden. Please extract this evil demon's soul from Jifeng's body. I want to let this Yun Ruhan have a taste of her soul being destroyed. Yuan Lan frowned, and her eyes flashed with reluctance. Snow Solitude had a very special ability, which was that it could communicate with a person's soul. When used for treatment, it could calm the soul, expand the divine sense, and expel the inner demons. When it was used to attack, it could pull a person's soul out of their body. This move was called soul-sucking heavenly note song. The torture of the soul and the body being separated was 100 times more painful than being skinned. Yuan Lan would not use the soul-sucking heavenly note song unless it was to deal with the most vicious people. The Xiaoyao 7 had only become famous in the cultivation continent in the past 2 years. After becoming hostile with Mu Yan, Jian Lan had also carefully investigated their background. He discovered that although the 7 of them behaved recklessly, they had never committed any atrocities. The massacre of Fusang City sounded shocking, but after knowing what Fusang City had done, even Yu Lan wanted to send them to the 18th level of hell. Yun Ruhan, the one-sword mountain and sea, was considered the kindest and most righteous among the 7 carefree warriors. Was he really going to use the soul-stealing heaven sound song on him? Holy Maiden, this wretched devil. It's this wretched devil that possessed my son's body. You must make him suffer retribution. Xianming Lan's cries woke Hong Lan up abruptly. That's right, Yun Ruhan possessed Yun Jifeng's body. This kind of evil and crooked path should be punished by everyone. How could he be? Soft-hearted, Hong Lan calmed herself down and waved her hand to summon the snow solitude. Yun Ruhan, the soul-sucking heavenly note song, is not something that ordinary people can endure. I advise you to kill yourself now. Holy Maiden. Xian Yuan said anxiously, how can we let him die so easily? We still want to capture his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls to force the Xiaoyao school to submit to us. Your mother wanted to take back the cry of the 9th heaven crane even before she died. Don't you want it? Hearing Xian Yuan's words, Yun Ruhan, who had been calm before, turned around and rushed into the depths of the forest. Oh no, he's trying to escape. Xian Yuan sneered. The sky labyrinth bell flew out of his Chankuan sleeve and quickly grew to the size of a palace. Trying to escape? Do you think you can? As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Yuan sent out a wave of energy that landed on the sky labyrinth bell. In an instant, the sound of the bell rang through the sky. In the previous battle, Xian Yuan had been using the first and second row of bells on the sky labyrinth bell. This time, it was the middle bell of the 3rd row that shot out. With the dong-dong sound of the bell and drum, the powerful pressure that belonged to a tribulation cultivator enveloped Yun Ruhan. He tried to use his spiritual energy to resist. Suddenly, his dantian turned cold, and the spiritual energy in his meridians seemed to be frozen, unable to circulate. Yun Ruhan's heart sank. He knew that this body's compatibility with his soul was weakening, and he was gradually turning into a corpse. His zombified body could not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nor could he circulate it. Bang! At this moment, the bells that Xian Yuan had sent out hit Yun Ruhan's back. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was hit hard on the ground. Holy Lady! Xian Yuan roared. Without hesitation, Hong Lan's fingers moved on the harp and played a beautiful melody. Ah! Even though Yun Ruhan had tasted all the pain in the world, he was still tormented by the pain that felt like thousands of ants were biting at his heart. Good, very good. Xian Menglan gritted her teeth. I want her to suffer so much that she wants to die to repay my son's life. The injured old woman saw Yun Ruhan rolling on the ground and immediately knelt on the ground. As she crawled forward, she cried, Don't hurt young Master Ji Feng, please don't hurt young Master Ji Feng. Idiot. Look carefully, this is a demon that has taken over young Master's body. The old woman seemed to have just come back to her senses and remembered that the young Master she missed so dearly was already dead. But looking at the suffering Yun Ruhan, she still couldn't stop crying. She crawled to Xian Minglan's side, hugged her leg, and cried, Madam, it's still young Master Ji Feng, not Yun Ruhan, but Yun Heng. I heard it, I heard young Master Ji Feng say in my ear, he thanked Yun Ruhan for avenging him. Really, I heard it, I know that was young Master Ji Feng's voice. Scram. Xian Menglan fiercely pushed him away. Are you possessed? You actually want to protect this demon? No, I'm not, shut up. If you dare say another word, I'll kill you. Yun Zhaoxing didn't look at the old woman again. Instead, he looked at Yun Ruhan and quietly said, This demon truly deserves to die. But, the Xiaoyao sect hasn't surrendered yet. We must take this demon's soul. Only then will we be able to make Jun Mayan submit. The heavenly note soul-sucking curse is vicious, but aren't the fiends who invaded the northern continent and killed my son Jifeng? We're using the heavenly note soul-sucking curse to subdue them at the lowest cost, and return peace to the northern continent. Kill the demon, return peace to the northern continent. How can just killing the demon be enough? We must make them suffer, and consign them to eternal damnation. The old woman listened to everyone's fanatical roars, then looked at Yun Ruhan, who was curled up into a ball, gritting her teeth and not making a sound. Turbid tears rolled down her cheeks. These people all said that Yun Ruhan was a demon. But in the end, who was the truly cruel and vicious demon? The soul capture succeeded. It succeeded. Seeing the faint blue light emitting from Bo Land's ice and snow solitude, Yashuang shouted excitedly, "Haha, as long as this demon's soul is captured in the ice and snow solitude, it will be at the mercy of my Mulu pavilion like a dog." Xian Yuan clenched his Qiankuan sleeve, his eyes shining with greed. Thinker, handwritten version however, at this time boom. A huge explosion resounded in everyone's ears. The ground shook violently, and countless cracks appeared under everyone's feet. Bo Lan jerked her head up, her eyes fixed on the sky, revealing a horrified expression. Streaks of golden patterns intertwined in the void, forming a repeating pattern. This was the foundation of the 10,000 torrent formation that had protected the northern continent and Mulu Pavilion for thousands of years. But at this moment, these golden lines were collapsing and dissipating little by little. This meant that the 10,000 torrent formation was being destroyed. That's right, it wasn't deciphered, but completely destroyed. Connected to the 10,000 torrent formation, Bo Lan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. Saintus? Saintus, what's wrong? What the hell happened? Bo Lan couldn't bear it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were red as she looked at the void and roared, "Jun Mayan, how dare you? How dare you destroy my Mulu Pavilion's 10,000 torrent formation? You dared to hurt my eldest senior, so what if I destroy your 10,000 torrent formation?" The voice came from afar, whistling over. In a flash, 5 figures had landed by Yun Ruhan's side. Eldest senior. Luo Yu hugged the tormented Yun Ruhan, tears welling up in her eyes. "Eldest senior, how are you? Can't you respond to me? Eldest senior. These bastards, how dare they torture eldest senior like this?" Hot tears fell on Yun Ruhan's face, washing away the blood on his face. Yun Ruhan slowly opened his eyes and saw Luo Yu hugging him, crying. He struggled to open his mouth. "Xiaoqi, don't cry, big brother, it's okay, it doesn't hurt at all." The candy Xiaoqi gave big brother was very sweet. After eating it, it doesn't hurt at all. His mind was already a little fuzzy, as if he didn't know what day it was. He stretched out his blood-stained hand and slowly touched Luo Yu's face, as if he wanted to wipe away his tears. However, his hand was so weak that it drooped down after raising it halfway. Luo Yu hurriedly reached out to grab Yun Ruhan's hand. Unexpectedly, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Yun Ruhan's wrist. Mu Yan abruptly pulled Yun Ruhan's hand over. Looking at the rotting liver mortis spreading on the back of his hand, she was horrified. "Eldest senior brother, what is this?" As she spoke, she yanked up Yun Ruhan's sleeves. The liver mortis spots on his arms grew larger and larger, each showing signs of decay. Mu Yan tore off his clothes again. When she saw the big rotten wound on his heart, her hands trembled and she almost couldn't stand steadily. "Junior sister, what's wrong? What's on eldest brother's body?" Mu Yan's complexion is deathly pale. The hand that is holding Yun Ruhan's pulse is trembling nonstop. No matter how hard she tries, she can't find the position of the pulse. Sixth senior. "Sister, don't scare me. What's wrong with eldest senior?" Mu Yan closed her eyes and was about to speak. Xian Yuan took out the Heaven Confusion Bell, and Yin Zhaoxing took out the 8-edged mace, blocking the retreat of the 7 people. Yuan Sherlan also wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She played the solitary snow and led the people of Cleansing Joy Pavilion to float in the air. To prevent Mu Yan and the others from using their flying swords to escape. Mu Yan tightly clenches her fists, suppressing the fear and panic in her heart, and stands up. "Junior sister?" Mayan says in a hoarse voice, "Let's get out of here first, I must treat big brother right away." Moreover, there were 3 crossing tribulation stage cultivators present, Xian Yuan, Yun Zhaoxing, and Bai Lan. There were countless leaving aperture stage cultivators. Yun Ruhan and Luo Yu were both injured, and Mu Yan had just expended most of her spiritual qi to break the great array of 10,000 waves. No matter what, she would not be a match for these people. Mu Yan looked at Ling Yuxing and said, in the direction of the unclean abyss. Ling Yuxing carries Yun Ruhan on his back and nods towards Mayan. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 of them leaped into the sky. The Red Lotus Soul-Stealing Blade, the Defying Divine Beast, the Black Gold Hammer, the 7 Absolute Swords, all attacked in one direction at the same time. The people of the Cleansing Joy Pavilion let out a miserable shriek and moved aside, immediately opening up a path. Not good. They wanted to escape. Stop them. With Ling Yuxing in the lead, the 6 figures flew towards the north of Phantom Snow Forest at lightning speed. Xian Yuan's heaven disorientating bell and Yun Zhaoxing's 8-edged sword were both trying to block it. However, Ling Yuxing's movements were too fast. Before the 2 divine artifacts could even display their strength, he was already within reach. Absolute Space Domain was activated. Space fell into stillness without any trace of movement. Even the 2 divine artifacts stopped in midair. This stillness was extremely short, not even a breath's worth of time. But this one breath was enough for Mu Yan and the others to break free from the encirclement and leave. However, just as Ling Yuxing rushed out of the attack of the heaven-confusing bell and the 8-edged mace, suddenly, a cold light whizzed over. He had just used the strongest skill of the absolute space field, and the spiritual energy in his body was only enough to carry Yun Ruhan and escape. At this moment, facing the attack, he actually had no way to block it. Fortunately, Ling Yuma arrived in time. The Red Lotus Soul-Stealing Blade slashed down from the sky and blocked the attack. Xian Yuan raised his head and saw the scene in the sky. He was overjoyed. Master Ning, are you here to help me? In the air, there were a dozen leaving aperture cultivators and a tribulation passing cultivator hovering on their flying swords. The leader was a middle-aged man. He had a handsome face and an elegant demeanor. Only his eyes were curved upwards. His eyes were like peach blossoms, but they were more feminine, making him look mean and sinister. This person was the head of the Ning family, Ning Jinqiu. On the left side of Ning Jinqiu stood an old man at the crossing tribulation stage, while on the right side stood an elegant scholar. At this time, his line of sight falls on Mayan, revealing a shallow smile. Miss June, you didn't expect that we would meet again, did you? Mu Yan narrows her eyes and slowly spits out 3 words, Wen Qing Yuan? Wen Qing Yuan laughed heartily, feeling proud of himself. Miss June, are you surprised to see me here? I'm sure Miss must be feeling extremely regretful right now. No, I don't regret it at all. Mu Yan shook her head, and the corners of her mouth slowly spread into a sinister and cold smile. From the moment I let you go, I've been waiting for this moment. I thought that I wouldn't be able to wait until I left the northern continent. Fortunately, you finally, still sent the person I wanted to the door. When Qing Yuan stares blankly, what do you mean by that? Mu Yan's gaze turns to Ning Jinqiu, and she smiles. Patriarch Ning, I originally wanted to torture you with a few questions. But now that time is tight, I'll have to trouble you to come with me. Ning Jinqiu raises his eyebrows, his eyes brimming with interest. Gorgeous killing god Jun Mu Yan, is it? Hee, interesting. I haven't met such a bold and tasty woman for a long time. I'd like to see how you're going to make this lord follow you. He hasn't finished his words. The Tian Emochin in Mu Yan's hand suddenly sounds. Dark Night Cage, activates. Lotus Blooming Steps, activates. Ning Jinqiu's voice stops abruptly. Because at this moment, his eyes can't see, and his voice can't be heard. His whole person seems to be trapped in a dark cage, unable to move, and completely isolated from the outside world. Ning Jinqiu's face finally shows panic. What's going on? Elder Qin, quickly get me out. However, what awaits him isn't the reappearance of light. Instead, his body is suddenly tied up by a very fine iron wire, and he's fiercely pulled into the air. When he falls again, Ning Jinqiu hears a woman's sweet voice in his ears. Patriarch Ning wants to see how to come with me? Look, isn't it obvious? Bold witch. Let go of my Ning family's lord. The crossing tribulation stage cultivator who was standing next to Ning Jinqiu just now also reacts very quickly. Almost at the same time that Mu Yan grabs him, he's already rising into the air. His hands slightly open, and sharp iron claws appear on his fingers, ruthlessly grabbing towards Mu Yan and the others. The surrounding spiritual energy surges wildly, and the cold wind whistles. Poochie, the iron claws penetrate the fragile flesh and blood, and there's a pungent smell. Elder Qin shows a sinister smile, but it doesn't last for a breath before it stiffens on his face. How could this be? His iron claws really penetrate a person's chest, directly crushing the heart. But this person isn't Jun Mu Yan at all, but Wen Qingyuan, who's wide-eyed in horror. Wen Qingyuan turns his head with difficulty, turning his gradually blurring line of sight towards Mu Yan. His lips tremble, wanting to speak, but he can only make clicking sounds. Why? How could this be? Mayan sneers. Wen Qingyuan, you know very well what shady business you did back then, and what you're plotting now. Do you really think that I will let you off so easily? Ever since she met Wen Qingyuan again in the Wild Cloud Bazaar, Mu Yan had never thought of letting go of this ungrateful bastard who betrayed his parents and schemed against her. After she had used Wen Qingyuan to locate Luoyu and Yun Ruhan, she had indeed let him go. But when Wen Qingyuan was not paying attention, she had already placed a goo worm in his body. This kind of goo was born from the golden silkworm goo, and was similar to the one that Mu Yan put into Qin Shoushou's body in the blue cloud world. But because of the upgrade of the summer bug's language of ice, it had become even more terrifying. Now, after the golden silkworm goo entered the cultivator's body, it could slowly erode the cultivator's nerves. Unless the cultivator's cultivation and divine sense are higher than Mayan's, the summer bug's language of ice only needs to be played by the Tian Mo Qin. Mu Yan can control this person's behavior in an instant. That was why Wen Qingyuan had spontaneously stood in front of Elder Qin and had his heart crushed. While Mu Yan was talking, the people of the Xiaoyao school had already risen into the air. When Elder Qin and Xian Yuan behind him reacted and wanted to chase after them, the figures of the 7 people, together with the kidnapped Ning Jinqiu, had disappeared into the sky. Master! Damned demon, quickly put down our patriarch. Go after them, don't let them enter the unclean abyss. Bang, Mu Yan throws the already unconscious Ning Jinqiu on the ground. She turned her head and said hurriedly, help eldest brother here, quick. The unclean abyss was full of rotten smell and living corpses. But there was one place that was cleaned by the villagers of Yuanwu village. Especially the stone that Mu Yan had lied on, it was polished and shiny. It didn't look like a scene that would appear in the unclean abyss. At this time, Yun Ruhan was lying flat on the stone. Mu Yan clasped his wrist and carefully felt his pulse. The other people of the Xiaoyao sect stood half a meter away, not daring to disturb Mu Yan's diagnosis. But the anxiety in his heart was burning, and he couldn't even conceal it. Yun Ruhan slowly opened his eyes and struggled with his right hand. Junior sister, don't waste your energy. I borrowed a life from God when I was reborn. Now, I forced my soul out of my body, which is equal to giving back my life and Yun Jifeng's body. He turned his head and looked at Mu Yan with blurred eyes, and then at Luoyu and the others who couldn't be seen clearly. Junior sister is so smart, you must have seen it in the snow forest. Yun Jifeng died 12 years ago. I relied on the remaining life force in his corpse to drag out an ignoble existence until now. Now, this vitality has dissipated. Yun Jifeng is really dead. Mu Yan's hand that was holding Yun Ruhan's pulse suddenly trembled, and the pain in her eyes could no longer be concealed. Her lips trembled and she wanted to speak, but her throat seemed to be stuck, and she couldn't make a sound. She wanted to refute Yun Ruhan's words. But her fingers held the pulse for so long, but she couldn't feel a trace of pulse. She poured out all her divine sense, trying to explore Yun Ruhan's divine soul. But she tried her best, but she could only capture a fragmented and dissipating remnant soul. Her rationality was telling her that there was no hope. Even if she is a godly doctor, even if she has the Tian Mo Qin, even if she has the skills of a Shin musician, in the end, she cannot bring the dead back to life. But why? Why was it that she could save everyone in the world and give life to those who were doomed to die, but she could not save her eldest brother? Hot tears rolled down her cheeks without warning. Mayan grits her teeth and takes out the Tian Emochin. I don't believe it. I don't believe I can't save him. Little junior sister, cough cough. Right now, there are problems both inside and outside. For a dead person like me, don't tell me you all of you are going to die here, enough. Luo Yu could no longer hold it in and rushed forward, crying her heart out. Eldest senior brother, I won't allow you to die. I don't want you to die. Didn't you say that you would always be with little seven? Didn't we agree that the Xiaoyao seven would advance and retreat together, and never abandon each other? How can you go back on your word? As Luo Yu cried, she clutched Yunruhan's hand tightly. Sixth senior sister, didn't eldest senior brother say that he didn't have a body? Why don't you give him my body? Without flesh and blood, I'll give him my flesh and blood. Without a divine soul, I'll give him my 3 souls and 7 spirits. Sixth sister, you've always been so powerful, there's never been any difficulty that could stump you. I beg you, tell me, you can save eldest senior brother, tell me. The people of the Xiaoyao sect have always been people who would rather bleed than shed tears. But now, almost everyone's cheeks are streaming with tears. Qinjiu's expression is still a little silly, as if he doesn't understand what's going on. But when he saw everyone crying, his tears rolled down his cheeks. He kneels in front of Yunruhan, pats his chest, and says to Mayan, junior sister, if you want blood, if you want flesh, use mine. Xiaoqi is too thin, not good, use mine, save eldest senior brother. He shouts for a long time, but seeing that everyone is just crying and ignoring him, he still pulls Ling Yuxing and Ling Yuma in confusion, and says with a stutter, Xiao Wu, Yuma, I'm sturdy, I have a lot of flesh. I really can, you guys, help me tell little junior sister, tell her. Ling Yuxing can no longer support himself. He sits down on the ground, covers his face, and lets out a painful wail. If he could, he also wants to give his flesh to eldest senior brother, as long as eldest senior brother can live. Ling Yuma pulls out the red lotus soul-stealing saber and fiercely slashes at the boulder in the distance. With a boom, flames soar to the sky, and the boulder shatters into pieces. Ling Yuma drops the saber, kneels in front of Mayan, grabs her hand, and weeps, junior sister, can eldest senior brother not die? Can he not die? We are the Xiaoyao 7. If we don't have eldest senior brother, then what are we? 6 out of 7 is equivalent to having nothing, and they can no longer return to the past. Yunruhan's heart is as calm as still water, but at this moment, she can't help but feel pain in her heart. However, his body is already dead. Even his vision is a little blurry, not to mention tears. He can't even say a few words to comfort his junior brother and sister. Junior sister. Suddenly, a low, hoarse and steady voice is heard. Mayan's gaze turns to Chumoli. This third senior brother of hers has a mysterious origin, his strength is a mystery, and his thoughts are hard to fathom. Mayan has never seen him cry, nor has she seen him truly laugh. Sometimes, she even suspected whether Chumoli was always wearing a mask, and would never reveal his true feelings in front of others. However, at this very moment, she saw Chumoli slowly walking towards her while pushing his wheelchair. Compared to the other members of the Xiaoyao sect, he was calm and collected. There was not a single tear in the corner of his eyes. His every move was as smooth as flowing water, without any ripples. The current Chumoli was clearly no different from his usual self. However, as Mu Yan looks at the slowly approaching Chumoli, she feels as if she has touched the true heart of this third senior brother. Junior sister. Chumoli slowly raises his head and looks at Mayan. He enunciates each word as he asks, when the physical body that has been seized and reborn dies, the spiritual cultivation cannot continue to exist. Then, what if, the devil cultivation? Mayan stares blankly, then her pupils suddenly contract. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists, and chaotic thoughts whizzed through her mind. If the reborn body died, then the spirit cultivation could not continue to live. Then, what about the devil cultivation? Junior sister? What does third senior brother mean by this? He heard the anxious voices of the people of the Xiaoyao sect. However, these voices seem to be very, very far away from Mayan. She walks towards Yunruhan step by step, and slowly grabs his already cold and stiff hand. She mutters in a low voice, Suiluan can live, Jiosha can live. Why can't you, eldest senior brother? Yunmerhan is startled. Others don't understand what Chumoli and Mayan are saying, but he does. Junior sister, you can't, cough, cough. With his last breath, he wants to speak loudly, but his stiff Adam's apple can only make a broken and weak sound. How are you going to make me cultivate the devil, lead me to the demonic path? You will also be infected by the demonic aura, and from then on, you will not be tolerated by the cultivators of the world. That's even better. How could it be that simple to lead you to the demonic path? Your Dantian and meridians, your divine soul, will be corroded by the demonic aura. From then on, your righteous cultivation cannot advance. I will not allow it. Did you hear that? Immediately, get rid of this, cough, this idea. Third brother, if you dare to speak nonsense again, I won't let you off lightly. Chumoli lowers his brows, not saying anything. Luo Yu suddenly comes to his senses. Sixth sister, what do you mean by that? What does it have to do with cultivating the devil? Could it be? He wipes the tears on his face, suppressing his wildly beating heart, and says word by word, could it be that letting eldest senior brother cultivate the devil can save him? Mayan nods, it's highly possible. The cultivation system of the demon race is completely different from that of spirit cultivators, but Suiluan's body is shattered and he can still survive. Jiosha can still survive without a body. Luo Yu loudly says without hesitation, okay, we'll let eldest senior brother cultivate the devil. Sixth sister, tell us, how can we let eldest senior brother cultivate the devil? Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing, and Qin Jiao all come forward. There are still tears on their faces, but their eyes are shining with ecstasy. They simply can't hear the words cultivating the devil is not tolerated by the world. No, perhaps they heard it, but they don't care at all, as long as they can save Yunmerhan, as long as they can save their eldest senior brother. So what if they cultivate? So what if they cultivate to become an immortal? So what if they cultivate the devil? Junior sister, how can we help eldest senior brother cultivate the devil? Tell us. Don't bear everything alone. We are the Xianxia 7. If we want to be infected by the demonic aura, we will be infected together. Yunmerhan, are you guys crazy? Cough. I don't agree. I definitely won't agree. Luo Yu slowly knelt down and grabbed Yunmerhan's hand, sobbing. Eldest senior brother, when I was unconscious, I vaguely saw you leave Yunjifeng's body, and I heard what you said. Big brother, you said that it was because of me that you possessed Yunjifeng's body 12 years ago. So in 12 years, can you live on for me and for the Xiaoyao sect? No matter what it takes, no matter how hard it is, I just want you to live on. Big brother, I really can't live without you. Second hand, third hand, fourth hand, fifth hand. Finally, Mu Yan placed her hand on Yunmerhan's chest and said in a hoarse voice, eldest senior brother, this is Shao Qi, whom you protected all your life. You've protected the Xiaoyao sect for more than 10 years. Are you really willing to leave us? Yunmerhan's murky gaze trembled. 2 streaks of bloody tears flowed down from his empty eye sockets. Believe me. Mayan enunciates each word, I swear in the name of the Shen musician's successor, I swear in the name of everyone in Qingqing that the Xiaoyao 7 sons will surely walk out of the unclean abyss safe and sound. After saying that, without waiting for Yunmerhan to answer, Mayan's finger presses on his Baihui point, and spiritual power suddenly rushes in. Yunmerhan's eyes blurred, and she slowly closed them. Little junior sister, how can we make eldest senior brother turn into a demon? Let's help. As long as I can save eldest senior brother, I'll do anything. Mayan takes out the Tian Mo-chin and sits down cross-legged. She slowly says, all of you sit around eldest senior brother. Concentrate and calm your breathing, relax your divine sense, and listen to my music. I will guide all of you into the abyssal state. This might be very dangerous. Without waiting for Mu Yan to finish speaking, the remaining 5 sat cross-legged around Yunmerhan without hesitation. The sound of the zither rang out, lingering in the air as if it was weeping and complaining. The 5 of them were waiting for the arrival of the abyssal state, but their consciousness was becoming more and more blurry. His eyelids felt like they were filled with lead, and he couldn't open them no matter how hard he tried. Bang, 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 one by one, they fell unconscious like Yunruhan. Only when Chumoli's pitch-black eyes gazed deeply at the zither-playing girl did he slowly lose consciousness. Mayan slowly stops playing the zither. Her long eyelashes gently tremble, as if there are sparkling and translucent drops of water flowing and disappearing. I'm sorry. But it's enough for you to be contaminated by the devilish aura alone. Sleep well, and everything will be fine when you wake up. Mu Yan knows that if it weren't for the fact that her fellow apprentices trusted her and opened their divine souls to let her music invade them, she had no way of dragging all 5 of them into, floating like a dream, at once. However, the sin of inducing others to fall to the devil was equivalent to committing thousands upon thousands of massacres. It would be punished by the heavenly Tao, and one would be tainted by the demonic aura. The last time she entered the unclean abyss, Mu Yan discovered that she didn't seem to reject the devil qi that much. Therefore, even if they were to be tainted by the demonic qi, they might still have a chance of survival. But his fellow disciples were different. Once the demonic qi invaded his body, his years of cultivation and hard work would all go to waste, and he would no longer be tolerated by the heavens and earth. Mu Yan absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen. If she really had to take the risk to save eldest senior brother, then it would be enough for her to take the risk alone. Mu Yan didn't start the rescue immediately, but first woke Ning Jinqiu up. Demoness, what do you want to do? Let me go. As soon as Ning Jinqiu opened his eyes and saw the beautiful face close at hand, he immediately let out a scream of horror. Mu Yan transformed the 7 absolute sword into the size of a dagger and casually sent it forward. Whoosh, the blade of the sword slid across Ning Jinqiu's neck, cutting off a clump of his hair and drawing a thin wound on his neck. Mu Yan said faintly, I'm not in a good mood right now. If you cry out one more time, I guarantee that the next sword will pierce through your throat. Ning Jinqiu shuddered all over, his voice stuck in his throat. However, his eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. To think that he, the dignified Ning family patriarch, possessed an exalted status and was high and mighty. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Jun Mayan, this slut, actually dared to treat him like this. When he was free, he would definitely make this bitch pay back 10-fold, 100-fold. Ning Jinqiu took a deep breath and calmed the surging anger in his heart. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. Their nostrils were filled with a rotten stench. Ning Jinqiu looked around, and the resentful expression on his face gradually turned into horror. This is the unclean abyss? You took me into the unclean abyss? No. I'm not a blasphemer, how can I enter the unclean abyss? I don't want to die, You want to get out of here alive? Mu Yan uses the 7 absolute sword to lift his chin, then answer my question obediently. Ning Jinqiu, are you kidding me? This is the unclean abyss, there's no exit, there's no life. How can I get out of here alive? Oh? Really? Is there really no exit in the unclean abyss, no life? Mu Yan plays with the 7 absolute sword in her hand and says slowly, then 20 years ago, how did Jun Shiyuan get out of here alive? Ning Jinqiu's pupils suddenly shrink. How do you know Jun Shiyuan? Suddenly, his voice stops, and his eyes fall on Mu Yan's face. The more he looks, the harder it is to conceal the shock in his eyes. What's your relationship with Jun Shiyuan? Mu Yan raises the 7 absolute sword and gently pats Ning Jinqiu's face. Now I'm asking you questions, not you asking me questions. Tell me, who was the person who took Ning Yanxin away 20 years ago? Where did Ning Yanxin and Jun Shiyuan go later? Ning Jinqiu doesn't answer, still staring at Mu Yan's face. Suddenly, his eyes brighten and he screams loudly, you're that vile spawn, you're the vile spawn of Jun Shiyuan and Ning Yanxin. You're still alive. Mu Yan's face turns cold. With a turn of her hand, the 7 absolute sword turns into the Tian Mo Qin. She sneers faintly, I said, I'm pressed for time, and I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Since you won't tell me when I ask nicely, then don't blame me for being rude. As soon as her voice falls, the sound of the zither moves, activating floating like a dream. A quarter of an hour later. Ning Jinqiu is paralyzed on the ground like a corpse, his whole body twitching. His black hair has turned white, and snot and tears are flowing all over the ground. At this time, he doesn't have half of the Ning family's arrogance, only a humble tail wagging. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything, please, please don't let me go back to the nightmare. Ning Yanqin, she's not from the cultivation land at all. She's from the main branch of the Ning family on the floating island. The person who took Ning Yanqin away 20 years ago was an immortal from the floating island. I don't know where they took Ning Yanqin, but I haven't seen her since then. Mayan's heart sinks a little. Her mother had indeed been taken away, and it was very likely that she had been taken to the floating island. What about Jun Shiyuan? Ning Jinqiu grinned. He seemed to want to cry, but he also seemed to want to laugh. Jun Shiyuan is dead. What did you say? Yes, he must be dead. Back then, Jun Shiyuan was just a leaving Aperture Realm ant, and the one who was chasing after him was an immortal from the floating island. Although I didn't see Jun Shiyuan's corpse with my own eyes, he definitely didn't have a way to live. Moreover, if he doesn't die, that person hates him so much that he definitely won't let it go. Mayan's heart feels like it's being gripped tightly by something. The man who personally sewed children's clothes for her, was he really dead? However, in just a moment, she suddenly comes to her senses. Dead? What, if he was really dead, could he have arranged that fraudulent marriage for her? She was really confused because of her concern. Mayan says coldly, who is the immortal who killed Jun Shiyuan? Ning Jinqiu was in a trance for a while, then he laughed, who is that person? Of course it's Mr. Suicide Ning Su who hates Jun Shiyuan the most and swore to slaughter all the demons in the world. Mu Yan sucked in a breath of cold air, but in her heart, she faintly felt that it was indeed so. Ning Su's surname was also Ning. And he had a pair of eyes that were very similar to hers. From the moment they met, Ning Su showed a strange closeness to her, but he hated the demons and the surname Jun. What's the relationship between Ning Su and Ning Yanqin? Ning Jinqiu shook his head. I don't know. I only saw that he was very good to Ning Yanqin, but he hated the demons and Jun Shiyuan the most among all the people from the floating island. I've said everything I can say, Miss June, Lord June, Lady June, I beg you, let me go. Let me live in the unclean abyss, live out of here. Mu Yan showed a sarcastic smile. You want to get out of here alive, but have you ever thought about how many innocent cultivators you threw in here? They also want to get out of here alive? Have you ever given them a chance to live? The poison of God Kill which slowly invaded Ning Jinqiu's body. His body began to twitch and spasm, and purple-blue scars gradually appeared on his face. No, I don't want to die. I'm not a blasphemer, let me out of here. Bitch, if you dare to kill me, the Ning family will not let you go, the whole northern land will not let you go. Boo-hoo. I was wrong, I can do anything you want, please don't let me become a living corpse. Crack. Crack, Ning Jinqiu's eyes gradually turned white, and saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. Because of the damage he received in Life is a Dream, his cultivation and resistance weakened, so God Kill which began to corrode his body, turning him into a corpse. In less than 10 minutes, he would be like the villagers of Yuanwu village and the millions of blasphemers that were abandoned here. He would slowly lose his mind, and only his instinct to devour and survive would remain until his entire body rotted away and he died. Mu Yan ignored Ning Jinqiu and turned to the unconscious Yun Ruhan. As she walked, she wondered, Qi Huang, why didn't you say anything this time? Usually, if she risked her life for others, Qi Xiaohuang was hopping mad. But this time, from the moment she had decided to make Yun Ruhan fall into depravity, Qi Huang had been as quiet as a chicken, not saying a single word. This situation was too strange. Humph. It's just turning into a demon, what's the big deal? In the Tian Emochin space, Qi Huang is concentrating on playing the spirit-peering chess, little Linghua and little Phoenix are rolling around him. Occasionally, when they accidentally bumped into one of his chess pieces, he would catch them and beat them up. Hearing Mayan's question, Qi Huang impatiently waves his hand, if you don't even have this ability, are you worthy to be the Shin musician's successor? Are you worthy to be the master of the Tian Emochin? Mu Yan, she held her forehead helplessly, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. This brat, however, the sorrow in his heart was diluted by a lot because of this. She glances at her fellow apprentices lying on the ground, slowly clenches the Tian Emochin in her hands, and then relaxes. That's right, it's just luring people into becoming devils. She will definitely succeed. However, Mayan didn't notice. When she withdrew her divine sense from the Tian Emochin space, Qi Huang fell to the grass, his body curled into a ball. Chirp chirp. Big brother red underpants. Great devil, what's wrong with you? Shut up. Qi Huang grits his teeth and growls, if Mu Yan finds out, you're dead. Little Linghua and Little Phoenix huddled together, looking at him with worry and fear. Qi Huang's body was gradually enveloped by a black fog, as if something was constantly eroding his soul body, causing his eyes to turn red and black one moment. Qi Huang clenches his teeth, not letting himself make a sound. I can do it. I can't go through it myself, I can't let Mu Yan find out. This deity is an ancient artifact spirit, this deity can definitely go through it. At this moment, Mu Yan has already played the Tian Emochin, completely unaware of what's happening to Qi Huang. Among the Shen musician skills, there is no one that can lead a person to become a devil. Mu Yan tries again and again. From Soul Calming to Art of Yellow. From Rebirth to Benevolence of the Saint. From Mist Dispersing to Floating Life Like a Dream. She tried all possibilities, all combinations of skills, hoping to communicate with Yunruhan's soul. However, she failed every time. If she doesn't use the Shen musician skills, she can only forcibly merge her soul with Yunruhan's, and then force the demonic energy of the unclean abyss into her 3 souls and 7 spirits. In this way, not to mention that Mu Yan's soul will be seriously injured. Even Yunruhan's temperament will change greatly because of the demonic energy entering her soul, and she might even lose her mind. However, Yunruhan's remnant soul is getting weaker and weaker. There's not enough time. Mu Yan grits her teeth, her eyes revealing a touch of determination. She can only go all out. Just as she is about to absorb the demonic energy of the unclean abyss, the void spirit ring on her hand suddenly shines. A warm aura gushes out from the ring, flowing into her meridians, and slowly condensing at the heart of her sword. Mu Yan stares blankly, then her eyes become slightly warm, but her face can't help but overflow with a sweet smile. At this moment, she is suddenly not afraid of anything. Because she knows that even if she burns all means of retreat, the man in the distant other world will protect her at all costs. At this time, what is surging at the heart of her sword is precisely Di Ming Ju's domain power, the rank 9 domain of the Supreme Being. Wait, domain, Mayan stares blankly, suddenly thinking of something. She closed her eyes and slowly spread out her astral domain. Then, he plucked the strings again and activated a rarely used skill. Star Realm, as a skill to create an environment, realm of stars, required much more time and spiritual energy to create a dream than, fleeting like a dream, but the effect was almost the same. Therefore, whenever Mu Yan used illusory techniques, she would always choose, floating like a dream. The realm of stars was usually used by her as a springboard to activate the realm of stars. However, at this very moment, the sound of the zither was intermittent, whimpering and whimpering as if it was weeping and complaining. Then, it gradually became like the flowing water of a high mountain, gurgling and flowing. Mu Yan's figure gradually divides into 2. One of them had a stiff expression, but he seemed to be mechanically plucking the strings and playing the music that lingered in the air. The other felt his eyelids grow heavy, and he gradually lost consciousness, slowly collapsing beside Yunruhan. A lifetime of reincarnation, the tribulation of the mortal world, the vast sea of stars and the moon are difficult to round. The vault of heaven is stained with blood, the heavens are heartless, but people are sentimental. Mu Yan suddenly opens her eyes, gasping for breath. There seems to be a broken and distant song ringing in her ears. But this song not only can't calm her chaotic emotions, but it makes her feel a deep sadness and despair from the bottom of her heart. Mu Yan takes out the 7 absolute sword and looks around. However, before she has time to observe her surroundings, she is shocked to find she can't take out the 7 absolute sword. Not only can she not take out the 7 absolute sword, but the Tian Emochin, divine sense, spiritual power, everything seems to have disappeared from her body. However, this is not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing is that there is no spiritual power in her body at this time, yet she is floating in the air. Her body touches the trees next to her, but her hands pass through the branches and leaves of the trees. What is going on? Her soul has left her body. Where is this place? Mu Yan turns around and finds that this is a very strange palace. It is strange because the palace is richly ornamented, resplendent and extremely luxurious. But in such a luxurious palace, there is not even a shadow of a ghost. The ground is covered with dust, and the ceiling is covered with cobwebs. Every piece of limestone and every pillar seem to be narrating the coldness of desolation. What is this place? Suddenly, Mu Yan's mind shudders, and she instantly raises her vigilance. Because in the corner of the palace, there is a man dressed in black sitting. This person is slender, with handsome features. The skin on his face is an unhealthy pale, and even his lips are pale. But his eyes are extremely black, like a bottomless abyss. When he looks up, even though she knows that he can't see her, Mu Yan feels a chill all over her body. But strangely, there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Especially this face, this pair of eyes. Just then, a cautious voice comes from a distance. Your Highness, these are your cultivation resources, and the next task. The man stands up, and in a flash, he is already outside the door. The guard who came to deliver the message didn't seem to expect him to come out so soon. He is scared out of his wits and falls to the ground. Your Highness, this subordinate didn't mean to disturb you. Your Highness, spare my life, spare my life. The guard's eyes were filled with fear and despair, and his body was shaking like a sieve. When the man's cold gaze landed on her, she was so scared that she peed her pants. A strong gust of wind blew, and the guard was sent flying dozens of meters away. He crashed into the rockery, and his head was bleeding. However, the guard acted as if he had been pardoned. He kowtowed repeatedly and ran away as fast as he could. The man smirked before bending down to pick up the storage ring on the ground. However, at this moment, a dumpling suddenly bumped into him and pounced on his leg. Mu Yan took a closer look and discovered that it was actually a little boy carved from jade. He looked about 2 or 3 years old, with skin as white as snow and a pair of big round eyes. Her lotus-like hands hugged the man's leg, her body swaying. Only after she steadied herself did she raise her neck and tilt her head to look at the man, her big eyes filled with curiosity. The man frowned and lowered his head, his entire body emitting a bone-chilling murderous aura. Let go. His tone, this unscrupulous display of deterrence, could make a big and tall guard wet his pants in terror. However, after a moment of surprise, the little boy cracked open his mouth, revealing a brilliant smile. A clear and melodious voice mumbled, "Brother. Big brother." Hug, a pair of dimples could be vaguely seen on her chubby, jade-like cheeks. The man was stunned. Mu Yan was also stunned. Just then. Your Highness. Your Highness Luoyu. Where are you? Come out quickly. Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. No wonder she felt that this man was familiar. No wonder she felt that this little boy was familiar. These two people were Yun Ruhan and Lan Luoyu. They were the eldest senior brother and the 7th junior brother from many, many years ago. As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, the scene in front of Mu Yan changed. Big brother, big brother. Luoyu, who had grown up a little, ran in with his short legs, his chubby hands clenched into fists. The baby fat on his face had faded a little, making the 2 dimples even more obvious. Only when he was in front of Yun Ruhan did Luoyu spread his hands, revealing a silly smile. Big brother, eat, snow lotus cake. Mother made it, it's sweet. Yun Ruhan slapped his chubby hands away and said sternly, I told you not to enter my ghost hall again, didn't you hear me? Little Luoyu looked at his empty hands, then at the snow lotus cake on the ground. His mouth flattened, his big eyes filled with tears. But he did not cry. Instead, he squatted down and carefully picked up a piece with his fingers, bringing it to Yun Ruhan's mouth. Big brother, it's sweet, Xiaoqi has eaten it before. Yun Ruhan was caught off guard, and the soft little hand poked his lips. In an instant, the rich sweetness spread from his lips to the tip of his tongue, and silently seeped into his heart. Little Luoyu saw that he had eaten the snow lotus cake, and smiled happily, showing his cute dimples. Big brother, is it sweet? Xiaoqi, take some more, big brother, eat. It's sweeter every day. Sweet. This word, which had nothing to do with his life, had been carved into his soul without warning, and could not be erased. Big brother, it's Xiaoqi's birthday banquet in 3 days. Mother will prepare a lot of gifts for Xiaoqi. Big brother, can you come too? Xiaoqi wants to share the gifts with you. Looking at little Luoyu's hopeful eyes, Yun Ruhan avoided her gaze and gave a self-deprecating smile. Demons and ghosts represented slaughter, evil and sinister. They were demons and monsters that everyone hated. Xiaoqi, on the other hand, was the only prince born by the current queen. He was the heir of the royal family with a pure summoner bloodline. He was born to be revered by others, born to stand at the top and be revered by the people. What right did a filthy person like him, who crawled out from the dark and sinister hell, have to stand by his side? Share his gift. The royal family kept him alive and gave him the title of first prince only because of the power of Nightmare Ghost, and he still had some value. Seeing that he had rejected her, little Luoyu grabbed onto his hand tightly and used her ability to cry, throw a tantrum, and threaten to hang herself. Yun Ruhan couldn't resist and almost agreed. He could hide behind the screen and bless Seven. He could watch as he gave off a bright light. On the day of little Luoyu's birthday, Yun Ruhan had already walked to the front of the Phoenix Ritual Palace, when she overheard the conversation of a few maids. I don't know what the little prince is thinking. Why does he always go to the Ghost Palace? That place is gloomy and cold. I feel scared just by looking at it from afar. The first prince is even more terrifying. I heard that the bones of the people he has killed can be piled up into a mountain. To put it nicely, he is the first prince. To put it bluntly, he is a knife in the hands of the Lan royal family. Whoever His Majesty and the imperial advisor want him to kill, he will kill. He is obedient and useful, so he is given the title of first prince and is allowed to live in the palace. Otherwise, just the fact that he can summon a nightmare ghost is enough to make the entire royal family feel fear and disgust. How could they allow him to roam freely until now? Sigh, I am just worried that if the little prince is in contact with the nightmare ghost for too long, his pure bloodline will be damaged. I should suggest to the Empress that the little prince should not go there so often. That's right, the little prince will inherit the throne of the royal family in the future. How can he be tainted by such a disgusting thing? Yun Ruhan slowly clenched his fists and turned to leave. However, how could Yun Ruhan have imagined that this action of not attending the 7th prince's birthday banquet would become his greatest regret in his life? Fire, a great fire began to burn in the Fingy Palace. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees, Empress Xiaofingy is dishonorable, has secret relations with a wandering cultivator, and has committed treason. How can such a poisonous concubine be the empress of the empire? Therefore, from today onwards, her position as empress shall be removed, her cultivation shall be abolished, and she shall be imprisoned, never to come out again. Prince Lan Luoyu is close to evil, disobedient, and unfilial. His position as prince shall be removed, and he shall be imprisoned, never to come out again. Yun Ruhan listened in a daze to the shrill voice floating above the Fingy Palace. His eyes widened, and he suddenly turned in the direction of the prison. In the dark night, Yun Ruhan carried Luoyu through the forest. From time to time, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from behind. Yun Ruhan knew that it was a summoned tracking beast. With just a trace of their aura, it could chase them to the ends of the earth. And the spiritual power in his body was almost completely exhausted. Hide here. Yun Ruhan stuffed little Luoyu into a hole in a tree. Don't come out. No matter what happens, don't come out. He wanted to get up, but his fingers were held tightly. Luoyu's palms were cold and sweaty. His body was covered in wounds. Because of the pain, cold sweat dripped down from his forehead, blurring his vision and blurring his mind. Brother, don't go. Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi doesn't have a mother anymore. Brother, you can't. Yun Ruhan's hand tightened around Yun Ruhan's. Yun Ruhan took a deep breath, pulled off the hand that was holding her, and injected spiritual energy into his body. Little Luoyu's body swayed and he collapsed weakly. Tears rolled down his cheeks and dripped into the mud. Guamo, the imperial tutor values your strength. The person on the other side couldn't even remember his name, and only called him by his summoned monster, Nightmare Demon, with a sense of ridicule. As long as you hand over the little prince, oh, no, now, he's no longer the little prince, but the son of the abolished empress. Ha ha ha, as long as you hand over the son of the deposed empress, the state preceptor and his majesty will definitely let bygones be bygones. From now on, you will still be the first prince of the Ghost Palace, and no one will disturb you. The response he got was a cold silence. It was the crazy attack of the summoned nightmare demon, who wanted to perish together with him. There were many people who chased after him, and many of them had higher cultivation than Yunruhan. However, at this moment, he was in dire straits due to his reckless fighting style, and was in a sorry state. The crowd was getting further and further away from the tree hole where little Luoyu was hiding. Only when the spiritual power in her body was exhausted and the tree could no longer be seen, did Yunruhan reveal a relieved smile and fall to the ground. That damned nightmare ghost, as expected of a monster that can't even be shown in public. He actually delayed us for so long. The imperial tutor has ordered us to bring Lan Luoyu back alive before tonight. If we delay the imperial tutor's order, we will all die without a burial place. It's all this dog's fault. He actually dared to betray the imperial tutor and obstruct our mission. A foot stepped on Yunruhan's face, ruthlessly crushing it. Nightmare ghost, do you really think that just because you have the blood of the royal family flowing through your veins, you're the noble eldest prince? Let me tell you, in the eyes of the imperial tutor, you're worse than a dog. Trash, dog, slut, how dare you obstruct me, who do you think you are? Guaci, dismember him for me. Guaci chuckled. Boss, don't worry. My summoned beast, the scarlet-eyed fire bat, loves to chomp down on the flesh of people. Mu Yan clenched her fists as she watched the scene in the dark night. If she could, she really wanted to rush over and dismember these bastards who dared to harm eldest senior brother and Xiaoqi. However, she clearly knew that this was only Yunruhan's memory. The heavenly body realm had pulled her and eldest senior brother into the same illusion. Everything she saw now was something that had happened long ago. It was a past that eldest senior brother and Xiaoqi could not bear to look back on. The scarlet-eyed fire bat greedily gnawed on Yunruhan's flesh. With every bite, pieces of flesh would come out. This kind of pain was unbearable even for a bystander like Mu Yan. But Yunruhan clenched her teeth the whole time, not making a single sound. More and more of her flesh was being gnawed off, and fresh blood dyed the grass and soil red. Yunruhan's aura became weaker and weaker. The onlookers laughed more and more wildly. However, at this moment, a ray of light shot up from the distant forest. The giant divine beast Bai Zhe floated in the air, looking down at the crowd as if it was looking at an ant. A clear child's voice rang out in the silent darkness, cold and treacherous. Bai Zhe, kill them. In the sky, the divine beast Bai Zhe swayed its body. The horn on its head was as red as blood, as if it would ignite at any moment. Boom! Bai Zhe's claw slammed down, shaking the heavens and earth and shattering the mountain rocks. This group of people didn't even make a sound, and more than half of them died. In the end, only Phantom Sting and Black Hawk managed to escape the forest. Mu Yan had seen Luoyu summon the divine beast Bai Zhe. However, she was shocked to discover that the mythological beast Bai Zhe that Luoyu summoned when she was young was much more powerful than the mythological beast she summoned on the Cultivation continent. Bai Zhe slowly disappeared into the horizon. Luoyu staggered out of the darkness and walked to Yunruhan's side, who was covered in blood. She slowly curled up and lay in his arms. Her low childish voice was hoarse with despair and the fragile hope of grasping at the only life-saving straw. Big brother, don't leave Xiaoqi, don't leave Xiaoqi alone like mother. Yunruhan didn't even make a sound when the scarlet-eyed red bat bit into her flesh. At this moment, looking at the little child who had fainted in her arms, her tears fell like rain, and her heart ached. His Xiaoqi, his little brother, his only family in this world. I, Lan Luohan, swear that even if I have to risk everything, even if I am beyond redemption, I will protect you. Two bloody figures, one big and one small, hugged each other tightly. It was like finding the last bit of warmth in the cold night, and was reluctant to let go. Mu Yan suddenly felt a chill on her face, and a tear fell on her cheek. Before she had time to be surprised, another energy poured into her body from the soles of her feet, as if it was going to overflow. At this moment, Mu Yan suddenly came to her senses. She did not come to see eldest senior brother and Xiaoqi. She came to think of a way to lead eldest senior brother to become a demon, so that he could live, and the huge amount of energy that poured into her body was the demonic energy that the phantom doppelgangers absorbed from the unclean abyss. Mu Yan took a deep breath, and slowly guided the energy in her body to Yunruhan. However, the strange thing was that the energy was rebounded. Mu Yan thought for a moment, and suddenly had an idea. She injected the energy into Xiaoluoyu. The next moment, she felt the energy in her body pouring out. The scene in front of her gradually became blurry and blurred. Mu Yan sighed softly in her heart, but felt that it was natural. In eldest senior brother's memory, it was not Lan Luohan who represented his soul, but Xiaoqi. Or rather, it was his obsession to protect Xiaoqi. At this time, eldest senior brother and Xiaoqi were obviously still on the floating island. But why did they come to the Xiozhen continent? Mu Yan could not help but look up into the distance. She really wanted to know what kind of place this floating island was. Were her father Jun Shiyuan and mother Ning Yanqin here? Were they still alive? However, she could only enter this place after entering Yunruhan's dreamland. Therefore, he could only see everything around him. Because she was in a soul state, there was no spiritual power, no divine sense, and she could not even sense her surroundings. The doppelgangers of the phantom had been monitoring Yunruhan's situation outside. As the demonic energy in the unclean abyss was continuously channeled into Yunruhan's soul through Mu Yan, the spiritual strength in his dantian and meridians would slowly be expelled until his dantian became a demon core. Then, his meridians would degenerate and dissipate, completely fusing with his flesh and blood. This was the large success of the demon body. Now, all she needed to do was wait for the demonic qi that had invaded Yunruhan's divine soul to undergo a qualitative change. However, Mu Yan looks at her sparkling and translucent hands with some doubt. Then, he sensed the clones that Phantom had created. His doubts deepened. The demonic energy had clearly entered Yunruhan's body through her divine soul. However, she did not feel like she was being eroded by the devilish aura at all. The spiritual energy in his meridians continued to circulate smoothly. Whether it was the sea of qi that stored Xian qi, the dantian that stored spiritual qi, or the guanyuan that stored immortal qi, all of them were operating well without any abnormalities. That's strange. Isn't it said that if one leads others to the demonic path, they will also be corroded by the demonic qi? If it was light, he would suffer excruciating pain and his cultivation would regress. If it was heavy, he would lose his mind and fall into the demonic path. However, Mu Yan only struggled for a while before giving up. Wasn't it good that she wasn't corroded by the devilish aura? In this way, eldest senior brother was saved, and she was safe and sound. Wasn't this a happy ending? However, just as this thought flashed through her mind, heaven and earth suddenly shook violently. The scene of Yunruhan and Luo Yu embracing in front of her gradually became blurry. Mayan was startled, and didn't have time to react to what had happened. She saw a mass of black energy rushing out of little Luo Yu's body, or rather, being expelled. It was devil energy. With a bang, all the devil energy returned to Mayan. Mayan was a little dumbfounded. The devil energy that eroded the 3 souls and 7 spirits could be returned, but the strange thing was that the devil energy was clearly returned. But the phantom doppelgangers detected that Yunruhan's condition was very good. Her vital signs were gradually recovering. Did she save eldest senior brother, but she didn't make eldest brother completely fall to the devil? Was this a good thing or a bad thing? After digesting so much devil energy at once, Mayan was a little confused. Her brain wasn't working well. In her dantian, the spiritual power was surging violently. It was as if a powerful energy was rapidly condensing and stabilizing her primordial spirit. When her primordial spirit was stable enough to go astral, it meant that she had broken through the leaving body stage. And Mayan had a feeling that she was not far from it. But the problem was, she was a spirit cultivator. Why could the devil energy pouring into her body help her level up? Suddenly, a burning and ice-cold aura rushed out of her limbs and bones, and suddenly gathered in her dantian. Ah! The intense torture of ice and fire made Mayan scream, and her whole body curled up like a shrimp. Pain, it was really a heart-wrenching pain. It was like the flesh and blood of her whole body was being cut off from the inside, and gathered in her dantian. Then it was sealed in ice, and burned with fire. And this kind of fire and ice did not only affect the body, but also the divine soul. That kind of torture was completely indescribable. Mayan gradually lost consciousness in the pain. She didn't find that in her dantian, an ink-black sphere was slowly rotating and forming. After Qi-Si, dantian, and Guan Yuan, a fourth space appeared in Mayan's body, and a fourth energy carrier. Magic core outside the unclean abyss. Xian Yuan and the others hurried over, but seeing the familiar mountain entrance and the surging black energy in front of them, they all stopped with ugly expressions, hesitating to go forward. They escaped into the unclean abyss? The Ning family's elder Qin said with disbelief, don't they know that the unclean abyss is a death zone? Xian Yuan's face darkened. Elder Qin, there's something you don't know. The people of the carefree sect are very strange. Yun Ruhan has taken over my grandson's body, and Mayan can come and go as she pleases in the unclean abyss. They are all sinister devils, the unclean abyss might not be able to trap them. What? Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch them escape from the northern continent? How can this be? My cleansing joy pavilion's divine weapon and inheritance are still in the hands of that witch. Xian Yuan brushed his sleeves and looked around. He suddenly said, I have a way to force Mayan and the others out of the unclean abyss. What is it? Xian Yuan's eyes flickered with a gloomy light. Although the Xiaoyao sect is evil, they claim to be righteous and benevolent. They're especially protective of those blasphemers who came out of the unclean abyss. Now, those blasphemers should still be in the northern continent. We just need to catch them, then open the portal to the unclean abyss, and torture those blasphemers in front of each portal. I don't believe that they won't come out to save them. She blurted out, isn't that too sinister and cruel? To deal with demons, we naturally have to use sinister and cruel methods. Otherwise, wouldn't releasing demons be letting them harm the world? Elder Qin waved his sleeve, Saintess is too soft-hearted. Have you forgotten that the Ning family's head is still in the hands of that witch? Yun Zhaoxing nodded repeatedly, that Yun Ruhan seized my child's body, I must tear him to pieces. And that Lan Luoyu also escaped from our Yun family's water prison. If we can't capture him, where will our Yun family's face go? Ye Yun, Saintess, the great elder and the heads of the families are right. The villagers of Yuanwu village are blasphemers, sinners detested by the gods. Even if we torture them, it won't be against the will of the gods. What's more, don't forget that the cry of the ninth heaven crane is still in Mayan's hands. Don't you want to fulfill the former saintess' last wish and retrieve Mulu Pavilion's legacy? She wanted to stop her, but her words were stuck in her throat. In the end, she didn't spit them out. But seeing Xian Yuan, Yun Zhaoxing, and Elder Qin begin to arrange for people to capture Yuanwu village's villagers, her heart felt stifled. Unknowingly, Luo Yunxia's face that could make all the women in the world fall in love with her appeared before her eyes. And that elegant but indifferent voice, what do you think, blasphemers are? Were the villagers of Yuanwu village, who could cry, laugh, bleed, and complain, really blasphemers that could be abandoned and tortured at will? However, human greed, driven by enough benefits, would expand infinitely until it reached insanity. They didn't care about that bit of hesitation in Yuanwu village's reflection at all. Even Yuanwu village herself, because of her selfishness and desire, didn't say anything in the end. Soon, the villagers of Yuanwu village, as well as Wen Huanglang and Lin Xiaoming's families, were all captured in front of the valley. At this time, the most powerful forces in the entire northern continent came out in full force. The Cleansing Lu Pavilion, the Ning family, the Yun family, and the Horton tribe's iron armor guards surrounded the entire valley like an iron bucket. It was impossible to escape even if one had wings. What are you doing? When Huanglang shouted angrily, we are not blasphemers. The god execution sorcerer in our bodies has been completely removed. What right do you have to capture us? The faces of Lin Xiaoming's family were filled with panic and confusion. They had no idea why they were captured and brought here. Ye Shuang leisurely walks in front of Lin Xiaomin. Looking at their panicked and uneasy expressions, she only feels that her body and mind are indescribably carefree. You have colluded with the devil Jun Mayan, and have already been judged as blasphemers by my Mulu Pavilion. Now, it's time for you to accept the punishment of the gods. Lin Xiaomin was startled, and then shouted excitedly, impossible. How could Jun Amosia be a demon? We're not blasphemers. Why are you accusing us like this? Father Lin and Mother Lin were even more frightened, crying and begging for mercy. Yishuang laughed coldly. If I say you are, then you are. If you want to blame someone, then blame Jun Mayan, right? Who asked you to associate yourself with this demon? Lin Xiaozong clenched his teeth and said angrily, Jun Moxia cured my illness. How could she be a demon? It's clear that your skills are not as good as others. You couldn't cure my injury, and instead you're blaming Jun Moxia. Impudent. Yishuang fiercely waved her sleeves and snapped. Men, hang these 4 blasphemers upside down. Humph. I want to see if you'll still be so loyal to your Jun Moxia when you're tortured to the point where you don't look human anymore. Soon, the villagers of Yuanwu village and Lin Xiaoming's family were divided into 5 groups and sent to 5 different locations in the valley. They were at least 3 miles apart from each other. Although the portals to the unclean abyss could be opened at any time, they couldn't be too close to each other. Otherwise, they would be sucked into the turbulence of time and space. The 5 saintesses of Mulu Pavilion rose into the air and flew in 5 different directions, each playing a musical instrument. About 10 minutes later, 5 light gates slowly appeared along with the intertwining music. Xian Yuan hovered in the air and focused his eyes. He looked at the surging black gas in the valley and then at the 5 portals of light. His eyes were filled with greed and excitement. Let's begin. He waved his hand and said slowly, word by word. This is the first time the portals are opened. Let's give the demons a welcome gift. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Miserable shrill cries resounded through the sky, and it was mixed with laughter that was filled with selfishness and greed, causing it to seem so sorrowful and nauseating. Woo woo. Ah. It hurts, it hurts. Fairy sister, save me, save me. Luo Yu woke up to the sound of crying and wailing in the distance. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a portal of light faintly discernible in the distance. A few people were hanging upside down outside the portal. Luo Yu took a closer look and realized that the people hanging were the villagers of Yuanwu village. And the crying he just heard was from the girl from Yuanwu village, Xiao Ai. What's going on? Luo Yu didn't have time to think. He leaped into the air and rushed towards the portal of light. However, halfway through, the portal of light slowly disappeared. Luo Yu was startled. Then, he suddenly remembered something and rushed back like a madman. Eldest senior brother, 6th senior sister. What happened? I think I just had a very long dream. Oh no, eldest senior brother. The 5 people of the Xiaoyao sect stood in front of the rock and clenched their fists tightly. They saw that Yun Ruhan was still lying quietly on the rock. His body was enveloped in a layer of grayish-white light. The livor mortis on his body had disappeared, and his skin was no longer cold and stiff. His breathing had also become more stable and powerful. As the grayish-white light seeped into Yun Ruhan's body, her heart began to beat weakly. Yun Ruhan came back to life. Moreover, he didn't seem to be in a heavily demonized state. This was simply inconceivable. But on the contrary, Mu Yan's condition is very bad. Phantom's clones had disappeared at some point in time. Mu Yan fell to the ground. Her face was deathly pale and her skin was ice cold, as if she was dead. Junior sister. Ling Yuma rushed over, wanting to help her up. Chumoli suddenly said, "Don't touch her." Everyone turned to look at Chumoli. Luo Yu said anxiously, "3rd senior brother, what happened to 6th senior sister? Where's eldest senior brother?" Chumoli glanced at Yun Ruhan and smiled faintly. Eldest senior brother is fine. He can be considered to have a half-demon, half-spiritual body now. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. He hasn't woken up yet. It's just that his soul hasn't completely adapted to the new energy and body. Hearing this answer, the people of the Xiaoyao sect were wild with joy. A few hours ago, they all thought that they were going to lose their eldest senior brother. Luo Yu's tears flowed down. Ling Yuma pointed at him and mocked, "Xiao Qi, count how many times have you cried these past 2 days?" Luo Yu mocked back, "As if you didn't cry." However, the joy only lasted for a moment. After confirming that the eldest senior brother's life was not in danger and was only unconscious, they immediately surrounded Mayan, 3rd senior brother, what about Junior's sister? Why hasn't she woken up yet? Did she become like this to save eldest senior brother? Ling Yuma said angrily with red eyes, is Junior's sister like this every time? We clearly said that we would all bear it together. In fact, they also knew that Mayan's choice was not wrong. The only one who could save Yun Ruhan and make the eldest senior brother gain a blessing in disguise was Junior's sister. Even if they joined in, they would only add to the chaos. But knowing this is one thing. Seeing Mayan like this, they still felt unspeakable remorse and heartache. Third senior brother, what happened to sixth senior sister? Chumoli had been silent while everyone was discussing. Now, he seemed to have come back to his senses. He looked at the unconscious Mayan with a complicated expression and slowly shook his head. It's nothing, this might not be a bad thing for junior sister. As long as she gets through this, it will be fine. Third senior brother, what do you mean by that? Chumoli was about to speak when the space not far away suddenly fluctuated. The door of light that Luo Yu saw in the distance opened again, and mournful screams came from outside. Jun Mayan, carefree seven sons, I know that you can hear the voices from here in the unclean abyss. If you don't come out, these blasphemers will die miserably and painfully. Jun Mayan, these blasphemers worship you as an immortal. Do you have the heart to watch them die like this? The shout amplified by spiritual power seemed to come from outside the door of light, but also seemed to come from all directions. Then, mournful screams and wails followed. This time, Luo Yu was sure. He saw the villagers of Yuan Wu village being hung up and heard them crying for help. It really wasn't an illusion. Ling Yuma said angrily, aren't these people too shameless? They can't enter the unclean abyss, so they want to use the villagers to threaten us. They still have the nerve to say that eldest senior brother is an evil demon. I think they are worse than evil demons. Luo Yu glanced at the unconscious Mayan and said anxiously, what do we do now? If we don't go out, those bastards might really torture these innocent villagers to death. Ling Yuma stood up and said, you guys stay here and guard junior sister and senior brother. I'll go out and meet these shameless bastards. No. Ling Yushin grabbed Ling Yuma and said, there are at least 4 tribulation transcending cultivators in the northern continent. They are all gathered here. Fourth senior sister, how can you fight them alone? I'll go with you. Luo Yu rolled her eyes. You make it sound like the two of you will be useful if you go together. Hee, let's go together. Qinjiao said anxiously, let's go together. Everyone looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. For tribulation passing cultivators. Even if all of the Xiaoyao 7 joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for him. Not to mention the large number of troops gathered by the Cleansing Joy Pavilion, the Yun family, and the Ning family. As long as they left the unclean abyss, it would be a dead end for them. But if they didn't go out, they would have to watch the innocent villagers die. How could they feel at ease, when their junior sister woke up and found out that she had caused the deaths of innocent people? How much would she blame herself? I'll go with you. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. Luo Yu turned her head abruptly and her eyes widened. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Eldest senior brother. You're finally awake. Yun Ruhan patted Luo Yu's head, his voice soft and hoarse. Sorry, Xiaoqi, and everyone else, for making you worry. Luo Yu shook her head and looked at Yun Ruhan with teary eyes. Eldest senior brother, it's okay now, right? I won't die again, right? Yun Ruhan nodded, his gaze so gentle that it seemed like it could drip water. I promised Xiaoqi that I would protect you until Xiaoqi took back the glory that belonged to him and stood at the peak. Until Xiaoqi didn't need him anymore. Luo Yu smiled happily, like a child who hadn't grown up. The rest of the Xiaoyao sect gathered around. Eldest senior brother, are you really Xiaoqi's brother? You're from the floating island? What kind of place is that? Yun Ruhan circulated the spiritual energy in his body. He felt 2 types of energy flowing through his meridians and flesh, isolated from each other and occasionally converging at his dantian. One was pure and warm. The other energy was mixed and cold. But strangely, he didn't feel uncomfortable when the 2 different types of energy collided in his body. Instead, he felt like he was full of strength. As a demonic body, he should have condensed a demon core in his body to replace his dantian. But Yun Ruhan didn't have a demon core. This meant that his demonic body wouldn't be able to advance until it reached great completion. But his spiritual body wasn't damaged at all. In the future, he would be able to use his spiritual energy to control his sword, and he would be able to activate the mountain and sea realm. He would continue to walk the path of righteous cultivators. He could openly stay in the carefree sect, and stay by Xiaoqi's side. He wouldn't have to worry about bringing disaster upon them. Almost, there is no better ending than this. When he chose to take over Yun Jifeng's body, he didn't plan on leaving himself a way out. He was already prepared to atone for his crimes with his life if he was discovered. But, Yun Ruhan's gaze turned towards the still unconscious Mu Yan. Little junior sister used her own life to fight for such a turning point for him. Master Shiqing once said that perhaps Mayan could be a turning point for him and Xiaoqi. Back then, he hadn't taken it seriously. But now he realized how lucky it was for the carefree sect, as well as for him and Little Seven, to have this junior sister. Yun Ruhan slowly stood up. Third brother, stay here and watch over junior sister. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. His voice was low and calm, yet it was piercingly cold. This group of self-proclaimed righteous people talk about benevolence and morality, but in reality, they are worse than pigs and dogs. For the sake of profit, they can even torture and frame their own people. Don't they call us demons? Let's show them what kind of price they have to pay if they want to obtain benefits from the hands of the evil demons. Xiaoyao School, hear my command. Follow me out of the unclean abyss. Yes, eldest brother. Outside the abyss of impurity. The people who were torturing Lin Xiaoming's family and the villagers of Yuanwu village with sinister smiles on their faces suddenly felt the portal tremble. They're out. The demons of the Xiaoyao sect are out. Quick, inform everyone to gather at the north side. Yun Zhaoxing and Xian Menglan were guarding the north side of the portal. Seeing Yun Ruhan's group come out, especially Luoyu, their eyes lit up. Then, Xian Menglan pointed at Yun Ruhan and cursed, "You're still alive, you demon. You stole my son's body and killed him. Today, I'll make you pay for it." But before she could finish, the 5 from the Xiaoyao sect had already moved. They didn't even have the interest to talk nonsense. Their first move was with all their strength. His first move was a thunderous strike, a sure kill ultimate move. Yun Zhaoxing and Xian Menglan were sure that Yun Ruhan felt guilty towards the Yun family. After all, she had taken over Yun Jifeng's body. She didn't kill the old woman earlier, and didn't fight back when she was surrounded. So when she saw the 5 this time, Xian Menglan immediately took the initiative and mentioned Yun Jifeng's death to make Yun Ruhan feel guilty. Because she knew that she had to end the battle quickly and capture Lan Luoyu. Only then would the Yun family monopolize Bai Zhe and Bai Feng's soul orbs. But who knew that Yun Ruhan would act differently this time? Before she could even finish speaking, a cold sword was already right in front of her. Xian Menglan was shocked and wanted to dodge. But the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and all the moisture in the air condensed into ice. Cracking sounds rang out in his ears as the blood in his body turned cold inch by inch and froze inch by inch. Xian Menglan was shocked and hurriedly used her spiritual energy to create a ball of fire to undo the ice on her body. She put her other hand into the storage artifact at her waist and took out a jade flute. After all, she was an advanced astral projection cultivator. Just a little bit of ice was quickly dissolved. She put the jade flute to her lips and blew, and the spiritual energy in the air rippled. Yun Ruhan felt the blood in his body start to boil, and scenes that made him angry and sad appeared in front of him. This jade flute was an illusory artifact. He was shocked, and couldn't control his emotions for a moment. His eyes gradually became blurry. A mocking and proud smile appeared on Xian Menglan's face. The jade flute in his hand transformed into a long sword, stabbing toward Yun Ruhan's neck. The face in front of her belonged to her son Yun Jifeng. But at this moment, Xian Menglan didn't have the slightest bit of pity on her face. To her, nothing was more important than the development of the Yun family and her own bright future. Yun Ruhan's life was useless. These little bastards of the Xiaoyao sect only needed to capture Lan Luoyu and Mayan alive. But the sword in Yun Ruhan's hand seemed to be more powerful than Yun Zhaoxing's 8-edged jian. If he could snatch it away, puff, this was the sound of the tip of the sword piercing through flesh. However, Xianxia didn't even have the chance to reveal a smile when she felt a wave of intense pain in her chest. What followed was a bone-piercing chill that spread throughout her entire body, rendering her unable to move. Yun Ruhan leaned to the side and placed the ice soul sword in front of her neck, shouting, "All of you stop, or don't blame me for being merciless." The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Ling Yuxing had already untied all the villagers of Yuanwu village who were hung upside down. Ling Yuma and the others also killed the cultivators who had just tortured the villagers and came to Yun Ruhan's side. Seeing the 5 people standing in front of them, firmly protecting them, the villagers of Yuanwu village burst into tears. "I knew it, Fairy Sister would come to save us, woo-woo." They thought they were dead for sure this time. Who knew that when they were at their most desperate, 5 people would descend from the sky? Although it wasn't the Great Immortal Fairy who came personally, these were the Great Immortal Fairy's senior and junior brothers, so they must have been sent by the Great Immortal Fairy. Shua Bing said with a trembling voice, "Fellow immortals, many of our villagers were taken to the other 3 teleportation gates to be tortured. Mr. Wen and the Lins are also there." Yun Ruhan nodded, indicating that she understood. His feet did not move at all. He focused all his attention on Yun Zhaoxing's direction. At this time, Yun Zhaoxing's complexion was already extremely ugly to look at. The blue veins on the hand that was holding the 8-edged sword were bulging. "Damn demon, you seized my son's body, and even dared to lay your hands on my wife. Aren't you afraid that Ji Feng will come after you?" A trace of guilt flashed through Yun Ruhan's eyes, but she quickly turned cold. "I had no choice. If they really want my life, I'll accept it." "Bah. Your cleansing Le Pavilion and the Yun family have killed so many innocent lives, and you still have the nerve to ask for our lives?" Luo Yu mocked loudly. "If there were really vengeful spirits seeking your life, wouldn't you be the first to go to hell?" Yun Zhaoxing's face was livid, and killing intent surged in his eyes. The 8-edged sword transformed into a long whip and was about to swing at Luo Yu. "Stop." The ice soul sword suddenly pressed against Xianxia's neck, and frost instantly spread on the surface of her skin. "Ah. No, don't kill me. Zhaoxing, save me." Yun Zhaoxing's hand that was wielding the 8-edged sword paused. Yun Ruhan took a deep breath and said, "You guys are Yun Jifeng's kin. I don't wish to harm you guys either. So, you'd better not force me. We just want to leave with the villagers of Yuanwu village." Yun Zhaoxing's complexion alternated between green and white. However, looking at Xianxia, who was being held hostage, he could not bring himself to do it. Dong. The dull sound of a bell came from the horizon. Yun Ruhan's expression changed drastically. Before she could react, a cauldron flew over from the horizon. As he approached, it grew larger and larger, as if it wanted to cover him entirely. Qingjiu took a step forward and punched out fiercely. Second tier, power territory, was pushed to its limit. With a loud bang, the bell cauldron flew backward. Qingjiu also took a few steps back, blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. "Second brother, are you all right?" Qingjiu shook his head and revealed a simple and honest smile. "No, it's fine. I can still protect eldest senior brother." Yun Ruhan heaved a sigh of relief. She turned her head to look at the sky, but her expression was cold. His heart sank bit by bit. In the distance, a dense crowd of silhouettes approached from afar, whistling through the air. They were led by Shan Yuan, Bai Lan, and Elder Qin of the Ning family. In midair, Shan Yuan withdrew his bell and couldn't help but glance at Qingjiu. Each of his bells and cauldrons weighed more than 10,000 pounds. When it smashed into the distance, it was like a huge mountain pressing down. The Qin wine of the Xiaoyao sect, the earth-shaking Taishan, had always been low-key and didn't seem to have any special talent. No one had expected it to have such a terrible power. As the saying goes, one man can defeat 10 men. When a person's strength reached the point of breaking through the limits, they were no longer just clumsy boors. If such a perfect body of pure strength was refined into a puppet, it would be a powerful help. Also, the sword in Yun Ruhan's hands and the saber in Ling Yuma's hands were all rare treasures in the world. Not to mention, there was also Ling Yuxing, the master of the absolute space domain, who could cause time and space to stop, and Lan Luoyu, the owner of the divine beast soul orb. The greed and excitement in Xian Yuan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He really didn't expect it. The small Xiaoyao sect, with only 7 people, actually had so many treasures hidden on them. Once he got his hands on these treasures and bodies, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to dominate the world. As soon as Elder Qin landed, he immediately said in a stern voice, "Bold thieves, where did you take my Ning clan head? Where is that demoness Jun Mayan?" Luoyu and the others hadn't seen Ning Jinqiu since they woke up. Naturally, they didn't know that Ning Jinqiu had been turned into a living corpse by Mayan. He would never be able to crawl out of the unclean abyss ever again in this lifetime if he joined the blasphemers whom he had harmed. But they already knew from Wen Huanglang that this Ning Jinqiu was just like Wen Qingyuan, simply not a good thing. They often used their own likes and dislikes to decide the life and death of others, throwing innocent people into the unclean abyss as blasphemers. Back then, he almost killed Mayan's parents. With Mayan's temperament, of course she wouldn't let him go so easily. So, hearing Elder Qin's question, Luoyu immediately sneered, "Doesn't clan head Ning like to throw people into the unclean abyss? So my 6th senior sister let him stay in there forever to accompany the blasphemers. I believe clan head Ning would be very happy." Elder Qin's face changed greatly, his eyes revealing an ominous glint. But Xian Yuan stepped forward to stop him. "Elder Qin, don't be impatient. We are a righteous sect. Even if we have to kill these demons, we must let them die knowing." He looked around and narrowed his eyes. "Where is Jun Mayan? Is she still in the unclean abyss? What a luring killing god, she's just a coward who is greedy for survival. You don't dare to come out, so you let your fellow disciples come to die?" Yun Ruhan said lightly, "That's still much more noble than Mulu Pavilion, who flaunts saving lives and healing the wounded, but secretly treats their own people like ants and tramples them at will." "Impudent!" Xian Yuan shouted, "The 1,000-year glory of my Mulu Pavilion is not something that you, an evil demon, can slander." "Saintess, did you see that?" Xian Yuan turned to Yuan Lan. "Now you should know how sinister and ruthless these demons are. You've clearly taken over my grandson's body, and now you're holding my daughter hostage to threaten me. If such evil spirits were to escape from the northern continent, wouldn't all living beings in the world suffer?" Jin Lan nodded. She looked at the carefree sect disciples with disgust. "Yun Ruhan, I advise you not to repeat your mistakes. Release Madame Yun immediately and allow yourself to be captured. I guarantee that Cleansing Joy Pavilion will give you a fair trial. This is the sin you have committed, and you must pay the price. If it's not your fault, I promise that no one will hurt you." Luo Yu sneered and pointed at the villagers of Yuan Wu village behind her. Ling Yuma sneered, "Then please tell me, Honorable Saintess, what have these villagers done wrong for you to persecute them again and again?" Yuan Lan's momentum stagnated. She was silent for a long time before she reluctantly said, "They are blasphemers. It's the gods who have chosen to abandon them." "Ha ha ha ha." The carefree sect disciples laughed, their faces full of mockery. "The people you hate are blasphemers? What you want to take for yourself is the inheritance of the Mulu Pavilion. You've done all those shameful things under the will of the gods. How can there be such a shameless god in this world? Ask the villagers behind me, do they admit that they're believers of your bullshit god?" The villagers stared at her with tears in their eyes. There was hatred, disgust, and fear in their eyes, but there was no longer any reverence. Xiao Wei suddenly squatted down, picked up a stone, and threw it at her. "I hate you, hate the Mulu Pavilion. I don't want to believe in goddess Xian Mu anymore, and I don't want to be a citizen of the Horton tribe anymore. I want to leave with fairy sister and brother immortal." Instead of dodging, the stone hit her. She lowered her head and looked at the dirt on her clothes. For a moment, she was at a loss of what to do. Xian Yuan snorted. "Holy maiden, these demons know how to bewitch people. Don't be influenced by them. Someone come. Capture these blasphemers. That demoness Jun Mayan must still be in the unclean abyss. Lure her out later, and these blasphemers will have to take credit. As for the 5 demons of the Xiaoyao sect..." Xian Yuan's gaze was cold. "I'll have to trouble Elder Qin and Patriarch Yun to capture them alive. Holy maiden, please help us hold the line." Elder Qin replied, "First Elder is too polite. Killing demons is everyone's responsibility." Biting her lip, Hong Lan took out the ice snow solitary and lightly plucked the strings. Yun Zhaoxing frowned. Menglan is still in their hands. Xian Menglan, held hostage by the Ice Soul Sword, was frozen stiff. Only her eyes could still move. She looked at Xian Yuan and Yun Zhaoxing with pleading eyes, wanting to shout for help, but her lips trembled. Xian Yuan said, Menglan, I know what you're thinking. You hate Yun Ruhan for possessing Jifeng's body. Even if you die, you won't let him off, right? Don't worry, I'll fulfill your wish. Your sacrifice won't be in vain. Xian Menglan's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a terrified expression. The next moment, a bell flew out of Xian Yuan's sleeve. This cauldron didn't attack Yun Ruhan. Instead, it attacked the frozen Xian Menglan. Bang! Yun Ruhan retreated by a hair's breadth to avoid this terrifying attack. Xian Menglan felt her chest bones shatter, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as she was blasted flying. She desperately widened her eyes and looked at her father. Blood mixed with tears flowed down her eyes. Why? Xian Menglan trembled as she opened her mouth to ask. I'm your daughter, how could you be so vicious? However, the voice that reached his mouth was swallowed by the surging blood and shattered organs. Xian Menglan fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Menglan! Xian Yuan roared in grief. Menglan, my only daughter. Don't worry, Daddy will definitely avenge you. The people of the Xiaoyao sect were disgusted by this man's viciousness. He was clearly the one who killed Xian Menglan with his own hands, yet he still had the face to put on an expression of grief and resentment. However, the situation did not allow them to accuse and scold Xian Yuan. After Xian Menglan's death, they had lost their only bargaining chip. Hong Lan played the ice snow solitary. In the entire Shozhen continent, aside from Mu Yan, the strongest musician's auxiliary power isn't something people like Xue Huailu can compare with. Yun Ruhan and the others haven't even started fighting, but they already feel the spiritual power in their bodies draining away. Their hands and feet feel like lead, they can't even lift their swords. At this time, Yun Zhaoxing's crazy attack arrives. I want you demons to be buried with my children and wife. Yun Ruhan wields the Ice Soul Sword and flies up. Boom! A violent impact sent his entire body flying out. With great difficulty, he stands up, but the clothes on his body are torn, revealing 2 bone-deep whip marks. Yun Zhaoxing doesn't stop after the first whip, and the second whip follows. Luo Yu is burning with anxiety, wanting to help Yun Ruhan. But a deafening buzzing sound is heard. 7 giant bell cauldrons descended from the sky. Luo Yu hurriedly summons the puppets and Baifeng to resist. However, each bell contains the powerful spiritual power of a tribulation stage cultivator. Every time one falls, dozens or hundreds of puppets are crushed. The flames on Baifeng's body are also getting weaker and weaker. Luo Yu grits his teeth, about to summon the divine beast Bai Zhe. However, at this time, the bells and drums sound again. Then, he sees a row of bells the size of a mountain fall from the sky, directly covering him. Xian Yuan slowly descends, looking at the bells that trapped Luo Yu with satisfaction. In his heaven confusion bell, there is no spiritual power, so he can't expand his divine sense. Naturally, he can't summon the divine beast Bai Zhe. In this way, even the last threat doesn't exist. He admits that these little bastards of the Xiaoyao sect do have some ability. If he gives them a few decades, or even a few years, he may not be their match. But now, these little bastards are just ants that he can crush at any time. Xiao Qi! Qin Jiu roars, rushing over to save Luo Yu. But he is easily blocked by Xian Yuan. On the other side, Ling Yuma is facing the iron armor guards led by Pei Yi, the chief of the Horton tribe. Pei Yi's cultivation was still one step away from the tribulation stage, but his iron armor guards were well trained, and each of them wore defensive armors of the 8th rank or above. Ordinary swords, water, and fire couldn't break them. Ling Yuma was already having a hard time dealing with Pei Yi, who was at the pinnacle of the astral body realm. Now that she was surrounded, she was in an even more difficult situation. In just a short while, she was already covered in injuries. Ling Yuxing was the most relaxed of the 5. Because he was too fast. Even though Elder Qin's cultivation was much higher than his, there was nothing he could do if he could not catch up to him. However, not long after, Ling Yuxing had no choice but to stop his swift footsteps. Elder Qin grabbed the girl named Xiao Ai from Yuanwu village and clutched her throat, laughing wildly. Run. Lowly dog thing, if you have the guts, run again. Humiliated, Ling Yuxing allowed the Ning family to press him to the ground and kick him hard. He was beaten black and blue all over, but he gritted his teeth and stubbornly refused to make a sound. Xiao Ai's grandfather knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He suddenly stood up and pointed at everyone present, Xian Yuan, Yun Zhaoxing, Elder Qin, Pei Yi, and Bai Lan. Word by word, he used his hoarse voice to shout himself hoarse over and over again, who exactly is the demon? Who exactly is the crazy demon? It's you. It's you. Mulu Pavilion, Ning family, Yun family, Horton tribe, you are the beasts who are worse than pigs and dogs. You are the blasphemers. You are the ones who should go to the 18th level of hell. Elder Qin shook off Xiao Ai and grabbed the air, lifting Xiao Ai's grandfather by the neck. Old thing, do you want to die? As a lowly dog, what right do you have to bark in front of us? The old man's face was red due to the lack of oxygen, but there was no fear in his eyes. There was only deep hatred. You will receive retribution. Elder Qin exerted force in his hand. With a cracking sound, the old man's throat was crushed. Grandpa! Xiao Ai screamed and rushed over, but she could only hold the old man's cold body. Grandpa! Grandpa, wake up! Bad guy! You killed my grandpa! Xiao Ai rushed toward Elder Qin hysterically. Pay for my grandpa! Pay for my grandpa! Elder Qin sneered. Since you want to reunite with your grandpa so much, I'll fulfill your wish. After that, he thrust the long sword in his hand forward and directly pierced Xiao Ai's chest, lifting her whole body up. Be ****. Be ****. You're not human. You'll receive retribution. The villagers of Yuanwu village knelt on the ground, crying and cursing, but there was only despair in their hearts. The spiritual power in Ling Yuxing's body circulated wildly, and he activated the absolute space realm. He rushed toward Xiao Ai like an arrow leaving the bow. Elder Qin only saw a flash, and the little girl jumping on the sword had disappeared. However, he was not angry. Instead, he sneered and said, Gale glowing fire, Ling Yuxing? Hee, I want to see if you can escape from my palm. As soon as he said that, a black shadow shot out from Elder Qin's sleeve and wrapped around Ling Yuxing's legs. Ah! Ling Yuxing screamed as his legs were wrapped around, and he was hung upside down. Xiao Ai also fell from his arms. Fortunately, the villagers of Yuanwu village caught her. Elder Qin looked at Ling Yuxing, who had lost his freedom, and laughed. I've been waiting for you to come to me for a long time. Aren't you very fast? I want to see how fast you can be without legs. Then, he raised the sword in his hand and slashed toward Ling Yuxing's legs. At this moment, Ling Yuxing was not the only one who had fallen into a hopeless situation. With the help of sea dragons, ice and snow solitude, the 5 people of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't even use half of their strength. What's more, they were facing opponents far stronger than themselves. The Xiaoyao school was in danger. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Following that, there were 5 consecutive clanging sounds of weapons clashing. Elder Qin's sword, which was aimed at Ling Yuxing's legs, deviated from its original trajectory and brushed past Ling Yuxing's clothes. Yun Zhaoxing's 8-edged mace, which was aimed at Yun Ruhan's heart, was nailed to the ground. The armor of the iron armor guards surrounding Ling Yuma shattered inch by inch, and they vomited blood as they fell to the ground. Xian Yuan, who had already hammered Qin Jiu into the ground, had intended to kill the semi-conscious bloody man and store the corpse in his storage ring. However, he was forced to retreat by an arrow flying towards him. There was one last arrow left, and it was aimed at the Heaven Enchanting Bell that was covering Lan Luoyu. The Heaven Enchanting Bell, which was supposed to be an indestructible divine artifact, was actually pierced deeply by the black arrow, shattering inch by inch. 5 arrows, 5 instantaneous changes in the battle situation. Everyone couldn't help but look in one direction. There was a glowing portal there. A man in a blue and white robe was slowly pushing the armrest of his wheelchair out of the portal. In one of his hands was a silver longbow. After his other hand stopped turning the wheelchair, he slowly placed it on the bowstring and pulled it back. Gradually, an arrow as black as ink slowly appeared. A silver bow, a white hand, and an ink-black arrow. The three intertwined and formed an incomparably bewitching picture. Third senior brother. Third bro. When the people of the Xiaoyao sect saw Chumoli, their mouths were wide open, unable to make a single sound. At this moment, Chumoli's complexion was so pale that not a single trace of blood could be seen on his face. However, a faint smile still hung on the corner of his mouth. The sixth arrow, the bowstring knocked, was aimed at the Enlan who was playing Solitude of Ice and Snow. Yuan Shilan's heart trembled, and her fingers unconsciously moved faster on the zither strings. An invisible light shrouded Ice Snow Solitary and herself. Whoosh, the sixth arrow was released. It was obviously pitch black, but because of its extreme speed, it seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. Bang, the arrow crashed into the sound wall created by the Banlan and was stopped. However, in just a moment, the sound wall was broken, and the arrow directly hit the strings of Snow and Ice Solitude. With a snap, the string of Lonely Ice and Snow broke. Yuan Shilan was forced back a few steps by the huge impact and almost fell to the ground. His gaze towards Chumoli was filled with shock. Xian Yuan suddenly came back to his senses and glared at Chumoli. "You, who exactly are you? How could a mere nascent soul cultivator shoot such a terrifying arrow?" The string of Snow and Snow Solitude was broken, and his Sky Confusion Bell was destroyed. Even when the arrow flew toward him, Xian Yuan felt the threat of death that made his blood run cold. Of course, he knew that there was a cripple among the Xiaoyao 7 who was nicknamed Silver Bow Godly Arrow. This person's sense of existence was even lower than Qinjiu. His cultivation was mediocre, and his achievements were mediocre. To Xian Yuan, the so-called Silver Bow and Magic Arrow was just a joke. However, at this moment, Xian Yuan could not help but feel shocked as he looked at the sickly young man in the wheelchair. Just 6 arrows were enough to change the situation. Just one arrow could break the string of Ice and Snow Solitude. If this continued, could he really dodge all of them? This thought flashed across Xian Yuan's mind. The silver bow in Chumoli's hand dissipated. He spat out a mouthful of blood and weakly fell onto the wheelchair. His ashen complexion, pale lips, weak breathing, and spiritual power all showed that he was on the verge of death at this moment. "Third senior brother, how are you?" The others were still entangled in the battle and could not escape. Only Luo Yu, who had escaped from the heaven-confusing bell, was free. He leapt to Chumoli's side and helped him up. The cold touch and the weak aura of life caused Luo Yu's eyes to turn red. "Third senior brother." "Don't shout," Chumoli said slowly. "It's too noisy. Third senior brother, are you all right?" Chumoli sighed softly, and said weakly, "I overdraft my primordial spirit, overdraft my life, and exhausted all of my spiritual power to shoot 6 arrows. Tell me, will I be all right?" Seeing that he still had the energy to joke, Luo Yu heaved a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, with 6th senior sister around, even if you overexert yourself, you can make up for it." Before he could finish speaking, Chumoli's low voice resounded in his ears, "Excuse me." "Excuse what?" Before Luo Yu could react, he felt his body being pushed lightly by someone and fell to the side. Then, bang! Chumoli and his wheelchair were sent flying by a huge bell. The wheelchair flipped over and Chumoli fell to the ground in a sorry state. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Third senior brother." Luo Yu shouted and wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Xian Yuan. Dozens of bells and cauldrons flew out and surrounded Luo Yu, making a ringing sound. Not only could this sound disturb one's mind, it made it impossible for one to concentrate. Even the surrounding spiritual energy was disturbed and couldn't be absorbed. For a summoner who needed to concentrate, this was the most fatal attack. In addition, Luo Yu had summoned Wizard many times in the past few days. Both his spirit and spiritual energy were greatly exhausted. At this moment, he was eager to save Chumoli and desperately wanted to summon Wizard, but it was counterproductive. Xian Yuan looked at the helpless Luo Yu and smiled in satisfaction. At this moment, Ye Yun had already flown up and stepped on Chumoli's chest. "Who gave you the guts to destroy the holy maidens, Snow and Snow Solitude?" Chumoli's face did not show the slightest sign of pain as if his ribs had been broken. Instead, he leisurely extended his hand to wipe the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. He slowly said, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this zither to be so useless. It can't even block an arrow. Yeyun was seething with anger. She raised her sword and wanted to pierce his heart. However, Xianyuan stopped her. Chu Moli, what kind of divine weapon is the bow you used just now? Chu Moli said indifferently, I forgot. I probably picked it up from some corner. Are you messing with us? Yeyun shouted, do you really think you can turn this situation around by shooting those 6 arrows? Look at your pathetic state. You can't even protect yourself, yet you want to save your fellow disciples? Don't make me laugh to death. Chu Moli said slowly, who said my 6 arrows can't turn the situation around? Xianyuan frowned and kicked him. He sneered, you don't have any spiritual energy left. Don't tell me you can shoot the 7th arrow. So what if you destroyed one of my sky labyrinth clocks by running out and showing off your might? All I did was delay the time that the 6 of you had to struggle at death's door. He looked to the side. As expected, the true battle situation would not change because of these 6 arrows. Ling Yuxing couldn't let go of the villagers of Yuanwu village, so he fell into a desperate situation again. The others were in dire straits and did not have the strength to fight back. Chu Moli, do you think you're very heroic, very awe-inspiring? Do you think that stalling for time will work? Ha ha ha, the truth is, your fellow disciples will only die more miserably because of what you've done. After Xianyuan finished speaking, he waited for Chu Moli to reveal a pained and regretful expression. However, the battered and exhausted young man below, who could not even stand up, chuckled softly. You're asking, is there any use in stalling for time? Of course it's useful. Chu Moli tilted his head slightly and shifted his gaze towards a place not too far away. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he said unhurriedly, look, haven't I achieved my goal? His voice was so soft that Xianyuan didn't hear him clearly. He couldn't help but frown. What did you say? As soon as he asked this, the ground beneath his feet shook violently. The mountains shook and the earth quaked. What happened? Everyone stopped their battle and looked around. However, there was nothing. However, the ground shook more and more violently. In the snow forest, countless wild beasts fled frantically. The birds and beasts flew into the sky as if they were fleeing for their lives. Even the snakes, insects, rats, and ants hiding underground seemed to have gone mad as they desperately fled into the distance. Boulders tumbled down from the mountain. Suddenly, Ban Lan let out a scream. Saintess, what's wrong? She quickly took out the nightmare stone from her Qiankuan sleeve. But as if he was holding a hot potato, he threw it away. The nightmare stone that fell to the ground emitted a crimson light that flickered and dimmed. Saint Stone! Ye Shuang screamed and rushed over to pick up the nightmare stone. However, as soon as she touched the nightmare stone, she let out a scream and fell to the ground convulsing, foaming at the mouth. What the hell happened? Xianyuan roared, all of you, calm down and find out what's going on. Soon, a deacon of Cleansing Joy Pavilion ran over from the mountain path, screaming, bad news. Bad news. The unclean abyss, the barrier of the unclean abyss is broken. The black mist is all coming out. What? Xianyuan couldn't believe his ears. Elder Qin and Yun Zhaoxing's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly flew into the sky and looked toward the mountain path. What they saw almost scared them out of their wits. The mountain path was completely filled with black mist. In the black mist, countless ferocious living corpses were roaring and rushing toward them. Xianyuan yelled, run! Run! In an instant, the ferocious Cleansing Delight Pavilion, the Ning family, the Yun family, and the Iron Armor Guards immediately fled for their lives like stray dogs. However, before they could run far, a black fog suddenly appeared in front of him. God-slaying witch! It's God-slaying witch! No, no, don't come near me! Scared out of their wits, they had to run back pathetically. Before long, these people were trapped in the valley by the black mist with nowhere to run. The black mist seemed to have a life of its own. Along the way, it didn't harm a single spirit beast. Moreover, after trapping them in the center, they stagnated. Even the horrifying living corpses that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws were hiding in the black fog, staring at the people inside like tigers watching their prey. However, none of them moved, as if they were waiting for someone's order. What's going on? What's going on? Why didn't the black mist in the cleansing abyss come out? Why are the blasphemers here? Xianyuan's face alternated between green and white. He couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Chumoli. You're the one behind this? Chumoli responded with a meaningful smile. The rage in Xianyuan's heart surged. He suddenly soared into the air, raised a bell cauldron, and fiercely smashed it towards Chumoli's head. If you want to kill us, then I'll send you to hell first. Dong, a huge crater was formed on the grassland, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Xianyuan smiled maliciously as he recalled the Heaven Maze bell. He wanted to see Chumoli's corpse, which had been smashed beyond recognition. However, when the bell was retracted and the dust dissipated, he was dumbfounded. The bottom was empty, so where did the blood and flesh come from? Where did the corpse come from? Xianyuan was startled, unable to react to what had happened. An eerie chill ran from his back to his neck. A sweet-sounding female voice faintly echoed in his ears. What do you want to do to my third brother? Jun Mayan. This was Jun Mayan's voice. Sure enough, it was this female devil's doing. Xianyuan is aghast and furious, quickly turning his head. However, what greets him is not Mayan's peerlessly beautiful face, but the hideous and terrifying face of a living corpse crawling with maggots. Ah! Xianyuan is caught off guard, unable to dodge in time. The living corpse pounces over and bites his ear. Under the ruthless tearing, blood splatters, and one of his ears is torn off. The living corpse chews the flesh and blood in its mouth, letting out excited howls. This sound seems to stimulate the other living corpses, making them all scream and rush over, grabbing and biting Xianyuan. Get lost! Get lost! Xianyuan roars, wanting to bring out the Heaven Maze bell. But he doesn't know when, but he hears the lingering sound of a zither. The sound of the zither is curling up, weaving one dream after another for him. Xianyuan desperately resists to keep himself from falling asleep, but it's impossible to concentrate and bring out the Heaven Maze bell. A quarter of an hour ago, he used the Heaven Maze bell to interfere with Luo Yu's sound attack. Now, with the reincarnation of karma, this effect is acting on him. Ah! Save me! Saintus, save me! Pieces of flesh are torn off Xianyuan's body, and he can't help but scream miserably. Hong Lan quickly takes out the solitary snow and ice, wanting to play it. Although the string of the solitary snow and ice is broken, it only loses 1/3 of its effectiveness. But before she can pluck the strings, she sees a girl in snow-white clothes slowly descending from the sky, standing in front of her. Hong Lan's pupils suddenly shrink, her eyes revealing a look of alarm. Jun Mayan. The girl in front of her has an even more outstanding appearance than her, and an amazing talent. And also, young Master Yunzhao's gentleness and deep affection. Hong Lan admits that she is jealous of her. But she doesn't really put her in her eyes. Because she knows that Mayan's bone structure is too young, her cultivation is too low, and she's not her opponent at all. But at this moment, Hong Lan knows how ridiculous her arrogance and pride are. This girl is not only more beautiful than her, but also more talented than her. Even now, her strength has surpassed her. Mayan looks at her coldly, then glances at Xianyuan, who is surrounded and bitten by the living corpses. She faintly sneers, Saintus, have you forgotten how you defined blasphemers before? The so-called blasphemers are those who are detested by the gods. No matter for what reason they were infected with the god-killing sorcerer, blasphemers are blasphemers. They are unforgivable and must die. Even if they're framed, it's their bad luck. It's fate. What? Did you forget what you said so quickly? Yuan Sherlan's face turned deathly pale. Ye Yun and the others, who originally wanted to rescue Xianyuan, also changed their expressions and took a step back. Yes, anyone who was bitten by a blasphemer would be infected and become a new blasphemer. Even though Great Elder Xianyuan had a high status, even though he was a tribulation-passing cultivator. However, after being bitten so many times, he was definitely beyond saving. Blasphemers deserved to die. This was the rule of Cleansing Joy Pavilion, and it was also the rule of the entire northern continent. Mayan's words are neither light nor heavy, but it's guaranteed that Xianyuan will definitely hear it. He immediately shouted in horror, Saintus, Saintus, don't listen to the witch. Save me. Ah. However, no one responded to his cry for help. Whether it's the people of Cleansing Joy Pavilion, the Ning family, or the Yun family, they all retreat again and again. The only one who could possibly save him, Xian Yuan's daughter Xian Menglan, has already been killed by his own hands. Xian Yuan roars for a long time, but no one pays attention to him. He can feel his divine soul beginning to dissipate, and his consciousness beginning to fade. Could it be that he also wants to become a horrifying zombie? Could it be that his imperial hegemony is going to come to an end like this? No. Absolutely not. He still hasn't obtained the inheritance of the god musicians, hasn't ascended to the Xiaoxian continent, hasn't completely controlled Mulu Pavilion in his hands, and hasn't stood at the peak of power. Zheng. A sudden sound of a zither rings out. Mu Yan looks up in surprise. This sound is clearly not from her Tian Emochin, nor is it from the solitary ice and snow of Bo Lan. Who is it? Ah! Ye Yun exclaims, how can Elder Xian Yuan also play the zither? Isn't his magic weapon the Heaven Maze Bell? Bo Lan's eyes suddenly widen, revealing a look of horror. That zither, why does the zither in Xian Yuan's hands look so familiar? Zheng. Another sound of the zither rings out, and a huge sound wave overturns the zombies. The zombies don't feel pain. They howl and try to get up and continue to rush towards Xian Yuan. Mu Yan plucks the strings of the zither and says in a deep voice, you go back to the black fog first. The zombies howl a few times, fiercely glaring at Xian Yuan. They seem to be full of unwillingness and resentment, but in the end, they obediently return to the black fog. Xian Yuan gasps for breath, his crimson eyes carrying madness and ruthlessness. At this time, he's really battered and exhausted. There's not even half of the glory and complacency of the elder of Mulu Pavilion. His body is full of potholes from the zombies' bites. One of his ears is missing, and half of his nose is also missing. The poison of the God-punishing witch has gradually begun to erode his body. Black spots and strange lines begin to appear on his arms and neck. But everyone's attention falls on his hands. There's an ancient zither there, and it's somewhat similar to Mu Yan's Tian Emochin. But if you look closely, you'll find that this zither is simple and elegant. The surface of the zither is glossy, and you can faintly see the complex runes. Compared to the unsealed Tian Emochin, it seems unusually low-key. This zither was obviously much more luxurious and immortal. If it was said that the level of this zither was not low, and the spiritual power it exuded was much richer than Xian Yuan's Sky Confusion Bell. The people from the Cleansing Joy Pavilion were stupefied, finding this hard to believe. Ye Yun pointed at the zither in Xian Yuan's hand and shouted, Cry of the Ninth Heaven Crane, isn't this the cry of the Ninth Heaven Crane? In reality, as long as one grew up in Mulu Pavilion, how could they not recognize the treasure of the pavilion, Cry of the Nine Heavens Crane, especially Bai Lan? In the past, her mother was the saintess of Mulu Pavilion, and the Cry of the Nine Heavens Crane never left her hand. When she was little, Lan often sat on Wei Wei's lap and played with the strings. Later, when she grew up, Ma Yingwei taught her how to perform the Cry of the Nine Heavens Crane. It could be said that she knew every rune and every string of the Cry of the Nine Heavens Cranes, like the back of her hand. Over the years, she could tell at a glance that those zither that she had collected were fake. Whether Mayan's Tian Emochin is the Ninth Heavens Crane's cry, or not, does she really not know? She's just unreconciled that her mother's last wish couldn't be fulfilled, unreconciled that the Cry of the Nine Heavens Crane had really disappeared without a trace. She always deceived herself, thinking that perhaps someone had changed the appearance of the Cry of the Nine Heavens Crane, and concealed its breath, so that it couldn't be recognized at a glance. Thus, even if it meant robbing, she had to collect all kinds of zither and bring them to Cleansing Joy Pavilion. However, at this moment, she only needed one glance to confirm the identity of the zither in Xian Yuan's hands. That was the Cry of the Ninth Heaven Crane. That was the treasure of Mulu Pavilion, Cry of the Nine Heavens Crane, that his mother had lost. Even on her deathbed, she had been longing to find it. Great Elder, can you explain this to us? Why is the Cry of the Ninth Heaven Crane in your hands? Instead of feeling guilty or afraid, Xian Yuan laughed hysterically. Why is the Cry of the Ninth Heaven Crane in my hands? Because it belongs to me in the first place. As he spoke, he took out a reddish-brown pill, carefully peeled off the outer shell, and swallowed it. Only when the pill entered his stomach did he heave a sigh of relief. But since they had already fallen out, Xianxia was no longer interested in pretending to be a kind elder. He sneered at Jean Lan. Who does Jean Wei think she is? Isn't she just able to control holy stones? Why can she be so high and mighty just because she's the holy maiden? Why do I have to bow down to her when my cultivation is higher and my talent better than hers? The cry of the ninth heaven crane is clearly the instrument that suits me the best, but just because she's the holy maiden, I have to give it to her? In the cultivation world, the strong are respected. Cleansing Joy Pavilion should be mine, and your mother should kneel at my feet and submit to me. Jean Lan's face was ashen. My mother has always respected you as a senior brother, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Could it be? She suddenly thought of something, and her eyes widened in horror. Could it be that you're the reason why my mother died? Xianxuan's gaze was sinister as he chuckled. Idiot, you've only just realized? His gaze landed on Yunruhan. Speaking of which, I should be thanking you. If you hadn't escaped to the northern continent, how would I have had the chance to get rid of Jean Wei and take control of Cleansing Joy Pavilion? Yunruhan's pupils constricted. Xianxuan smiled proudly. I remember now. 12 years ago, the group of people from the floating island asked us to help hunt them down, right? The one who could summon the terrifying Yong was you. Xianxuan pointed at Yunruhan. Then, he pointed at Luoyu. The unconscious child on your back is him. Yes, I remember now. Although I've grown up, my eyebrows haven't changed much. There was also an old man back then. Luoyu stared blankly at Yunruhan. Phantom Sting said that he was the little prince of some empire. Xianxuan also said that he had met him 12 years ago. Who was he? Yunruhan patted Luoyu's head. When this is over, eldest senior brother will tell you everything. Luoyu nodded and did not speak. She continued to look at Xianxuan. At this moment, Xianxuan seemed to be immersed in his memories, his expression intoxicated. Obviously, he was very satisfied with his masterpiece 12 years ago. But now, the god-killing witch poison that had accumulated in his body had magnified his emotions, making him reveal a bit of madness. Yunruhan, you were really strong 12 years ago. And that old man. We had thousands of soldiers surrounding you, but in the end, you managed to kill us all. More than half of our Cleansing Joy Pavilion's elites were annihilated. But I don't blame you at all. I don't blame the immortals of the floating island who threatened us. If it weren't for you guys, how could I have the chance to sneak attack Ma Yanwei from behind and seriously injure her? But this idiot didn't even know who hurt her and died of depression after losing the cry of the ninth heaven crane. Ha ha ha. Ma Yanwei's body couldn't stop trembling. Tears of resentment wetted her eyes and slid down her cheeks. She would never have thought that the truth 12 years ago would be like this. Ma Yanwei suddenly took out the solitary of snow and shouted. She soared into the air, I'm going to kill you and avenge my mother. Her fingers plucked the strings, and the sound blades flew out like thousands of swords. Xianxuan wasn't afraid at all. He raised his hand and plucked the cry of the ninth heaven crane. Boom! A huge airwave directly threw Ma Yanwei to the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't get up for a long time. Saintess! Saintess, how are you? Great Elder, you've gone too far. How can you attack the Saintess? Xianxuan sneered, what Saintess? You're just a silly little girl. What qualifications do you have to boss me around? Not to mention that the solitary of snow has a broken string. Even if it's as good as before, do you really put this elder in your eyes with that little auxiliary ability of yours? Dong Ling helped Ma Yanwei up and pointed at Xianxuan angrily. Xianxuan, don't be too arrogant. Don't forget that you've now become a blasphemer. Ha ha ha, who said I'm a blasphemer? Xianxuan laughed even more wildly when he heard this. Do you really think that there's no cure for the god execution witch? Not to mention Ma Yanwei and Yun, even the villagers of Yuanwu village and Lin Xiaomin and the others looked at him in astonishment. With a glance, the crowd realized something. Although the wounds on Xianxuan's body hadn't healed, the rotten black spots and strange lines had gradually disappeared. When Huang Lang said in disbelief, what does this mean? The god execution which can be cured? Then what about the blasphemers who were sent to the unclean abyss? What about those blasphemers who became living corpses, and even their souls dissipated in the unclean abyss? Mu Yan sneered, and said indifferently, "You still don't understand? There has never been a blasphemer. My junior martial uncle said it very clearly back then. That's not a holy stone at all, but a nightmare stone with a strong poison. As long as it's poison, there's naturally an antidote. I've only been in the northern land for a few days, and I've already found the antidote to the god-slaying witch in the snow demon forest. Mu Leg is an expert in medicine, and they've lived beside the snow demon forest for generations. Do they really not know that the god-slaying witch can be cured? Mu Yan speculates that when the nightmare stone accidentally fell from the Xiaoxian continent to the Xiaoxian continent, it should have fallen in the snow demon forest. The appearance of a poison would definitely affect the growth of the surrounding creatures. As for the spiritual plants that had been contaminated by the nightmare stone, they would either die or develop resistance to the poison day after day, year after year, and become the antidote. Since the people of Mulu Pavilion had picked up the nightmare stone in the snow demon forest, it was impossible for them not to have discovered the uniqueness of the surrounding spiritual plants. But even though they knew, they chose to hide it. It was clearly an illness that could be cured, but he insisted on treating them as blasphemers and throwing them into the unclean abyss to be consigned to eternal damnation. Why? It was the first time that Lin Xiaoming's family heard about the nightmare stone. The shock and resentment in their hearts far surpassed that of the villagers of Yuanwu village. Aren't we the people of the Horton tribe? Didn't he always worship Mu Leg? Why are you doing this to us? Mu Yan slowly said, because they need the power of the nightmare stone to cultivate an invincible army, to consolidate and expand their own forces. And the source of power is this unclean abyss that was formed from countless human lives and piles of bones. Hong Lan jerks her head up, looking at Mu Yan in horror. No, you're talking nonsense. This was impossible. This is impossible. She hated Shan Yuan deeply, but it was only Shan Yuan. She had a deep-rooted sense of belonging and reverence towards the Cleansing Joy Pavilion. In Yuanyu Land's heart, Cleansing Joy Pavilion was a holy land that healed the wounded and healed the dying. It was a pure land in this cold world where the strong preyed on the weak. But now, both Mu Yan and Luo Yunxiao are telling her that all of this is just her fantasy. The Mulu Pavilion that she protected and trusted was 100 times dirtier and more disgusting than the outside world that she hated. How could she believe it? How could he accept it? Mu Yan looks at Anlan with pity in her eyes. Now that things have come to this, why do you still need to deceive yourself? Shan Yuan isn't the only one who knows about this. Neither is Cleansing Joy Pavilion or the Horton tribe. The Ning family, the Yun family, the Horton tribe, and even the people around you probably know more than you do. His ice-cold gaze swept over Shan Yuan, Yun Zhaoxing, Elder Qin, Pei Yi, and even Ye Yun, Ye Shuang, Ye Shui, Ye Feng, and Ye Lu. Except for Shan Yuan, the rest of them avoided her gaze out of guilt. Yun Zhaoxing angrily said, Jun Mayan, don't spout venomous slander. It's clear that you're the demons. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Shan Yuan's laughter. So what if we did it? It is an honor for those lowly ants to be able to become a stepping stone for our hegemony. If a small ant died, then so be it. What was there to feel pity about? If they really want to blame someone, they can only blame themselves for being too useless. In the end, they couldn't withstand the blessing of the holy stone. Since they're so weak, don't they deserve to become blasphemers and zombies? Ha ha ha. Awoo. Ah. As soon as Shan Yuan finished speaking, the living corpses in the black fog seemed to have been provoked and roared loudly. That cry no longer belonged to a human. However, it was filled with the unwillingness, resentment, and despair that they had accumulated as humans. This time, Shan Yuan was not as terrified as before. Instead, he held the heaven confusion bell in his left hand and the ninth heaven crane's cry in his right. He looked at Mayan with a cold and greedy gaze. Jun Mayan, do you think that you've won just because you've broken the barrier of the unclean abyss and controlled these living corpses? Mu Yan takes a look around. Although Yun Zhaoxing, Elder Qin, and the others looked angry, after being called out by Shan Yuan, they did not try to refute. Instead, he took out a pill similar to Xuan Yuan's, peeled it open, and swallowed it. Even Yun and the others took out their pills after glancing hesitantly at Yuan Sherlan. She laughed softly. It seems that not only can this medicine cure the poison of the god-slaying witch, it can also resist the corrosion of the black fog and the unclean abyss. I'm a little curious. Since there's such a medicine, why didn't you use it in the beginning? Oh, I've really asked a stupid question. You didn't use it before, of course, because you didn't want the Saintess of Mulu Pavilion to know the secret of the Nightmare Stone. Even more so, you didn't want your subordinates to know that the so-called god-bestowed powers in their bodies were actually bestowed by the Nightmare Stone. And one day, these powers will turn into the backlash of the god-slaying witch, and they will also be reduced to blasphemers. As soon as she said this, the deacon of Mulu Pavilion, the armored guards of the Horton tribe, and the trusted cultivators of the Yun and Ming families all changed their expressions and retreated several steps. Jun Mayan, you dare to mislead us. Yun Zhaoxing and Elder Qin were furious. Ye Yun and the other elders of Mulu Pavilion were also livid. This witch's words clearly wanted to make all the trusted subordinates present to be at odds with her. Only Xian Yuan grinned, revealing a ferocious smile. Jun Mayan, you are really smart. But do you know that smart women don't have a good ending? Do you think anyone will be able to leave this place alive after saying these words? Mayan hooked her lips, smiling wickedly and disdainfully, of course. She raised her hand, and the 7 absolute swords slowly appeared in her palm, pointing at Xian Yuan. Won't we be able to leave alive after killing you? As soon as she said this, the sound of the zither resounded, and the phantom clones appeared. 2 identical Jun Mayan hovered in the air, one holding a sword, the other playing the zither. Strong spiritual power emanated from the zither and the sword, causing everyone's expression to change. Leaving body stage. Luo Yu exclaimed, 6th senior sister has broken through the leaving body stage. Ling Yuma said in disbelief, if I remember correctly, it hasn't been long since we broke through the nascent soul stage, right? Yun Ruhan suddenly said in a deep voice, no, not just the leaving body stage. Junior sister's strength has far surpassed the leaving body stage. He now had a half-spirit and half-demon body. Therefore, he could feel that in addition to the spiritual power surging in Mayan's body, there was also a strange and familiar energy flowing wildly. Xian Yuan sneered, leaving body stage? So what if you are at the leaving aperture realm? Do you think you can escape from me just because you have advanced to the leaving body stage? Mayan smiled, seemingly wanting to refute. However, the next moment, the 7 absolute swords suddenly turned into 7 colorful streamers, shooting straight at Xian Yuan. After a quarter of an hour, Yun Zhaoxing and the others, who were leisurely waiting to see Xian Yuan kill Mayan, showed a look of horror. Xian Yuan, who had 2 divine weapons, Cry of the 9 Heavens, and Heaven-Confusing Bell, was firmly suppressed by Mayan. One of Xuanyuan's heaven-enchanting bells had just been shattered by Chu Moli's arrow. In less than a quarter of an hour, Mu Yan's 7 absolute swords had cut 2 of them into pieces. The valley reverberated with the chaotic sounds of zither, bells, and metals clashing. Every single sound seemed to directly smash onto one's soul, causing one's heartbeat to quicken, blood to boil, and one to be unable to control oneself. More than half of this disturbing music actually comes from the Tian Mo Qin played by the Phantom's many doppelgangers. Xian Yuan, on the other hand, was the one who was completely disturbed. Under the attack of the whistling sword light of the 7 absolute sword, they were in a more difficult situation than when they were besieged by the living corpses. The complexions of Yun Zhaoxing and the others became uglier and uglier. They looked at each other and were about to step forward to help. They realized that the situation today had reached a point where it could no longer be salvaged. Apart from killing the people of the Carefree School and Yuanwu village, the reputation of the Cleansing Joy Pavilion, the Yun family, and the Ning family would fall to rock bottom. The entire northern continent was about to experience an unprecedented storm. Jun Mayan must die. The Carefree 7 demons must die. However, just as Elder Qin took a step forward, Ling Yuxing and Luo Yu blocked in front of him. Elder Qin sneered, Ling Yuxing, have you forgotten that I almost cut off your legs? Do you think you can compete with me just because you have one more person? Ling Yuxing's expression was calm as he bent over and touched Xiao Ai's head. Xiao Ai's life was no longer in danger after taking Mu Yan's Yang rejuvenation pill. But her cultivation was too low, and the amount of spiritual power her body could absorb was too little. So even after taking the yang rejuvenation pill, she was still very weak. At this time, the little girl was crying bitterly on her grandfather's cold body. She felt a pair of hands pressing on her head. Xiaoai raised her head and met Ling Yuxing's gentle gaze. Grandpa. Xiaoai only has grandpa, Xiaoai sobbed and looked at Elder Qin with hatred. Brother deity, I hate them, I hate them. Grandpa and I didn't do anything wrong, why did they do this to us? Ling Yuxing's eyes were red. I'm sorry, I'm useless, I couldn't save your grandfather. Xiaoai shook her head desperately with tears in her eyes. No, brother and sister are both very good, Ling Yuxing interrupted her. To make up for it, let us take revenge for your grandfather, okay? Xiaoai was startled and looked at Ling Yuxing and Luoyu. Luoyu also reached out and stroked the little girl's head. Evil people have to pay for what they have done. Xiaoai, open your eyes and watch. After that, both of them stood up and looked at Elder Qin. Elder Qin burst into laughter. Revenge? Revenge for a lowly mortal who hasn't even reached the stage of fasting? Is there something wrong with the people of the Xiaoyao sect? On top of that, you two original level bastards want to fight against me? Do you really not know how big the gap is between passing the tribulation and yuanying? Ling Yuxing didn't even look at him and slowly took out the demon-absorbing needle and the demon-binding silk. Luoyu raised his hands, and all the grass, trees, and gravel flew towards him. In the blink of an eye, countless puppets of all sizes were formed. Ling Yuxing closed his eyes and said in a low voice, Xiaoqi, are you ready? I'm going to start. Luoyu grinned, of course. Playing tricks. Elder Qin sneered and rose into the air with his sword, slashing it down at Luoyu. He had never seen Lan Luoyu's abilities. But he also knew that he could summon the divine beast by Zai. In addition, Xianyuan was afraid of him. Therefore, Elder Qin was certain that as long as he could kill Luoyu first, Ling Yuxing would be nothing more than a turtle in a jar. Not to mention that Ling Yuxing, that little bastard, was best at speed. But Lan Luoyu did not run fast. As expected, Elder Qin's sword was already very close. Luoyu was still in a daze. Her eyes were slightly closed, as if she had no idea that she was about to die. Elder Qin laughed out loud, and the sword in his hand was about to slash down. At this moment, suddenly, everything around them stopped. It was as if a pair of hands had pressed the stop button on everything in the world. Absolute space domain, activated. Elder Qin was astonished. Opposite him, Luoyu slowly curled her lips into a smile. Two adorable dimples appeared indistinctly. Countless puppets swarmed over from all directions, drowning Elder Qin within. Boom! With a slash of the sword, thousands of puppets were chopped into pieces and scattered in all directions. Elder Qin roared angrily and flew out from the dust. Two little bastards, I'm going to kill you. However, Elder Qin, who had flown out of the puppet's destruction, did not see the blue sky and white clouds, nor did he see Luoyu and Ling Yuxing's terrified faces. Instead, it was a huge divine beast, Bai Zai, who was looking at him with its head lowered. Bang! The huge palm slammed down from the sky, directly smashing Elder Qin into the mud. The terrible pressure and surging energy made him spit out a mouthful of blood, and he seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. Almost at the same time, Ling Yuxing and Luoyu also fell to the ground, their faces pale, gasping for breath. They had used their ultimate skills many times in a short period of time, and at this time, both their divine sense and spiritual power were completely exhausted. Their dantian and meridians felt like they were on fire, and they didn't even have the strength to lift their hands and feet. At this time, any cultivator who didn't need to eat could kill them with a sword. Moreover, this kind of consumption was disregarding the overdraft and damage of life. But the two looked at each other, then looked at the dying Elder Qin, and couldn't help but smile. They won, they actually won against a crossing tribulation cultivator. After laughing, the two fainted on the ground, losing consciousness. The same battle was taking place in other places in the valley. Qin Jiao and Yun Ruhan faced Yun Zhaoxing and the Yun family cultivators. Ling Yuma and Chu Moli faced Pei Yi and the Iron Guards. In the end, almost every battle ended in a lose-lose situation. And now, the only one that hadn't ended yet was the battle between Mu Yan and Xianyuan. Xianyuan was indeed a crossing tribulation cultivator. After being caught unprepared by Mayan in the beginning, he immediately regained his composure, only defending and not attacking. He wants to use his vigorous spiritual power to exhaust mine to death. Even if a leading aperture cultivator was talented and strong, how could he compare with the vigorous spiritual power in his body? Xianyuan controlled the cry of the 9 heavens crane, and the heaven-confusing bell, to resist the fierce attacks of the 7 absolute swords. He revealed a sinister smile. He wanted to wait, to see Jun Muyan's spiritual power being exhausted, struggling at death's door, and finally begging for mercy. On the other side, Yayun, who was comforting Yuan Lan, suddenly stood up and took out her pipa. As if they had agreed, Yashuang, Yashui, Yafeng, and Yu also took out their weapons and followed Yayun, walking towards the 6 people of the Xiaoyao sect. When Huang Lang was the first to react. "You, what are you doing?" Yayun said coldly, "Of course it's to kill evil devils." "Are you kidding me? They have just experienced a fierce battle, and now they don't have the strength to fight back. You want to take advantage of them?" The villagers of Yuanwu village and the Lin family all rushed over and stood in front of the Xiaoyao sect. Lin Xiaomin glared at Yayun and the others with bloodshot eyes. "Disgusting animals like you are worthy of being called saintess? Are you saying that the great god of the Xiaoyao sect is a demon? Actually, you guys are the real crazy demons. Even if we die, we won't allow you to hurt the Xiaoyao 7. Yashuang laughed out loud. "Even if I die? Trash like you dares to clamor in front of us? Heh, then you can all go and die." As Yashuang spoke, the phoenix-tailed Kongho in her hand suddenly changed, and she flicked it towards Lin Xiaomin and Lin Xiaotsong who were at the front. Ah! The impact of the huge sound blade caused the 2 siblings to scream miserably as they were thrown away. Yashuang wanted to follow up with another attack and directly kill these 2 eyesores. Suddenly, a stern shout came from behind. "Enough! All of you, stop! Don't you think our cleansing joy pavilion has been humiliated enough?" Hung Lan's eyes were bloodshot as she slowly descended in front of Yayun and the others. The 5 of them looked at each other with ugly expressions on their faces. In the end, it was Yayun who stepped forward and bowed. "Saint, these people are blasphemers and demons. If we don't get rid of them, they will cause immeasurable damage to our cleansing joy pavilion." "Shut up. Are you lying to yourselves or do you think I'm a fool? Blasphemers? Do you really think I'll believe you? Taking advantage of others' difficulties and bullying the weak. Tell me, is this something the cleansing joy pavilion should do?" Yayun frowned and wanted to say something. Yashuang could not help but retort, "Saint, you're the one who doesn't understand, right? Don't you know that the Cleansing Joy Pavilion has only one rule, and that is to ensure the Cleansing Joy Pavilion's prosperity and peace for generations to come? As long as the Cleansing Joy Pavilion can stand at the peak of the cultivation continent, no matter what methods we use, it's understandable. Saint, you're the one who disappoints us by being so soft-hearted." Yayun stopped Yashuang, who was about to speak. She looked at Hong Lan's trembling body. She smiled faintly and said, "Saintess, in the past, we kept these things from you because you were young and inexperienced. But since you're the Cleansing Joy Pavilion's saint, you have to understand that everything we do is for the Cleansing Joy Pavilion and the development of the northern continent. Do you think that your mother, the former saint, Her Highness Yuan Wei, doesn't know about the blasphemers?" Hong Lan's eyes widened, and her lips trembled. "No, impossible. This is impossible." Yayun walked forward step by step. Her posture was respectful, but there was a bewitching and invasive look in her eyes. "Saintess, you have to think this through. Regardless of whether they are the unfettered 7 devils or the villagers of Yuanwu village, if you let them leave the northern continent, the secret of cleansing Lu Pavilion will be made public." Yayun's voice was low and flat, but her words were filled with the power of dreams. "From now on, everyone in the cultivation continent will come to steal the saint stones and accuse the Cleansing Joy Pavilion of harming the innocent. From now on, the Cleansing Joy Pavilion and the northern continent will never have a day of peace. The hard work of so many generations of Mulu Pavilion's ancestors and your mother's sacrifice will all be for naught." Hong Lan's eyes turned red little by little, and her body, which was holding snow and ice solitude, kept trembling. They were like duckweed in the wind, unable to rely on anything and about to shatter at any moment. Actually, at this moment, the faith she'd held onto since she was young was gradually collapsing under the tremendous changes in the world and Ye Yun's bewitchment. Ye Yun continued, Grand Elder Xianyuan killed your mother. I will definitely report this to my father and seek justice for you. Ye Yun's father's name was Jing Tianyi, and he was the only tribulation transcendence cultivator in the entire northern continent. He was also ranked 5th on the Green Sky ranking. However, many years ago, Jing Tianyi had gone into seclusion to break through to the peak of the tribulation passing stage and had never shown himself again. However, Ye Yun had actually asked Jing Tianyi to step in. Hong Lan could not help but lift her head to look at Ye Yun. Ye Yun smiled at her respectfully. Saint, do you think that we will allow Xianyuan to harm you? However, even if we want to punish Xianyuan, we must do it secretly within the Cleansing Joy Pavilion. How can we let others see us as a joke? Furthermore, Ye Yun's gaze turned to Mu Yan, who was fighting with Xianyuan, and she said faintly, the 7 devils of Xiaoyao sect will be destroyed, and we will announce their crimes to the world. Young Master Yun Shao will have nowhere to go. When the time comes, Saintess, you will invite him to be a guest of Mulu Pavilion. Will he still have the right to refuse? Even if young Master Yun Shao is really sad for a few days, as long as Saintess accompanies him every day, comforts him, can he really not be tempted by a peerless beauty like you? Holding the solitary of Snow and Snow, Hong Lan's hand suddenly trembled. I have never thought of imprisoning young Master Yun Shao in Mulu Pavilion. Then is the Holy Maiden willing to look on helplessly as young Master Yun Shao and that demoness, Jun Mayan, fly together? Saintess, are you really not jealous or hateful? What's more, that Jun Mayan massacred the people of Fusang City, and caused trouble in our northern continent, tarnishing your reputation. And that unclean abyss, who have you seen come out alive, and who can control that black fog? Which part of her behavior is not like that witch who has fallen into the evil path? If such a person is with young Master Yun Shao, won't young Master Yun Shao be destroyed? Ye Yun's voice became lower and lower, but it was getting closer and closer to Mu Yan's ears. The low and soft voice was like a spell, entangling Mu Yan's heart and soul, making her eyes more and more blurry. Originally, Mu Yan would not fall into the illusion so easily. But now, her mind was agitated, and her thoughts were chaotic. She was easily controlled by Ye Yun. Slowly, the kindness in her heart was replaced by unwillingness and hatred, and her trust and attachment to Mulu Pavilion gradually evolved into unscrupulous protection. Mu Yan closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were cold. You are right. Evil must be punished. I cannot let young Master Yun Zhao's illustrious reputation be destroyed, and I cannot let Mulu Pavilion's 10,000 years of foundation be destroyed in my hands. She slowly looked at the villagers of Yuanwu village and the unconscious Xiaoyao 6 sons, and said in a deep voice, these people must die. A satisfied smile slowly appeared on Ye Yun's face. She took a step back and said, in that case, Saintess, please punish these demons and blasphemers personally and send them to hell. When the villagers of Yuanwu village saw Hong Lan coldly walk forward with Snow Solitude in her hand, the hope that was ignited with great difficulty was shattered once again. At this moment, his heart was filled with hatred, but he was powerless to resist. He could only helplessly close his eyes. The strings of the lonely ice and snow were plucked. But this time it wasn't a clear and ethereal sound anymore, but a piercingly cold and bleak sound assassination technique. However, the sound of the zither rang out. When Huang Lang, Lin Xiaomin, and the others who stood at the front did not feel the pain of their bodies being cut. Instead, it was a short and shrill scream. When Huang Lang subconsciously opened his eyes and saw a badly mutilated corpse in front of him, his widened eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Just now, he had been the target of Blue Mist's attack. It was also this strike that caused his last remaining breath to dissipate, and he breathed his last in the end. Grand Elder. Ye Yun's calm and confident expression when she bewitched Hong Lan earlier suddenly cracked. How could this be? How could Grand Elder Xianyuan die? Didn't he have the upper hand just now? Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she saw a snow-white figure slowly walking over and kicking away the already dead Xianyuan. Jun Mayan. Ye Shuang almost screamed, How could you kill the great elder? Xianyuan was at the 5th level of passing tribulation, a famous expert on the blue sky list. Even Bo Lan, who was also at the passing tribulation stage, couldn't fight back against Xian Yuan. What about Jun Mayan? She was just a young girl in her early 20s. She had just entered the leaving body stage today, and she was best at supporting. How could she win against the great elder Xian Yuan? Mayan's face was pale, and her breathing was a little unstable. Her spiritual power was intermittent, and it was obvious that she was almost exhausted. But the expression on her face was calm, without a trace of panic. Ye Yun calmed down and sneered, Jun Mayan, I really didn't expect that an leaving body stage cultivator like you would have more spiritual power than the great elder. Everyone could see from the battle between Xian Yuan and Mayan that Xian Yuan wanted to fight a war of attrition. A first-level leaving body stage versus a fifth-level passing tribulation stage. Who had the most spiritual energy and who had the most experience? Even using one's toes to think was obvious. But in a war of attrition, Jun Mayan had completely defeated Xian Yuan. How could they not be shocked? But Ye Yun looked at her like lightning, and the pipa was already in her hands. Even if you beat the great elder, you are now an arrow at the end of its flight, right? Just like your fellow apprentices, Jun Mayan, do you think you can still escape? When they heard this, Ye Shuang and the others recovered from their shock and terror, and their eyes couldn't help but light up. Mayan looked at them with a faint smile. She didn't speak, but raised her hand, and a colorful blanket floated in the air. The moment the blanket appeared, the unconscious Yun Ruhan and the villagers of Yuanwu village were illuminated by a ray of light, and their bodies involuntarily rose into the air and landed on the blanket. The blanket seemed to be only 3 square feet, but with over 100 people on it, there was more than enough space. Moreover, there was a faint layer of halo around them, like a protective shield, protecting everyone within it. Just a moment ago, when Huang Lang thought he was going to die. After stepping on the flying carpet for a long time, he finally came back to his senses. He could not help but bend down to touch the carpet and exclaimed, "This is the rainbow cloud carpet? 7-colored cloud carpet? Isn't that the supreme treasure of Tianguang ruins? The one and only 9th grade flying magic treasure in the world, never for sale, only for rental? Aren't you too ignorant?" In last year's glorious Tianguang competition, Tianguang Ruins had already given this rainbow flowing cloud carpet as a prize for the champion of the finals. Right. The 7-colored cloud carpet has been given to Yi Liangchen by Tianguang Su as a reward. But why was the rainbow cloud carpet that should have been awarded to great God Yi in Mayan's hands? However, the current situation was critical. This thought only spun around in everyone's mind before it was thrown to the back of their minds. When Ye Shuang saw that Mu Yan had sent everyone onto the rainbow cloud carpet, she immediately shouted, "This demoness wants to run. Stop her." In a split second, Shuang Shui, Feng Yueyun, and the deacon of Mulu Pavilion surrounded the rainbow cloud carpet tightly. Seeing that Hong Lan didn't move, Ye Yun immediately reminded, "Holy Maiden, don't forget, if you let these people escape, Mulu Pavilion will be finished, and young Master Yun Shao will no longer belong to you." Ma Lan's gaze flashes because of Ye Yun's words. There's a struggle in her eyes, but it eventually becomes unfathomable. She raises her hand, and the solitary snow and ice makes a buzzing sound, floating in front of her. Her voice is slightly hoarse, as if she's telling Mu Yan, but also convincing herself, "Jun Mu Yan, you shouldn't have come to the northern continent. Otherwise, nothing would have changed, nothing would have happened. I don't want to kill you, I just want everything to go back to how it was before." The mournful sound of the zither resounds. Rays of light emerge from the solitary snow and ice, slowly interweaving and blending in the sky, turning into a barrier, firmly trapping Mu Yan and the rainbow cloud carpet behind her. Ye Shuang grabs the phoenix head harp and laughs proudly, "Jun Mu Yan, I advise you not to struggle. If you surrender earlier, maybe you can die a happy death." Swish, a sword light flies out, stopping Ye Shuang's voice abruptly. She blankly lowers her head, looking at the blood that is constantly shooting out in front of her, her eyes widening little by little. Finally, she falls down unwillingly. Mu Yan's face is pale, and the hand holding the sword is trembling. Her voice is lazy and careless, "Who said I'm going to escape?" The corner of her mouth slowly hooks up into an evil arc. "The principle of my Xiaoyao school has always been that if people don't offend us, we won't offend them. If people offend us, we'll cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. You just wanted to put my fellow apprentices to death. Do you really think that I'll let you go so easily? Huh, won't let us go? Ye Yun seems to have heard the funniest joke. Jun Mu Yen, you're like an arrow at the end of its flight. What qualifications do you have to say that you won't let us go? Mu Yen gives her a meaningful look, and with a wave of her hand, the Tian Emochin appears. Her slender fingers rest on the strings, slowly plucking. Awoo! Awoo! Countless beast-like roars resound from all directions. The black fog that was just quietly standing around suddenly surges like a wave. A living corpse bursts out of the black fog, sticking out its black rotten tongue and licking its lips. The second, the third, the 10th, the 100th, the densely packed walking corpses seemed to have been summoned, or perhaps they couldn't wait any longer. One by one, they surged out of the black fog. Countless green eyes stared fixedly at Ye Yun and the others, as if they would pounce on them at any time and tear them into pieces. The faces of all the northern continent cultivators instantly turned pale. Both the black fog and the living corpses had been as quiet as chickens, to the point that Ye Yun and the others had almost forgotten about their existence. Jun Mayan, what do you want? Are you going to control the living corpses to kill people? Do you know that this is something that only a demon would do? Aren't you afraid of being reviled by the world? Mu Yen sneered, haven't you already pinned the devil's hat on me? Since that's the case, if I don't do some demonic things and solidify my identity, wouldn't I suffer a great loss? As she spoke, the sound of the zither rang out. The zombies, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, immediately roared and rushed forward. They had long since lost their consciousness and vitality, leaving only the instinct to devour flesh and blood. In fact, they could no longer be called humans, but shells driven by the pi poison. But the sound of Mu Yan's zither gathered their broken and scattered souls in the unclean abyss. These broken souls can't be resurrected, and they can't regain their consciousness. But it can ignite the deepest obsession in their hearts, revenge. Why did they do nothing wrong, yet they were abandoned in the unclean abyss, suffering all kinds of torture, dying in a state that's neither human nor ghost? Why did the people they trusted and respected so piously use them, and then kick them away after using them? They were supposed to be ordinary cultivators, with happy families, wives, children, and parents. But because of the word blasphemer, their lives were ruined, and they were sent to the endless abyss of hell. But what about these high and mighty culprits? They had high beds, soft pillows, and great power in their hands. Stepping on their piles of corpses to reach the pinnacle of power, why? 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 They want revenge, even if they're already beyond redemption. They still want to drag these beasts who killed them into the bottomless abyss. Let me go, don't bite me. Don't come over. I don't want to become a blasphemer, I beg you to let me go, Ye Yun's complexion is deathly pale, forcing back the living corpses again and again, but more and more of them come pouring in. She grits her teeth and raises her hand to throw out a talisman. The talisman burns in the air, disappearing in a flash, not attracting anyone's attention. Being surrounded by the living corpses, Hong Lan is also in a difficult situation. She's a powerful auxiliary cultivator, but she's not good at fighting. Hong Lan angrily says, Jun Mayan, you used the living corpses to kill people, how is this any different from evil? The people here are all innocent deacons of Mulu Pavilion. Like me, they don't know the truth about blasphemers. Can your conscience be at ease if you kill them? Mayan looks at her mockingly, the villagers of Yuanwu. Village are innocent, the holy maiden wants to kill them, can your conscience be at ease? Hong Lan grits her teeth, I didn't use the living corpses, nor did I practice that evil path. Heh. Mayan sneers, unfortunately, in my eyes, the human heart is much uglier than the living corpses and evil. Hong Lan stares blankly, the expression in her eyes fluctuating. But before she can speak, a sword light flies over like a meteor from the horizon. Sensing the frightening spiritual power surging in the air, Mayan's complexion sinks, and her fingers slowly press down on the Tian Emochin. Ningsu slowly descends in front of Mu Yan, his gaze unblinkingly falling on her. The stagnant and gloomy atmosphere between the two slowly changed, as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. A few months ago, this person was still her big brother Ning, who she had a good impression of. Although they had met by chance, they had become good friends at first sight. Now, they were in a situation where they couldn't coexist. Mu Yan. Ningsu looked at the black fog surrounding them and slowly closed his eyes. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Answer a question for me. What's your relationship with Jun Shiyuan?" Mayan curls her lips into a smile, and with a clear voice, she enunciates each word. "Jun Shiyuan is my father, and Ning Yanqin is my mother." "Didn't you already know this, Ningsu?" Ningsu's pupils suddenly contracted. He tightened his grip on the demon-slaying sword. "Young master suicide." A deep voice rang out beside Ningsu. "I really didn't expect that the little demoness that Jun Shiyuan and Miss Ning were under all those years ago would really survive. 20 years later, she actually still came to harm my northern continent." Mayan's gaze turns to the side. She sees a tall and thin man with a refined face standing beside Ningsu. This person's cultivation is profound, far surpassing Xian Yuan's. Mu Yan's gaze shifted to the side. She saw a tall and thin man with an elegant face standing beside Ningsu. This person's cultivation was profound, far surpassing Xian Yuan's. The silver-gray robe he wore was embroidered with Mulu Pavilion's emblem. "Father." Yayun happily rushed to the man's side, crying tears of joy, "You're finally here. My daughter almost died at the hands of this devil woman." This person was the northern continent's only tribulation-passing cultivator, as well as Mulu Pavilion's headmaster, Jing Tianyi. Jing Tianyi patted Yayun's hand, indicating for her to calm down. "Since father is here, I will never allow the evil demons to do evil again." His gaze shifted to Elder Qin, Yun Zhaoxing, and Pei Yi, who were already on the verge of death. He then looked at the dead Xian Yuan and Yishuang, slowly sighing. "Master Jueming, it's just as you said, the evil demons are too dangerous. The evil path is greedy and reckless, and scrupulous. Even a few young juniors can cause such a great disaster. If we can't get rid of them here today, I'm afraid that the entire Shozhen continent will fall into danger. How about you and I join hands and let these demons and monsters never reincarnate?" Ningsu, who had always taken it as his duty to exterminate the evil demons and never showed mercy to them, was struggling fiercely at this moment. In the end, he couldn't bear it. For so many years, he had been living like a machine that slaughtered demons. It wasn't easy to meet Mu Yan, a person he wanted to protect, a person he wanted to find normal feelings for. Every time he interacted with Mu Yan, it was as if he had returned to the past. That happy, joyful life that he longed to maintain for the rest of his life. However, the person who could bring him a peaceful and happy life chose to give herself to the evil demons. Chose to betray the Ning family. His peaceful life came crashing down, and the beliefs he held on to crumbled inch by inch. He hated Jun Shiyuan. But he hated Ning Yanqin even more. Why did she pull him out of the cold and lonely abyss, only to kick him back into an even more hopeless hell? These years, he went around in circles, living like a walking corpse. It wasn't easy to meet Jun Mu Yan. This girl was so much younger than Ning Yanqin, and so much more radiant. Unlike Ning Yanqin, she couldn't take care of him, protect him, or pull him out of the abyss. However, Ningsu could turn around and protect her. He poured all his regrets and feelings for Ning Yanqin into her. But why? Why is Jun Mayan Jun Shiyuan's daughter? Why would even Jun Mayan defend the demon race? The veins in Ningsu's hand, which was holding the demon-slaying sword, bulged and trembled slightly. After a long while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Hand over Yun Ruhan and follow me back to the floating island, and I'll spare your lives." Jing Tianyi frowned and wanted to say something. But when he thought of Ningsu's powerful strength, he still endured it in the end. Yayun couldn't restrain herself and anxiously said, "Father, how can we let Jun Mayan and these blasphemers off?" Jing Tianyi pressed Yayun down and signaled her not to speak. Ningsu doesn't even spare a glance at Yayun and Jing Tianyi. His crimson eyes are firmly fixed on the girl in front of him. "Jun Mayan, this is the last chance I'm giving you." At this time, Mayan's complexion is pale without a trace of blood. The spiritual power in her body has already been completely consumed when she used the zither to drive the living corpse. Hearing Ningsu's words, she hooks up her lips and smiles. She concisely spits out 3 words, "I refuse." 1 second to remember LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Whoosh, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the ground. A terrifying atmosphere of coercion permeated the air, causing the souls of all the cultivators present to scatter. Those with low cultivation and weak minds directly vomited blood and fainted. Jing Tianyi protected Yi Yun and retreated a few steps before stopping, still in a state of shock. Then, looking at the murderous intent in Ning Su's eyes, he couldn't help but smile. Ning Su's eyes were red as if they were about to shed tears of blood. His voice was low and hoarse, like a whine. Why? Why do you all have to force me? Jun Mayan, I protected you like that, why do you still have to force me to kill you? With that, the demon-slaying sword unsheathed itself. A gale swept up the gravel and grass on the ground, carrying with it an earth-shattering sword aura as it whistled towards Mayan. This was a real killing move, and it was a killing move that even a tribulation-passing cultivator couldn't block. However, the hurricane hadn't reached them yet. Countless silver runes began to appear in the sky. These talisman markings were dense and complicated to the point a single glance would cause one's head to go dizzy. As the hurricane swept over, all the silver runes lit up one by one. In the blink of an eye, they formed a large formation, enveloping Mayan and the rainbow cloud carpet. No, not just the rainbow cloud carpet. Even the black fog of the unclean abyss and the living corpses inside were sucked in by the formation's power, gradually enveloped within. This is a transportation formation. Hong Lan exclaimed, her eyes full of shock. She actually drew a transportation formation in the air. In Cleansing Joy Pavilion, Hong Lan's attainments in formations were the highest. That was why she was the only one in control of the 10,000 Torrents formation. But Hong Lan never thought that there would be someone in this world who could draw such a huge and complicated formation in the air. The most frightening thing was that this complicated transportation formation consumed a large amount of spiritual power, and it couldn't be completed in a short time. When did Jun Mayan draw it? There was only one possibility. She had been drawing this teleportation formation while she was fighting Xianyuan. She had long thought that the northern continent wouldn't let them go, and Ning Su wouldn't let them go. Therefore, Jun Mayan and Xianyuan fought a protracted battle. It was not because he would lose to Xianyuan in terms of battle techniques. It was also not because he wanted to slowly exhaust Xianyuan and humiliate him. Instead, while she was fighting, she was also expending a large amount of spiritual power to draw a large-scale teleportation array. That was a teleportation array that could transport hundreds of people and tens of thousands of living corpses. How was it possible for someone to draw in the air without any medium in the midst of battle? At the thought of this possibility, Yuan Sherlan was about to go crazy. In the past, she had prided herself on her intelligence and omniscience. But that pride, when placed in front of Jun Mayan, is like a joke. Ning Su was even crazier than Hong Lan. The hurricane that was mixed with sword chi whistled past, but when the dust settled, there was nothing in front of him. Whether it was the blood-stained girl in white or the person in the seven-colored cloud carpet, they had both disappeared without a trace. June. Moo. Face. A furious roar filled with pain and madness that bordered on despair resounded between heaven and earth. Do you think you can escape? Even if I have to go to heaven or hell, I will definitely kill you in my hands. Jing Tianyi waited for Ning Su to calm down a little before he dared to step forward. Young Master Destiny, although the unfettered 7 demons escaped from the northern continent, they can't run away. As long as they are still on the Shoshan continent, we don't have to worry about not being able to kill them. The most important thing now is to publicize the crimes of these 7 demons and put a bounty on their heads. With all the cultivators on the continent as our eyes, so what if they escape to the ends of the earth? In the end, they will still be trapped and unable to escape. Ning Su slowly closed his eyes. His hand holding the demon-slaying sword slowly stopped trembling. When he opened his eyes again, they were no longer as crazed as before. His face was as cold as ice, his expression calm and indifferent. It was as if he had returned to the young Master Destiny before he met Mu Yan. Then I'll have to trouble Sect Master Jing to spread the name of young Master Destiny Ning Su to the world. Unfettered Sect Xian Ruhan has used crafty tricks and defied the laws of nature. She has possessed the body of another to be reborn. She is an unpardonable evil cultivator and should be punished. Unfettered Sects Qingjiu, Chu Moli, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing, and Lan Luoyu of the Unfettered Sect are helping the wicked and harboring the evil. They should be punished. Unfettered sex. Jun Muyan manipulated the demonic energy of the uncleansed abyss, manipulated the corpse puppets, and protected the evil. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate such actions. Punish. First host. Wake up. Mu Yan opened her eyes absent-mindedly and only realized she was in the Heaven Light ruins when she heard a familiar voice. Little Tian? Mu Yan touched her head and forced herself to stand up. Seeing her surroundings clearly, she was stunned. Dreamy Cloud Lake? Isn't this Dreamy Cloud Lake? Little Tian, why am I here? As soon as she finished speaking, a handsome youth appeared in front of her. He was wearing strange clothes and had clean and refreshing short hair. Seeing Mu Yan look over, he immediately jumped into her arms happily. First host, Little Tian missed you. Since his master was not here, he could finally transform into his true form and act spoiled to the first host. Hee hee, Mu Yan rubs his soft and furry head, and then asks the same question again. I also don't know why. Little Tian was also confused. Master suddenly sent me a message with his divine sense, saying that the core authority of the Dreamy Cloud Swampland will be temporarily given to you. Your master? Mayan's eyebrows jump. Wasn't Xiaoyan's master the mysterious man who could trigger the 3 lives 1 heart seal? There was a high chance that he was her fiancé. But why did he open up the Dreamy Cloud Swampland to him? Lil Tian shook his head. I've also asked Master, but after Master opened the Dreamy Cloud Swampland's authority, he completely disappeared. I can't contact Little Tian no matter how hard I try. Mu Yan frowns. He had a bad feeling about this. Oh right, first host, Little Tian forcefully dragged you into the Tianguang ruins because he has something to tell you. Lil Tian seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said anxiously. Mayan stares blankly, what is it? Lil Tian puffed up his cheeks and said indignantly, someone in the Tianguang ruins has released news that is unfavorable to the first host. Unfavorable news? Lil Tian nodded, his fair and slender fingers tapping on the table in the middle of the Dreamy Cloud Swampland. Rays of light actually flashed on the table. Immediately after, a scene appeared before Mayan's eyes. There was an announcement made through the Tianguang ruins. There was a video broadcast in the Reincarnation Square. There was a notice posted outside the doors of bustling shops. And the contents of these announcements were almost the same. Almost all of them were talking about one thing: the unfettered 7 devils should be executed. Xiao Tian pounded the table, his face full of annoyance. It's all my fault. I was too bored in Tianguang ruins recently, so I didn't pay much attention. By the time I found out, the news had already spread throughout Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan clearly hadn't stayed in the Dreamy Cloud Lake for a long time, nor had she come into contact with the management authority of Tianguang ruins. But looking at all this, her mind inexplicably gave birth to a sense of familiarity. It was as if controlling everything in the Dreamy Cloud Lake and managing Tianguang ruins was deeply engraved in her instinct. She reached out her hand and clicked on one of the light screens in the Reincarnation Square. Her divine sense moved, and the discussion of the people in the square came into her ears. No, I don't believe it. The unfettered 7 devils have always been upright, and they only kill evil people. How can they be evil? Bah. What upright? I think it's more like killing people like flies. There are thousands of lives in Fusang City, and they can kill them all. If they are not evil, then what are they? Thousands of lives? Really? Oh, these words were spread by the inner disciples of the Killing Luo sect. How can it be fake? Don't tell me you haven't heard of Jun Mayan saying, one person massacring a city? I, the jade-faced Wolf King, have traveled the world for so many years, and I have never seen such a crazy woman. I've heard about what happened in Fusang City. It can't be blamed on Great God Jun and the unfettered 7 devils. I heard that many female cultivators were captured and brought to Fusang City, and it was the unfettered 7 devils who rescued them. The men in Fusang City are worse than pigs and dogs. Why can't Great God Jun slaughter them? The people in the square were quarreling. Some believed in the unfettered 7 devils, and some scolded them as evil. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Look! Dr. Lu Mingguang is here. Oh my god, the Valley Master of the immortal Dr. Wei Baolin is also here. Isn't that the first assistant of the spiritual wood sect, Luo Fengting? These big shots who usually live in seclusion and have to line up to meet, why are they all here in Tianguang ruins today? Compared to those almighty beings who were famous for their battles, these doctors and auxiliary cultivators were what everyone longed to see and what they desired the most. Therefore, when they saw these people, everyone was inexplicably excited. Some people even wanted to rush up, hoping to make an appointment to see a doctor. However, Lu Mingguang and the others' expressions were extremely solemn. They pushed through the crowd and stood on the high platform of the reincarnation square. Lu Mingguang took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "As everyone knows, although I'm not from the northern land, I'm a disciple of the Cleansing Joy Pavilion. All along, I've held great respect for the Cleansing Joy Pavilion. I believe that all the people in the world who have received treatment from Mulu Pavilion are like this. However, today, I heard that my sect, the Cleansing Joy Pavilion, suffered an enormous humiliation." As soon as he said this, the people below asked curiously, "What's going on?" The Mulu Pavilion has always stood aloof from worldly affairs and is also very powerful. Who can humiliate the Mulu Pavilion? Lu Mingguang cleared his throat and said, "I'm afraid you don't know that many years ago, my Cleansing Lu Pavilion's unique skill was stolen along with the divine artifact of the pavilion, the Cry of the Nine Heavens Cranes. The Cleansing Lu Pavilion tracked it for several years, but couldn't find it no matter what. However, just a few days ago, my Cleansing Lu Pavilion finally found traces of these two things. This person stole the inheritance and divine weapon a long time ago, and practiced in secret, making a name for herself in the world. Everyone knows that Mulu Pavilion has always been aloof from worldly affairs, indifferent to fame and fortune. After discovering this person, we didn't want to make things difficult for her, and only wanted to take back what belonged to Mulu Pavilion. But who would have thought that this person not only refused to return it, but even colluded with her fellow disciples to injure countless elites of Mulu Pavilion, injuring the saintess, and even killing a tribulation passing elder and a saintess. The reincarnation square fell into a moment of silence, then completely exploded. Killing a tribulation passing elder? Is this a joke? Who is so ruthless? Daring to be so arrogant in the northern land, didn't they say that even the experts on the green sky list don't dare to trespass in the northern land? Lu Mingguang, this person is sinister, cunning, and extremely shrewd. Our Mulu Pavilion wanted to spare her life out of goodwill, but we were fooled by her, and in the end, she escaped. But if she thinks that she can escape unscathed after offending our Mulu Pavilion and slaughtering so many innocent lives, then she is gravely mistaken. Even if we have to exhaust the entire Horton tribe, even if we have to exhaust the last follower of Mulu Pavilion, we must make this evil thief pay a painful price. Dr. Lu, who is this person? Lu Mingguang's eyes are red, his face filled with righteous indignation, and he says loudly, "This person is murderous god monarch Mu Yan." Whoosh! Although some people have already guessed it. Hearing Lu Mingguang's answer, a storm is set off in the square. Jun Mu Yan, it's Jun Mu Yan again. Could it be that the reason she could become the most powerful assistant master of the younger generation, and have such powerful fighting strength, is because she stole Mulu Pavilion's inheritance and divine weapon? Is there a need to say it? Otherwise, how could she have made such a resounding reputation at such a young age? Stealing other people's things and not returning them, and still being so arrogant, this woman is really shameless. Back in the Woodfern secret territory, didn't she wantonly steal other people's treasures? This woman's vicious heart, I have long seen through it. Lu Mingguang raises his hand and presses it down. I, Lu Mingguang, swear here today that anyone who stands on the side of Jun Mayan and the unfettered seven devils will be my, Lu Mingguang's, enemy until death. Even a fool would know the consequences of becoming the enemy of a doctor. Just as Lu Mingguang finished speaking, Luo Fengting took a step forward and said coldly, "The matriarch of the Purple Cloud Domain Jin clan, Xian Menglan, is my close friend. 12 years ago, her only son disappeared. Who would have known that her son hadn't gone missing at all, but had been possessed by Yun Ruhan of the unfettered seven demons? My good friend, Menglan, was killed by that bastard. This enmity is irreconcilable. I swear that I'll personally kill that dog Yun Ruhan and avenge my good friend. If anyone dares to protect the unfettered seven devils, they will be going against my spiritual wood sect." Wei Baolin was next. As everyone knows, my wife is the eldest daughter of the Ning family. Now, the unfettered seven devils have invaded the northern continent and committed crimes. They even killed my wife's father, Ning Jinqiu. This kind of evil demon, everyone has the right to punish them. I, Wei, also hereby vow to be irreconcilable with the unfettered seven devils. If anyone dares to protect them, don't blame my immortal Dr. Valley for not saving them when the time comes. Every one of these three people's statements was powerful and resonant. It was as if three thunderbolts had been thrown into the Tianguang ruins. When they heard that young Master Fate, the Cleansing Joy Pavilion, the Yun family, and the Ning family had teamed up to hunt them down, many were still skeptical. But when they heard Lu Mingguang and the other two's detailed descriptions, many unwittingly believed them. Didn't I say that young Master Fate, Ning Su, is an upright and selfless gentleman? Ever since he became famous, he's been killing demons and saving ordinary cultivators. If he says that the unfettered seven demons are demonic cultivators, then they must be. I didn't think that the unfettered seven demons are such deranged beasts. To think that I worshipped Jun Mayan so much, I must have been blind. Bah! There was also the city-toppling army, who weakly defended themselves. Great God Jun isn't that kind of person, don't slander him. However, their voices were too soft and weak, and were quickly suppressed by the huge sound waves. And the most arrogant and proud of them was the Liangchen army. Serves them right. Let them slander our great Gaji, now the tables have turned, right? Haha, one person slaughtering a city, only great God Jun Ba. The number one young cultivator has to be our great Gaji, okay? Jun Mayan is nothing. Is she the Lord of 6 stars? Inherited the chaotic tower? Is she the one and only disciple of the Saint Medicine King? She's just a little girl who's still wet behind the ears, looking a bit like a fox and daring to call herself a great god. How shameless. When the 6 stars slaughtering the list had just ended, the chaotic tower didn't have much of a reputation. But as time passed, more and more people paid crystals through the Dragon Soaring Academy to enter the chaotic tower. When they discovered that their cultivation, mind, and even their primordial spirits were rapidly improving, they were shocked. The chaotic tower was a treasure that made people crazier than the 6 Stars Pagoda. And this chaotic tower was known by many in the Dragon Soaring Academy. It was a reward for the Lord of 6 Stars, Yi Liangchen. But those who wanted to snatch the chaotic tower couldn't find Yi Liangchen, so they could only give up. To the Liangchen army, Yi Liangchen was their god, their faith. But in this period of time, Jun Mayan's name kept appearing, even suppressing great god Yi. How could they endure this? Alright, now that Jun Mayan failed, they could finally hold their heads up high. In the dreamy cloud swampland, Mu Yan waved her hand to turn off the image and slightly narrowed her eyes. Little Sky clenched her fists tightly, her cheeks puffing up like white steamed buns. First host, Little Sky will throw this bunch of gossipy women out of the Tianguang ruins. In the future, if anyone dares to say anything bad about you, Little Tian will give them a lightning strike as punishment. Let's see if they still dare to say anything. Mayan smiles and shakes her head. She reaches out to pinch Xiao Tian's bulging cheeks. It's no use, Tianguang ruins is just one of the ways they spread this news. Even if you chased them out of Tianguang ruins, they would still have other ways to let the world know. Instead, it exposed our relationship. Xiao Tian, are we just going to let these bastards frame you? Mu Yan took a deep breath, and a deep weariness surged in her heart. During this period of time, she had not rested for even a moment. From the beginning to the end, he had been fighting, running, and fighting non-stop. Perhaps, what made her feel even more uncomfortable and tired was, she had heard about her father and mother's sad past. It was the painful and pitiful past of eldest senior brother and Xiao Qi. Or perhaps, it was the break with Ning Su that made it hard for her to calm down. She had once really regarded Ning Su as her brother, as a family member who felt like old friends at first sight. This is the first time Xiao Tian has seen Mu Yan reveal such a pale and weak expression. He can't help but be startled, host, however, before he could ask the question. Mu Yan's body suddenly swayed and disappeared from the Tianguang ruins. First host. Little Tian looked at the empty dreamy cloud swampland and anxiously stamped his feet. Why did he leave? There's one more important thing I haven't told you yet. As he muttered, he slammed his hand on the table. Soon, an image appeared in midair. That was Dragon Soaring Academy. As the most prestigious academy in the entire cultivation world, this was supposed to be the most tranquil and sacred place. However, in the video, it was already a river of blood. The corpses of countless students and teachers lay in pools of blood. A huge barrier enveloped the entire Dragon Ascension Academy, allowing entry but not exit. Densely packed cultivators dressed in the military uniform of the Dingwa Manor gathered around the Dragon Ascension Academy, reaping one life after another. Frowning, Xiao Tian paced back and forth anxiously in the dreamy cloud swampland. What to do, what to do? Master isn't here and I don't have enough energy, so I can't drag the first host into the Tianguang ruins a second time. First host, you mustn't go to Dragon Soaring Academy. In reality, Mayan opens her eyes and feels that her body is weak. He didn't feel anything in the Tianguang ruins. However, now that she was back in her fleshly body, she knew that the injuries she had sustained in the northern continent were far from healed. His dantian was empty, and his meridians felt like they were on fire. Most importantly, her head felt like it was about to explode. It was so painful that she almost moaned. Mu Yan knew that it was because she had forcefully overdrawn her spiritual energy and primordial spirit to draw the giant transmission array. However, she had no choice. It wouldn't be difficult to escape from the northern continent, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape with his fellow disciples. The difficult part was to bring the villagers of Yuanwu village, Lin Xiaoming's family, and the living corpses in the unclean abyss out of the northern continent. However, she had to abandon these people and watch as they lost their lives at the hands of Mu Lugu. The living corpses returned to the sunless unclean abyss. She couldn't do it either. Madam Enchantress. Madam Enchantress, you're awake? Everyone, come quickly. Fairy sister is awake. The noise in her ears makes Mu Yan knit her brows and force herself to open her eyes. He saw the concerned gazes of the villagers of Yuanwu village and the Lin family. Yun Ruhan and the others were sleeping beside her. The black fog and the living corpses obediently hid outside the rainbow cloud carpet. From time to time, a terrifying head popped out of the black fog, glanced at her, and quickly shrank back. Mu Yan presses her head. How long did I sleep? Great God June, you've been asleep for 3 days. Lin Xiaomin wiped her with a wet handkerchief and said carefully, what do you think? Do you feel any better? Maya nods and reaches out to take the pulse of the 6 fellow apprentices. After confirming that they are only unconscious from exhaustion, she breathes a sigh of relief. She took out a young returning pill and gave it to each of them. In a situation where the body's spiritual energy was depleted, the effects of the young returning pill were extremely slow. However, at this time, Mu Yan's dantian was dried up, and her sea of knowledge was empty. Let alone stroking the Tian Mo Qing to heal her injuries, even her divine sense was barely able to enter and exit the space. Therefore, letting her fellow apprentices take the young returning pill was better than nothing. After feeding her the elixir, Mu Yan discovered that everyone around her was burning with anxiety, yet hesitant to speak. She couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? I'll say it. When Huang Lang stepped forward and said, Miss June, just now, about an hour ago, we met a group of cultivators. After seeing the 7-colored cloud carpet, they pointed a few times, seemingly wanting to come over, but quickly flew away. Lin Xiaomin added, in the past few days, we tried to fly in remote jungles. In the meantime, we also disguised ourselves and went to the town to inquire about information, and then saw Great God June's order to kill you. The bounty was extremely high. I'm afraid those people. Mu Yan understood. The group of people they met would definitely go to inform and collect the bounty. It wouldn't be long before Mu Leg and Ming Su caught up. Madam Enchantress, what should we do? The world is so big, is there no place for us anymore? It's all our fault, fairy doctor. If you didn't want to save us, you wouldn't have. Mu Yan pressed her head, raising her hand to signal them to stop talking. We'll go to the Divine Elephant City in the eastern continent of Ziyun realm. Meeting everyone's uneasy gaze, her voice was indescribably calm and certain. Don't worry, since I brought you out, I'm sure I can let you live. Her face was pale, her breath weak, and there wasn't even a bit of spiritual power in her body. Everyone on the 7-colored cloud carpet could clearly see how bad her situation was. But strangely, after she said this, everyone's heart calmed down. As long as this girl said it, it would definitely come true. Divine Elephant City. The busiest and was currently filled with cultivators coming and going. Their eyes would occasionally look in the direction of Dragon Soaring Academy. Strange, Dragon Soaring Academy seems to have been closed for a long time this time. It's been almost half a month, and they still don't let people in? Yeah. And it's so strange, even if the 3 academies had an assessment in the past, everyone was allowed to go in and watch. Could it be that something has happened to him? Some people also talked about the rumors about the Xiaoyao 7. I didn't expect them to be this kind of people. Unfortunately, this place was different from the Tianguang ruins. The Unfettered 7 could be said to have made their name in Divine Elephant City. If the Xiaoyao 7 had the most fans, it would definitely be the Azure Blue World and the Divine Elephant City. Soon, someone slammed the table and stood up, cursing loudly, "Bah! Shut the F***ck up. I'll F***king fight whoever dares to defame the Xiaoyao 7. That's right. Don't we know who the Xiaoyao 7 masters are? And who the great god Jun is? Do you believe that I will destroy all of you if your mouths are not clean?" This was said by young master fate killer, Ning Su. How could it be wrong? What happened to Ning Su? Ning Su can slander my idol as a demon. Tell him to scram, okay? My Qingqing army will never betray the Jun family. By the way, I was wondering why you looked so familiar. Aren't you one of Yap's supporters? Your Liangchen army is too F***king disgusting. Your idol hasn't done anything during this period of time, and now you're slandering our god Jun? How shameless. This sentence directly exploded the hornet's nest. Yi Liangchen's fans couldn't take it anymore. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Keep your fucking mouth clean for me. Jun Mayan's own perverse actions, doing such a shameful thing, what does it have to do with our great god Yi? Pulling our great god Yi out, are you worthy? Today, you either kneel down and apologize to our great god Yi, or don't even think about leaving. Dao your mother. Before the cursing had finished, a loud rumble could be heard from the direction of Longting Academy. The ground and the inn's houses shook, followed by a thick, nauseating smell of blood wafting through the air. What's wrong? What happened? The quarreling in the inn stopped all of a sudden. Everyone squeezed outside to see what was going on. When they came out, they found that almost all the cultivators in Divine Elephant City had rushed to the plaza in the center of the city. This plaza faced the main gate of the Academy's Flying Dragon City. In the past, when millions of people gathered at the Deer Cry banquet, they entered from here. However, now that gate, which was supposed to be grand and imposing, had already collapsed. Blood flowed out from the rubble. Occasionally, it was accompanied by intermittent groans of pain and insolent laughter. Outside the collapsed gate, a badly mangled figure fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Immediately after, a sweet and coquettish voice came from inside. He, Elder Kong, I've already advised you not to struggle on your deathbed, why don't you listen to this servant? This servant originally admired your illustrious reputation, and wanted to recruit you under the Marquis's banner, and then fly together with you. I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative, making this servant have no choice but to be ruthless. Seeing you in such a miserable state, this servant's heart aches terribly. Accompanying this sweet and coquettish figure, a barefoot, strangely dressed female cultivator gracefully walked out from inside. Her clothes were brightly colored, and from afar, she looked like a peacock. But these colors were not dyed in different colors on the same piece of cloth, but were pieced together by a variety of colorful cloth. Not only was the stitching not seamless, it instead split open, revealing the creamy white skin and charming curse inside. The woman's appearance couldn't be considered very beautiful. But between every frown and smile, there was an unparalleled romantic charm. Her voice seemed to be able to seep into one's heart. Many of the male cultivators present felt their legs turn to jelly the moment they saw him, and they stared blankly. However, someone soon shouted, She's Miaoyu. He was the sect master of the He sect. She is also the only female practitioner in the top 10 of the Green Sky Roll. As soon as these words came out, the male cultivators, whose hearts were beating like drums, immediately shivered and almost knelt on the ground in fright. The name of Hehesek's sect master, Miao Yu, could be said to be known by everyone. It was not only because her cultivation was high and her whereabouts were a mystery. It was also because she had always been unreasonable and did things her own way. Although he did not cultivate the evil devil Dao, his actions were more ruthless and treacherous than the evil devil Dao. When Miao Yu roamed the pugilistic world, he would often take a liking to handsome men or men with extraordinary bearings. It was one thing for these men to submit. If they refused, Miao Yu wouldn't force himself on them. Instead, he would just kill them. Thus, the number of young geniuses who had died at Miao Yu's hands over the past few decades could be said to be innumerable. But unfortunately, this person's cultivation was too high, and the confidants that she cultivated were all more sinister and cunning than the other. Thus, even though the elders of these young geniuses hated her to the core, they couldn't do anything to her. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Remember LoveNet, providing you with exciting reading. But soon, these people recovered from the fear of recognizing Miao Yu. Everyone's gaze fell on the man who was on the verge of collapsing. Miao Yu had just called him Elder Kong. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Kong? Elder Kong Yuanjiao? How could this be? Kong Yuanjiao is an expert ranked 8th on the Azure Sky roll. His ranking is even higher than Miao Yu's. How could he be so badly injured? What happened in Dragon Ascension Academy? As they were discussing, a group of people filed out of Dragon Ascension Academy. The leader was a tall and skinny middle-aged man. He wore a black robe, and his entire body, hands, and neck were wrapped tightly. Only a noble and domineering face could be seen. All the cultivators in Divine Elephant City gasped at the sight of that person. The arrogant Miao Yu immediately turned around and bowed. Greetings, Lord Marquis. It's the Dingwa Marquis, Chu Xinyan. Shu, do you want to die? How dare you call the Lord Marquis by his name? Why is the Dingwa Marquis here? The onlookers were even more shocked and confused. But with Chu Xinyan's reputation, they didn't dare to discuss loudly. They could only whisper. Chu Xinyan walked up to Kong Yuanjiao and slowly adjusted the wrinkles on his sleeves. Elder Kong, what do you think? Have you thought it through? If you still refuse to come to your senses, don't blame me for making the 1,000-year foundation of Dragon Ascension disappear from the cultivation continent. Kong Yuanjiao closed his eyes, hiding the humiliation and despair in them. When he opened his eyes again, he was determined to die. I'll say it again. The 6 Stars Pagoda and the Chaotic Pagoda both belong to the Lord of 6 Stars. How do you want me to hand them over to you? Chu Xinyan narrowed his eyes. Very well, then we're back to the old question. Where's the Lord of 6 Stars, Yi Liangchen? I don't know. Then what about my unfilial son, Chu Tianyu? Kong Yuanjiao said, I don't understand what the Lord Marquis is talking about. Chu Tianyu has not returned to Longting since he left the Deer Cry banquet. Chu Xinyan sneered, a ruthless aura surging in his eyes. To be honest, after wasting half a month, this Marquis's patience has been exhausted. Kong Yuanjiao, do you think that someone will come to save Longting just because you broke the barrier? Today, I'll let you witness with your own eyes how Longting will perish right before your eyes. As he spoke, Chu Xinyan waved his hand and said calmly, then let's kill a round first to refresh Elder Kong's spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, the walls of Flying Dragon City collapsed with a loud bang. Seeing the scene inside, the eyes of all the cultivators in Divine Elephant City widened and they nearly stopped breathing. The stands that were previously used to watch the Deer Cry banquet were now densely packed with soldiers of the Dingwa Marquis. In the hands of every soldier of the Dingwa Marquis army was a saber, held to the necks of the Dragon Soar Academy students. At the center of the grandstand, where the competition for the chief was held, blood had already flowed like a river. The ground was littered with corpses. Some of these corpses were wearing the uniform of the Marquis of Dingwa. But most of them were students and instructors of the Dragon Soar Academy. Following Chu Xinyan's order, the soldiers of the Dingwa Marquis in the first row of the grandstand raised their sabers. It was as if they had rehearsed it. One after another, neither fast nor slow, seamlessly connected. The students at the back could only watch helplessly as their classmates died, and then welcome their own death. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. 1 Second to Remember, LoveNet, providing you with exciting reading. That kind of fear and despair could not be described in words. Finally, someone could not help but break down and cry, wailing and begging for help. There were also people who desperately cursed. But no matter what they did, they could not save their lives. Blood splashed down from the stands and flowed into the center of Flying Dragon City. The blood river became deeper. The smell of blood in the air seemed to be able to completely engulf people's senses. Stop. 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 Kong Yuanzhou's eyes were red. He clearly had no spiritual power left in his body, but he pounced over like a madman, wanting to perish together with the Dingwa Marquis. But under the siege of Miaoyu and Shusunyan, he was already like an arrow at the end of its flight and had no strength to fight anymore. At this moment, he was gently kicked by Miaoyu and rolled far away, unable to get up for a long time. Bastards! You bastards! Zhou Daoi, who was standing on the stands, roared hysterically with tears in his eyes. Those are the students of Longteng, the future hope of the Cultivation continent. Kill them, you will suffer retribution, you will definitely suffer retribution. As soon as he finished shouting, he was kicked to the ground by the Dingwa Marquis, who stomped on his head several times. Poor Zhou Daoi, a peak astral projection expert, was seriously injured and restrained by the immortal binding rope. He could only be slaughtered by a small soldier. All the cultivators in the square were scared out of their wits. Is the Dingwa Marquis crazy? This is Longting Academy. Those students all have status and background. Isn't he afraid of those families looking for trouble by killing them so recklessly? No, no. Look carefully, there are not many students here from the Heavenly Court. Most of them are teachers and students from the Earth Court and the Human Court. They are either extremely talented but have no background, or they only have a small sect behind them and can't afford to offend the Dingwa Manor. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if these students and teachers don't have any background, they are still thousands of lives. Is the Dingwa Marquis going to kill them all? The Lan royal family and the families of the eastern continent will definitely not stand by and watch. Yes, the Lan royal family is so close, they will definitely rush over immediately. Shu, stop talking. Do you want to die? Just as these people said. The moment Dragon Soar Academy's barrier was broken, the Lan royal family and the eastern continent's Su family received the news. Soon, Lan Feng and Su Qingling led a large group of cultivators to Divine Elephant City. However, before they could land, they were intercepted in midair. Patriarch Shui. Shrouded Sky Mansion Sect Master. Seeing the two people intercepting them in the air, Lan Feng and Su Qingling's expressions changed. They had brought many people with them, but the strongest among them was only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. Two patriarchs at the crossing calamity stage were standing in their way. Lan Feng said in disbelief, Old Master Shui, Sect Master Su, what is the meaning of this? Su Qingling looked down at the Longting Academy and was even more furious. Dingwa Ho, you actually dared to kill innocent people in a sacred place like the Longting Academy. Aren't you afraid of being despised by the people of the world? Chu Xinyan sneered. Without even raising his head, he said indifferently, you are not qualified to talk to this marquis. If you want to criticize me, get your Su family's old ancestor to come out. Su Qingling was furious. However, before she could speak, she heard the Shui family's old ancestor, Shui Minglang, speak loudly. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. 1 Second Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Longting harbored the unfettered 7 demons, allowing Jun Mayan to kill my Shui family's children and grandchildren. Dingwa Ho slaughtered Longting in order to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, to avenge my Shui family. What's wrong with me helping from the side? Lan Feng and Su Qingling were speechless. This was because the news of Jun Mayan killing Shui Huai and Shui Huailu, the 2 heirs of the Shui family, had already spread far and wide. The Shui family's old ancestors' hatred towards Jun Mayan can be imagined. The Shrouded Heaven Mansion's master, Su Qiankuan, also said faintly, the unfettered 7 devils injured my only grandson, Su Yi, at the Deer Morn banquet, causing his internal injuries to relapse after he returned to the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, causing his body to explode. Long Ting harbored evil spirits and assisted the tyrant in his evil deeds. Ding Guoho's action was to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and raise the prestige of the righteous path. What's wrong with that? Miao Yu giggled and said, the previous Dingguo Prince Zhu Tianyu was disobedient and unfilial. He killed his father and betrayed his ancestors. He is a sinner that cannot be tolerated by the heavens. Who would have thought that even this little bastard, Long Teng, would want to protect him? He even arrogantly declared that if the Dingguo Marquis had the ability, he could take down the entire Long Teng. Isn't the Marquis here to fulfill your wishes? As Miao Yu spoke, his eyes turned to look at the cultivators on the square. Everyone, what qualifications do you think a dirty place like the Soaring Dragon sect has to become the holy land of the World College? The Marquis of Dingguo slaughtered them and helped you get rid of the scum. Shouldn't this be something to celebrate? The square fell into a dead silence. Many people knew that was not the case. Most of the students and mentors of the Dragon Ascension Academy were innocent. How could such an indiscriminate massacre be worthy of celebration? How could he say that it was a righteous act? Moreover, the Unfettered Seven and Zhu Tianyu were all familiar names to the cultivators of Divine Elephant City. Could these people really be deranged demons? But no matter how angry and doubtful they were, in the face of Chu Xinyan's power, they did not dare to refute. Lan Feng and Su Qingling looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Especially Lan Feng, at this moment, monstrous waves were surging in his heart, and he was both terrified and regretful. He had never thought that in less than a month's time, the strength of the Dingguo Marquis household would expand to such an extent. He sect, the Shrouded Heaven Mansion, and the Shui family had all become his minions. Even Miao Yu, Shui Mingling, and Su Qianquan, these three transcending tribulation supreme experts, actually listened to his orders. If he were to wait until he massacred Dragon Soar Academy and killed Kong Yuanzhou today, Chu Xinyan's ambition could no longer be suppressed by anyone. However, no matter how anxious he was, what could he do? Not to mention that he and Su Qingling came in a hurry and did not even summon the tribulation-passing ancestor. Even if the Lan Imperial clan and the Su clan's tribulation-passing ancestors rushed over, they might not be a match for Chu Xinyan. Other than watching Long Ting fall into despair, there was nothing else they could do. Kong Yuanzhou looked at Su Qingling and Lan Feng, who were blocked outside the Divine Elephant City, the remaining light in his eyes slowly extinguished. He did not hesitate to perish together with the enemy, expending his primordial spirit to break through the barrier and send out a cry for help. But he did not expect that Chu Xinyan had already arranged a backup plan. At this moment, Long Ting was like a fish on the chopping block. He no longer had any hope of survival. He knew that Long Ting was finished. He, Kong Yuanzhou, would definitely die today. Chu Xinyan looked at Kong Yuanzhou's expression and smiled lightly. How is it, Elder Kong should give up now, right? Think about it. The lives of thousands of people in Longting can't be compared to the whereabouts of Yap Liangchen. For mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Chu Xinyan used his spirit energy to condense his voice and send it into Kong Yuanzhou's ears. As long as you tell me the whereabouts of Yi Liangchen and that unfilial son, I guarantee that the remaining students and teachers will be able to live. In the future, Dragon Soaring Academy will still be the #1 academy on the Cultivation continent. Kong Yuanzhou closed his eyes. 2 streams of tears washed away the blood stains on his face. He opened his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, I don't know Yi Liangchen's identity. She was the Emperor's fiancée. Even if he betrayed the world, he would never betray the Emperor. Apart from him, everyone else in Dragon Soaring was restricted by the 6 Stars Order. Once they revealed their identity as the Lord of 6 Stars, they would explode and die. Just like Su Qianquan's grandson, Su Yi, who had exploded and died. Chu Xinyan's expression turned cold. He didn't expect that Kong Yuanzhou would still refuse to reveal Yi Liangchen's identity. Good, very good. It looks like you really want all the teachers and students of Dragon Soaring to die. Do you really want the 1,000-year Dragon Soar to be annihilated today? Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Chu Xinyan waved his hand and said coldly, continue killing. Kill until someone is willing to speak. The Dingguo army obeyed and raised the butcher's knife in their hands again. In an instant, blood swords flew and screams filled the air. Finally, there were some students and teachers who, upon seeing the scene of slaughter, could no longer bear it. With a plop, they knelt down and begged, we surrender, we are willing to pledge allegiance to Marquis Ding, please spare us. With the first person taking the lead, more and more teachers and students knelt down and kowtowed. Chu Xinyan seemed to find this scene interesting. He raised his hand and made a pause gesture. You want to join the Dingwa army? Yes. Yes. We're willing to serve the Marquis. Please give us a chance. Some of the strong-willed people were shocked and angry when they saw the scene. They couldn't help but curse. Su Tsong, you ungrateful scum. Dragon Soaring Academy treats you so well. He knows your family is poor and even gave you free tuition to cultivate. Is this how you repay me, you bastard? Jia Zhangyi, didn't we agree to be soaring dragons, men in life and ghosts in death? How could you do such a shameless thing? The traitorous cultivators who were insulted either flew into a rage out of humiliation or shrank their heads in silence. Miao Yu also seemed to find it interesting and giggled. You want to join the Dingwa Marquis army with empty promises? You should at least show some sincerity. The people kneeling on the ground looked at each other. Suddenly, someone stood up, snatched the knife from the soldier's hand, and chopped off the head of the student who was cursing fiercely just now. Ah! Su Tsong, you animal! The student called Su Tsong wiped the blood off his face and grinned. How could we trouble the Dingwa Marquis army with such a trivial matter? Let us do it. There's one more thing. I don't know if I can make up for my mistake by saying it, so that I'll be qualified to serve the Marquis in the future. Chu Xinyan raised his eyebrows. What is it? Say it. Su Tsong lowered his head and bowed. In these past few months, this lowly one has seen Chu Tianyu in Dragon Soaring Academy. Moreover, the day before the Marquis came, this lowly one saw Elder Kong and sent him into Elder Kong's private seclusion room. Whether he came out afterwards, this lowly one doesn't know. Su Tsong, Kong Yuanjiu, Zhou Daoi, and Xu Zongxing roared in unison. Chu Xinyan chuckled, not bad, the information you provided is very useful. From now on, you will follow this Marquis. Thank you, Marquis. Thank you, Marquis. Su Tsong knelt on the ground, overjoyed. Chu Xinyan had already waved for Miao Yu to take people to the back of the mountain. Elder Kong is really a good strategist. Chu Xinyan sneered and said, you hid him in your secret chamber, and then fought with us in the secret chamber. You were blinded by a single leaf. We would never have thought that that unfilial son was actually hiding in the cave. Kong Yuanjiu closed his eyes, his heart dead. It was he who sealed Chu Tianyu's acupoints and hid him in the secret room. At that time, he thought that he could escape. When Chu Xinyan left, Chu Tianyu could still send a message to Mu Yan, telling them not to return to Longteng. But who knew that he couldn't escape? Not a single one could escape. Not long after, Chu Tianyu was brought over. His expression was surprisingly calm. There was no fear or panic on his face, nor was there any solemnity of facing death. Even when Miao Yu was boldly teasing him, he turned a blind eye to it and walked straight to Chu Xinyan. Chu Xinyan looked at the handsome young man in front of him, blue veins popping on his forehead. His eyes flashed with deep jealousy and greed. Unfilial son, kneel for me. Chu Xinyan shouted, and a terrifying pressure surged towards Chu Tianyu like it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. He thought that his son would kneel and beg for mercy like before, trembling. However, what surprised him was that Chu Tianyu was forced by the pressure of a tribulation cultivator. His face was pale, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. But his expression was surprisingly calm, and there was even a mocking smile in his eyes as he looked at Chu Xinyan. Unfilial son? Ding Waho, really, must be joking, when did you think of me as your son? You're raising me because you want to use my essence, blood and nascent soul to prolong your life. Even under such overwhelming pressure, Chu Tianyu still said the words that had been hidden in his heart for decades, word by word. Chu Xinyan flew into a rage. He swung his hand and ruthlessly slapped him, sending him flying. Chu Tianyu's body was in midair, and he had already spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered organs. However, before his body could land on the ground, an invisible force had already grabbed him by the throat and dragged him back to Chu Xinyan. At this time, Chu Xinyan had completely lost the patience to ask nicely. He gripped Chu Tianyu's throat tightly and asked while gritting his teeth, "Who is Yi Liangchen's true identity?" Chu Tianyu forced a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He used all the strength in his body to raise his voice, saying word by word, "Chu Xinyan, 100 years ago, you old bastard, should have died from the exhaustion of your lifespan. All these years, you relied on devouring the blood essence and primordial spirit of your own flesh and blood, to prolong your feeble existence. Dreaming in the middle of the night, aren't you afraid that my brothers and sisters will come to take your life? Chu Xinyan, evil creature, you still dare to spout nonsense?" I'm spouting nonsense?" Chu Tianyu laughed in a low voice. Suddenly, he turned his head and bit Chu Xinyan's sleeve with his teeth. He did not care that his neck was in Chu Xinyan's hand, and fiercely pulled. With a tearing sound, a piece of Chu Xinyan's sleeve was torn off, revealing the wrinkled skin of Chu Xinyan's hand. The people in the square who see this scene all suck in a mouthful of cold air. The wrinkled, withered skin on Chu Xinyan's hand isn't scary. What's scary is that these dry and cracked wrinkles form a sharp contrast with his elegant and noble face that doesn't have the slightest trace of aging. Chu Tianyu laughed slowly, "Ha, ha ha, everyone, do you see, this is Chu Xinyan's true face, he's the real devil, you're courting death." Chu Xinyan roars, black energy surging from his hand. Disregarding everything, he wants to directly suck Chu Tianyu dry in front of everyone. But just then, there's a loud noise in the distance. Faintly, there seems to be a roar, "Jun Mayan, let's see where you can run to." This shout immediately draws everyone's attention to the northern sky. Even Chu Xinyan stopped what he was doing and looked up. On the contrary, the pupils of Chu Tianyu and Kong Yuanjiu suddenly shrink, their eyes filled with fear. Why would Jun Mayan come to Divine Elephant City? How could she come to Divine Elephant City at this time? However, at this very moment, the development of the situation is already beyond anyone's control. In the blink of an eye, a seven-colored stream of light whistles over from the distant sky, hovering over the square. This time, the entire Divine Elephant City is in an uproar. Jun Mayan? Is she crazy? Why would she come to Divine Elephant City? Could it be that she wants to ask Longting Academy for help? But doesn't she know that Longting can't even protect itself right now? The seven-colored cloud carpet slowly descends in the center of the square. The cultivators who were originally standing there retreat again and again, holding their breaths as they watch the scene in front of them. They only feel that everything that happened today is like a stormy sea, full of twists and turns. The young girl in fluttering black clothes slowly walks down from the seven-colored cloud carpet. The sunlight falls on her flawless snow-white skin, as if it was plated with a layer of porcelain white light. Her peerless appearance is unreservedly displayed in front of everyone. It makes people's breathing and souls seem to be snatched away in an instant. Miao Yu's charming and moving appearance seems so tacky in front of her. Even the disdainful imposing manner that Chu Xinyan just created, "Those who submit will prosper, those who oppose will perish," seems to have been washed away by the peerless elegance at this moment. This is the unique, fatally beautiful killing god, Jun Mayan. Only one person and one zither were needed to dominate the world. Miao Yu's eyes flashed with jealousy, but he quickly chuckled. "Little girl, you really have some guts. There are so many people waiting to capture you, yet you still dare to appear in Divine Elephant City in broad daylight? What? Do you think you can still find Dragon Soaring Academy to back you up?" Ha ha ha. Mayan doesn't even spare Miao Yu a glance. She goes to Sun Yuanjiu's side first, and raises her hand to stuff a pill into his mouth. Then, he slowly walked towards Chu Xinyan. Chu Tianyu, who was held in Chu Xinyan's palm, trembled. He muttered over and over again, "Don't come over, don't care about me. I beg you," but he couldn't make a sound, nor did he dare to make a sound, lest he arouse Chu Xinyan's suspicions. He could only let the tears of blood fall from his eyes. Chu Xinyan looked at the young girl who was walking towards him with great interest. His eyes could not help but slightly narrow. A year ago, this girl was just a Jindan stage cultivator who had just made a name for herself at the Deer Cry banquet. Yet, he was already a leaving aperture expert. Even Chu Xinyan had to be wary of the aura he emitted. How did this little girl advance in such a short time? If he could let her give birth to his own bloodline and then harvest her essence, blood and primordial spirit, wouldn't it be just around the corner for him to transcend the tribulation and ascend? Thinking of this, Chu Xinyan's eyes shone with a fiery and greedy light. However, he had always been very shrewd. Even if he was thinking in his heart, he would not show it on his face. Seeing Mayan approaching, he chuckles, "June Mayan, I didn't expect that you wouldn't take the road to heaven when there's a road to heaven, but instead, you cleverly barged into hell when there's no door. Guards! Capture this demoness for this marquis. This marquis will bring her back to the Dingwa Manor and torture her every day to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Su Qianquan laughed and cupped his hands. "The marquis is wise and valiant, upholding justice. You should be a role model for us cultivators." Hee hee. Miao Yu points at the 7-colored cloud carpet and smiles, "Marquis, don't forget that there are still the minions of the 6 demons and Mayan inside. We can't let any of these people go." Chu Xinyan looks at Mayan with a proud smile, "June Mayan, this ho sees that your steps are weak and your Dantian spiritual power has been almost consumed. You must have just escaped from being hunted down and it must not be good, right? This marquis advises you to obediently allow yourself to be captured. Otherwise, don't blame this marquis for not showing mercy to you." Before he could finish his words, Mu Yan suddenly raises her hand. The Tian Mo Qin flies to the sky, and several Qin blades shoot out. Chu Xinyan didn't care about this attack at all. He threw Chu Tianyu to Miao Yu and was about to counterattack. Who would have thought that halfway through the throw, the zither blade in the air would make a turn and fly towards Chu Tianyu. The moment it touched Chu Tianyu, the sharp zither blade turned into a zither string and wrapped around Chu Tianyu, directly dragging him to Mu Yan's side. Chu Tianyu fell heavily to the ground, and the bones in his body seemed to have fallen apart. But he didn't seem to feel any pain at all. He just stared blankly at the girl in front of him. Mayan takes out a young returning pill and feeds it to him, saying in a low voice, "Help Elder Kong onto the flowing cloud carpet." Chu Tianyu acted as if he didn't hear it and said absent-mindedly, "You. Why did you come? Do you know how dangerous this place is?" Why did he risk his life to save her in such a dangerous situation? Mu Yan did not answer his question, but repeated the order she had just given. Chu Tianyu closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had already restrained all his emotions. "Yes," he answered, got up, helped Kong Yuanzhou up, and stepped onto the 7-colored cloud carpet. "Trying to run? Do you think you can run away?" Su Qianquan roared, and the long sword in his hand flew out. The flying sword of a tribulation transcending almighty, even if it was casually used, would definitely be a treasure above the 9th rank. Ordinary flying carpets would definitely be torn into pieces if they were struck by the sword. At that time, the people above would have nowhere to hide. However, the flying sword that was infused with 70% of Su Qianquan's power only caused the protective shield above the flying carpet to tremble before it bounced back. When Su Qianquan grasped the sword, he was forced to take 2 steps back. His first reaction was to exclaim, "This is impossible. How could his 9th-grade flying sword not be able to cut a mere flying magic treasure into pieces?" Earlier, everyone's attention was attracted by June Mayan. Now, some people cast their gazes on the flying carpet that was emitting a 7-colored radiance. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why do I feel that this flying carpet is so similar to Tianguang Ruin's treasure, the flowing cloud carpet? No, that's not right, right? Wasn't the rainbow cloud carpet the prize for the Heavenly Light Grand Finals? Shouldn't it be in Godya's hands? There have always been rumors that the relationship between Great Godyi and the Xiaoyao 7 sons is very good. Could it be that this rainbow cloud carpet was given to Mayan by Great Godyi? Bah, who does June Mayan think she is? Is she worthy of our Great Godyi giving her the rainbow cloud carpet? June Mayan is a sinister and cunning demon. She was able to steal Mulu Pavilion's artifact and inheritance. It's hard to say that she didn't steal this 7-colored cloud carpet from Great Godyi. Previously, Lung Qingwan had pretended to be June Mayan and caused a huge enmity between Liang Chen's army and Qing Cheng's army. As soon as the supporters of both sides met, they fought like black-eyed chickens. However, at this time, with Chu Xinyan, Miao Yu, and the others present, they didn't dare to fight openly. They could only secretly debate. Mu Yan, who is standing on the side, doesn't know whether to laugh or cry when she hears their quarrel. Back in the Tianguang ruins, she had already witnessed the tension between the Liangchen army and the Qingqing army. He didn't expect it to be even more noisy in the real world than in the Tianguang ruins. She composed herself and looked at the teachers and students of Longting who were captured in Flying Dragon City. His line of sight slowly turned and landed on the two towering towers, one on the east and one on the west, facing each other from a distance. There was only one chance. She must seize this opportunity. Chu Xingyan suddenly narrowed his eyes and said faintly, "Jun Mayan, do you know who Yi Liangchen is?" Mu Yan hooks up her lips. Of course she knew who Yap Liangchen was. Was there anyone who knew Yap Liangchen better than her? However, before she could say anything, the powerful aura in the distance had already approached like a bolt of lightning. Mu Yan's pupils shrank. She knew that Ning Su and the Northerners had caught up. Indeed, Ning Su and Jing Tianyi landed in Divine Elephant City moments later. Before his feet touched the ground, the demon-slaying sword was unsheathed. The bone-piercing killing intent is like an inescapable net, firmly enveloping Mayan and the seven-colored cloud carpet behind her. Ning Su hovered in midair, his crimson eyes fixed on the young girl in green. "I've found you." On the road, Mayan has just condensed a bit of spiritual power in her dantian. At this moment, it began to operate without regard for anything else. Stunning lotus steps, activated, her figure turned into a ghost and retreated towards the Flying Dragon City. The rainbow cloud carpet seemed to have a mind of its own as it immediately followed her. Ning Su's long hair and robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. He activated his consciousness and the demon-slaying sword instantly changed its direction. A bone-chilling voice, carrying a chilling killing intent, resounds between heaven and earth. "Jun Mayan, do you think you can escape?" Swish. The demon-slaying sword suddenly split into countless swords in the air and ruthlessly chopped down towards Flying Dragon City. In an instant, it was as if the sky was raining swords. The soldiers of the North-ranking Marquis, who had been controlling the students and teachers of the Soaring Dragon Academy, had not expected such an unexpected disaster to befall them, and were scared out of their wits. They kicked away the teachers and students of Longting Academy, stepped on them, and ran away as if they were fleeing. As for the students and teachers of the Soaring Dragon sect who were left behind, they were either heavily injured or bound by the immortal binding rope. They had no strength to escape at all. They could only fall to the ground and watch helplessly as the rain of swords fell from the sky and cut them into mincemeat. However, just as they closed their eyes in despair, the expected pain and death did not come. Instead, their bodies seemed to be pulled by a force, rising rapidly. Zhou Daoi opened his eyes in a daze, only to discover that he had already fallen onto the seven-colored cloud carpet. He abruptly turned his head, not having the time to clearly see what had happened. They heard a loud rumble from below. Flying Dragon City was completely destroyed. Some of the north-ranking Marquis troops who didn't have time to escape were directly crushed into meat paste by the rain of swords. The smell of blood in the air was getting stronger and stronger. So strong that it made people nauseous, so strong that it made people despair. Zhou Daoi seemed to realize something at this time, his eyes widening little by little. It was Jun Mayan who saved them, using deadly young Master Ning Su's demon-slaying sword to let the north-ranking Marquis troops loosen their grip. But in this way, Ning Su's sword, which could shock the heavens and the earth and make ghosts and gods weep, would be completely endured by Jun Mayan alone. Miss Jun was already seriously injured. How could she still bear it? "Jun Mayan!" A mournful cry came from behind. Chu Tianyu pounced over like a madman, as if he wanted to throw himself out of the seven-colored cloud carpet. However, the protective cover around the flying carpet blocked him. Even if there was no one to control it, this rank 9 flying magic tool was still faithfully fulfilling its duty. Let me out, do you hear me?" As the saying goes, a man doesn't easily shed tears. But at this time, Chu Tianyu's face was full of tears, like a madman, bombarding the protective cover with spiritual power again and again. Jun Mayan, you fool! I've harmed you. Why did you take the risk to save me? These people are not related to you, they even treat you as a demon. Why did you risk your life to save them? They all say that you're a deadly god of death, they all say that you're a demoness, but in this world, is there a demoness who would abandon herself for others? The youth's voice was hoarse, as if he was weeping blood, his low roar resounded in the air, heartbreaking. Everyone on the seven-colored cloud carpet had tears in their eyes. Great God June saved us. I thought I was dead, I thought that no one cared about our lives. Great God June, she was clearly in danger, but she still risked her life to save us. How could such a person be a demon? Xiaoai rushed to the seven-colored cloud carpet, pointed at Ning Su and cried, Fairy sister is a good person, why did you kill her? Scoundrel, why did you kill her? I hate you, I hate all of you. Ning Su retracted his demon-slaying sword and stared blankly at the collapsed flying dragon city. After a long while, a twisted smile appeared on his face. His hoarse voice seemed to be convincing himself and others at the same time evil demons deserve to be killed. You asked for it. June Mayan, you brought this upon yourself. Jing Tianyi smiled and turned his gaze towards the seven-colored cloud carpet. He said unhurriedly that Demoness June Mayan is dead, but the remaining 6 unfettered demons are still alive. Are you going to obediently hand him over now, or do you want to die with them? Rainbow cloud carpet, let's go. Leave immediately. When Huang Lang roared, before Miss June left the drifting cloud carpet, she instructed me to protect her fellow disciples no matter what. Sure enough, the seven-colored cloud carpet listened to Wen Huanglang's orders. He immediately flew into the distance. Jing Tianyi sneered and soared into the sky. At some point in time, he was holding a bell in his hand, and he threw it at the colorful cloud carpet. Bang! A dazzling light exploded in the air. The bell flew out and fell back into Jing Tianyi's hand. On the other side, the girl with the Tian Mo Qing floated in the air, her black robe fluttering in the wind. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her black robe had long been stained with dust, and one of her arms hung down powerlessly, showing an irregular distortion. The dress on the lower part of her body is completely soaked in blood, turning crimson. At this time, the girl is so miserable, so battered, but she truly blocked Ning Su's deadly rain of swords, and also blocked Jing Tianyi's thunderous strike. Everyone in Divine Elephant City raised their heads, watching this scene in a daze, as if they had become stupid. June. Mu. Yen, Chu Tianyu hisses out these 3 words, and his body can no longer support itself. He weakly collapses on the cloud carpet, tears flowing down majestically. The others behind him burst into thunderous roars after a moment of shock. It's Great God June is still alive. Madame Enchantress, boo-hoo, great Madame Enchantress didn't die. It's not just the people on the cloud carpet who are going crazy with joy. Even the fallen troops in the Divine Elephant City forgot where they were, and were about to go crazy. I'll go. That's young Master Jueming's sure-kill sword, Great God June actually blocked it. Rescuing Master Longting from thousands of soldiers and horses, 2 high-level transcending tribulation cultivators couldn't do anything to her. Heavens, what kind of deity do I like? Azure blue-purple cloud, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Woodfern dominates, Fusang massacres the city. Who dares to contend with alluring city? The person I like is really the best and strongest in the world. The faces of Liang Chen's army are very unsightly. Who dares to contend with alluring city? Isn't this clearly trampling their great Gaji underfoot? But June Mayan's performance just now is too amazing. So amazing that everyone completely forgot that she's just a young girl in her early 20s. So amazing that everyone doesn't care whether she's a demon or not. Even if they want to refute, they can't even say half a word. But for them to admit that their idol is inferior to others, that's worse than death. Scoundrel. If their great Gaji comes out at this time, he will certainly amaze everyone, completely suppressing this June Mayan's radiance. On the other side, at this moment, the big shots, including Chu Xinyan, no longer have time to pay attention to them. Everyone's eyes fall on Mayan. Their eyes were filled with shock, astonishment, jealousy, and greed. The young girl in front of them had completely subverted their understanding of cultivators' talents and ranks. A young lady in her early 20s and a young cultivator who had just advanced to the leaving aperture stage less than half a month ago. He had actually withstood Ning Su's fatal blow. This was even more shocking and unbelievable than her killing the great elder of Mulu Pavilion. The higher one's position was, the more they knew the identity and background of young Master Suicide Su. Just how high was his cultivation? Over the past 100 years, there have been many powerful devil cultivators on the cultivation continent. Some of them had even reached large success of the devil body and were only a step away from leaving the 6 paths of samsara and ascending to the immortal continent. But these powerful demonic cultivators had all died at Ning Su's hands. They didn't even have the ability to resist. Ning Su's gaze is firmly fixed on Mu Yan. Seeing her fly out of the ruins alive, Ning Su's eyes were filled with killing intent, but more than that, it was as he had expected. Jun Shiyuan and Ning Yanqing's daughter, the only person he, Ning Su, cared about in this world. How could she die so easily? But that's fine too, just letting her be buried in the ruins. How could it relieve the pain and unease in his heart? The demon-slaying sword is slowly raised, pointing at the young girl in front of him. Only by sending his sword into Mayan's heart with his own hands and taking her life could he resolve the bone-deep hatred of being betrayed and abandoned over and over again. Chu Xinyan had unknowingly walked to Ning Su's side and chuckled, "Master Jueming, this witch Mayan is very cunning and has countless tricks up her sleeves. If we're not careful, she'll escape. I think it would be better for us to join hands and capture her first. What do you think?" In the end, Chu Xinyan couldn't bear to part with Mayan's good talent and appearance. It would be too much of a pity to die in Ning Su's hands like this. Ning Su coldly looked at Chu Xinyan, his eyes full of disgust. "Get lost." Before he finished speaking, the demon-slaying sword swept across and sent Chu Xinyan flying. Chu Xinyan didn't expect Ning Su to suddenly turn hostile. He fell from the sky, crashing into the ruins of Flying Dragon City. It took him a long time to get up. "Marquis, are you all right?" Chu Xinyan shook off the man who came to help him up and looked at Ning Su in the air with malicious eyes. His eyes seemed to be dipped in poison. Ning Su waved Chu Xinyan away, not stopping at all. His figure and the demon-slaying sword became one as he attacked Mayan. Mayan's reaction speed was also very fast. The moment Chu Xinyan was sent flying, she retreated into the rainbow cloud carpet. When the demon-slaying sword attacked, the rainbow cloud carpet was already flying towards the west. However, Ning Su and the demon-slaying sword were too fast. Before the carpet could fly far, it was hit by the demon-slaying sword. Bang! A loud noise came from the sky. The rainbow glow that shrouded the cloud carpet flickered violently, and then it began to crack little by little. The flying carpet that carried the lives of tens of thousands of people was also on the verge of collapse. Standing on the carpet, Mayan spat out another mouthful of blood. Her body swayed and her eyes almost slackened. "Miss Jun Mayan." Chu Tianyu rushed forward to support her. "How are you?" "Oh no, look at the rainbow cloud carpet." A villager of Yuanwu village screamed, pointing at the carpet under his feet. Everyone looked down and found that the 7 colors of the carpet were becoming fainter and fainter. Many of the originally complicated patterns on the carpet had broken and disappeared. The rainbow cloud carpet is about to be destroyed. What do we do? Are we all going to die? Once the 7-colored cloud carpet was destroyed, the thousands of them and the living corpses would have nowhere to run. At this moment, Ning Su's second thunderous strike arrived once again. Mu Yan firmly bites the tip of her tongue, using the pain to clear her mind. She mobilizes the remaining spiritual power in her body and injects it into the flowing rainbow cloud carpet. The rainbow cloud carpet, which was on the verge of shattering, continued to fly toward the west as fast as lightning after receiving the infusion of spiritual power. However, the direction that the rainbow cloud carpet was facing was not the unobstructed sea and sky. Instead, it was the towering chaotic tower that pierced through the clouds. Crap! The 7-colored flowing cloud carpet is going to crash into the chaotic tower. Has the great god June lost the ability to control the 7-colored cloud carpet? Could it be that she doesn't know that any living being that bumps into the chaotic tower will be crushed by the defensive barrier surrounding the chaotic tower? Over the past year, the heaven-defying effects of the chaotic pagoda had become more and more familiar to the cultivators of the world. Most of the cultivators that entered and exited the Divine Elephant City every day were there to cultivate in the chaotic tower. Some sects had even moved their entire sects to the vicinity of the Divine Elephant City in order to cultivate more capable disciples in the chaotic tower. One might as well ask, how could there not be people who would want to snatch such a treasure that everyone coveted like ducks? In reality, there were already people who had designs on the chaotic tower, including Chu Xinyan. However, the final result disappointed them. Because no one could break the defense of the chaotic tower, and no one could break the formation at the entrance of the chaotic tower. Furthermore, as long as it was attacked from the outside, the outer barrier of the chaotic tower would backfire and crush everything around it. Ah, it's going to crash. It's going to crash. Hurry, let's push it away. Stay away from the chaotic tower. Boo-hoo, God June, someone go save God June. In the sky, the flowing cloud carpet, which was emitting a rainbow-colored radiance, directly collided with the chaotic tower. The demon-slaying sword arrived at the same time. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Ningsu did not even have time to get close to the chaotic tower before he felt a tsunami of energy sweeping towards him. He only had time to grab the demon-slaying sword that was bounced back, before he was sent flying. Ningsu spun a few times in the air before he barely managed to stabilize himself. The demon-slaying sword in his hand let out a wail, before it slowly quietened down. Evidently, the demon-slaying sword had suffered heavy damage from the energy attack just now. Ningsu was shocked. He did not expect that there would be such a powerful treasure on a mere cultivation path. However, before he could think about what exactly this chaotic pagoda was, a voice rang out. He realized that the entire divine elephant city had fallen into an eerie, deathly silence. Ningsu was startled, feeling something in his heart as he turned to look. What he saw was the colorful cloud carpet that had landed steadily on the top of the chaotic tower and a beautiful girl with long black hair and fluttering green clothes standing on the top of the tower. What? What is going on? Even Sir Jueming was bounced back by the chaotic tower. Why is June Mayan standing on the chaotic tower? No, it's not just June Mayan. It's the entire flowing rainbow cloud carpet. Everyone on the flowing rainbow cloud carpet has entered the chaotic tower. Damn it, am I seeing things? Why didn't the chaotic tower kill these people? Why didn't the chaotic tower chase them out? What kind of people would not be chased out even after entering the chaotic tower? What kind of people could do whatever they wanted, and let anyone they wanted enter the chaotic tower? The whispers grew louder and louder. There was a crazy and unimaginable idea fermenting in their minds until it was out of control. Chu Xinyan suddenly stood up from the ruins of the flying dragon city, his eyes staring straight at the young girl standing in the prehistoric tower. His eyes grew wider and wider. Someone opened his mouth, his lips trembling, wanting to voice out the speculation in his heart. However, there was a voice that was faster, louder, and more shocking than them, exploding in everyone's ears. The ground suddenly shook violently. Then, blue, silver, green, purple, yellow, and red lights mixed together like a rainbow, shot out from 6 different directions of the divine elephant city, forming a huge ball of light in the air before exploding loudly. The skies above the Dragonsaur Academy, which had been dyed in blood into a hell, suddenly exploded with fireworks at this moment, as dazzling as the heavens of a golden age. A familiar, deep, and ancient voice resounded in the heavens and the earth. 1,000 years have passed, and the universe is boundless. Mysterious heaven appears, yin and yang fall into chaos. The dragon soars into the heavens, the jade blood at its heart. The 6 stars gather, the king descends. We respectfully welcome the arrival of the Lord of 6 Stars, Yi Liangchen. Dead silence. The entire divine elephant city fell into dead silence. A moment later, the artifact spirit's voice rang out again. Lord of 6 Stars, may I ask if you wish to take back the rights to use the chaotic tower and 6 Stars Pagoda? Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands. On the chaotic tower, the green-clothed, blood-stained girl spat out 2 simple words: withdraw. Holy shit. Liangchen Dajuan, F*** CKF** 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 CK. The ancient voice laughed absent-mindedly. It was filled with gratification, anticipation, and a trace of nostalgia. I respectfully invite the Lord of 6 Stars, Yi Liangchen, to receive the chaotic tower and the 6 Stars Pagoda. At this point, this old man's mission in the cultivation continent has been completed. I will now retire and return to the cultivation continent. Lord of 6 Stars, please take care of yourself and ascend to the immortal world as soon as possible. I will wait for you at the cloud summit of heaven and earth. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine elephant city shook violently again. The six-star pagoda in the east seemed to be uprooted by a huge force, swaying as it flew towards the girl on top of the chaotic pagoda. A huge shadow shrouded the dumbfounded crowd below. Even when the dust on the six stars pagoda fell down and hit their faces, these people did not react at all. As they get closer, the huge six-star pagoda becomes smaller and smaller, until it becomes the size of a palm, and Mayan puts it into her sleeve. Her body swayed, and her vision blurred. She almost couldn't stand steadily. Mu Yan knows that this time, her injuries are very, very serious. It was not something that could be recovered in a day. Entering the divine elephant city was like stepping into a real dragon's pool and tiger's den. The slightest carelessness would lead to eternal damnation. But fortunately, she won the bet. At the same time, Yi Liangchen couldn't hide her identity anymore. Sure enough, after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, the entire divine elephant city was boiling. No. They were going crazy, especially the Liangchen army and the city-toppling army. Just 2 hours ago, they were still arguing over who was more powerful between Yi Liangchen and Jun Mayan. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the supporters of both sides were enemies. But now, the Six Stars Pagoda's artifact spirit was clearly telling them. Yi Liangchen and Jun Mayan are the same person? Had they gone mad, or had the world gone mad? Some of Liangchen's soldiers couldn't help but fly up to the sky and ask loudly, Jun Mayan, are you really Yi Liangchen? Mayan nods. The Yi Liangchen who slaughtered the Ling Long, Nirvana, and Ling Xiao lists? It's me. The Yi Liangchen who became the champion of Flourishing Heavenly Lights finals as a talisman master? It's me. More and more Liangchen's army flew up and asked questions one after another with trembling voices. The one who slaughtered the Dragon Ascension 6 lists, trampled all the young talents at the Dearmorn banquet, and became the unprecedented Lord of 6 Stars, Yi Liangchen? It's me. Yi Liangchen, the one who obtained the unique inheritance of the sacred ancestor Herb King, slaughtered all 4 ranks of the alchemy competition, and made a king pellet in the alchemy competition? It's me. A female cultivator took a step forward, her eyes filled with tears as she sobbed, the one who can clearly refine the most expensive talismans and pellets in the world, but insists on selling them to Liangchen's army at a low price. The one who always stands up for us when we are wronged and bullied. The best Gaji in the world, is it really, you? The corner of Mayan's mouth, without a trace of blood, slowly hooks up, it's me. I am Jun Mayan, and also Yi Liangchen. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with exciting reading. I never had the chance to use my real face and voice to personally say something to you. Thank you. Thank you for always being here, thank you for being willing to trust me, protect me, overcome all obstacles for me, and never abandon me even though we've met by chance despite being separated by thousands of miles. Mayan's gaze turned to, devastating beauty army, thank you too. When we are being condemned by everyone and besieged on all sides, you are still willing to trust me and speak up for me. The pale-faced girl raises the corner of her mouth, revealing a faint smile. This smile is neither bright nor charming, it even carries a fragile paleness that seems like it could shatter at any time. However, this smile is so warm and pure. Like a stream, quietly, without warning, flowing into the bottom of people's hearts. From then on, they will depend on each other, never to be forgotten. Some sentimental female cultivators can't help but burst into tears, choking with sobs. As for the cultivators who had nothing to do with the city-toppling army, and the Liangchen army, most of them were in a frenzy. No. Wait. Why are they crying at this time? Shouldn't the most important thing right now be, how can Yi Liangchen and Jun Mayan be the same person? Damn, Yi Liangchen was Yi Liangchen and Jun Mayan was Jun Mayan. I already felt that these two evildoers are ridiculously strong. Now, these two evildoers have actually merged into one. How are we ordinary cultivators supposed to survive? Wait, let me do the math. Yi Liangchen can draw talismans, concoct pills, and slaughter all the people in the world. Mu Yan can assist, heal, and is proficient in formations. She can even kill a tribulation-passing elder at the leaving aperture stage. Now you're telling me that these two are the same person? Excuse me, is there anything in this world that Jun Mayan can't do? Damn, even if you tell me that Jun Mayan can marry the emperor and young master Yun Shao, I will believe it. Hearing the exclamations of the surrounding people, and then looking at the girl standing on the chaotic tower, Chu Xinyan's face alternates between green and white. How could he think that Jun Mayan is actually Yi Liangchen? No, it's not that he didn't think about it. Actually, Jun Mayan and Yi Liangchen have always been connected. But as soon as this thought popped into everyone's mind, it was immediately eliminated. Because these two people were really too powerful. Moreover, it was powerful in a completely different way. The appearance of a monster in the world shocked everyone. The appearance of two was already shocking enough. But what if these two monsters combined into one and were the same person? No one even dared to think about it. Chu Xinyan clenched his fists tightly. He had actually let Yi Liangchen off just now, and missed the best opportunity to obtain the Chaotic Pagoda and 6 Stars Pagoda. How could he accept this? Chu Xinyan soars into the sky and says in a clear voice, Jun Mayan, judging from your current appearance, I'm afraid that you can't even gather spiritual power. Even if you manage to escape into the chaotic tower, I'm afraid that the injuries on your body will be too much for you to recover from. Young Master Destiny and Sect Master Jing both said that you unfettered 7 are demons, but I feel that there are still some doubts about this matter. How about this, you follow this marquis back to the Dingwa Manor. This marquis guarantees that I will not let anyone harm you and will help you find out the truth of the matter. Mayan sneers at him, but doesn't say anything. Her line of sight sweeps over Ning Su. She sees that Ning Su is also staring at her coldly. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. That pair of peach blossom eyes that were similar to hers were filled with killing intent and hatred. It was as if he would not rest until he tore her into pieces. Mu Yan's lips curled up, her eyes cold. Ning Su regarded the Xiaoyao 7 as demons and wanted to kill them as soon as possible. She also wanted to settle the grudge with Ning Su for her parents being hunted down. The two of them had finally reached the point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Chu Xinyan saw that Mu Yan did not even bother to pay attention to him, his eyes filled with a malicious light. Jun Mu Yan. With a 6 tribulation cultivators by your side, do you really think that you can escape by relying on your own strength and this chaotic tower? I advise you not to be stubborn and obediently return with this hoe. Perhaps there will be a chance of survival. Mu Yan's gaze finally fell on him, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Chu Xinyan, you've been shouting these words ever since I appeared. You're not tired of saying it, but I'm tired of hearing it. Chu Xinyan's face instantly twisted. He raised his hand and a bolt of lightning fiercely struck the chaotic tower. The chaotic tower did not budge. But Mu Yan's body swayed, almost falling down from the tower. Miss. At this time, Chu Tianyu, who had just climbed to the top of the tower, quickly supported her. It was clammy and cold to the touch. Chu Tianyu's heart trembled fiercely. He felt a bone-piercing pain and guilt. Mu Yan forced herself to open her eyes and look at him. Everyone entered the chaotic tower? Chu Tianyu composed himself, suppressing the wetness that welled up in his eyes. He hoarsely said, yes, everyone on the cloud carpet, including the living corpses, have entered the chaotic tower. Mu Yan's eyes revealed relief. But as soon as she relaxed, the blood in her body surged and she spat out another mouthful of blood. Miss. Chu Tianyu's hand trembled, wanting to wipe the blood from her mouth, but stopped in midair, unable to move. Mu Yan's fingernails dug deep into her palms. At this moment, she could only use the pain to maintain her consciousness, and then slowly mobilize the nearly dried-up divine sense in her body. Tianyu. Chu Xinyan's voice sounded again. Only, compared to the harsh words he had when he wanted to suck Chu Tianyu dry, he now sounded a bit more kind and gentle. Tianyu, in this past year, you've been living a miserable life outside. Father has always missed you. Now that the Dingwa Marquis residence only has you as the sole son, how could father bear to let you die? I guarantee that as long as you persuade the 7 carefree sons to surrender, you will still be the heir of the Marquis of Dingwa. You will be high and mighty and have limitless glory. Chu Tianyu almost vomited when he heard these disgusting words. Was there anyone more disgusting than Chu Xinyan in this world? Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. But what about this man? He gave birth to one bloodline after another in order to absorb their essence, blood and souls to prolong his own life. Such a person didn't even deserve to be a human, let alone a father. Chu Tianyu was about to retort. But he hears Mayan's low voice in his ear. Chu Tianyu, I still need half an incense stick of time to stall them. Chu Tianyu clenched his fists, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He knew that Mayan could no longer use her spiritual power and divine sense. Otherwise, her newly advanced leaving body stage would collapse. She might even die from the collapse of her primordial spirit. However, what position did he have to stop Mayan? He could save the 7 carefree sons, but could he save teacher and student Longting? Could he repel Chu Xinyan and Ming Su? Could he control the chaotic tower? No, he couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was to watch helplessly as Mayan sacrificed herself to save everyone's lives. Tianyu? Did you hear what your father said? Not getting a response, Chu Xinyan's voice impatiently rises a few octaves. Even though Chu Tianyu resisted him. But in Chu Xinyan's eyes, he was still that yes man from before, the heir who allowed himself to be needed as he pleased. A heir who was inferior to even a servant in the Dinghua Hou Fu. The previous resistance was only because he had escaped from the Dinghua Hou Fu for a year, that's all. Chu Xinyan was angry because of this, but he didn't really care about this son of his. You haven't been in the Fu for a year, have you already forgotten the consequences of rebelling against your father? Ah, and your mother, do you really think that if you take her away and hide her, I won't be able to find her? Sure enough, hearing Chu Xinyan's words, Chu Tianyu's body shudders, his face showing a panicked expression. Father. He trembles, I know I was wrong. Father, you can punish me however you want, but please don't hurt mother. Chu Xinyan chuckles, a proud expression flashing across his face. Miaoyu flies forward, chuckling, Your Highness, it's not enough for you to just admit that you were wrong. At least you have to atone for it, right? Chu Tianyu, atone for it? That's right. Miaoyu's eyes sweep over Mayan, who seems to be teasing him with her eyes closed, the jealousy in his eyes growing stronger. June Mayan is seriously injured at the moment and has no power to resist. But she is holed up in the chaotic tower, and none of us can do anything to her. Right now, only the heir is in the chaotic tower. As long as you bring June Mayan out of the chaotic tower, it would be a great merit for all the righteous cultivators of the continent. At that time, the Marquis will naturally forgive you. Marquis, don't you think so? Chu Xinyan nods, that's right. Tianyu, you should know what to do, right? Chu Tianyu's face shows a struggling expression, but Miss June saved my life, how can I repay kindness with enmity? Hee, does the heir not know that June Mayan is a demon? Everyone has the right to punish her. If you hand him over, it will be called putting righteousness before family. Everyone in the world will be grateful to you. Who will blame you for being ungrateful? Su Qianquan also took a step forward, his eyes shining as he looked at the chaotic tower that pierced through the clouds. Suppressing the surge in his voice, he says, What's more, we only want to capture June Mayan and clearly investigate whether or not she's a demon. If she's really innocent, then what you're doing is proving her innocence. She'll be grateful to you, so why would she blame you? Chu Tianyu's expression became more and more hesitant as he listened to everyone's persuasion. From time to time, he would glance at Mayan. The pale girl's aura was weak, as if she didn't know what was happening outside. God bless you? Chu Xinyan once again raised his voice, his tone somber and sinister, You'd better think clearly, is your mother's life more important, or is June Mayan's life more important? As he spoke, he released the pressure from his body. It could be said that Chu Tianyu had grown up under the tyranny of Chu Xinyan. He knew all too well how to destroy his son's psychological defenses. Sure enough, under Chu Xinyan's threat Chu Tianyu's knees soften, and he almost kneels down. His voice is full of fear and pleading, Father, please calm your anger. How could this child dare to disobey father's orders? Please wait, this child will take June Mayan and leave the chaotic tower. Saying that, he turns around and walks towards Mayan. Saying that, he turned and walked towards Muyen. Chu Xinyan smiled in satisfaction and said, Good, this is my, Chu Xinyan's, obedient son. Seeing that you are so obedient, I will let you die a little more quickly. Seeing that Chu Tianyu was really walking towards Muyen step by step. The Liangchen Great Army and Beautiful City Army below were angry and anxious. Chu Tianyu, if you dare to hurt a hair of Great Gaji, I will fight with you. Chu Tianyu, you are Fuchin, right? Great Gaji trusted you so much that she let you manage the #1 shop in the world. Is this how you repay her? Knowing that Mu Yan was Yi Liangchen, it was very easy to guess the true identity of Fuchin. And during this period of time, the Liangchen Great Army and the #1 shop in the world were almost all managed by Fuchin. Fuchin's strong management ability, quick thinking, and loyal attitude towards Yi Liangchen had obtained the unanimous praise of the Liangchen Great Army. Many people had already regarded him as the unique leader of the Liangchen Great Army. But today, this leader was going to do something that betrayed their idol. How could the Liangchen Great Army endure this? Some people were so angry that they had already forgotten that they could not approach the chaotic tower without permission. They desperately soared into the sky, wanting to stop Chu Tianyu. However, before they could get close to the chaotic tower, Chu Xinyan coldly snorted and suddenly released the pressure of the tribulation stage. These cultivators that flew into the sky were at most nascent soul stage. How could they withstand the pressure of a tribulation cultivator? Each of them could not even make a sound before they vomited blood and fell from the sky. Chu Xinyan's confidant shouted angrily, "Are you all crazy? Do you want to go against the north-ranking marquis residents? Even if you don't want your own head, are you not afraid of implicating your sect and family?" As soon as these words came out, the cultivators below all changed their expressions. No matter how angry and worried they did not dare to step forward. Miaoyu chuckled and said, "What Liangchen Great Army, beautiful city army, they are just a group of mobs joining in the fun. Now that things have come to this, don't we still have to go our separate ways?" Could it be that Jun Mayan really thinks that at this critical moment of life and death, these people would really risk their lives for her? He. Chu Tianyu presses his hand on Mayan's shoulder and says in a low voice, "Jun Mayan, don't blame me, I also have no other way out. Now, please come with me." Mu Yan suddenly opens her eyes and looks at Chu Tianyu in shock. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but her face alternated between red and white, and not a single sound came out. Chu Tianyu gently hooks up his lips, his voice soft and slow, "Jun Mayan, don't struggle anymore. You don't have the slightest bit of spiritual power now, you simply don't have the power to resist. I advise you to obediently follow me back to North Dingho Manor." Outside the chaotic tower, Chu Xinyan revealed a satisfied and anxious expression. He was just waiting for Chu Tianyu to bring them out. From then on, the chaotic pagoda and 6 Stars Pagoda would be his. However, no one noticed that Chu Tianyu's face was getting paler and paler. His originally youthful and handsome face was slowly aging, and fine lines were creeping up his face. The black hair on his temples was dyed white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mu Yan's whole body trembled, her expression anxious. She desperately wanted to stop him, but because her body was too weak, she was unable to move. Chu Tianyu lowered his eyes to look at her. There seemed to be a sparkling and translucent light flickering in them. "Don't worry, as long as you're obedient, everything will get better." Chu Tianyu's voice grew weaker and weaker. Miaoyu suddenly felt that something was wrong. He went around to take a look, and his expression immediately changed. "Not good. Marquis, he's transferring Jun Mayan's soul essence." An origin soul was formed by the condensation of one's essence, blood and divine soul. Without a source spirit, it was equivalent to the aging of one's bones, the loss of one's lifespan, and the loss of one's talent. It could be said that no one would easily transfer their soul to someone else. In fact, an origin soul was not something that could be easily given away. Mu Yan is a Shen musician and can do it through the benevolence of the saint. Di Mingshua's cultivation had reached the transforming strength stage, which could be realized through the void spirit ring. As for the ordinary cultivators of the cultivation continent, even if they were willing to give up their own lives in exchange for the lives of others, it would still be difficult for them to do so. However, Chu Tianyu was different. From the moment he entered the Jidon stage, his source spirit was continuously taken away by Chu Xinyan. Then, he would spend a long time enduring all kinds of torment and pain to make up for it bit by bit. He wasn't a doctor, and he didn't have the ability to channel his god power into the void spirit ring. However, the daily torture allowed him to feel the existence of the primordial spirit in his body. As long as he could sense it, he could forcibly withdraw it. And the price of forcefully withdrawing was a bone-piercing pain, as well as the rapid and irremediable decline of his body. Xianxia immediately rushed over to take a look, and immediately roared in anger, "Little bastard! How dare you trick me?" With a swing of the sword, lightning crackled as it smashed against the chaotic tower. Everyone thought that this attack would be easily deflected by the barrier of the chaotic tower. Unexpectedly, there was a loud bang. The barrier actually exploded, and even the chaotic pagoda shook from the impact. Jun Mayan and Chu Tianyu, who were at the top of the tower, were swept by the sword light and almost fell down. What's going on? What about the defensive barrier of the chaotic tower? Wouldn't the people who approached the chaotic tower be crushed into dregs? Chu Xinyan was also stunned. Even the anger of wanting to kill Chu Tianyu was thrown to the back of his mind. What the hell is going on? Jing Tianyi frowned as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, his complexion changed greatly, and he anxiously shouted, Quickly stop Mayan, quickly kill her. She wants to control the chaotic tower, to escape. Control the chaotic pagoda to escape? How was this possible? Before the Lord of Six Stars had appeared, the chaotic tower had remained hidden in the sky above Dragon Soar. After recognizing him as its master, it landed in the divine statue city. Chu Xinyan had thought of 10,000 ways to uproot the chaotic pagoda and take it for himself. He even ordered people to dig from the ground, wanting to dig away the entire foundation of the chaotic tower. In the end, he discovered that the foundation of the chaotic tower was connected to the God-refining precipice. Trying to pry it open was no different from daydreaming. Even if Jun Mayan was the owner of the chaotic tower, how could she move the God-refining precipice? But what about the previous Six Stars pagoda? Before Yap Liangchen appeared, who would have thought that the Six Stars tower, which had been standing for thousands of years, would recognize its master? Who would have thought that the Six Stars pagoda could be taken away by someone? The minds of Chu Xinyan and the others were churning, but their hands were not slow at all. The moment Jing Tianyi shouted, Chu Xinyan had already rushed towards Mayan. Want to run? Let's see if you can escape from the palms of this marquis. Mayan took a deep breath and pushed Chu Tianyu away. Gritting her teeth, she said, I'll deal with you in a while. Go back to the tower immediately. As she speaks, Mayan has already taken out the Tian Emochin. Right now, she still doesn't have the slightest bit of spiritual power in her dantian. She can only manipulate the Tian Emochin with internal force. The power that internal force can exert from the Tian Emochin is less than 1/10 of the spiritual force. But she doesn't care about it. With Mayan's current cultivation, the chaotic tower can only accommodate less than 1,000 cultivators. But she has stuffed tens of thousands of people and tens of thousands of living corpses inside. It can be said that the chaotic tower is consuming the life of its master, Mayan, every moment. And she still has to manipulate the chaotic tower to escape. If Chu Tianyu had not given his soul essence to her, she would have already fallen. Jun Mayan. A hand suddenly presses on her shoulder. Mayan turns to look and sees Chu Tianyu's slightly aged face smiling at her. The cracked lips open and close, spitting out soft, hoarse words, Jun Mayan, I'm sorry, for everything I've done to you. Also, thank you for letting me meet you in this life, letting my hopeless hell-like life be rejuvenated. I, Chu Tianyu, spent the first half of my life muddle-headed, like a nightmare. The second half of my life is so fortunate, to be able to live for you, to die for you. Mayan is startled. Chu Tianyu, you still haven't entered. Before she could finish speaking, she has already been forcefully pushed through the window into the chaotic tower. What follows is a large amount of soul once again pouring into her body. The dried-up dantian seems to be moisturized by the sweet rain. The silent chaotic tower began to absorb energy from her, its owner, and began to faithfully execute the orders she had given it. Mayan's face doesn't have the least bit of joy. She pushes away the person supporting her and suddenly throws herself to the window. She sees that the grizzled man in the sky pouncing towards Chu Xinyan, tightly hugging him. Thick purple lightning descends from the sky, striking his body. In the lightning, Mayan can only see Chu Xinyan's fierce and angry face. And when Chu Tianyu turns his head, his lips curl up into a warm smile. If only he wasn't born in the Dingwa manor, and had done so many wrong things, how good would that be? If only, from the beginning, he had been an ordinary student of Longtang, how good would that be? However, there are no ifs in this life, but it's enough to fulfill one's wishes, and die without regrets. Chu Tianyu. Mu Yan wanted to rush out of the chaotic tower, but the entire tower shook violently. No, not the entire wizard tower. The entire divine statue city, and even the entire purple cloud world, shook violently. The towering chaotic tower slowly rose into the sky. Originally, there was no wind or cloud in the clear sky, but suddenly, there was a gust of wind. The cultivators standing on the ground were blown away by the wind. Even the buildings that had stood for thousands of years in the Statue of God City were shaking non-stop. Everyone raised their heads in shock and looked towards the eastern sky. There was a translucent wall of air flow there, which was called the God-refining precipice. It was this God-refining precipice that separated the purple cloud domain from the azure blue domain, green cloud domain, and Minlu domain. It allowed the cultivators of the purple cloud realm to enjoy the unique vital energy of heaven and earth. Thus, he stood at the peak of the four realms, and no one could shake him. But at this moment, this wall of air seemed to be pulled by something and shook violently. Then, several cracks gradually appeared on the wall of air currents, becoming deeper and wider. Rip! Everyone's ears seemed to hear the sound of something being torn apart. The God-refining precipice that traversed the entire Shozhen continent was forcibly torn open. The rich spiritual energy that originally belonged to the purple cloud realm, as if it was swallowed by a whirlpool, crazily rushing towards the neighboring azure wave realm. Chu Xinyan flings away the dying Chu Tianyu, his face full of shock and anger. How is this possible? How could the God refinement precipice be broken? This is absolutely impossible. Chaotic Tower. Jun Mayan, return my chaotic tower to me. Chu Xinyan roars, two blood-red banners appear in his hands, and he throws them in the direction of the chaotic tower. As soon as the banners appear, the raging wind is dyed with a strong stench of blood. A sinister aura, like that of hell, pervades below, causing people to tremble from the depths of their souls. However, before the banners can touch the chaotic tower, a door of light appears in the sky, directly sweeping the chaotic tower inside. The raging wind slowly stops. The sky is restored to the clear blue sky without wind or clouds. However, looking towards the east, the translucent wall of air that traverses the entire Shozhen continent has disappeared without a trace. God refinement precipice. God refinement precipice is gone. The spiritual energy around us has decreased by a lot. How could this be? On the Divine Elephant City's plaza, many people have already gathered. These people are mostly the heads, patriarchs, and elders of large sects and families. They look at the God refinement precipice that has already disappeared. Each and every one of their faces is so ugly that it could drip water. The disappearance of the God refinement precipice means that the Ziyun realm will gradually lose its unique position. On the contrary, all the cultivators and spiritual beasts of the three realms, Kanglan realm, Azure Cloud realm, and Minlu realm, will receive the nourishment of boundless spiritual energy and grow at a high speed. These large sects and families are all settled in the Ziyun realm. They have long been used to the days of being high and mighty, looking down on the other three realms. Now that the God refinement precipice has disappeared, their sense of superiority will also gradually disappear. How can they endure this? What is going on? How could the God refinement precipice disappear? North placating Marquis, Sect Master Miao, what happened here just now? Chu Xinyan tightly grips the banners in his hands, his expression sinister, and the veins on his hands bulging. Miao Yu's eyes turn, and he sighs. It was Jun Mayan who destroyed the God refinement precipice. What? The devil cultivator that was recently chased by the north? How is this possible? Even if she's a fiendish cultivator, she's merely a little lass in her early 20s. How can she destroy the God refinement precipice? Miao Yu said, you might not know this, but Mayan isn't just Mayan. She's the Lord of 6 Stars, the Medicine King's successor, Yi Liangchen. I'm sure all of you are aware that Yi Liangchen is the owner of the Chaotic Tower. Just now, she was unhappy that we labeled her as an evil demon, and actually controlled the Chaotic Pagoda to directly destroy the God refinement precipice and escaped. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Jun Mayan is Yap Liangchen? How is this possible? Preposterous. Evil demons are evil demons indeed. To actually do such a heartless thing. These 7 little bastards have turned the entire purple cloud world upside down in this 1 year, and now they even dare to destroy the god refinement precipice. They're clearly looking down on the cultivators of our purple cloud realm. Xianxia slowly swallowed the anger in his heart. Only then did he raise his head, look at everyone present, and say in a clear voice, "Everyone, please listen to this marquee words. The unfettered 7 devils are perverse, vicious, and extremely evil. They indiscriminately kill the innocent, and have long committed numerous crimes in our purple cloud realm. Now, they even destroyed the god refinement precipice, putting us purple cloud realm cultivators in an abyss of suffering. Especially that demoness Xianxia. She has the supreme divine weapons, the 6 stars pagoda and the chaotic pagoda. That zither can even control the corpse puppets, killing thousands of people invisibly." Remember LoveNet in 1 second, providing you with interesting reading. Even this marquis, young Master Jueming, Headmaster Jing, so many cultivators working together could not get rid of her. One Xianxia is already so difficult to deal with. What if the other 6 demons are added in? What if she controls even more corpses and tames even more subordinates? At that time, would there still be a place for us cultivators of the purple cloud realm? If this kind of demon is not killed, how can there be peace in the world? How can we cultivate in peace and ascend? Xianxia's words caused everyone's expressions to change, finding it difficult to calm down. Shui Mingling cupped his hands. "Marquis, it's not that we don't want to kill the demon. It's just that this Xianxia has controlled the chaotic tower to escape. Where can we find her? Even if we find her, I'm afraid we won't be able to break the shackles of the chaotic tower." Su Qianquan said, "I don't know what the Marquis thinks. As long as the Marquis can help us kill the demon and take revenge, we are naturally willing to unite and listen to the Marquis's orders." Xianxia slightly lowered his eyes, hiding the sinister scheming in them. "This Marquis suggests that we establish the Demon Extermination Alliance. We will gather all the forces of the Purple Cloud Realm and vow to eradicate the unfettered 7 demons, returning peace to the Cultivation continent." This is a good idea. The sects of the Purple Cloud Realm have stood for thousands of years. How can we allow a few bastards to trample and humiliate us? We must establish the Demon Extermination Alliance. Miao Yu chuckled. "I think the Marquis should be the leader of the Demon Extermination Alliance. Dingwa Marquis's cultivation is top-notch and he is a person of virtue and prestige. It would be best for Dingbei Marquis to be the leader. I feel that young Master Jueming is the best candidate. All these years, young Master Jueming has been running around to kill the demon." Xianxia's eyes flashed. He smiled and walked in front of Ningsu. He cupped his hands. "Although this Marquis is a few years older, in terms of cultivation and experience, I do not dare to be compared to young Master Jueming. The position of the Demon Extermination Alliance's leader belongs to young Master Jueming." Ningsu looked at him coldly, his eyes filled with disgust. "You think I don't recognize the blood soul banner in your hand?" Only Xianxia and Jing Tianyi, who was standing beside Ningsu, heard these words. Jing Tianyi was startled and looked at Xianxia in astonishment. The blood soul banner, as the name suggested, was a banner that was slowly nourished by the blood and souls of living people. After years of nourishment, the grade of the blood soul banner would become higher and higher. In the end, its power would even far surpass that of ordinary divine weapons. As for the 2 banners that Xianxia had just thrown out to attack the chaotic tower, the moment they appeared, a bloody stench surged out, and a ghostly qi filled the air. If he wanted to nourish it, he would have to absorb millions of souls. Such a thing, of course, was a demonic creature. And what kind of Tao did Xianxia, who used a demonic item like the blood soul banner, cultivate? In addition to what Chu Tianyu had said before, Xianxia had absorbed the soul of his own children to extend his lifespan. Ning Su's hand was pressed against the demon-slaying sword, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Depraved beasts like you who cultivate the path of demons deserve it. Die." Xianxia's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly tried to retreat. However, the pressure emanating from Ning Su's body was too terrifying. He couldn't even move a single step. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Xianxia suppressed the grievance and fear in his heart. He lowered his voice and said, "Young Master Jueming, if you kill this hoe at this time, wouldn't you be letting Mayan live freely? You and I have the same goal now. Keep this hoe alive, this hoe will definitely let you kill June Mayan with your own hands to vent the hatred in your heart." Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Ning Su's fingers trembled. But he quickly pulled out the demon-slaying sword. Chu Xinyan was greatly shocked, and was about to resist regardless of everything. Jing Tianyi suddenly reached out to stop Ning Su, saying softly, "Ninggongzi, don't be impatient. You can kill the other demonic cultivators whenever you want, but right now we need North Placating Marquis to lend us a hand." Ning Su frowned, clearly disapproving. But his movements eventually stopped. Chu Xinyan let out a long sigh of relief, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. He looked at Jing Tianyi gratefully. Jing Tianyi smiled and continued, "This old man knows that Ninggongzi is very powerful and doesn't need the help of others. But June Mayan is too sinister and cunning, and her methods are endless. Even Gongzi was almost seriously injured by her. What's more, Ninggongzi, you might as well think about it. How long has it been since the Xiaoyao 7 shocked the world, but their strength has already advanced by leaps and bounds. If we give them more time to grow, or that young Master Yunxiao who protects the Xiaoyao sect comes back, can we really kill them?" Ning Su's pupils suddenly shrank. The humiliation, resentment, unwillingness, and madness in his eyes surged like stormy waves. He remembered the time when he fought with Luo Yunxiao, and how he couldn't do anything to her even after using all his strength. He also remembered the talisman that Mayan took out, which he couldn't resist. Although he didn't want to admit it, he clearly realized that June Mayan had Luo Yunxiao by her side, as well as a mysterious person that he hadn't even seen. He wasn't a match for either of them. If he couldn't kill the Xiaoyao 7 demons as soon as possible, he could only watch helplessly as June Mayan abandoned him. Just like back then. No, he was no longer the Ning Su from back then. If he had to watch June Mayan fall into the demonic path and abandon him, he would rather take his head with his own hands. Swish! The demon-slaying sword returned to its sheath. Ning Su looked at Chu Xinyan with cold eyes. "You better find June Mayan as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will let you know that under my demon-slaying sword, all demonic cultivators will never be able to reincarnate." Saying that, Ning Su turned and flew away. Chu Xinyan was pressured by the pressure. His knees went soft and he almost knelt down. Only after Jing Tianyi supported him did he manage to stand up. Chu Xinyan withdrew the violence and hatred in his eyes. He cupped his hands at Jing Tianyi and said, "Many thanks to Sect Master Jing for saving my life." Jing Tianyi chuckled and said, "Marquis, you're too polite." The unfettered 7 devils were personally exposed by the Muddy Moon Pavilion. Killing the 7 demons and taking back the inheritance and the divine weapon of the Muddy Moon Pavilion is also what the Muddy Moon Pavilion desires the most. The Marquis has proposed to establish the Demon Extermination Alliance. I would like to contribute as well. Chu Xinyan's pupils constricted as he suddenly understood Jing Tianyi's intention. Jing Tianyi wanted the position of the Alliance Master of the Devil-Slaying Alliance. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Demon Extermination Alliance was only here to kill the unfettered 7 demons on the surface. But in reality, whoever became the leader of the alliance would have control over all the major sects in the Purple Cloud realm. From then on, he was high and mighty, and his authority was monstrous. The Bathing Moon Pavilion might seem like a humble abode in the northern continent, indifferent to fame and fortune. He didn't expect him to be so ambitious. Chu Xinyan proposed to establish the Demon Extermination Alliance, because he wanted to stand at the peak of power. How could he be willing to be intercepted by Jing Tianyi? But Jing Tianyi seemed to have seen through Chu Tianyou's thoughts and chuckled. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the Xiai website. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Since the main purpose of the Demon-Slaying Alliance is to kill demons, we must thoroughly investigate it. If there are scum of the demon path in the alliance, it won't be good. Marquis, don't you think so? Chu Xinyan's face alternated between green and white. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say, Headmaster Jing is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. The position of the leader of the demon-slaying alliance must belong to you. The chaotic pagoda smashed onto the peak of the heavenly Phoenix mountain range. Everyone in the pagoda was in a daze because of the violent tremors, and it took them a long time to recover. One by one, they rushed to the window and looked out. This is the peak of the heavenly Phoenix mountain range. Rarely do people set foot here. Did we just escape? Sob, I thought I was dead this time. Xianxia is really a fucking piece of trash. I also thought that Longting wouldn't be able to escape this time. I was already prepared to die. I didn't think that great God June, no, great God you would actually come to save us. Isn't the most unbelievable thing that Yap Liangchen and June Mayan are the same person? When I entered the chaotic tower unscathed, I was completely dumbfounded. Having escaped from death, the teachers and students of the Soaring Dragon Academy came before Mu Yan and bowed. Thank you, great God June, for saving our lives. We are willing to follow you to the end of our lives and repay you with our broken bones. The villagers of Yuanwu village and Lin Xiaoming's family also knelt down. Even the living corpses hidden in the black fog rushed out, howling, and then ran back. They seemed to be kneeling, but also seemed to be roaring along. Their shouts reverberated throughout the entire chaotic tower. Their blood was boiling, and they were impassioned. But these voices seemed to be very, very far away, dissipating in his ears. Mu Yan looks out the window, lost in thought. Kong Yuanzhou's eyes were red as he stepped forward and bowed deeply. Thank you, Miss June, for saving my life. You don't have to be too sad. Tianyu was just trying to be benevolent. He made a sacrifice, so he definitely doesn't want Miss June to feel sad for him. Miss June, you. Miss June. Kong Yuanzhou's voice suddenly rose, startling everyone. Mu Yan's body swayed and slowly fell down. Sun Yuanzhou hurriedly steps forward, wanting to support her, but before he can touch Mayan, a hand reached out from the side and took over his action. Yun Ruhan. The first person to support Mu Yan was Yun Ruhan, the eldest disciple of the Xiaoyao school. He woke up from his deep sleep, still in a daze. Just now, he caught a glimpse of Mayan from the corner of his eye and instinctively rushed over to support his little junior sister. However, what he felt was a bone-chilling coldness. Little junior sister. Yun Ruhan looked down in a daze. The girl in his arms had a pale complexion and was riddled with scars. Her dress had long been dyed red with blood. His hand, which was supposed to be as white as jade and able to hold the sword like the wind, was now completely broken and hung powerlessly by his side. Yun Ruhan considered herself a calm and steady person, but when she saw this scene, her eyes instantly reddened. Little junior sister, who injured you like this? As he spoke, Chu Moli, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing and Lan Luoyu, who were on the ground, also woke up. Looking at the unconscious Mayan, he felt his anger rush to the top, almost losing his mind. Ling Yuma pulled Wen Huanglang's collar and said sternly, "Speak. What happened after the battle outside the unclean abyss? Who in the world injured my junior sister to this extent?" Wen Huanglang didn't dare to delay and hurriedly recounted everything that happened during this period of time. After listening to the narration, the bodies of the 6 people couldn't help but tremble. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. How could they have thought that in the time they were unconscious from exhaustion, little junior sister had already experienced so many disasters? Ning Su, Jing Tianyi, Chu Xinyan, and that sanctimonious cultivator from the Ziyun world. They've really gone too far. When Huanglang wiped his tears and said, "Fortunately, you all woke up safely. These 2 days, Miss June has been very worried, fearing that you would suffer irreversible injuries." Ling Yuma took the unconscious Mayan from Yun Ruhan's hands, feeling the coldness in her hands and the sticky bloodstains on her dress. The rims of her eyes reddened. Why haven't we woken up yet? How could they only wake up now? They actually let little junior sister bear so much by herself. Chu Moli gently stroked his knee, suddenly saying in a hoarse voice, "Little junior sister treated me." When Huanglang nodded, Miss June said that the others were just exhausted. Even if she didn't treat them, they would recover on their own. But Chu Gongzi and Lan Gongzi, you used a power that shouldn't belong to the Xiozhen continent. The backlash she received was several times that of the others. If you weren't treated, I'm afraid your lives would be in danger. So, even if Miss June had already overdrawn her spiritual power, and there were countless pursuers behind her, she was still on the seven-colored cloud carpet, as when Huang Lang spoke, he couldn't help but choke. His feelings for Mayan were different from the others present. In his heart, he regarded Jun Shiyuan as his benefactor and master. Jun Mayan was Jun Shiyuan's daughter, so she was naturally his little master. At that time, on the seven-colored cloud carpet, Mayan's complexion was deathly pale, her body cold and swaying, but she still insisted on treating Chumoli and Lan Luoyu. His heart was filled with worry. Later, during the Battle of Longteng, the chaotic tower recognized its master. When Huang Lang watched as Mayan's aura grew weaker and weaker. That kind of despair was the same as when he saw Jun Shiyuan and Ming Yanqing being forced apart, Mr. Jun being hunted down, and he was of no use other than holding him back. Chumoli's hand on his knee suddenly tightened. That perpetually gentle and refined face became malevolent and distorted in an instant. Who told you to save, Jun Mayan, who told you to go this far? However, his voice was very, very low. Apart from himself, no one could hear him. When Luoyu heard Huanglang's words, tears streamed down her face. He stretched out his trembling hand, but he didn't even dare to touch it. Yang reversion pill, that's right, quickly let sixth senior sister take the Yang reversion pill. He tried to take out the Yang return pill from his storage ring in a flurry, but was stopped by Chumoli. Don't touch her yet. Chumoli slowly raised his head and said word by word, don't touch her yet. Third senior brother? Third senior brother, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Do you know what happened to junior sister? Chumoli closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he had already reverted to that weak and gentle third senior martial brother. I don't know what happened to junior sister. But I have a feeling that junior sister is in danger now. Don't touch her, or else, Tian Emochin space. Little Phoenix, what to do? What to do? The great devil has been in pain for so many days, but we can't contact the beautiful big sister, and we can't get out of the space. What should we do? Littling chick, goo woo woo. Mommy, come quickly and save Big Brother Red Underpants. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. I don't know what happened to little junior sister, but she's probably in a dangerous situation right now. It might be better for her to stay in a safe and hidden place. As soon as these words come out, the other 5 immediately understand. Only the people of the Xiaoyao sect know that Mayan Zither has a space. The safe and hidden place that Chumoli mentioned should be little junior sister's Tian Emochin space. But, a cultivator's portable space is usually the most private treasure. The contract signed is far higher than that of other spirit tools and divine tools. If you want to manipulate someone else's space, you either need to have a much higher cultivation than that person, or have great attainments in refining and arrays. Chumoli is clearly not good at refining or arrays, but he can actually manipulate little junior sister space. How did he do it? Yun Ruhan and the others have doubts in their hearts. But now is not the time to ask. Because Chumoli has already turned around to look at Kong Yuanjiu, Zhou Daoi, and the others. He says unhurriedly, what happened in the Xiuzhen continent during this period of time? Tell me everything, don't omit even the simplest things. Kong Yuanjiu, Zhou Daoi, and the other Longding instructors look at each other, somewhat unable to come back to their senses. Chumoli has always been low-key and taciturn among the Xiaoyao 7, and his reputation is not prominent. But sitting in a wheelchair at this time, his gentle voice actually gives them a terrible sense of oppression. Is this a joke? A young, immature, and sickly youth, not a stunning evildoer like Jun Mayan, how could he oppress these old guys? Luoyu looks at Chumoli, also feeling that the current third brother is somewhat unfamiliar. She can't help but ask, third brother, what are you going to do? Chumoli slowly hooks up the corners of his lips. His smile seems bashful and gentle, but half of it is hidden in the darkness, while the other half is exposed to the sunlight. It gives people a bone-chilling feeling for no reason. In this world, how can there be no price for hurting my little junior sister? Since they say that we are the Xiaoyao 7 demons, then I have to show them the appearance of evil demons. Hearing this, Luo Yu's eyes immediately brighten. She says excitedly, "Third brother, you have an idea to retaliate against them." Hee, no wonder he is the most abnormal third brother in our Xiaoyao school. Ling Yuma loosened her grip on the red Lotus Soul stealing blade and tightened it again. She laughed sinisterly, "Third senior brother, even if you didn't say it, I couldn't help but want to chop these bastards into pieces. But since you have an idea, I have to listen to you." Their third senior brother was someone who would either not make a move, or once he did, he would definitely make people regret living in this world. Qingjiu thumped his chest. "Fight. Avenge junior sister." Ling Yuxing looked toward Yun Ruhan and asked carefully, "Senior brother won't object if we don't keep a low profile, right?" Yun Ruhan glanced at them coldly. "What's the purpose of our carefree sect? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pull them up by the roots." He could even bear the thought of being killed as a demon that had seized his body and reincarnated. He could even accept it willingly. But Seven couldn't and junior sister couldn't. Whoever bullied the people of the Xiaoyao school shouldn't blame them for being ruthless and unscrupulous. Chu Moli's lips curled up at the reaction of his fellow disciples. He looked toward Kong Yuanjiu and Zhou Daoi, then tilted his head slightly. His expression was gentle, and his voice was clear. "Did you not hear my question clearly? Do I need to repeat myself? Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. 1 second remember LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading." I heard it clearly. Zhou Daoi wipes the cold sweat on his forehead, narrating while crazily ridiculing in his mind. Sure enough, those who can become Jun Mayan's fellow apprentices are not ordinary people. The carefree 7 demons are really worthy of being the carefree 7 demons, one more abnormal than the other. T on Mochin space. Little Phoenix, what should we do? What should we do? The great devil has been in pain for so many days, but we can't contact the beautiful sister, and we can't get out of the space. What should we do? Little chick, gugugugu, woo-woo. Mommy, come quickly, come and save brother Red Underpants. The Tion Mochin space shakes, and Mayan's figure directly appears in the middle of the lawn. Guji. Mommy. Mommy is here. Little Phoenix excitedly flies over. Beautiful sister, that's great, come and see big, beautiful sister, what's wrong with you? When the two come closer, they find that Mayan's condition is not right. Guji. Mommy, what's wrong with you? Mommy, wake up, little Phoenix, why is there so much blood on beautiful sister? Woo-woo, beautiful sister, don't die. Goo-goo, woo-woo. Mommy's body is so cold. Woo-woo, mommy, Huang Huang doesn't want mommy to die. Little Phoenix quickly releases a golden red fireball, surrounding Mayan's body, but not touching her. While crying, he says, "Beautiful sister, Cho is using the fire to keep you warm, don't die, okay? If you die, little brother will be very sad." Lying on the ground, Mayan seems to hear the voices of the two, and her fingers gently move. A low moan spills out from between her lips and teeth. Guji. Mommy. Beautiful sister, you're awake. Great. However, to their disappointment, Mayan doesn't wake up. Her pale, snow-white skin begins to flush. Bean-sized beads of sweat mixed with dark red blood oozed out of his pores in a rush. In just the blink of an eye, the originally beautiful girl is covered in stinking blood, and her original appearance cannot be seen. Ah! The painful moans turn into mournful wails. Mayan's whole body curls up in place, her body convulsing. Little Phoenix and Little Chick were scared silly. They could see that inside Muyan's body, there was a mass of white light rampaging about. With each collision, Mayan's pain increases by a fraction, and the white light increases in size. As the white light gets bigger and bigger, it seems like Mayan's body is about to burst apart. Woo 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 woo, what's wrong with you, beautiful sister? Don't scare Cho. The little chick widened its round eyes, and large droplets of tears rolled down its cheeks. Mummy. Mommy, don't die, Mama can't die. Scram. Suddenly, the two little fellows were kicked by a strong force. When they turn around, they find that Qi Huang has already stood up at some point and is staggering over to Mu Yan's side. Great demon! Big brother Qi Huang, are you alright? No, how could Qi Huang be fine? At this moment, his figure was so faint that it seemed like it was about to dissipate. The fiery red robe wrapped around his slender figure. He was supposed to be bewitching and elegant. But at this time, it seemed like he would dissipate like a raging fire in the wind at any time. Qi Huang glares at Little Phoenix and Little Chick, hoarsely saying, "Shut up, of course Shenzhen is fine." He bends down to pick up the blood-stained and twitching girl. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xianxia. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. But because his body has no strength left, his knees go soft, and he suddenly kneels to the ground. Mayan, who he's holding in his arms, also falls down. Jun Mayan. Qi Huang hurriedly rushes over. Jun Mayan, are you hurt? However, at this time, Mayan is completely immersed in the abyss of hellish torment, unable to respond to him. Qi Huang closes his eyes, picks up Mayan again, gathers his strength, and continues to move forward. In the space of the Tianmo Qin, there is a silver river, like falling stars. When Mayan absorbed the spiritual vein in the Yanwu continent, this river originally entered the space. In the Yanwu continent, if one wants to cultivate their spiritual energy, this is the only source of spiritual energy. But after arriving at the Shozhen continent, the surroundings are full of spiritual energy, and this star river loses its effect. Qi Huang puts Mayan into the star river, and carefully uses the water in the star river to wash Mayan's body. The bloodstains are washed away, and the mass of light that is rampaging inside Mayan's body becomes clearer. This mass of time is getting bigger and bigger, almost bursting Mayan's body. Cracks begin to appear on the girl's originally snow-white, delicate, and flawless skin. These cracks are blue, black, and silver-white. They interweave together, forming an extremely strange picture. Stupid woman. Looking at this scene and listening to Mayan's uncontrollable moans of pain, Qi Huang clenches his hands into fists, and gnashes his teeth. Aren't humans all cunning and selfish? What do those idiots have to do with you? Why do you risk your life to save them again and again? Jun Mayan, answer me. Little Phoenix flies over, and seeing Mayan's miserable state in the Star River, he can't help but cry, will pretty sister die? Brother Qi Huang, you're so powerful, can't you save pretty sister? Qi Huang frowns, and puts his hand into the Star River. The next moment, black energy gushes out from his fingers like ink, dyeing the river, and wrapping around Mayan. However, without waiting for this black energy to pour into Mayan's body, Qi Huang's figure shakes, and he suddenly falls to the ground. Brother Qi Huang. Goo goo goo. Brother Red Pants, what's wrong with you? Qi Huang feels dizzy, and gets up from the ground with great difficulty. He wants to release energy again, but he can't do it. He gritted his teeth so hard that blood seeped out from between his lips and teeth, but he didn't notice it at all. Her phoenix eyes were scarlet red, so thick that it seemed as if blood could drip from them. Too weak. Hee, you're really too weak. A low, hoarse, mocking voice rang in his ears. The ancient seal, the separation of the two souls, there's nothing you can do, I can't get what I want. I can't save what I want. There's only endless betrayal, ha ha ha. Don't. You want to, the voice resounded in his mind again and again, like a curse, slowly seeping into the depths of his soul. Qi Huang's eyes grew redder. A thick, ink-like black aura emanated from his body. The entire space of the Tianmo Qin shakes violently. That's right. That's right. Ha ha ha. Only, can you get everything you want? Little Phoenix and Little Chick were still hugging Qi Huang and crying. At this moment, she was so frightened that she screamed and scrambled to escape far away. However, even though they had already escaped so far away, they still couldn't help but shiver when they sensed the terrifying aura permeating the air. The space of the Tianmo Qin seems like it's going to collapse. However, at this time, mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xianxia. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. 7 colored rays of light fly out from the Milky Way, transforming into 7 long swords in the air, heading straight for Qi Huang. Smack, the first red sword swoops down, ruthlessly slapping Qi Huang's buttocks. Qi Huang staggers and directly falls to the ground, the whole person is stupefied. Not waiting for him to react. The second sword swoops down again. Smack. 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 7 consecutive swords, one after another, hit Qi Huang's buttocks. From his initial stupor and absent-mindedness, to his subsequent anger, it finally turns into a thunderous rage. Jun Mayan, you don't want to live anymore. Qi Huang is flustered and exasperated as he rushes to the side of the Milky Way, raising his hand to grab the girl in the river. Dare to hit Ben Zun, dare to hit Ben Zun, believe it or not, I'll peel off your skin. At this time, Mayan's whole person is still immersed in the Milky Way. The void spirit ring on her hand unknowingly shines with an icy blue light, wrapping around her whole body, as if it's soothing her body and soul that are already riddled with holes. This is also the reason why Mayan can wake up in the nick of time. But her current state is still very bad. Her skin is mottled with cracks, and bean-sized beads of sweat roll down from her forehead. That ball of light is still rampaging inside her body, and from time to time, a terrible lump would bulge out on her skin. The piercing pain makes her bite her lips, until they're dripping with blood, to suppress her moans and howls. Seeing Mayan like this, Qi Huang's voice comes to an abrupt halt. His eyes surge with intense pain and self-loathing. Jun Mayan, do you think I'm useless? That I can't do anything but stay in this broken place, that I can't help you with anything? Demingju can always descend from the sky at Mayan's most dangerous moment. Even if he can't personally descend, with my spirit, I will save your soul. With my spirit, I will nourish your vitality, and also save Mayan from fire and water. Even if it's Luo Yunxiao, that pretty boy that he looks down on. He can always appear when Mayan needs it, support her, and protect her. Only he, accompanied by Mayan's side every day, but couldn't do anything. For tens of thousands of years, he could only be trapped in this tiny space, unable to escape for all eternity. Idiot Qi Xiaohuang. Mu Yan's low voice sounded, you also know that you're useless. Even if Qi Huang was still remorseful, he almost flew into a rage when he heard this. Mu Yan chuckles softly. Her line of sight meets Qi Huang's, and she enunciates each word, but, this time, only, you can help me. Qi Huang, I need you, to lend me a hand. Are you willing? Qi Huang was taken aback. What are you going to do? Mu Yan took a deep breath, then said in a low voice, you should know, why am I like this now? Countless forces intertwined and collided within her body, as if her body was about to explode. Qi Huang said hatefully, it's all because of you. First, to give those living corpses a chance to reincarnate, you forcefully absorbed a huge amount of demonic energy from the impurities abyss. Then, to let everyone enter the chaotic tower, you forcefully fused your soul with the chaotic tower. In the end, in order to control the chaotic tower to leave, you tore apart the refining god precipice, and even swallowed a large part of the refining god precipice into your body. These 3 types of energy, an ordinary cultivator would already explode and die if they absorbed one, but what about you? In a short period of time, you forcefully absorbed 3 types of energy, and these 3 types of energy even fused with each other. You couldn't even eliminate them one by one. Mu Yan, cough cough, cough cough, Qi Huang's voice came to an abrupt halt. He could no longer care about stomping his feet and cursing. He promptly rushes into the river of stars to support her. Jun Mayan, how are you? Is it very painful? Are you unable to control the energy in your body? Mayan wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth, weakly saying, Sir Qi Huang, I know I was wrong, don't think of me anymore. But in this world, there were always, fortune and misfortune depended on misfortune. It might be a crisis, but it might also be an opportunity. 7 Brilliance was startled. What are you doing? Mayan smiles absent-mindedly, Qi Huang, you guessed it, didn't you? Everyone says that reaching the leaving aperture realm in less than 2 years is already an incredible feat, but to me, it's still too slow and weak. It was so slow that she didn't have the ability to trace her parents. She was so slow that she couldn't even protect the people she wanted to protect on the Cultivation continent. It's so slow that she's trapped in this piece of land, unable to stay together with Demingju for a long time. It was so slow that she could only separate herself from Xiaobao, separating flesh and bone. She did not want to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm, nor did she want to bite off more than she could chew. But now that the opportunity was right in front of her, she was unwilling to give it up no matter what. Therefore, I'm going to convert these three energies into my own. I want to break through to the tribulation stage. Qi Huang, are you crazy? Jun Mayan, have you forgotten that you have just broken through to the leaving aperture stage and your primordial spirit is not stable yet? Trying to break through to the tribulation stage now, isn't that courting death? The energy in his body suddenly collided. A sharp pain hits, and Mayan spits out a mouthful of blood. She brushed away Qi Huang's hand and raised her head to reveal a disdainful smile. So what if I'm courting death? Since I've chosen to walk on the path of cultivation, I've been prepared to walk on the edge of a blade. What others can't do, doesn't necessarily mean that I, Jun Mayan, can't do it. For some people, transcending tribulations and ascending to immortality is the final destination, but for me, it is only the beginning. How could I fall here so easily and be forever separated from my loved ones? These words were more than just self-confidence. If it came from someone else's mouth, it would really be called arrogant. However, it sounded so convincing coming from the mouth of this young lady. The anxiety and worry in Qi Huang's heart were slowly soothed. Even the pain that came from the depths of his soul was forgotten at this moment. Besides, apart from absorbing these three energies, do you have a better way to get me out of danger? Seven Brilliance opened his mouth, but could not say a word. If he had a way, how could he only stand by the side of the Milky Way and watch Mu Yan suffer without being able to do anything? Mu Yan raises her head and looks straight into Qi Huang's eyes, slowly saying, "But, if you didn't lend me a hand, I might not even have a 10% chance of survival. So, Qi Huang, are you willing to help me?" I didn't say that I wouldn't help you." Qi Huang snorted. His phoenix eyes shimmered as if he was proud and gentle at the same time. "Stupid woman, without me, you really can't do anything." His body was already in tatters, and he was on his last breath. It was almost impossible for him to absorb the three enormous energies. Her chances of survival might not even be 30%. Mu Yan looked down at the ring on her finger and gently stroked it, her expression gentle and reluctant. But in the end, she still forcibly took off the Void Spirit Ring and put it aside. These days, the Void Spirit Ring has saved her from danger several times, helping her to restore her cultivation. But Di Mingju still hasn't appeared. Mayan knows that there must be something in the Shoshian continent that's holding him back. Perhaps, Di Mingju's current situation is even more dangerous than hers. Fusing the three energies in a moment would be a narrow escape. If the Void Spirit Ring was still in her hands, then Di Mingju would certainly disregard everything to transfer his divine essence to her. She doesn't want to die, and she won't easily admit defeat. But she absolutely doesn't want to drag Di Mingju into a bottomless abyss. Mayan reaches out and gently caresses the ring that has quietly fallen into the grass, her voice soft. "I'm sorry, Di Mingju, Xiaobao, if I can't go to your side. I hope that you will take care of yourself." Withdrawing her hand, Mayan's expression becomes firm again. She raises her hand, and the Tian Emochin appears before her eyes. Heavy Phantom activates, and two identical figures, one on the left and one on the right, land on opposite sides of the River of Stars. The sound of the zither slowly resounds. The triple star domain is suddenly released. Almost at the same moment the domain is released, the ball of light inside Mayan's body seems to have smelled something tempting, and rushes left and right even more barbarically. Her internal organs feel like they're being torn apart, and Mayan lets out a painful groan. The cracks on the surface of her skin expand by quite a bit in an instant. Strands of blood seep out from the cracks, dyeing Mayan into a bloody person. Seeing this scene, Qi Huang clenches his teeth, and withstanding the pain inside his body, he walks into the River of Stars. His slender hand slowly stretches out, and black and red energy flows out from his fingertips, respectively shooting into the space between the eyebrows of Mayan's original body and the clone. With the injection of the third energy, the ball of light inside Mayan's body goes quiet for a moment. Then, cracks begin to appear. 1 streak, 2 streaks, 3 streaks, the original ball of light is divided into 4 parts, each rushing in 4 different directions. Spiritual power. Immortal power. Devil power. And the power of the domain. The four balls of light sometimes collide, sometimes separate, and sometimes blend together. They restrict and pull each other, but they're also incompatible like fire and water. After being temporarily separated by Qi Huang's heavenly demon power, they actually treat Mayan's body as a battlefield, in a futile attempt to annex other forces. However, none of the four balls of light discovered it. The body that they had used as their battlefield and had been tormented by them until it was riddled with holes began to emit strands of crystal-like brilliance that surrounded every ball of light bit by bit. Permeate, devour, absorb, fuse, this process was slow and difficult, but it was silent. In the space, Little Phoenix and Little Chick were waiting beside the Milky Way, running around in circles, tears rolling down their cheeks. They can see that Mu Yan is in a lot of pain. She was a tough and resolute person. Even if she was cut by 1,000 knives, she could still talk and laugh. But at this time, she couldn't stop her tears mixed with blood from flowing. Although he was sitting cross-legged, his skin was riddled with cracks, and every vein was bulging. Every inch of his skin was soaked in a pool of blood, and it was almost twisted. Even if the entire space of the Tianmo is completely silent, not even the slightest sound can be heard. But one can also know what kind of hellish torture Mu Yan is enduring. Moreover, it's not only Mu Yan who's suffering, but also Qi Huang. His red robe had become lighter and lighter. The slender hands stretched out in the air have become translucent, as if they would dissipate at any time. Mu Yan didn't know that these days, Qi Huang had been suffering in pain all the time. Mu Yan didn't know that these days, Qi Huang had been suffering in pain all the time. He hasn't said a word to Mu Yan. At this very moment, these two people are gambling with their lives. The difference is that Mu Yan is gambling with her life for a turning point, betting on her ability to protect her loved ones. And Qi Huang wants to protect the girl in front of him at all costs. That's all. Huang, beautiful sister, and the great devil will be fine, right? Gujiji. Little Linghua lies on the edge of the Milky Way, his round eyes wide open, holding a tear in them, but not blinking. Mom. It'll be fine. Definitely, however, at this time after the four balls of light inside Mu Yan's body have shrunk by a quarter, they seem to suddenly react. Boom. The violent impact makes Mu Yan unable to hold on any longer, and she spits out a mouthful of blood. The phantom's clones dissipate. The star domain collapses. Mu Yan falls in a pool of blood, no longer able to stand up. All the vitality quickly drains from her body. No. Jun Mu Yan. Qi Huang screams, wanting to rush over. But he puts everything on the line, sending the power of the heavenly demon into Mu Yan's body. At this time, the power of the heavenly demon is entangled in the ball of light, and even he can't break free. Mu Yan only feels that Qi Huang's shouts, the screams of Little Linghua and Little Phoenix, and the strong smell of blood, everything is getting further and further away from her. She opens her eyes in a trance, and seems to see Di Mingju and Xiaobao standing not far away, gently waving at her. Niangqin. Xiaobao holds out his hand, his ice blue eyes bright like stars. Niangqin, our family will be together forever. I also want to be with you forever. But, I'm sorry. Niangqin might have to go back on her words. Yan, what I want to bind you is not for this lifetime, but for all eternity. Even if the sky falls and the earth cracks, even if the seas run dry and the rocks crumble, I will still be by your side, watching over you, protecting you, loving you. Similarly, I won't allow anyone to take you away from me. The excessive blood loss and pain make Mu Yan's ears buzz. But she hears a familiar voice in the midst of the buzz. It was deep, dull, and distant, but it struck her soul again and again like a clap of thunder. Di Mingju, I can't bear to part with you. I really want to see you and Xiaobao again. Buzz, the ethereal spirit ring, which was not far from her, shook violently. Suddenly, it flew over and landed on her ring finger. Shoshan continent. Aha! What the hell was that? It was too disgusting. Is this a zombie? Is this the fantasy version of Resident Evil? The Bixia sword was fleeing from the dozens of poltergeist ghosts. When it finally returned to Xiaobao's hand, it couldn't help but cry out, "Little master, save me." I don't want to cut these damn things. If I kill them and get infected, I'll turn into a zombie sword. Xiaobao grabbed the Bixia sword. Seeing several poltergeists pouncing on him, he mercilessly slashed the sword horizontally. Swoosh, the stinky liquid splattered everywhere. Xiaobao frowned and took a few steps back, not letting the liquid stain his body. The sword buzzed non-stop. It's over, I'm going to turn into a zombie, I'm going to be infected. Xiaobao, shut up. Little master, don't you love me? I'm an upright and virtuous youth, a handsome young man with a bright sword aura. How could I kill zombies so bloodily and brutally? Xiaobao swung his sword again and said coldly, make any more noise and I'll stab it into the mouth of the poltergeist ghost. The buzzing stopped, Bixia didn't dare to speak anymore and obediently killed the poltergeist ghosts. The fat rabbit looked at the sword in disdain, its body suddenly enlarged, and with a howl, swallowed 3 poltergeist ghosts. But soon, its face twisted, showing an expression as if it had swallowed feces. So disgusting, even worse than the food cooked by the female devil. While the 3 little ones were fighting fiercely, the people of the Falling Moon tribe and the Ghost Killer tribe were dumbfounded. Young master hasn't reached golden immortal realm yet, but why can his sword kill poltergeist ghosts? Why is his spirit pet rabbit fine after eating poltergeist ghosts? One had to know that even the lowest level poltergeist ghosts were almost inexhaustible. Unless you kill them all in one go, or burn them with divine power, they will resurrect infinitely. But these principles that everyone in the Xianxia continent is familiar with seem to be ineffective in front of young master. What kind of treasure is that sword? What kind of god is that rabbit? Why can it really kill poltergeist ghosts without divine power? Defeating armies killed the poltergeist ghost next to him and looked at the beautiful little boy not far away. His eyes, which had always been cold and stern, revealed a gentle light of praise. He killed all the poltergeist ghosts around him, then quickly walked to Xiaobao, bowed and said, young master, there are more and more poltergeist ghosts gathering here, it's not safe anymore, let's quickly go to the polar domain and meet up with Lord. Xiaobao nodded. He could feel that these poltergeist ghosts are very dangerous, and there are so many of them, no matter how hard he killed, he couldn't kill them all. He was worried about his father's safety, and wanted to see him as soon as possible. Xiaobao swung his Bixia sword and jumped up. The fat rabbit also swayed its head, endured the nausea and jumped into Xiaobao's arms. Poltergeist ghosts can't fly, but they can jump very high. And now that the barrier is broken, poltergeist ghosts would fall from the cracks in the sky. Flying too high wasn't necessarily safe. But Bixia sword is too fast, and the angle of its flight is very tricky. Therefore, even if countless poltergeist ghosts rushed over, even if this noisy sword spirit kept shouting, it would always narrowly avoid the attacks of all the poltergeist ghosts. Occasionally, a poltergeist ghost would pounce on it, but it would be swallowed by the fat rabbit. But to those poltergeist ghosts, Xiaobao seemed to be far more attractive than others. They obviously couldn't catch up to it, but they screamed and fought to be the first to leap onto the Bixia sword. It was also because Xiaobao had attracted the attention of the poltergeist ghosts that the people of the Falling Moon tribe and the Ghost Killer tribe, who were following behind them, became extremely relaxed. This was the first time they had been surrounded by the poltergeist ghosts, yet there were no casualties at all. Looking at the tiny figure on the flying sword in front of them, the eyes of the people of the Falling Moon tribe and the Ghost Killer tribe shone with blazing admiration. Even they themselves didn't realize that this kind of light is exactly the same as when they looked at Di Mingju. However, at this moment, a loud bang came from the front. A huge blood-red figure stood in front of the Bixia sword. A pair of pure black eyes without the scare slowly turned and landed on Xiaobao. There seemed to be a greedy light burning inside. Defeating armies' expression changed. It's a Type 3 giant poltergeist. Young master, be careful. In the past, when the barrier loosened, only Rank 1 and Rank 2 small poltergeist ghosts could come to the Xianxia continent. Thousands of years had passed, and it had always been so. Many people who had just been born or ascended to the Xianxia continent even thought that the poltergeist ghosts only had one form. Even defeating armies had almost forgotten about it. However, thousands of years ago, tens of thousands of years ago, countless giant poltergeist ghosts came to the world. That was the real end of the world, the real hell. The Bixia sword quickly stopped flying and wanted to retreat. But the giant poltergeist opposite raised his hand. The skin all over his body seemed to be mixed with pus, blood, and minced meat. When he raised his hand, the pustules on his palm could be seen. However, this disgusting palm suddenly released a powerful suction force. The Bixia sword, together with Xiao Bao and the fat rabbit, was sucked over. Little Master. Defeating armies roared hoarsely, his whole body and the saber in his hand merged into one. Spinning rapidly, he turned into saber energy and rushed towards the giant poltergeist ghost. Aoo! The fat rabbit shouted anxiously and quickly enlarged its body, trying to block Xiao Bao. But this giant poltergeist ghost seemed to be much smarter than ordinary low-level poltergeist ghosts. It knew that defeating armies was not easy to deal with, and the fat rabbit was not delicious. So the moment defeating armies rushed over, it suddenly sidestepped. It made a strange sound. In an instant, countless low-level poltergeist ghosts rushed over from all directions. They surrounded defeating armies and the people of Falling Moon Tribe and Ghost Killer Tribe. Defeating armies was burning with anxiety, his eyes full of ferocity. The long saber in his hand swept like a gust of wind, not caring whether the poisoned blood on the poltergeist ghosts would splash on his body. Jun Shang ordered them to protect the Little Master, so he must protect him. What's more, the Little Master might be, however, when the dense crowd of low-level poltergeist ghosts was temporarily killed. Defeating armies found that both the giant poltergeist ghost and the Little Master were gone. Only the fat rabbit fell to the ground, unconscious. Defeating armies knew how important the fat rabbit was to Xiao Bao. He quickly asked someone to pick it up and check, but found that there was no injury on the fat rabbit's body. It was just that the accumulated energy in its body was unable to be digested, so it fell into a coma. The one who examined the fat rabbit was a doctor from Falling Moon Tribe. Looking at the unremarkable spirit beast in his bosom, his expression was indescribably complicated and shocked. In the Xiaoxian continent, there is no spirit beast that is completely unafraid of the grey ghost poison. Not to mention, the star-fated ghosts do indeed contain powerful energy, but apart from turning into star-fated ghosts after they die, for billions of years, no human or beast has been able to transform the star-fated ghost's energy for their own use. How did this rabbit do it? What was its origin? Defeating armies didn't have the mood to care about what the fat rabbit was. He had just released his divine sense to search around, but there was no trace of Xiao Bao at all. At this moment, the anxiety and regret in his heart made his face so gloomy that it could drip water. Search. Even if he had to turn this entire mountain region upside down, he had to find the young master. Otherwise, we won't have the face to go back and face Juanshang. Understood. F***CK. Little Master, what should we do? What should we do? Damn, aren't zombies supposed to be slow? There are so many of them, and they're so fast. How are we supposed to survive? Xiao Bao's face darkened as he brandished his sword energy, cutting the poltergeist ghost that fell from the sky. But it was only a moment's delay. The giant poltergeist ghost behind came closer again. It lifted its decaying palm, and a huge swallowing force came again. It made the evil warding sword vibrate, unable to move forward quickly. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, to provide you with exciting reading. Little Treasure gathered his immortal energy and poured it into the evil warding sword. However, his cultivation was too low. He had already used up most of the divine qi in his Guanyuan after running all the way. At this moment, he disregarded everything and overdrew his immortal power. Suddenly, he felt a burning pain in his body. His face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. Bai Xia sensed the change in Xiao Bao and immediately stopped fooling around. He shouted anxiously, "Little Master, are you all right?" At this moment, the giant poltergeist seemed to have sensed their weakness. It let out a strange cry, and its speed suddenly increased by several times. At the same time, they raised their huge palms and made a grabbing motion in Xiao Bao's direction. Swish! Xiao Bao had no control over his body. His small body was pulled into the air by a huge force and quickly crashed into the palm of the giant poltergeist. Young Master! The Bixia sword let out an angry roar and turned into a beam of light that shot towards the poltergeist ghost. But all of this was a step too late. In the blink of an eye, Xiaobao had already arrived in front of the giant poltergeist. A strong stench wafted out from the open palm. The murky liquid dripped down, and a drop splashed on Xiaobao's face. No matter how calm and collected little Bao was, his entire body stiffened at this moment. His face was pale, and his mind was filled with panic and helplessness from the impending death. "Daddy, Mommy." He muttered in his heart and closed his eyes in despair. But at this moment, his body was grabbed by something and he was lifted into the air. There was no stinky liquid splashing on his body, and there was no pain of being eaten. There was only a strange but warm embrace. Xiaobao cautiously opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar face. He was thin, charming, handsome, and emanated a ghastly baleful aura that caused others to shrink back at the sight of him. Xiaobao stared blankly at the face that was so close to him, as if he hadn't realized that he was already out of danger. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to look. He saw the giant poltergeist that had terrified him and made him feel powerless. At this moment, it fell to the ground like a pile of mud, gradually turning into blood and evaporating. The Bixia sword wobbled as it flew to Xiaobao and crashed into his bosom. After confirming that he was fine, she almost burst into tears. "My little ancestor, you scared me to death. Mother ****, I thought my sword body was finished." When he said the last two words, Bixia suddenly realized something. His little master was being carried in someone's arms. The little master was only 6 years old, so it wasn't strange at all for her to be carried in someone's arms. What made Bixia speechless was that the aura of this man who was carrying his little mistress was just too terrifying. The Bixia sword was once trapped in the Fuxi secret realm for tens of years. It had seen and tasted all kinds of malevolent auras. However, that bit of fiendish aura was like a mayfly against a tree, a drop of water merging into the ocean. It was too embarrassing to even mention it. Who was this man? What did he want to do to little master? Xiaobao hugged the buzzing Bixia sword and turned to look at the man who held him. "Thank you for saving me," he said in a crisp voice. The man put him down. His expression was cold. He didn't even look at him, but looked up into the sky with a frown. Xiaobao looked around, only to find that the scenery around him was unfamiliar. He had never left the small world before, he didn't know what the Xiaoxian continent was like, and he didn't know where to find his father. Xiaobao's brows furrowed as well. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please come to Xiai. 1 second. Remember LoveNet, providing you with interesting reading. Bixia, the sword spirit in his arms, looked at the big one, then at the little one. Was it an illusion? Why did the frowning look of the big one and the little one look so similar? Uncle Black Shirt. Xiaobao thought for a while, raised his head and looked at the man. "Can I ask you for a favor?" The man was indeed dressed in black. The aura around him was completely hidden, making people unable to tell his cultivation level and origin. But the terrifying pressure that he was born with made people unable to ignore it. It made their hairs stand on end from the depths of their souls. The man did not expect that. Not only was a little child not afraid of him, but also dared to ask him for a favor. He couldn't help but smile. "Ask me for a favor?" The man's expression was sinister, but his voice was deep and magnetic. But this melodious voice made Bixia shiver uncontrollably. Xiaobao blinked his big blue eyes, nodded and said, "I'm lost, I can't find my father." "Uncle Black Shirt, can you bring me to the polar domain? I want to find my father." "Polar domain," the man raised his eyebrows. "What's your father's name?" Xiaobao blinked his big eyes again. Father is father, Xiaobao is only father. He was not stupid enough to reveal his father's identity in a strange place, in front of a stranger. Although she thought so, she still maintained a cold and adorable look on her face. He stepped forward and grabbed the man's clothes. "Uncle Black Shirt, can you help Xiaobao? When I find my father, Xiaobao will definitely repay you." For some reason, although the pressure around this man was high and mighty, gloomy and ruthless, Xiaobao was not afraid of him at all. However, for some reason, Xiaobao wasn't afraid of him at all. In fact, he even seemed to be a little close to him. The man frowned and was about to push him away. His action of saving Xiaobao was already strange enough. He had always hated children. Now, he still wanted his help to find someone, or go to the polar domain to find someone. What a fool's dream. But, just as he raised his hand, he saw a pair of ice blue eyes, clear and moving like crystals, with a hint of dependence on him. The delicate and beautiful little face was cold and indifferent, he could vaguely see a distant and familiar shadow. The man's mind went blank for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he had already picked up Xiaobao. Not long after, a group of people rushed over after sensing the aura. They saw the little doll in the black-cloaked man's arms. He almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Even his voice was trembling. "Greetings, Demon Lord." "Demon Lord, the road to the Nether Realm has been opened. Should we depart now?" While reporting, they kept glancing at the little boy in the arms of the honor demon. She was so beautiful. It was as if he was transformed from a child in front of the Buddha. But no matter how beautiful she was, she couldn't be so audacious. How dare she let the demon sovereign hug her? Wasn't he afraid that the demon lord would be unhappy and break his fair and tender arm? However, to their surprise, he could feel Xiaobao's arms around his neck and his head resting on his shoulder. Xiaobao was in a daze. Not only did the honor demon not get angry, he even took out a cloak and covered the little baby. Bai Xia was so impressed by his young master that he wanted to prostrate himself before him. As expected, there was no big boss in the world that his little master couldn't handle by acting cute. If acting cute once wasn't enough, he would do it twice. He guaranteed that even the most cold-hearted person would be subdued by him. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website 1 Second to Remember LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. After covering Xiaobao with the cloak, Xianxia coldly said, "Go to the polar domain." "What? Aren't we going to the nether domain to investigate the reason for the barrier breaking? How did it become the polar domain?" "Because of the princess marriage, we are irreconcilable with the polar domain." Cough, cough, cough. "It's not good to go to the polar domain right now." Xianxia narrowed his eyes, looked at the people kneeling below, and slowly said, "Are you the demon lord, or am I the demon lord? How about I let you sit in this position? This subordinate doesn't dare. Go to the polar domain, let's go to the polar domain immediately." As they spoke, they transformed into a completely black flying boat. They took out all kinds of magic armors and weapons, armed themselves to the teeth, and worriedly stepped onto the flying boat. Xianxia didn't wait for them to transform into the flying boat, and already disappeared with Xiaobao. Looking at the demon lord speeding towards the polar domain imperial palace, the demon soldiers and demon generals panicked in their hearts. "Demon lord, don't tell me you don't know that the polar domain is our sworn enemy? Most importantly, the polar domain's king, Demon Ju, is currently the only immortal emperor in the 3 realms. You can't beat him. If we recklessly rush in, isn't that courting death?" Just that, not long after Xianxia flew out. The little baby sleeping on his shoulder suddenly stood up. "Mother!" Xianxia jumped in fright, stopped, and looked at the person in his arms. He saw the little baby's body trembling, his eyes filled with fear and worry. Xianxia frowned. "What's wrong?" "Mother is in danger." Xiaobao can feel that mother is in great pain. Xiaobao forced himself not to break down and cry. Tears rolled down uncontrollably from his ice blue eyes, big drops rolling down. But it's this kind of suppressed sadness and sensibility that doesn't match his age that makes people feel even more distressed. Xianxia has never coaxed a child before, and can only say in a stiff tone, "What's wrong with your mother?" Xiaobao shook his head. Xiaobao doesn't know, but every time mother is in danger, Xiaobao can feel it. This is the true bond between mother and son. "Xianxia, shall I bring you to find your mother?" "I can't find her." Xiaobao choked with sobs. "Mother is in a very, very far away place. Only father can take me there. Uncle Blackshirt, I miss my mother, I miss my father. Can you take me to find my father quickly?" Xianxia was about to reply. Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom came from the southwest. Xianxia suddenly turned his head and looked at the huge black hole that appeared in the southwest sky. His pupils suddenly contracted. "Devil Sovereign!" The flying boat behind him hurriedly caught up with him, his expression one of shock and horror. "Devil Sovereign, that's the direction of the hidden abyss. There are many people of our devil clan. Demon Lord, what should we do?" Xianxia's face turned extremely ugly. Only he knew that it wasn't just the barrier above the hidden abyss that had collapsed. It was a calamity that would destroy the entire Xianxia continent. Because that position was one of the formation eyes of the entire barrier, it was equivalent to the heavenly pillar of the Xianxia continent. Now that the pillars had collapsed, what kind of terrifying consequences would there be? Greetings, Lord. Defeating armies knelt in front of Di Mingju in a sorry state. His voice was hoarse, and he couldn't raise his head for a long time. Lord, please punish this subordinate. This subordinate was careless and lost the little master. At this time, the people of the Falling Moon tribe and the Ghost Killer tribe were riddled with scars and covered in blood. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. Everyone from the Falling Moon tribe and the Ghost Killer tribe was covered in wounds and blood. If it weren't for the Heaven Spirit detoxification elixir newly refined by the Medicine King, they would have been infected with pitch-black poison, and no medicine could save them. But at this moment, they couldn't care less about their injuries. Their hearts were filled with regret and self-blame. Such a good little master, the little master that Jun Shang had solemnly entrusted them to protect, had actually been lost by them. Di Mingju's complexion is somewhat pale, his fingers unconsciously turning the ring on his finger. When he heard that Xiaobao had gone missing while hiding from the giant poltergeist, he frowned deeply. Don't worry, Lord. Elder Chang quickly said in a low voice, you and Little Master have signed the Blood Knot Totem. If Little Master is really in trouble, you will definitely be able to sense it. Although these words were just comforting words, everyone could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although they were still worried, at least they knew that their young master was still alive. Elder Chang forgets about the densely packed poltergeist ghosts in the distance, but they don't dare to approach out of fear of Di Mingju's breath. He sighs softly, it's clearly not time yet, how could the enchantment suddenly collapse? Nowadays, the Xianxia continent is being ravaged by the poltergeist ghosts. Little Master has also gone missing. This is really not a good sign. Di Mingju narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the nether domain. He sneered, why did the enchantment suddenly collapse? Perhaps we should go asking Wuji. Pijuan, where did Xiaobao go missing? What happened before he went missing? Tell me everything clearly. Yes, my lord. Defeating armies immediately roused his spirits and was about to narrate in detail. All of a sudden, the ring on Di Ming's finger glowed, and then dimmed completely. His face turned completely pale in an instant. His whole body seemed to be frozen as he stood there in a daze. Lord, what's wrong? Boom. Di Mingju fiercely slaps a rock next to him. The boulder that was as large as a small mountain instantly shattered into fine powder, flying towards the group of nightmare ghosts not far away. The broken rocks contained a powerful divine power, scaring the poltergeist ghosts away. Jun Mayan, you dare. How dare you take off the void spirit ring? How dare you leave me? Jun Shang? Did something happen to Miss June? Di Mingju takes a deep breath. I'll make a trip to the Xianxia continent, my primordial spirit avatar will stay here. Separating his essence soul avatar at this time was equivalent to greatly weakening his strength in a short period of time. Not to mention that Di Mingju had been continuously transferring divine essence to Mu Yan through the void spirit ring. Now that the nightmare ghost was wreaking havoc and the barrier was collapsing, it was tantamount to seeking one's own death. Elder Chang, Ying Mei, and the others wanted to persuade him. But seeing Di Mingju's crimson eyes, and the uncontrollable berserk aura around him, he swallows back the words that are at the tip of his tongue. Only they know how important Miss June is to Jun Shang. If Miss June dies, I'm afraid Jun Shang won't be able to survive alone. At this moment, the Xianxia continent is in a precarious situation, and the polar domain is in grave danger. If Miss June didn't fall into a truly desperate situation, how could Jun Shang disregard everything and send an avatar there? How could this be? Why is everything happening at the same time? The poltergeist ghosts are wreaking havoc, Little Master is missing, Miss June is in imminent danger, villainous heavens, are you deliberately not letting our Jun Shang have an easy time? Hanyi grits his teeth and viciously curses. As if in response to his words, a loud rumble comes from the southwest direction. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. Anguished wails filled the air as bloody light soared into the sky. Di Mingju abruptly turns his head to look at the huge hole in the sky, and his pupils suddenly contract. Countless poltergeist ghosts, big ones, small ones, fell down from the hole. The vampire's blood-red skin dyed the sky red. Strange and excited howls filled the entire world. For a moment, the entire Xianxia continent seemed to have turned into an apocalyptic land. Elder Chang staggered and almost fell to the ground. How could this be? How could this be? With the collapse of the heavenly pillar, is the heavens really going to destroy all living beings in the three realms? That's above the hidden abyss, Ying Mei said in a trembling voice. But it's also adjacent to the polar domain. There are also several sects and aristocratic families there. Elder Chang suddenly pushed away the person who was supporting him and said sternly, "Everyone, return to the polar domain immediately and activate the Great Heavenly Demon Formation. Pass down the order, all citizens of the polar domain are to retreat in the direction of the Imperial Palace." Han Yi, Ying Mei, Star Wolf, and defeating armies simultaneously look at Elder Chang, revealing expressions of disbelief. Elder Chang, you mean? Elder Chang looks towards Di Mingju. Even though there are aristocratic families and sects next to the hidden abyss, they're just like grass on top of a wall, a small force that tries to curry favor with the three parties. They can't be considered as subordinates of my polar domain. Now that the sky pillar has just collapsed, there will definitely be a large number of high-level poltergeist ghosts descending. The area around the hidden abyss is the most dangerous. Lord, aren't you going to the Xianxia continent to look for Miss June? All of us from the polar domain will retreat to the Imperial City and wait for your return. I'll personally send someone to look for the young master. Hearing Elder Chang's words, Han Yi, Xing Lang, and the others also repeatedly nod their heads. Lord, in order to transfer divine essence to Miss June, your current cultivation is less than 70% of what it used to be. If he went to the hidden abyss, he would most likely encounter danger. We might as well go to the cultivation continent to save Miss Junya. Miss June is on the verge of death. Even if you stay here, you will not be able to rest easy. We swear that we will definitely find Little Master, defend the polar domain, and wait for your return. At that time, the most dangerous time will have passed. You can recover your strength and come back to clean up the mess. The Xianxia continent will regain its peace. Di Mingju closes his eyes, tightly clutching the void spirit ring on the ring finger of his left hand. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, "To the hidden abyss." Jun Shang. His icy blue eyes swept across everyone present and finally landed on Elder Chang. Ben Jun was first the Di Jun of the polar domain, then Di Mingju. Because of danger, because of personal feelings, to give up the lives of millions of people, even if we save Mayan, she will not be happy. The man's voice was deep and hoarse, yet resolute. Gather all the golden immortals and above in the polar domain. Head to the hidden abyss and kill the poltergeist and the sky-mending pillar. Elder Chang stares at Di Mingju in a daze. It's as if the image of that little boy from thousands of years ago appears before his eyes. Time flew by, and the blue seas turned into mulberry fields. His little monarch had grown up into such an outstanding monarch. Does Di Mingju not want to go to the Xianxia continent? Does he not want to go to Jun Mayan's side? Of course he wanted to. He was thinking like a madman. However, he was the only immortal emperor in the entire Xianxia continent. He was the only one who could enter the crack to repair the collapse of the heavenly pillar. The polar domain withdraws into the great array of demons and gods, admittedly keeping one side safe and waiting for Di Mingju to return and counterattack. But what about the other creatures on the Xianxia continent? Even if those people don't belong to the polar domain, even if those are from the demon race, even if they are from the demon race. But they were all on the same piece of land. Could it be that they could only watch helplessly as these creatures died under the claws and teeth of the poltergeist ghosts? Di Mingju chooses to stay, but what he gives up is his own feelings. On his back was the life and death of the entire Xianxia continent, as well as his responsibility as the strongest cultivator. Elder Chang's heart was filled with pride and heartache. In the end, he held back his tears and bowed, "I will obey the Lord's orders." Han Yi, Ying Mei, Star Wolf, and defeating armies simultaneously kneel down, their voices choked with emotion. "We solemnly obey Jun Shang's orders." Their Jun Shang is the best Jun Shang in the whole world. The luckiest thing that has ever happened to them in this life is to be able to follow at Di Mingju's side, and become a member of the polar domain. All the polar domain immortals present knelt down and shouted in unison, "I will obey Jun Shang's orders." Dimingju doesn't let them get up. Instead, his figure flashes and he disappears from where he stood. After reaching the immortal emperor realm, his speed was already much faster than ordinary flying swords and flying treasures. Elder Chang, Pejuan, and the rest couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. Therefore, no one sees that the moment Dimingju turns around, his complexion is deathly white, and he suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. As for the ring on his finger, it turned from its original gray color to light up again. Jun Mayan, have you forgotten what I said? From the moment you agreed to marry me, you already had no way out. She will be my wife for a day, and she will be my wife for all eternity. If the world really doesn't give us a way out, then just wait and see. Wait for me to live in the same quilt with you and die in the same hole with you. It doesn't matter if it's a god, a demon, or an apocalyptic calamity, no one can separate us. Shozhen continent, Tian Emochin space. The void spirit ring shook violently. Then, it suddenly flew over by itself and landed on Mu Yan's ring finger. In a trance, she felt a pair of hands picking her up and pulling her into a warm embrace. Rich spirit energy, accompanied by endless divine essence, poured into her body, injecting her already dried-up body with exuberant vitality. If the heavens really don't give us a way out, then just you wait. Wait for me to live in the same quilt with you and die in the same hole with you. It doesn't matter if it's a god, a demon, or an apocalyptic calamity, no one can separate us. Mu Yan abruptly sits up from the ground and looks around. But it was empty, not even a shadow of a person could be seen. However, the void spirit ring, which she had just taken off, was still on her left hand. It was Dimingju, he had saved her once again, however, he had already taken off the void spirit ring. What kind of price would he have to pay to put the ethereal spirit ring back on her from thousands of miles away? What if he transferred the divine essence that was equivalent to his life to him, and the phrase "if the heavens really don't give us a way out," was it her illusion or reality? Is Dimingju also in danger? No, he must be in danger. That was why he couldn't make it in time, and that was why he said those despairing words. Oh, after the 4 balls of light in his body recovered, they began to wreak havoc again. The intense pain caused Mayan's face to contort as she let out a painful groan. "Beautiful sister, you're awake." Sob sob sob, I thought you. Woo woo, goo goo, mummy, little phoenix and little chick surrounded Mu Yan, sobbing uncontrollably. Mayan tries her best to appease them, then she looks up at Qi Huang in the Milky Way. However, Qi Huang's appearance startles her. "Qi Huang, what's wrong with you?" The red-clothed youth's figure has become so faint, so shallow, as if it's transparent and could disappear at any time. Qi Huang grits his teeth and fiercely says, "Shut up. You useless woman, you only know how to talk big. In the end, can you do it or not? Still want to continue?" Mayan's hand slowly presses on the ring in her hand. She closes her eyes, and when she opens them again, there's a resolute look in her eyes, again. "This time I will never fail. For Qi Huang, for the Xiaoyao sect, for all the people who follow and believe in her. For Xiao Bao. And for the man who wants to protect her at all costs, even when he's in danger. This time, she will never lose again." The sound of the zither resounds, heavy phantom, star field, activating once again. Qi Huang grits his teeth and unreservedly sends the demonic power into Mayan's body. The void spirit ring on Mayan's finger shines with a sparkling light from time to time. Bit by bit, it's devoured and worn down. The 4 balls of light in Mayan's body are getting smaller and smaller. On the contrary, Mayan's whole body begins to linger with a layer of faint radiance. However, at this moment, the 4 balls of light that have shrunk several times seem to feel some kind of crisis. They recklessly collide with each other, vainly trying to fuse back into one. Once they fuse, they won't be able to absorb them one by one, and everything they've done before will be in vain. Qi Huang's eyes are crimson, and he tightly clenches his teeth. The temporary separation of the 4 kinds of energy can only rely on his demonic power. Jun Mayan has never really begged him. This is the first time he can help her. The first time he can really protect her. Protect the only human being in this world that he cares about. How can he not do it? How can he watch Jun Mayan die with his eyes wide open? If what you said is true, Chi Huang looks up at the horizon, looking through the endless chaotic sky of the Tianmo, not knowing where he's looking. If in this world there's really half of my soul, then listen carefully to me. You useless thing, every time, you only let this deity bear the pain for you. If you still have a little self-awareness as a half of this deity's soul, if you and I are of one mind, then lend me your power for the time being, this deity. I don't want to destroy the world, I don't want to retaliate against humanity, I don't want anything, I just want to protect this woman in front of me. Boom. A beam of light descends from the top of the Tianmo space, completely engulfing Chi Huang in the Milky Way and Mayan on the riverbank. The space shook violently, and a wind chime that had never been heard before rang out from the top of the central book tower. Hugging each other, Little Chick and Little Phoenix widened their eyes at the sight before them. After the chaotic tower left the divine elephant city and the god refining precipice was broken, the demon extermination alliance was established. The leader of the alliance was Jing Tianyi, the sect master of the cleansing joy pavilion. The deputy alliance leader was North placating Marquis Chu Xinyan. The demon-slaying Hall was transformed from North placating Marquis Sumeru Mustard Seed Treasure, the 100 Disaster City. It was temporarily located at the former site of the Dragon Ascension Academy in Divine Elephant City as the headquarters of the Demon Extermination Alliance. Following that, a large amount of spirit chi from the Purple Cloud Realm flowed into the Azure Realm, the Green Cloud Realm, and the Green Realm. The great clans and sects of the Ziyun Realm hate this demoness to the bone. More and more people joined the demon-slaying alliance. Just the Crossing Tribulation cultivators alone, there are as many as a dozen. Among them, Jing Tianyi, Chu Xinyan, Miao Yu, and the king of the Xiaohou country of the southern continent, Xiaohou Zun, are all famous Crossing Tribulation cultivators on the Azure Sky list. End of chapter 2954. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.